Chapter 2467 Startling News. It wasn't just Long Chen who was surprised to hear about the 10,000 dragon nest. The other heavenly dragon warriors were also startled. They had never heard of it. However, just the name was enough to inspire reverence. Everyone looked at Shen Chengfeng. I only heard this name accidentally from one of Senior Feng Fei's attendants. They told us the direction they were going, and there's a mark on the map with the character for 10,000. I didn't know what it was at first, but when they mentioned the 10,000 dragon nest, I knew that's what it was. However, Senior Feng Fei told us to scatter and look for our own opportunities here. I suspect that the 10,000 dragon nest is too dangerous for us, but I also saw that mysterious fellow from the corrupt path, Di Feng, Dongfang Yuyang, and a few others rushing over in that direction. You shouldn't waste any time and hurry over, or all the good things will be taken away by them, said Shen Chengfeng. Long Chen felt a bit of warmth in his heart. The 8th Legion belonged to the divine families but still had some brotherhood with him. Long Chen didn't believe that Shen Chengfeng hadn't heard any news about the scheme at all. He also saw a few complicated expressions amongst the heavenly dragon warriors. He knew that they had definitely received certain orders. Despite the orders, Shen Chengfeng still exposed such a secret to him. He definitely viewed Long Chen as a brother. Long Chen patted Shen Chengfeng's shoulder and nodded toward everyone. Brothers, I'll remember this favor. Long Chen's lightning wings flapped, and he sped off. He encountered several waves of the martial heaven continent's experts, with one being from the corrupt path that he conveniently wiped out. As he was traveling, he saw two groups facing each other. When he saw that one of them belonged to the Ancient Family Alliance and the other was from the Mo family, he chose to hide himself in the void. He didn't see Mo Nian, but he did see Lu Zongying. Both sides had weapons drawn. The atmosphere was extremely tense. You can go. The leader of that group of the Ancient Family Alliance was a white-robed man with a sword on his back. His expression was complicated as he looked at Lu Zongying. Senior apprentice brother Jin Lin, you. The people beside the white-robed man stared at him in astonishment. The Mo family were the traitors of the Ancient Family Alliance. Their side had more people, so they would definitely be at an advantage if they fought. The white-robed man shook his head. The grievance back then was so long ago that no one can say who was right and who was wrong. The truth has been erased within the river of time. With the martial heaven continent on the verge of destruction, this kind of fight is meaningless. If young Master Di Feng asks, I will take full responsibility. Lu Zongying smiled. The quicksword Jin Lin stands up to his reputation of a heavenly genius sealed during ancient times. This sharp vision is admirable. The truth from back then truly isn't important. What's important is how many people still care about that truth. Lu Zongying turned to the other experts wanting to fight. Don't feel indignant over missing such a great opportunity. I'll tell you frankly that the Mo family's power is not something that you can imagine. If you did choose to fight, you would be the ones to suffer. Bullshit. You traitors, you dare to be so arrogant. The Great Blood Emperor saw through your arrogance back then, which was why your Mo family was attacked. You shouldn't even exist in this world. The speaker didn't even get a chance to finish speaking. Lu Zongying raised a hand, and a hole appeared in that person's head. Lu Zongying's movements hadn't appeared too fast, but they had been so smooth and graceful that it was wonderful to see. That fellow Mo Nian actually managed to transmit his divine energy to her. Is he not afraid of harming her? Long Chen was the only one who saw it clearly. He saw that the reason she had managed to so easily kill that person was because her attack had contained divine energy. That person's corpse slowly collapsed to the ground. Killing intent rose from the other disciples of the Ancient Family Alliance. Battle was imminent. In the face of their killing intent, Lu Zongying snorted, the Mo family's rise can no longer be stopped. The Mo family is going to take back its dignity. Senior apprentice brother Jin Lin, thank you for your kindness, but the Mo family will not accept anyone's pity. Even after that bloodshed, even through the years of fleeing, did we ever lower our heads? Mo Nian might not be present, but I, Lu Zongying, If you want to kill the Mo family's disciples, come try it. Lu Zongying's forceful appearance possessed even greater charisma than Mo Nian's mischievous laughing style. Her fearless determination was similar to Ku Jianying. Long Chen nodded. Lu Zongying was truly a heroine who would not accept other people's pity, nor would she allow the Mo family's disciples to leave in front of people's disdainful looks. That was an insult to the Mo family. Jin Lin had good intentions, but he had said one thing wrong. That was to say that he was allowing the Mo family's disciples to leave. That implied that they were the weaker ones. Lu Zongying thanked him for his good intentions, but she would not accept them. Jin Lin's expression changed. He felt as if he didn't have a way out. His hand reached back, but in the end, he didn't unsheath the sword on his back. He shook his head and walked away, taking the blame, not wanting to take on the infamy of bullying a woman. He was a sword cultivator with a sword cultivator's pride. The other disciples of the ancient family alliance clenched their teeth but left with him. Jin Lin's position in the ancient family alliance was very high. Clapping rang out and everyone looked over. Lu Zongying was delighted, but the ancient family alliance's disciples' expressions all changed. Long Chen was clapping. A sword cultivator is truly a sword cultivator. This pride is worthy of praise. It is this pride that saved all your lives. If you had attacked, your names would only exist within the continent's history. The ancient family alliance's disciples' hearts clenched. They were pale with fear. Considering the point that the ancient family alliance and the martial heaven alliance had reached, Long Chen had more than enough reason to kill them right here if he wanted to. They had joined forces with the corrupt path to ambush the martial heaven alliance, even leaving people behind to disturb them. These people all knew of it. A cultivator must cultivate the heart. To cultivate the heart requires cultivating the mind first. A cultivator without a brain will sooner or later die to someone else's scheme no matter how strong they are. You're all very lucky to have a sword cultivator who protected your lives, but luck won't look after you forever. Go, and hopefully the next time I see you, you won't have given me a reason to kill you, said Long Chen. Jin Lin cupped his fists toward Long Chen, leading the ancient family alliance's disciples away. When they could no longer see Long Chen, those disciples finally realized that their backs were already covered in icy sweat. Congratulations to Mrs. Mo for your divine power. Long Chen turned to Lu Zongying and greeted her with a laugh. Congratulations my ass. That Mo Nian has been corrupted by your bad example. Mo Nian was originally very obedient, but he started growing more and more wanton after encountering you. Lu Zongying's smile vanished and was replaced with a glare. Long Chen stared at her. Did her conscience not twinge when she called Mo Nian obedient? Mo Nian had always been the way he was. You should hurry and join Mo Nian. Be careful. Mo Nian said that the divine families didn't just send Feng Fei. There's another one whose power is not inferior to Feng Fei. The divine families are acting mysteriously. They definitely have their own goal, warned Lu Zongying. The divine families actually have another such expert. Long Chen was startled. Lu Zongying said, Mo Nian was following Di Feng's tracks. Due to digging up the Di family's ancestral tomb, he has a special method to track him. Mo Nian wanted to kill him alone, but Di Feng was rushing on his own, while Mo Nian had to look after us, slowing him down. When we caught up to them, Tian Ziazi, Di Feng, and the others had entered the life and death spirit spring. But they weren't the first batch to reach there. Another group had already left. Using one of his new divine abilities, Mo Nian saw someone enter with Feng Fei. In any case, the divine families have been very secretive over this star-field divine world, so Mo Nian left a marker for you to chase after him. With his cultivation base, I wouldn't be too worried about him, but if that person with Feng Fei is on the same level as her, then it will be dangerous for Mo Nian to fight against both of them. Lu Zongying couldn't help being worried. If it was a 1 against 1, Mo Nian should be able to run even if he couldn't beat Feng Fei. But if he was surrounded, he wouldn't have a chance to run. Alright, take care, I'm going right now. Long Chen nodded. Waving goodbye, he continued on his way. He saw quite a few scars from battles along the way, and he also saw some disciples from the divine families. Those disciples were clearly surprised upon seeing him. He also saw the 3rd Legion's commander in the distance. When the commander saw Long Chen, he shot up. However, he didn't actually attack in the end. Ignoring him, Long Chen continued on his way. With them all being in the 4th step, he no longer cared about them. As Long Chen sped off, he used his divine sense to keep an eye on the 3rd commander. He saw that the latter had taken out a jade tablet. Most likely, he was reporting his location. HMPH, the divine families really are treacherous. They're afraid of me fighting over the treasures. Then let me see just what kind of treasures are worth being so careful. Long Chen snorted and continued on his way. After a day's worth of travel, a giant ball of clouds appeared ahead of him. This is the place. Chapter 2468 Hidden Dragon Star Soul Grass. The giant clump of clouds covered up whatever was inside, but it was possible to hear some vague dragon roars coming from within. Those clouds were no ordinary clouds. They were filled with immortal qi. It seemed that there was a kind of mysterious law protecting this place. Based on Tian Xiaozi's memories and the marker that Mo Nian had left for him, Long Chen examined the clouds for a moment before diving right in. The moment he entered, he felt as if he had been drawn into a spacetime channel. The sound of dragon roars and spatial fragments tore through his ears. A giant drake suddenly charged toward Long Chen, its claws tearing through the spacetime channel. Long Chen immediately felt a sensation of mortal danger fill him. A black bone saber cut through its claw and the rest of the drake, cutting it in two. Long Chen was shocked. That drake had definitely been in existence above the Nether Passage realm but had still been instantly killed. He knew that this was a spacetime illusion. It seemed that these clouds had recorded fragments of the history that had passed. What he was seeing was nothing more than images of what had happened in the distant past. However, although they were just images, they had their own sound and pressure. The pressure that they replicated was enough to crush ordinary fourth-step Nether Passage experts. Not even samsara power could stop it. The void continued to rumble. Long Chen felt as if his body would be torn apart, but his physical body was strong enough to resist it. Long Chen didn't activate any defenses. He used his body to experience the scenes before him. They were extremely chaotic, and he couldn't even see the battle clearly. He only caught glimpses of torn-up corpses flying. There were corpses of giant dragons, as well as experts from a strange race in black armor with black bone blades. This was a bloody battle of existences above the Nether Passage realm. Dragon blood dyed the ground. For some unknown reason, Long Chen was filled with killing intent toward the experts in black armor. He didn't know whether or not the true dragon essence blood in his veins caused him to be fond of the dragon race and hate their enemies. Suddenly, the visions faded and everything fell silent. Long Chen appeared in a desolate world. The scent of blood hung in the air along with the aura of decay. Looking around, Long Chen's heart pounded. White bones filled this world. Every single one of these bones was gigantic. They were half buried, with the other half piercing into the sky. A light crack rang out beneath his feet when he took a step. He saw that a withered bone had been shattered by his step. He didn't know what bone it was, but it was bigger than a house. Long Chen rubbed one of the fragments and muttered to himself, it wasn't the erosion of time that weakened them. The divine runes of the bone were taken away, resulting in its power being stolen. Ahead of him was a dragon's skull. Examining it, he found that the skull had been pierced by something, and the dragon core had been taken away. The divine runes within the bones had also been absorbed. Not one thing of value had been left behind. Although he was a bit disappointed, he assumed that this was normal. If there had been any treasures here, they would have long since been taken by others. Mo Nian didn't leave any further marks. Either he didn't have the time, or there was no time. Long Chen observed the surroundings. After not finding anything that Mo Nian could have left for him, he began to carefully advance. Hidden Dragon Star Soul Grass. Long Chen suddenly noticed a strange grass covered in scale-like patterns growing within one of the dragon bones. In a land of hidden dragons, where the soul star remains, a spirit grass can grow, becoming a divine dragon medicine. Long Chen's heart pounded hard. A recording of this precious medicinal ingredient appeared in his mind. It seems that this dragon must have been extremely powerful when alive. Even after death, not all of its power was sucked away. The remaining energy was enough to give birth to a hidden dragon star soul grass. This was an exceedingly rare medicinal ingredient. It was said to only have a possibility of growing within a dragon cemetery. When a dragon died and their soul essence merged with astral energy, this grass could sprout. It was impossible to grow on the Martial Heaven continent. Hence, even the ancient records of the Martial Heaven continent didn't have it. Long Chen only recognized it due to the pill sovereign memories. Its extract could be absorbed, and after that, the dragon race would view the one absorbing it as a member of their race. They would not be attacked, and they might even be able to control a divine dragon. The dragon race mentioned here referred to the true dragon race, so it did not mean that the other dragon races with impure bloodlines would respect it the same way. Perhaps they might be a bit more amicable, but there were records of dragon races killing each other. The reason that Long Chen was so excited over it was because he could refine it into the Dragon Body Star Soul Pill. This was a pill that could transform a person's constitution and allow them to grow infinitely closer to a dragon's power. The Dragon Blood warriors had absorbed the essence blood of the metal-devouring evil dragon. After cultivating the Dragon Blood body tempering art, their physical bodies had grown many times stronger, making them into true dragonblood warriors. However, there was still an immense difference between their bodies and the bodies of actual dragons. This pill could change their constitutions, fully activating their dragon blood to reforge their bodies. Long Chen also believed that it would allow them to cultivate faster and easier with the dragon blood body tempering art. The reason his body was so powerful was because his body had been completely reforged by the Azure Dragon Essence blood. If the Dragonblood warriors had the Dragon Body Star Soul pills, they could also reforge their physical bodies like him. However, reforging the physical body required constantly tearing it apart and rebuilding it. It would be a very painful process. I wonder if I can grow it in the primal chaos space. The hidden dragon soul star grass only grew within the corpses of dragons, relying on the leftover energy from when the dragon was alive to survive. Once it left the corpse, it wouldn't be long before it withered. Long Chen carefully transplanted the grass into the primal chaos space and saw that it didn't show any signs of withering. Instead, it seemed slightly invigorated. The primal chaos bead really is my greatest treasure. Long Chen almost cried out in excitement. The primal chaos bead's power was truly heaven-defying. Long Chen carefully plucked off a few roots and found that those roots continued to grow. In other words, he could grow them in large numbers. However, their growing speed was too slow. Who knew how long it would take before he had enough? I'll need to find some corpses, thought Long Chen. Without powerful corpses to feed the primal chaos space, let alone the hidden dragon star soul grass, he wouldn't even be able to grow the heavenly Qilin demon trees. Long Chen continued onward, finding more and more skeletons. However, he didn't find more of the hidden dragon star soul grass as the conditions for it to grow were too stringent. The fact that he had obtained one was a pure coincidence. At first, he saw only dragon bones, but he gradually started to see bones of some other race. Their bones didn't seem different from human bones, but they were black and looked like steel. They didn't even let off their own people. Long Chen examined a few of those corpses and saw sharp penetrating wounds. Based on the position, it seemed that they had been stabbed through their hearts. These bones had their divine runes taken away as well, and were extremely weak. Just a touch caused them to shatter. Should I use a soul art to see if I can dredge up some fragments? Long Chen started to form hand seals. Are you crazy? You want to intentionally infect yourself with more karma? Do you not want to live any longer? Cursed Evilmoon suddenly. What is there to look at? These are the heaven-devouring Black Armor Corps, a race that devours others to advance. They possess a devouring law similar to my Dark Evil Dragon race's devouring ability. The heaven-devouring Black Armor Corps. What are they? I've never heard of them before, asked Long Chen. There are lots of things that you haven't heard of before. Let me tell you, don't randomly look at things that you shouldn't look at. If you don't want to be chased down by the heaven-devouring Black Armor Corps during your next heavenly tribulation, you shouldn't look for trouble. Who knows if they have some curse waiting for others to touch when they die? Perhaps you might not even last until your next tribulation, said Evilmoon. Evilmoon clearly had an understanding of this race, and it even seemed to be afraid of them. With Long Chen's spiritual strength, he could grasp remnants of auras and laws to look at some fragments of spacetime in the surroundings. However, that would invoke karma. It was different from the scenes that he had seen when entering. This was him actively attempting to draw them to himself. Normally, a passive glance wouldn't invoke karma. Don't bother with these meaningless things. This 10,000 dragon nest could only be made by someone on the level of a dragon king capable of subduing 10,000 dragons. Hurry up and investigate the depths. I sense a powerful aura, but it's been covered up. I'm sure that there's a treasure inside, said Evilmoon impatiently. Long Chen agreed and decided to speed up. As he passed by the countless bones, a giant entity appeared up ahead. It was like a star floating in the sky. That's the dragon nest. We're almost in, shouted Evilmoon. Long Chen quickened his pace. The closer he got, the more apprehensive he grew. Dragon might exuded from the nest, quickening his blood flow. Various dragon scales were starting to appear. Control your aura, or the one inside the dragon nest will sense you, ordered Evilmoon. Long Chen slowed down. At this time, he noticed that it was like a spherical gem. There were countless holes throughout it, and it seemed like a maze. Following Evilmoon's directions, Long Chen entered one of the caves. As soon as he entered, the world changed. He got into a new space, and before he could even see his surroundings, a black bone blade slashed toward him. Chapter 2469 The Secrets of the 10,000 Dragon Nest. An evil aura exploded. The sharp blade brought with it an aura of death. However, this blade was not solid. It was a spiritual attack. The blade fell and Long Chen's soul shook. A wave of dizziness almost overwhelmed him. Fortunately, his spiritual strength had grown stronger with the advancement of his cultivation base. Despite being caught off guard, the attack was quickly erased once it entered his mind. Long Chen slashed Evilmoon in the air in front of him but didn't hit anything. He also didn't see anything. "Is there a ghost?" asked Long Chen. "What ghost?" "This is the resentful spirit of the heaven-devouring Black Armor Corps. Their souls were bound here upon dying and remained for tens of thousands of years. They'll naturally attack when they encounter living creatures. But their spiritual strength is famous for how crap it is, so it's no danger to you. Continue onward," said Evilmoon. Long Chen sent his spiritual strength out to keep an eye on the surroundings. Although this attack hadn't been fatal, it didn't feel good. No wonder the Divine Family's ordinary disciples were not allowed inside. With the space-time channel being such a barrier, along with the attacks of the resentful spirits here, even the Dragonblood warriors probably couldn't enter. Another black figure quickly attacked Long Chen as he advanced. This time, he saw it clearly. It was a strange lifeform in black armor attacking with a saber. With his guard up, Long Chen easily summoned a spiritual shield. The black figure smashed into the shield and exploded, vanishing without a trace. "Curious, why don't I see their actual corpses?" asked Long Chen. "Do you know the origin of the 10,000 Dragon Nest?" asked Evilmoon. It also seemed curious. "Alright, I forgot that the Martial Heaven continent has lost many inheritances after multiple tribulations. Let me put it to you this way. The 10,000 Dragon Nest is formed of countless dragon bones. A Dragon King will always create a 10,000 Dragon Nest after being born, and the foundation of this nest is the Dragon King's blood bone. The Dragon King will then constantly beat powerful opponents and use their bones for the nest. This nest is no ordinary construction. It is the result of the dragon race's divine abilities. In other words, this nest can be considered to be alive. It will constantly absorb the corpses of other experts to strengthen itself. Furthermore, it is the strongest trump card of the Dragon King. It can be likened to a divine item created by a human. This divine item might be weak at the start, but as time passes, it will constantly be strengthened. The 10,000 Dragon Nest is also a great source of energy for the Dragon King. It is capable of offense and defense. In my battle against Xianxia, if I had had my 10,000 Dragon Nest, I wouldn't have been beaten so miserably, said Evilmoon hatefully. Long Chen was startled. So Evilmoon had also reached the level of a Dragon King. No wonder it had such an understanding of this nest. Then that means that the corpses were absorbed by the 10,000 Dragon Nest. Does that mean that the Dragon King is still alive? Probed Long Chen. That is impossible to say. Even if the Dragon King is dead, the 10,000 Dragon Nest would continue to act according to its natural functions. For example, even if a human dies, their astral space can remain and become a minor world. That minor world will simply not possess a master. It's still too early to say anything for sure. You should go check the core. If your luck is good, you might be able to find a treasure. Long Chen was attacked once more, but this time Long Chen didn't wait to be struck, instead striking first with a spiritual sword. It was precisely as Evilmoon said. These resentful souls were not strong enough to pose any threat to him. The 10,000 Dragon Nest is something only powerful members of the dragon race are qualified to enter. They can absorb its energy to cultivate and benefit from the Dragon King. It is also the crux of a Dragon King's breakthrough. Once the Dragon Nest has reached a certain level, the Dragon King can attempt to break through the next barrier to a higher realm. Based on the aura of this nest, it has reached the middle level, but it's a far cry from my 10,000 Dragon Nest. Despite that, there is definitely something good at the core. The main question is whether or not it still remains or if someone else got to it first, said Evilmoon with anticipation. Long Chen followed the passageway he was in. The path suddenly became spacious up ahead, and there was an ancient forest. Did I end up transported out? Long Chen was startled. He had felt like he had sensed some spatial fluctuations just now. This ancient forest extended further than he could see. The aura was also completely different from the 10,000 Dragon Nest. No. This is one of the nest's spatial worlds. A dragon can cultivate here. There are countless spaces like this, each connected to multiple entrances like a maze. There is only one main path that the Dragon King goes through, and that path cannot be entered by others. I've chosen the next most direct path for you, so don't waste time. Before entering, I saw several entrances that showed signs that others had entered, urged Evilmoon. Long Chen continued onward according to Evilmoon's directions. After half an incense stick's worth of time, he saw a battlefield. There were countless corpses littering the ground. He saw a dozen dragon skeletons that looked a bit off, looking somewhat like tigers instead of dragons. Their mouths were long, and it was impossible to guess what their original forms were like. Other than those skeletons, there were thousands of black corpses. Long Chen finally saw what the heaven-devouring black armor core looked like. They were like humans but covered in black scales. Their scales had runes on them, but they were now faint and powerless. Their foreheads were a bit wide, and they had 2 canine teeth. Their bodies were thin, and their eyes had vanished. An aura of decay and darkness still came from them. Examining the battlefield, Long Chen didn't find anything useful. Rather than wasting more time here, he continued onward. These spaces were given to certain experts amongst the dragon race with a set level of status. The one who lived here belonged to the dragon cat race. They aren't especially powerful, but they are quick as lightning and possess a powerful domain divine ability. That was why they were able to slay so many of the heaven-devouring black armor core. Using the terms of your martial heaven continent, they are above the Nether Passage realm, said Evilmoon. Above the Nether Passage realm, Long Chen was shaken inside. As he continued onward, Evilmoon said, the 10,000 dragon nest can be considered to be a bit similar to your Dantian. You have 108,000 astral spaces, while the dragon nest also has countless spaces for dragons to cultivate. If the dragon nest was allowed to limitlessly grow, it would give birth to its own cosmos. Just how terrifying would it be if it possessed the power of an entire cosmos? Long Chen, I'm telling you this because I don't understand your 9-star hegemon body art, but I'm sure it is a heaven-defying cultivation technique. If I compare it to the dragon nest, I'd have to say that your 9-star hegemon body art is even more terrifying. Now I understand why you are always plagued with setbacks and bad luck. You were originally just an ordinary person in the mortal world, but your fate was changed by the 9-star hegemon body art. Even now, I cannot see your golden fate lines, nor do I dare to use any of my evil dragon race's oracle techniques to predict your future. Even my own fate became impossible to predict at some point. Moreover, my past is now sealed within my memories. This is why Yun Sheng was waiting for you, why Mo Li called you brother. My guess is that due to the 9-star hegemon body art, they have bet everything on you. You are not infected by the karma of the sovereigns. Your future will only grow more difficult, so I have to warn you not to restrict yourself. The words that Evilmoon spoke were very simple, but it also kept a few words back. Long Chen could understand what it was saying. Don't worry, if I see an opportunity to get stronger, I'll grasp it with my full power. No one will be able to stop me. Long Chen took a deep breath and nodded. Good, then go left, said Evilmoon. They very quickly appeared within a twisting space. Long Chen stepped inside, and the passageway appeared once more. Long Chen sped down it, going through over 10 of those spatial worlds. Every one of those spatial worlds was filled with skeletons and corpses. Whatever battle had gone down here had been intense. The further he went, the stronger the aura of the dragon race's experts was. The remnant laws also grew clearer. Upon entering one of the worlds, he heard the roars and shrieks of the dragons in heaven swallowing black armor core. It was as if the battle from back then was being reenacted in the present. During normal times, Long Chen would take a pause to feel just how terrifying the battle from back then was. But now Evilmoon was urging him to race through. Eventually, Long Chen couldn't even remember how many of the spatial worlds he had passed. Even his sense of direction had grown muddled. He was relying entirely on Evilmoon to lead the way. Suddenly, the space ahead of him shuddered. A dark world appeared. As soon as he entered, Long Chen's hair stood on end. This world was filled with death and the aura of rot. It felt like just taking a breath could make a person age. Long Chen was about to ask Evilmoon which direction to go when the void above him twisted. A figure appeared, and when he saw that figure, Long Chen immediately shot toward it like an arrow, slashing Evilmoon. Chapter 2470 Yi Ming. The figure had just appeared, and before it could even get a clear look at the surroundings, Evilmoon was already silently slashing toward it. The figure was covered in a black cloak that covered its face. A black aura exuded from its body. It was the corrupt path's mysterious expert, Yi Ming. Yi Ming was startled. He extended a hand, 5 different runes lighting up on his fingertips. Then the 5 runes whirled together into a 5-colored shield. The shield exploded, but Long Chen's sneak attack was also resolved. It just so happens that I was looking for you. Yi Ming snorted, and his figure suddenly became illusory. He vanished just like that. This was not a simple movement art. He had truly vanished. Even his aura was gone. Long Chen suddenly swung Evilmoon behind him, perfectly meeting a fist. White bone spurs were coming out of the fist. The bone spurs shattered, but Yi Ming's figure was still not present. Long Chen's expression didn't change. Without looking back, he swung Evilmoon to his left rear. Long Chen swung Evilmoon 7 times, every time blocking an attack that came out of nowhere. Yi Ming's figure appeared in the air once more. His face was still covered by his cloak. He snorted. No wonder Tian Xiaozi was unable to kill you. I really did underestimate you. I shouldn't have agreed to Tian Xiaozi's request. I feel the same way about you. Most teleportations can only be carried out within a specific domain, but you are able to freely teleport within this world that has completely different laws from the martial heaven continent, and without summoning a domain at that. You can even merge your aura into the 10,000 dragon nest. As expected of a god's reincarnation. I'm growing more and more interested, said Long Chen with a faint smile. Battle intent grew within him. A god's reincarnation definitely had to relate to many secrets. Perhaps Long Chen could learn a few of the martial heaven continent's secrets from Yi Ming. Yi Ming's aura clearly fluctuated upon hearing that. He icily said, Tian Xiaozi's loyalty was insincere. Not even death is enough punishment. Yi Ming was enraged. His identity was a secret within the corrupt path. The only one to know of it was Tian Xiaozi. He was well aware of Tian Xiaozi's abilities. Although Long Chen might possess the power to kill him, it was impossible for Long Chen to obtain Tian Xiaozi's secrets. The only possibility was that Tian Xiaozi had revealed them himself. This was equivalent to a betrayal to a corrupt god. Let's not waste time. We don't need to make any excuses for fighting. Let me experience just how powerful a god's reincarnation is. Long Chen's divine ring appeared behind him, and 108,000 stars lit up inside of it. The earth was crushed by the pressure. No wonder you could kill Tian Xiaozi. So your manifestation has also awoken, said Yi Ming coldly. That starry sky behind Long Chen was taken to be a manifestation by him. Long Chen didn't waste words and slashed Evilmoon down with his full power. This was no divine son, but someone who had once ascended and become a god. HMPH, it doesn't matter how strong you are. You're still nothing in front of me. Yi Ming snorted, and in the face of Long Chen's attack, he simply stood there. A black manifestation suddenly burst into existence behind him. There were 2 eyes within Yi Ming's manifestation, but other than that, there was only endless darkness. Those eyes seemed to have something dancing within them. Just being looked at by them was enough to make a person feel like their soul was being wrested out of their body. It's dark energy. Evilmoon let out a startled cry. Long Chen's saber slashed down, but Yi Ming caught his attack with his bare hands. Long Chen felt as if his attack had been sucked away into a vast sea, with all his power vanishing. Devil Eye Soul Snapper. The eyes within Yi Ming's manifestation suddenly grew. It was as if a devil was staring into Long Chen's spiritual sea. Some kind of energy tried to break his soul. This spiritual attack came without any warning. Not good. Long Chen was shocked that Yi Ming's eyes were able to unleash spiritual attacks without warning and through space. This attack caught him off guard. Just as his spiritual strength was suppressed and in danger of being stripped away from his body, the divine gate within his mind sea opened. The divine gate star lit up, and the attack silently vanished. Yi Ming's body shuddered, and he stared at Long Chen in shock. He had thought that this divine ability of his could easily kill Long Chen in an instant when he was caught by surprise. But despite having victory within his grasp, some kind of mysterious power had made his divine ability useless. In that instant, light exploded out of Evilmoon, blowing away Yi Ming's arms and slashing toward his head. Yi Ming's figure instantly vanished. His teleportation technique had allowed him to escape. However, the hood of his cloak had been destroyed, revealing his true face. Upon seeing his appearance, Long Chen was surprised. Yi Ming looked very young, but his eyes were white as snow. He had no pupils. There were black lines around his eyes, giving off a bizarre and sinister feeling. So even after Nirvanic rebirth, you managed to keep a pair of eyes within your manifestation while you cultivated a new pair of eyes. It seems that your plot isn't small. You want to make up for any flaws from your past cultivation. Long Chen looked at Yi Ming observantly. In truth, these words weren't his own but from Evilmoon. As expected, Yi Ming's expression changed. He then smiled. I wouldn't have thought a baby like you would know this much. I was going to keep you alive to distract those fellows from the divine families for me, but it seems that I have to kill you now. A sword appeared in Yi Ming's hand. Its edges were covered in jagged teeth. Those teeth looked chillingly sharp. Long Chen ignored the sword, continuing, in your last life, you cultivated dark energy. Dark energy's main purpose is to devour. But the eyes of your divine ability are clearly lacking enough dark energy, and they even require another kind of energy to restrict the eruption of the dark energy from harming yourself. If you didn't require that second kind of energy to restrict it, your dark energy could have killed me just now. That's why in this life, you are trying to make up for the flaws of your last life by cultivating a new set of eyes. At that time, with two sets of eyes merged together, you will be able to truly control dark energy. Not bad, truly not bad. You, who are you? Demanded Yi Ming suddenly. This kind of secret was not something that someone like Long Chen could come into contact with. His gaze locked onto the saber in Long Chen's hands. It's not important who I am. But I must admit, it's impressive that you are trying to replicate the dark race's innate divine abilities. At the present time, there are no flaws in this path of yours. This 10,000 dragon nest has something you need, and very urgently at that, am I right? Evilmoon continued to pass words through Long Chen. Suddenly, the world turned dark. Long Chen felt like he had been tossed into an endless hell. Within this darkness, Long Chen was shocked to find that his own power was being sucked away without his permission. I don't care who you are. Since you know my secret, you must die. Yi Ming's voice resounded through the darkness. A pair of eyes appeared within the darkness, staring at Long Chen. Do you see? This is dark energy, something capable of absorbing the power of all other things in this world. This is the strongest divine ability of my dark evil dragon race. This Yi Ming is a god's reincarnation, and now that he has entered the fourth step of Nether Passage, he has an easy path for himself. Tian Xiaozi was only capable of sucking you into his manifestation, but Yi Ming is capable of extending his manifestation. Without needing to suck you inside, you are already within the domain of his manifestation, transmitted Evilmoon to Long Chen. The space around him rumbled. Long Chen didn't know what was happening, but he felt the space around him collapsing and his own energy flying away. Despite doing his best, he couldn't stop his spiritual yuan from being devoured. Long Chen slashed Evilmoon in front of him, managing to block a sword from within the darkness. This attack from Yi Ming wasn't extraordinarily powerful. However, in that instant, more of his spiritual yuan flew away. So, dark energy is very powerful. This is practically unbeatable, said Long Chen. Correct. Dark energy can reach an unbeatable level, but I have yet to achieve full control over it. Yi Ming's voice resounded throughout the darkness. By fixing my final flaws, this entire world will belong to my corrupt path. Sovereigns, invaders, they will all be nothing before me. Dark energy is the strongest power within this world. Long Chen, I consider you a true expert, so I'll give you a chance to kill yourself. Long Chen smiled and shook his head. There is no such thing in this world. No matter how great one power is, there will definitely be at least one power that suppresses it. I've come to realize how amazing your dark energy is. I also know how strong the dark evil dragon race is. Evilmoon had its own goal at this moment. It always thought that Long Chen was looking down on it for losing to a sovereign. By exposing Yi Ming's goal, Yi Ming would summon his strongest domain to kill them. Now Long Chen would experience just how strong the dark evil dragon race was. Let's see which one of our worlds is stronger. 5-star battle armor. Long Chen's divine ring shuddered, and 5 stars blazed with light. A majestic aura wildly burst out. Chapter 2471 Dark Energy. 5 stars lit up. Even the darkness could not absorb their light. With the 5-star battle armor active, the darkness could no longer strip away Long Chen's power. His astral spaces unleashed a torrent of power that filled him with strength. This was why despite being in Yi Ming's domain with his power sucked away, he didn't feel the slightest fear or panic. His power no longer stemmed from the outside world. He was not an Empyrean supported by the heavenly Taos. However, he could get his own energy from his astral spaces. Furthermore, a surprising phenomenon had occurred after his battle with Feng Fei. At that time, his astral spaces had been fully exhausted. But after that, Once they had recovered, it felt as if one of their limiters had been broken. Then upon reaching the fourth step, they had grown even stronger and were continuing to grow. Although he couldn't see them growing, he could feel it. The 5 stars grew brighter and brighter, driving the darkness away. Yi Ming's figure was quickly revealed. He was standing in the air, looking coldly at Long Chen. What a cultivation technique. It actually isn't suppressed by my manifestation. Yi Ming's tone was flat. It seemed that he wasn't surprised. I'm not the only one who isn't suppressed by your manifestation. You weren't able to suppress Mo Nian either, were you? Said Long Chen. Mo Nian and Yi Ming had fought and ended in a draw. Under the mediation of the divine families, they had come to a stop. Mo Nian had to have been able to block his dark energy as well, or if this domain was summoned, he would definitely die. All he did was steal a mortal husk. His divine energy doesn't match him at all. If I wanted to kill him, he wouldn't be able to escape my domain. I spared his life because just like you, he is one of my chess pieces. Unfortunately, now I have to get rid of one, said Yi Ming. It just so happens that I was thinking of getting rid of you as well. Long Chen smiled. Yi Ming seemed extremely confident, but Long Chen was also very confident. Yi Ming suddenly attacked. His sword was like a viper. Giant cracks appeared in the void as his sword pierced through space. Meanwhile, black runes lit up on Evilmoon. A dragon roar rang out majestically. 2 divine items clashed, creating an explosion of blinding light and pitch-black darkness. Chaos raged throughout the world along with fragments of spacetime. Long Chen felt like he was being crushed by an entire world. With a roar, scales suddenly covered his body. His power exploded, and a pillar of light erupted out of him. With the Azure Dragon battle armor and the merging with Evilmoon's dragon power, a burst of power tore through Yi Ming's domain. The darkness exploded. No wonder you have such an understanding of dark energy. So your saber was made from the bones of a dark evil dragon. It definitely has a suppressive effect on my domain. Yi Ming retreated, his sharp gaze landing on Evilmoon. Long Chen clenched Evilmoon. The air around him raged with his power. Even without Evilmoon, your domain would be unable to bind me. Long Chen attacked again. He didn't use any magical arts but simply pure power. Excellent. After being in seclusion for tens of thousands of years, I've felt rusty. I can stretch my muscles a bit. Yi Ming snorted and swung his jagged sword. The 2 divine items clashed for a second time. Space twisted, forming 2 semicircular worlds around the 2 of them. One was the power of Long Chen's divine ring, while the other was Yi Ming's dark domain. The 2 of them were crashing against each other. Their weapons remained locked together. Every time they shuddered, it caused an explosion in the void. Now you have no power to borrow, right? Let's have a battle with our true abilities. With a final explosion, Long Chen shoved and Yi Ming was knocked back. Long Chen took a deep breath. His aura began to condense. I was also thinking of using your blood as a sacrifice to my divine item to awaken it. Yi Ming's pure white eyes suddenly began to have lines of blood appear within them, making him appear even more frightening. Yi Ming pointed his sword at Long Chen. The 2 eyes within his manifestation grew. His sword shuddered, and an evil aura exploded out of it as if it had come to life. A ray of sword light shot out. This sword wasn't aimed at Long Chen but at the ground. The earth was instantly torn apart and cut through as easily as tofu. Using your blood as a sacrifice to my sword can count as an honor for you. Yi Ming smiled sinisterly, like a leopard looking at its prey. Yi Ming was just about to strike, when his expression suddenly changed. Count yourself lucky. I'll let you live a little while longer. But I don't want to let you live any longer. Long Chen didn't know what Yi Ming was up to, but it seemed that he wanted to run. Long Chen immediately unleashed the attack that he was preparing. Yi Ming's expression changed slightly. A powerful explosion occurred as Long Chen's attack landed. Yi Ming's manifestation exploded, while Yi Ming himself vanished. Long Chen, I'll remember this. Next time, I'll cut off your head. Darkness filled the world following the explosion of Yi Ming's manifestation. After the darkness faded, Yi Ming was also gone. The land was a complete mess, and Yi Ming's aura still hung in the air, but he himself was no longer present. What is going on? Asked Long Chen. How was Yi Ming able to so easily slip out of his attack? He had locked onto him with his attack. This is another aspect of dark energy. Yi Ming was unable to devour your attack, but he was able to draw it into his manifestation and cause it to explode in there. However, he also paid a price for it. He underestimated your power, causing him to be injured. We should hurry up as well. The core area of the dragon nest has been opened, that's why he was in such a rush to leave, urged Evilmoon. Long Chen quickly rushed off in the direction that Evilmoon indicated. As he flew through the air, Evilmoon explained that Yi Ming was correct. Dark energy was truly one of the world's strongest powers. However, Yi Ming's dark energy was not true dark energy. It had too many flaws, so in this lifetime, he wanted to cultivate a new pair of eyes. According to Evilmoon, these were a pair of evil eyes, but they had yet to be opened. Evilmoon sensed that those eyes had been nourished by the foundation of the corrupt path's power for tens of thousands of years. Once those eyes opened, they might instantly merge with his original eyes, allowing him to control true dark energy. Evilmoon said that the source of the darkness was a primordial wickedness, which was why the dark evil dragon was the ruler of the evil dragon race. Yi Ming had recognized the primordial wickedness, and he had set everything into motion. Once he became a god, he didn't ascend, instead choosing to die and undergo nirvanic rebirth, all to perfectly control dark energy. Once Yi Ming was in perfect control of the dark energy, then the corrupt path would definitely become the absolute ruler of the martial heaven continent. That included Long Chen. Is dark energy really so powerful? Asked Long Chen. Not everyone has a powerful enough cultivation technique to control dark energy like you. Other than that, don't forget, Yi Ming has become a god. But he chose to not ascend to perfect his dark energy. Before undergoing a nirvanic rebirth, he definitely made countless preparations. He wouldn't just leave a pair of divine eyes. The entire corrupt path is his. The accumulations of years of resources are at his disposal. As for you, do you think a young man in his 20s can compare to the resources gathered by billions of experts over tens of thousands of years? Reminded Evilmoon. Long Chen nodded. Evilmoon was right. Yi Ming had definitely made countless preparations. Perhaps this was the best time to kill him. He is also rushing toward the center of the dragon nest. We'll take a shortcut and see if we can get there ahead of everyone else. It'll all be up to your power. Evilmoon was about to say luck but then decided against it. After passing through 7 worlds, Long Chen appeared in a giant space with countless white bones. In the distance, he heard zither music containing killing intent. Ziyan was fighting against someone. Chapter 2472 Core of the Dragon Nest. Long Chen not only heard Ziyan's zither, but he also heard the sound of intense fights coming from other regions. Ignore them, they are fighting the resentful spirits, while we bypass them to go to the core of the nest directly, said Evilmoon. Long Chen suppressed his thought of joining with Ziyan and continued in the direction that Evilmoon indicated. Within an empty void lay a circular entity that looked like a honeycomb. According to Evilmoon, that was the core of the 10,000 dragon nest. Just by getting closer to it, Long Chen felt his own essence blood flowing quicker. The dragon blood in your body has formed a resonance with the Dragon King's power. It's just still unclear whether or not this Dragon King was a true dragon, said Evilmoon. Upon entering, Long Chen saw that the passageways were made of white bones. Images of dragons were all along the passageway. Those were not carvings. They seemed to be dragon souls embedded in the walls. The dragons that had died within this nest had their flesh and souls returned to it. It was a calling that made the 10,000 dragon nest grow stronger and stronger. The dragon might was extremely powerful at the core. That sensation was exceptionally intense to Long Chen, who possessed dragon blood. It almost felt like it was going to ignite. If he didn't suppress it, his Azure Dragon battle armor would have automatically activated. It seems that the Dragon King isn't welcoming me, said Long Chen. The dragon race is enormous. The true dragon race is the emperor of the dragon race, and they are few in number. However, there is a natural rebellious nature within members of the dragon race. None of them like to be weaker than the others. Your essence blood came from a true dragon who had just matured into an Azure Dragon. It is like an emperor who is incredibly weak. Even though it is an emperor, it cannot order around a stubborn general. The Dragon King here definitely won't submit to you because you are too weak. Just take things step by step. Once we reach the center, we'll know what race the Dragon King was from, said Evilmoon. Long Chen nodded and continued. There were countless dragon images on the walls. Their roars resounded through his head. As his blood raged within him, he had an urge to smash apart the dragon nest. His anger began to rise without him being aware of it. When it reached a certain level, Long Chen suddenly realized that the dragon blood was affecting his emotions. The end of the passageway appeared, and there were 9 giant dragon skeletons. Their mouths were open and pointed toward a giant sphere. At this moment, Long Chen realized that he was standing within one of the dragon's eye sockets. So the passageway he had been going through was the body of a dragon. So it's the divine bone spirit dragon race. No wonder the berserk aura isn't very strong, said Evilmoon. What is the divine bone spirit dragon race? How come I've never heard of them? Asked Long Chen. The spirit dragon race is another large branch. The divine bone spirit dragon race is the wisest of that branch. They are very smart, but their combat power isn't exceptional. They have a miraculous ability though, which is to nurture divine bones. The core of this dragon nest must be those 4 divine bones. If they can be obtained. Suddenly, the dragon bone beneath Long Chen's feet lit up, causing him to jump. However, it then faded. Startled, he ran out of the eye socket to the top of the dragon head to see a person. Hu Feng. Long Chen hadn't expected to see Hu Feng. Hu Feng on the other hand was delighted to see him. Haha, it seems that my prediction was correct. Brother Long, you really are my fated benefactor. You. Long Chen suddenly noticed that the giant die always spinning behind Hu Feng's back was gone. Instead, it was now in his hand, and he seemed to be doing something with it. Brother Long, I will speak honestly. My heavenly fate die was damaged, and I have never been able to repair it. I need to find a heavenly fate bone and extract its essence. This heavenly fate bone is something only the divine bone spirit dragon can produce. Of these 9 divine bone spirit dragons, only one produced the heavenly fate bone that I require. However, even after using dozens of drops of dragon blood that I managed to gather in preparation, I am unable to commune with it. Brother Long, I know that you have true dragon essence blood within your body. It can definitely form a bridge between the heavenly fate bone and the divine bone. I was hoping I could use the dragon blood I prepared myself to do it so I wouldn't have to trouble you, but Hu Feng was embarrassed to make such a demand. Hu Feng had his own pride. This was his first time begging someone for help. It's just a bit of essence blood. It won't harm my core. Brother Hu, if you're going to act so polite with me, I'll be embarrassed to call on you in my next battle, said Long Chen. Long Chen flicked his finger, causing a drop of essence blood to fly out into the center of the formation diagram beneath Hu Feng's feet. The entire dragon's skull began to shine, but after a moment, it stopped. Long Chen knew that this meant that his essence blood didn't have enough energy to awaken it. Long Chen sent out 3 more drops. The dragon's skull grew increasingly bright. Countless runes began to light up throughout it. 30 drops later, Hu Feng was too embarrassed to let it continue. He hadn't expected it to require so much energy. At this rate, it would really affect Long Chen, which could be fatal in this dangerous place. Before he could say anything though, Long Chen waved his hand. You can't just give up midway. I feel like it's coming soon. After 18 more drops of his essence blood, the skull shuddered, and a ray of divine light came out of the formation diagram. The divine light was incomparably sacred. Just looking at it calmed the soul. Hu Feng placed his heavenly fate die within its light. As if immersed in sunlight, it began to slowly spin. A certain radiance came from it as it began to manifest the heavenly Taos. Brother Long, there are no words I could use to thank you for this favor. If you need anything in the future, just tell me. Hu Feng cupped his fist solemnly. I'm glad to hear it. Remember to come cheer us on in the next battle. Long Chen laughed. Since Hu Feng's matter had been settled, he didn't waste any further time. He jumped off the skull and flew toward the sphere at the center. Upon jumping into the sphere, he found himself in a strange world. This place was a barren desert. At the heart of the desert was a giant dragon coiled atop an altar. It's dead, Evilmoon sighed. It was unable to sense any vitality from that dragon. Long Chen flew over and also didn't sense any vitality. However, its scales still emitted some divine radiance. I don't think it's dead yet. Perhaps there's a chance to save it, said Long Chen. It's useless. The flame of its dragon core has started to extinguish. We were too late. If it was still alive, then with its intellect, it would have given all its remaining power to us. Now though, we'll have to think of our own ways to take it. This divine bone spirit dragon has exhausted all its energy defending against the outside world. I'm going to the source down below to extract that energy. I can strengthen myself and also see if I can break free of Yunshang's seal. Then I would be able to unleash my power without the limitations of your cultivation base. There are 4 primordial divine bones on the 4 corners of the altar. They are the foundational sources of the world: earth, water, fire, wind. They are also the core of the 10,000 dragon nest. Those are priceless treasures. For a human to become a sovereign, they must have a spirit root, spirit blood, and spirit bone that reaches the necessary level. These 4 divine bones are the strongest divine treasures for condensing a spirit bone. Now you should understand just how important they are, said Evilmoon. Long Chen's heart shook. Every human could be said to possess a spirit root and spirit blood. It was simply the quality that varied from person to person. It could be made up for with various resources, but he had never heard of a treasure capable of giving a spirit bone to someone without one. However, Evilmoon was saying that these 4 primordial divine bones could allow a person to produce a spirit bone. That meant that they were truly heaven-defying treasures. It's unfortunate that the Dragon King is dead. The divine bones and blood pool are protected by their own laws. I'm not exactly sure how to take them either. Time is pressing, so I'm going to the source. The dragon source is already starting to wither with the Dragon King's death. If it's not taken now, it's going to fade away. Evilmoon transformed into a streak of black light that pierced into the ground, vanishing. Long Chen didn't know what it was using to absorb that dragon source. Long Chen flew onto the altar. He saw 4 platforms on the 4 corners, each with a fist-sized bone on top of it. Those bones were like jade and shone with divine light. It was possible to see a rune within the bones. That rune, upon spotting one of those runes, Long Chen's heart trembled. He recognized it. It was the flame rune he had obtained in the immemorial path. Using it as the core, he had created the world annihilation flame lotus. Although the creation of the flame lotus technique had been a success, Long Chen had never managed to fully investigate the secrets of the rune. Based on what he knew though, it was one of the building blocks of this world, the most primordial rune of the 4 kinds of energy that supposedly first appeared in the world. Long Chen slowly got closer. Suddenly, light blazed from the platform, and a dragon roar rang out. Long Chen felt a wave of power knock him back. Long Chen was blown into the distance. When he looked again, he saw that the 4 platforms were blazing with divine light at the same time. So the 4 platforms are linked. Long Chen was startled, and his expression became grave. Sha Chen had told him that such a formation needed to be approached and breached from all 4 directions at the same time. Without some special technique, he wouldn't be able to do anything by himself. Chapter 2473 Zhao Rishan. How fast? Long Chen had a bad feeling. According to Evilmoon, the direct path that they had traversed should have allowed them to arrive before others. Furthermore, entering this core region had required Evilmoon to activate the power of a real dragon. That was the only reason why they could enter so easily. Others had to bypass a barrier set down by the Dragon King. Getting through it was very difficult and time-consuming. The fact that Feng Fei had arrived right after him meant that she had clearly come prepared. She must have a special method to enter as well. Long Chen stealthily glanced at the other person. He saw that he was small, like a child, startling him. Did Feng Fei have a son? Long Chen couldn't directly look at them for fear of being sensed. He could only try to see them in his peripheral vision. All he saw was that it was a very short person. It seemed that he only reached an adult's waist. However, eventually he was shocked to find that the shorty's face was black with a metallic luster. It was like he was made of steel. Furthermore, his aura was off. It didn't seem to be the aura of flesh and blood. This person gave him an extremely dangerous feeling. Someone else arrived first. He spoke, sounding fully mature, but his voice had a metallic tone that was ear-piercing. As soon as he spoke, Long Chen sensed the stones here quivering, as if some kind of energy within them was being activated by him. He's a dwarf. At this moment, Long Chen realized that even in terms of proportion, this person was off. His lower body was much shorter than the rest of him. Get out, or I'll give you a life worse than death. The dwarf sneered, his voice resounding throughout heaven and earth, stabbing into Long Chen's ears like millions of needles. This person's cultivation technique was extremely bizarre. Long Chen snorted inside. As expected, the people from the divine families were domineering. It seemed that he already viewed this place as belonging to him. For some reason, this person's voice sounded a bit familiar to Long Chen, as if he had heard it before. Based on his sharp memory, if he had seen such a person, there was no way that he would forget. Even if the other side had some ability to make others forget, it wouldn't affect him. Feng Fei, you can take the 4 divine bones. I'll go find that person, said the dwarf. Feng Fei frowned. Don't waste time. On my own, breaking the seal will take too long. It doesn't matter who it is. As long as they don't hinder us from taking the treasures, there's no need to kill them. There are more important things to do. Unacceptable. I've given them a chance to come up, and they didn't take it. So they can't blame me for being vicious, said the dwarf coldly. He suddenly opened his mouth and roared. A sharp sound resounded through the air, and the earth resonated with his voice. Even the platforms let out sharp cries. It was as if the entire world was returning his call. What kind of power is this? He can control the metal energy within all things. Is this a variant of the earth element? Long Chen's heart shook. This sharp sound stabbed into his soul. He couldn't defend against it, or it would create a reaction and he would be sensed. The divine families really are interesting. Another monster on this level has appeared. Fine, I have more important things to do, so I won't waste time on you. Long Chen snorted inside and placed a hand on a blood mark on the dragon scale. The dragon blood in his body shook, and he instantly vanished. Long Chen's body had just vanished when the void exploded. The dwarf appeared nearby, and he was surprised. Just now, he had sensed someone around here, but by the time he appeared, that person was gone. Get out here. Perhaps I can still spare your life, but if you don't. The dwarf smiled coldly and began to form hand seals. They're already gone. Hurry up and focus on getting the divine bones, said Feng Fei icily, clearly disapproving of his methods. Are you sure? Asked the dwarf. I couldn't confirm his position, but I could sense his spiritual fluctuations. Now, they're gone, so he's already left. Although he was hiding his spiritual fluctuations, they felt a bit familiar. If my senses were correct, he was probably Long Chen, said Feng Fei. Long Chen, that genius from the martial heaven continent that the Long family is pulling in. I hear he has some power. HMPH, he was smart to run, or I'd have killed him here, snorted the dwarf. Feng Fei frowned at him. It seems that you're leaning toward the Yi family and no longer being neutral. The dwarf arrogantly said, I, Zhao Rishan, stand on my own. I don't need to lean on anyone. Other people's grievances and favors have nothing to do with me. It's a shame that the four families' disciples aren't allowed to kill each other. The rankings between the four of us are based on our family rankings. The Zhao family was last in the last two rankings, which is clearly an insult, but do you really think that I am weaker than you three? Feng Fei looked at him and snorted. If you don't like it, you can also rank yourself first. Would that make you feel better? You, Zhao Rishan clenched his fists. Feng Fei's insult had touched a nerve. Stop wasting time. If you would rather go killing, then go. I'll take the divine bones myself. But don't blame me when I don't give you a share. We're the only ones to enter the Starfield divine world. The other two went to resentful Death City. At that time, everyone will have advanced, while you gained nothing. Don't bark like a wild dog then, said Feng Fei. It seemed that she didn't like working together with this person. Feng Fei, don't think that just because your Zhang family has two sovereign sprouts that you can do whatever you want, shouted Zhao Rishan. If your Zhao family had two sovereign sprouts, you could do the same. Of course, if by yourself you could suppress me and my big brother, you could also do whatever you want. If you have that ability, then quickly take it out. If you don't, then stop talking so much. It would be best if you didn't act so arrogant in front of me. I don't need to give you face when it comes to my actions, said Feng Fei, also angered now. Feng Fei was a peerless heavenly genius, while Zhao Rishan was acting like he was above her and talking like everyone else should die. It was irritating. She hadn't wanted to enter the Starfield divine world this time, mostly because she disliked this dwarf. Zhao Rishan was extremely annoying to her. She essentially hadn't spoken to him the entire way here because she thought that she might lose her temper and start fighting. She had endured all the way, but she had had enough. Seeing that she was angered, Zhao Rishan snorted. It was unknown if he felt that he was at a disadvantage or if there was no point in fighting. In the end, he stood beside Feng Fei and took out an ancient jade seal. He pressed it against the barrier. Both of their energies slowly entered the barrier. A pillar of light exploded out of the two of them. The barrier's power is so strong. Just how long is this going to take? Said Zhao Rishan impatiently. This barrier was created by a Dragon King. Although the Dragon King is dead, its soul essence has yet to fully fade. This barrier cannot be broken with brute force. We can only slowly draw out the Dragon King's power to weaken the barrier. With both of us working together, at this rate, it should take 2 months before all the energy is exhausted. Feng Fei then closed her eyes, ignoring him. That long? Fine, if someone else comes in, I'll just kill them. That way, it won't be boring, said Zhao Rishan. Zhao Rishan, I am warning you not to mess around. The four of us have always been living in the heavenly abode. We haven't come into contact with the martial heaven continent. However, the continent has also produced many geniuses. If you create enemies left and right, don't blame me for turning hostile if you cause me trouble. Shouted Feng Fei. She truly found Zhao Rishan insufferable. Geniuses? You mean like Long Chen? When he saw me, he was so scared that he didn't dare to reveal himself and directly fled. Such a person can be called a genius. Just living in the same world as me is his sin. Feng Fei, I don't want to be enemies with you. We are collaborating to take the divine bones. You should be clear on your own position and not meddle with my affairs. Retorted Zhao Rishan. You're too arrogant. The corrupt paths Yi Ming, Pill Valley's Yu, Xianxia, the elusive music immortal palaces Xian, as well as that mysterious heir of the gambling heavenly Tao, none of them are ordinary. There are also the four everlasting families and the Dragonblood Legion. If you make too many enemies and cause me to fail to take the divine bones, I will make you bear the responsibility for it. Feng Fei's expression sank. She had an urge to kill Zhao Rishan right here and now. Although Feng Fei had confidence in her skills, if so many of those people were angered and attacked the two of them together, although they would be able to survive, their goal of taking the divine bones would end in failure. They had discussed this from the start. They only wanted the 4 divine bones. If no one else came by the time they finished, then they would take the dragon body as well. However, if others came at that time, they couldn't expel them. They were already taking the main treasure. They had to leave others something. If they didn't, that would only force others to turn against them. Although Feng Fei was arrogant, her arrogance and conceit had their limits. But Zhao Rishan had none of that. He felt that he was the only one worth anything in this world, and he refused to let others even get a look at the treasures here since he felt that they were all his. Feng Fei was starting to grow uneasy. She had a kind of premonition that Zhao Rishan might bring a calamity upon the divine families one day. I don't need you to handle my matters. It just so happens that I can take a look at what the martial heaven continent has produced, and whether or not they're worth my attention, sneered Zhao Rishan. As he drew out the barrier's power, he kept a sharp look on the surroundings, a murderous light in his eyes. Chapter 2474 Dragon King Blood Essence Stone. Through the Dragon Scales rune, Long Chen was transported into a different space. There was a giant blood pool here. Rather than calling it a blood pool, it should be called a blood sea. This blood thrummed with vigorous dragon energy. Standing here, Long Chen could sense countless dragons roaring. This is the 10,000 dragon pool. Only pure-blooded dragons that have received the approval of the Dragon King's heroic spirit can enter here. According to Evilmoon, I am the only human in this world in possession of true dragon essence blood, so I'm the only one who can enter. Long Chen examined the surroundings. He noticed that the shore had been turned red by the dragon blood. It was glowing. The dragon bone is the nest, while the dragon blood is the sea. The essence blood of successive generations of dragon experts has been accumulated here. Evilmoon said that when a dragon reaches its limit, when it senses its life starting to fade, it will extract its strongest aspect for its descendants. But 99% of this essence blood has been used up. It seems that the Dragon King must have encountered some terrifying enemy and used up the essence blood for combat power. But in the end, the Dragon King still died. Long Chen sighed. This blood pool was gigantic. But in comparison to its size, it could be said that what remained was only some dregs at the bottom of the pot. Despite just being some dregs, it was an enormous amount. Long Chen couldn't possibly use it all. For some reason, Long Chen was filled with regret for the Dragon King. Long Chen sat by the shore for a while before slowly approaching. The calm dragon pool began to boil when he approached. Roaring rang out in Long Chen's ears. He was no longer able to suppress the dragon blood flowing within his own veins. The Azure Dragon battle armor was unleashed. Dragon roars resounded through the air. Long Chen couldn't control himself. He was unaware that the moment his Azure Dragon battle armor came out, the Dragon King's body on the altar lit up, causing Feng Fei and Zhao Rishan to jump. If the Dragon King was still alive, then considering that the two of them were breaking the foundation of the dragon nest, they would definitely be killed. They turned pale, but they already knew that the divine races had long since discovered the dragon nest and confirmed that the Dragon King was dead. What was unleashing this dragon roar? The two of them stared at the Dragon King's body, bewildered. However, when nothing further happened, the two of them continued releasing the energy of the barrier. Long Chen had no idea that he had caused the Dragon King's corpse to react. He was now standing before the blood. The boiling blood had calmed down instantly when his azure dragon battle armor came out. As the dragon blood in his veins raged, it unleashed a majestic might as if it was a king looking down on others. Those qualified to leave their blood here were all existences above the Nether Passage realm. But a king is a king. Even though my realm hasn't reached that level, the might of a king can suppress all others. The azure dragon is a true dragon, but based on this, it seems that its origins are not ordinary, thought Long Chen. When Long Chen had obtained this azure dragon essence blood, he had sworn an oath to the mysterious dragon expert. However, that expert had never communicated with him again, nor was there any connection between them. The green dragon essence blood and the azure dragon essence blood had both come from the same dragon. Its essence blood was enough to make the blood belonging to tens of thousands of dragons submit. Long Chen dove into the pool. The essence blood didn't attack him. However, it also didn't express any friendliness. He felt as if it was coldly staring at him. Immense pressure came upon him from every direction within the blood pool, and if it wasn't for the azure dragon battle armor, it would have been enough to crush his body. Long Chen quickly reached the bottom of the blood pool. Here, he saw a fist-sized crystal. Blood essence stone, and one from a dragon king at that. Long Chen couldn't help being shaken. Evilmoon had said that the blood essence stone was the foundation of the 10,000 dragon nest. First came the blood essence stone, then the 4 divine bones, and then the rest of the nest. The blood essence stone was floating at the bottom of the pool and slowly spinning as it did so. Multicolored light shone in the surrounding space around it, but that light only stretched within 10 feet of it. Within that beautiful light was a terrifying power. Every strand of it possessed the power of a dragon king. To the current Long Chen, just touching it might be fatal. The dragon king was already dead, so this blood essence stone was a masterless object. If he wanted to take it, it would definitely instinctively resist. This is crazy. Despite saying that, Long Chen still reached out. The instant he touched the barrier, the multicolored light within went berserk. Its killing intent made Long Chen's hair stand on end. He immediately retreated. If he angered this blood essence stone, he would be instantly wiped out. What to do? Long Chen was stuck in a difficult place. His dragon blood could suppress other dragons' blood but not the blood essence stone of the Dragon King. The fact that the blood essence stone hadn't directly attacked was most likely giving face to the true dragon essence blood within his body. It had just given a warning. If he tried again though, it would definitely attack. Long Chen just stared at it. As he didn't approach again, the violent light returned to calm. Long Chen extended a hand carefully, using his spiritual strength to express his good intentions. But either the blood essence stone was declining to communicate with him, or it didn't have its own consciousness. It entered a berserk state once more, causing Long Chen to instantly pull his hand back. This time, he saw blood droplets come out of his arm. When he looked closely, he was shocked to find that his arm had cracked. This is the backlash. Damn, the Dragon King's power is so great. How could such a terrifying existence die? Long Chen was stunned. This Dragon King was truly worthy of admiration. No wonder Evilmoon had told him to be careful. If he couldn't obtain it, he shouldn't force it, or he would die. What a shame that the Dragon King is already dead. Perhaps if it was still alive, I could communicate with it. Now, it can only act instinctively. Long Chen sighed helplessly. This was a problem that intelligence could not resolve. As for power, that was nonsense. At this time, the old man would definitely accurately say that in front of this absolute power, no schemes would help. The essence bloodstone hadn't even directly attacked Long Chen, but just touching the power of a Dragon King was unbearable for him. Fine, I'll test my peerless move. Long Chen took a deep breath. Forming hand seals, the primal chaos space shuddered. Spatial energy enveloped the essence bloodstone. Suddenly, the essence bloodstone went berserk. Long Chen wanted to draw it into the primal chaos space, enraging it. A furious dragon cry rang out as it fought. The primal chaos space shuddered intensely, following which a sacred, indomitable aura rose. Long Chen was delighted. The essence bloodstone had finally provoked the primal chaos bead's power. Long Chen had never been clear on the primal chaos bead's power, but he knew it was an extremely terrifying existence. He just didn't know whether or not it could suppress the essence bloodstone. The essence bloodstone's light intensified. It seemed as if two formless powers were clashing. Suddenly, an explosive sound rang out from within the primal chaos space, and a boundless pressure appeared. The primal chaos bead seemed to be enraged. In front of that pressure, the essence bloodstone went still. Its power seemed to have been suppressed and it began to float over. Long Chen was delighted. Just as he thought that he would be able to smoothly obtain it, cracking sounds rang out. Tiny cracks appeared all over the essence bloodstone. Long Chen jumped and immediately stopped the primal chaos bead. When its suction came to a stop, the essence bloodstone returned to its original location and appearance. Even in front of absolute power, it refuses to submit. It would rather break. Fine, it would be far too regretful to break such a divine treasure. Since it has no fate with me, I'll leave it to others. Long Chen sighed. Although he felt unwilling, he decided to give up. The primal chaos bead had once more proven its power, but regretfully, he couldn't control it. He couldn't safely take the essence bloodstone. He had thought that all schemes were useless in front of absolute power. That principle received a blow now when he found that even with absolute power, he couldn't take the essence bloodstone. Fuck, is it really something requiring brains over brawn? Long Chen was extremely unwilling to leave things just like this. Calm down, I can think of something. Long Chen took a deep breath and sat to the side of the essence bloodstone. The multicolored light continued to shine brightly. It formed a beautiful image with the essence bloodstone at the core of the image. It was like a flower blooming. Long Chen was staring at it silently when he suddenly shot up. Could it be? A bone tile appeared in Long Chen's hand. There was also an image carved into it. Long Chen stared at it in disbelief. Chapter 2475. A treasure left for who? The instant the bone tile appeared, the blood pool went silent. The bone tile began to radiate the same light as the blood essence stone. Is this bone tile supposed to be used here? Long Chen slowly sent the bone tile toward the blood essence stone. This time, it didn't reject him. It allowed him to get closer and closer until he actually touched it. In that instant, his vision darkened and the blood pool was gone. A white-haired elder appeared before him. The white-haired elder was skinny and had his back to him. His hands were clasped behind him. He slowly turned around when Long Chen appeared. The first thing that Long Chen noticed were his eyes. They were eyes that could see through the world, eyes that had seen the transformations of the universe. Those eyes were full of wisdom. He felt like they could see through all his secrets. The elder seemed startled to see Long Chen. I didn't expect that the one I was waiting for would be a human with true dragon essence blood. The elder's voice was gentle. Every one of his words seemed to possess an unfathomable intelligence, as if every word contained a kind of Tao. Junior Long Chen greets Senior. Long Chen hastily bowed, wondering to himself if this person was the master of the 10,000 dragon nest. The elder nodded. How curious. Are you Yunshang's descendant? No, Sovereign Yunshang and I have only met once. Long Chen was startled. Then that's strange. Yunshang told me that his descendant would one day come with that bone tile. But you have true dragon essence blood, and your aura is completely different from Yunshang's. It's hard to believe. The elder paused, seemingly encountering some difficulty. Senior, did Sovereign Yunshang have an agreement with you back in the day? Probed Long Chen. The elder nodded. Back then, Yunshang arrived just as I entered the final stage of my battle against the heaven-devouring evil king. If it wasn't for Yunshang, I would have died to the heaven-devouring evil king, and he would have activated the heaven-devouring soul recollection art to revive a portion of his fallen black armor warriors, destroying the star-field divine world. It was Yunshang who came at a critical moment to help me, but I had exhausted my source by then. I didn't even have a chance to undergo nirvanic rebirth. To thank Yunshang, I left the 10,000 dragon nest to him. But he didn't want it, saying that his descendant would need it in the future. I gave him this crystal bone as a token of trust, and then I ran out of energy. Just as I died, I left behind my soul essence to guard this place in wait for the person with the crystal bone. Now you've come, but you aren't Yunshang's descendant. You also possess true dragon essence blood. This karma is incomprehensible to me. Furthermore, as just a wisp of soul essence, I no longer have the power to divine anything. Long Chen was shocked. Did Sovereign Yunshang have descendants? That didn't make sense. The sovereigns were all solitary figures who didn't even have wives. How could they have children? Long Chen said, since Sovereign Yunshang left it to his descendant, then this treasure should have no fate with me. I'll take my leave. I apologize for disturbing you. If it was someone else's treasures, then he might fight over them. But if it was something that Sovereign Xianxia had left for someone else, then there had to be a deeper meaning behind it. He couldn't fight over it. Slow down. The elder shook his head. The karma involved in this must have grown muddled somewhere. Xianxia was the son of the heavens. He possessed heavenly fate eyes capable of seeing the past and future. He wouldn't have made such a mistake in theory, but you've still come. Whether or not you are Xianxia's descendant, you have to take the blood essence stone. The crystal bone has already broken the barrier. I no longer have the power to protect it. This crystal bone can also break the barrier outside so that you can take the 4 divine bones. That doesn't seem too suitable. Long Chen hesitated. Of course, you don't have to take them. You can leave them for others to take. It's up to you, said the elder. Well, if it's just going to benefit others, I'd rather it benefit me. Long Chen smiled. How curious. Although you're a human, you have true dragon essence blood, and it has practically flawlessly merged with you. No spirit root but capable of using all elements, no spirit bone but capable of manifesting all living things. Well, it doesn't matter. I don't have the energy to divine it. Our meeting can also count as destiny. Your azure dragon essence blood is pure, but it's lacking in power. Even though you have refined it, the power you can control is still limited. You can't even use the dragon race's divine abilities. Let me help you cleanse your azure dragon essence blood and send my own essence blood into your body. With how easily you could assimilate with true dragon essence blood, you should be able to perfectly control my power. As for how many of the dragon race's divine abilities you can control, it'll depend on your own power. The elder placed a hand on Long Chen's shoulder. He seemed a bit curious, as if he wanted to know what would happen if Long Chen absorbed his dragon blood. Senior, you can't, exclaimed Long Chen. Why not? The elder was startled. This was something any human would dream of obtaining. Senior, when I was in great danger, I was saved by the owner of this essence blood. If it weren't for that dragon, I would have died. I have an agreement with that senior to help them accomplish one thing. Even though so many years have passed, they have never told me anything. If I were to cleanse their dragon blood, that senior might not be able to find me. Then I would have broken our agreement. That is a betrayal, said Long Chen. Just as Long Chen spoke, within a distant starry sky, a dragon that had transcended time and space slowly opened one of its eyes. Its eye was bigger than a star. Within the countless stars reflected in its eyes, there was one particular speck of dust that drew his attention. A mark appeared in its eye. That eye quivered ever so slightly and then passed through the void. After that, the giant eye closed. How boring. A voice resounded through the star. That voice was icy cold, yet also seemed to contain a trace of gratification. Suddenly, a mark appeared in the elder's eyes. That mark was identical to the mark that had appeared within the giant eye. So that's the case. The elder suddenly laughed. He pressed down on Long Chen's body, and a majestic power poured inside of him. Senior, you. Long Chen was shocked and enraged. Stop. Long Chen unleashed his full power. As a result, blood chi furiously crashed within his body. He was trying to force out the elder's dragon blood, but now his body was automatically absorbing it. It felt like lava was pouring into his body. Are you a bastard or just sick in the head? Roared Long Chen. However, no matter how he resisted, it didn't have any use. He wanted to use the primal chaos bead's power, but he didn't know how to use it. It never listened to his orders. This elder was not a thing that he could suck in. Ha ha ha, what an interesting brat. The elder laughed instead of getting angry. Seeing Long Chen's veins throbbing and how murderous he looked, the elder said, I'm not cleansing your dragon blood, nor do I have that ability. I am simply helping you make up for some dragon chi that you are lacking. The azure dragon reverse scale that you obtained was a bit deficient in essence blood due to some unexpected events when the scale fell from its master. Furthermore, after tens of thousands of years, the essence of it slowly faded. By the time you obtained it, it had lost most of its essence, resulting in you being unable to awaken the dragon race's divine abilities when you refined it. How do you know all this? Asked Long Chen. The elder smiled and didn't reply directly. I am now trying to use my essence blood to stimulate your true dragon essence blood. That will strengthen your dragon blood power, strengthening your physical body. If you're lucky, perhaps you can obtain that expert's divine abilities. However, that process will be very painful, so you have to be mentally prepared. Long Chen was delighted. I'm prepared. As long as you don't wash away my original dragon blood, I'm not afraid of any pain. The elder nodded. The mark appeared in his eyes once more. Alright, then I'm beginning. Although Long Chen was prepared, when the pain started, he clenched his teeth so hard that they almost shattered. Within his body, it felt like thorns were passing through his veins. He felt all his nerves instantly become taut. His hair stood on end. However, he didn't make a sound. The elder nodded. Not bad. Even amongst the dragon race, not many could endure this pain. However, you cannot faint. Closely examine your dragon blood as it flows through your veins. That's the only way you will be able to perfectly control any divine abilities that you awaken. Long Chen did his best to nod. He couldn't speak because of the pain. The more painful it was, the sharper his senses grew. Runes began to appear within his blood. Once they appeared, they entered his head. A rune appeared on his forehead, gradually growing clearer until it began to shine brightly. Divine light exploded out of Long Chen. Long Chen's blood chi instantly ignited, and a dragon cry resounded through this space. Chapter 2476 Azure Dragon Seal. The rune on Long Chen's forehead slowly faded. Long Chen felt as if something new had appeared in his memories. Long Chen slowly extended a hand. Lines had appeared within one of the scales on his palm. When he clenched his fist, space shuddered and rumbled. Just by clenching his fist, ripples appeared in the void. This is... Long Chen was startled and delighted. He looked at the rune on his palm with disbelief. The Azure Dragon Seal. I didn't expect you to awaken this divine ability, said the elder. Is this move very amazing? Asked Long Chen excitedly. This Azure Dragon Seal, amongst the adult true dragon race's 30 divine abilities, it is the weakest, said the elder hesitantly. What? I feel like it's very powerful. Long Chen looked at his hands. The power from the upgraded scale made him feel like he could tear apart the void. How could this be the weakest? To the true dragon race, the Azure Dragon Seal is the least useful technique. It is sometimes used to strengthen one part of the body. But the true dragon race's physical body is incomparably powerful, so this technique is meaningless. It is the weakest in defensive power and killing power. Cough, you wouldn't be feeling bad about me saying these things, right? The elder seemed embarrassed to say these things. No, it's not your fault. It might be meaningless to the dragon race, but it's useful to me. I'm not a true dragon, so I can strengthen my body with this. I'll be able to take on divine items with my bare hands now. My strongest fighting style is close range, so this Azure Dragon Seal is perfect for me, said Long Chen with a laugh. Alright, I was feeling pity for you, but now it seems that you like this technique. I won't mention the other world-destroying divine abilities of the true dragon race. This attitude of yours is truly good. Just how many cultivators could achieve this kind of calm? No wonder that, the elder suddenly shut his mouth. Long Chen didn't notice this oddity. He said, my luck has always been bad, so if I didn't have a way to comfort myself, I'd have probably killed myself a long time ago. I'm used to it. Senior, are you the Dragon King? I feel like this dragon nest's growth and birth seems to reflect the growth of the entire cosmos. Can you let me see how the 10,000 dragon nest was created? The principles behind the 10,000 dragon nest were related to the essence of the universe. The elder stared at Long Chen and suddenly laughed. Everyone who comes here comes in search of treasure, but none of them realizes what the true treasure is. Congratulations, you are the first one capable of seeing so deeply. Long Chen probed, Senior, are you about to say something along the lines of but, however, unfortunately, and such? Ha ha ha, the elder laughed heartily before saying, however, unfortunately, this treasure isn't something that can be given. It can only be comprehended by oneself. This is a true grand Tao, something that cannot be transmitted through the mouth, nor can it be written down. The secrets of the universe are seen differently by everyone. Alright, I don't really get it, but it sounds pretty amazing. Since I can't have it for now, I won't think about it, said Long Chen. He knew that he wouldn't have good enough luck to obtain such a treasure. If someone as powerful as this unimaginably strong Dragon King refused to tell him, then he had to have his reasons. Perhaps even he didn't dare to break some taboos. Is the one down in the dragon source that's absorbing my energy your friend? Asked the elder suddenly. Ah, you must be talking about Evilmoon. Yes, that's my life and death partner, said Long Chen. Are you sure? It used to be someone stronger than me. By absorbing the energy of the dragon source, it is weakening Yunshang's seal. The dark evil dragon race is the most bloodthirsty, most violent, and most evil of the evil dragons. I still have some power and can stop it if you wish. Otherwise, once Xianxia's seal is broken, the first one it will devour is you, warned the elder. No, I trust it completely. Evilmoon will not betray me. It's not just my weapon or a gambling chip. I trust Evilmoon with my life. Senior, please allow it to absorb whatever it wants, said Long Chen. Although Evilmoon was wicked, for some reason, Long Chen sometimes formed a resonance with it. Perhaps he himself was also wicked, making them a perfect match. Birds of a feather flock together. He didn't know, but he refused to believe that Evilmoon would betray him. What he didn't know was that his conversation with this elder was being heard word for word by Evilmoon. What a fool, Evilmoon sighed. Now it understood why Xianxia had left it to Long Chen. It found that it was being infected by Long Chen's feelings. An existence who had never had feelings to move was finally moved. The word partner had felt completely foreign to it before. The elder nodded. Then I won't bother it. Let's talk about the Azure Dragon Seal. It is a dragon blood rune that can enter an offensive and defensive state. When you clench your fist, it was in an offensive state, but you still haven't gained control over its essentials. It is different from the human race's magical arts. There is nothing about the cooperation between the heart, mind, and soul. Due to being the most basic divine ability, it also has no hand seals. It only requires the correct application of your essence blood. The elder raised a finger and touched Long Chen's shoulder. Just like that, Long Chen's shoulder was pierced. Blood splattered, and the pain startled Long Chen. Senior, you, despite his current state with the Azure Dragon battle armor, this elder casually injured him without him being able to resist. If the elder wanted to kill him, wouldn't he be dead in one blow? The elder pointed at his wound, and only when Long Chen looked closely did he see runes appear on the dragon's scales around the wound. Those runes were healing his wound without him circulating his life energy. In just a few seconds, the wound healed. Do you see? The rune is the same, but the color is different. The red rune represents offense, while green represents defense. If you were part of the dragon race, you wouldn't need to actively defend. Your dragon blood would automatically switch from offense to defense to block this attack. However, you haven't nurtured the reactions of your dragon blood, causing it to be too slow. It should have instantly healed, but instead took this long. If you want to control this technique, you'll need to work hard on controlling your essence blood. Here, attack me now with your most proficient technique, said the elder. With almost no hesitation, Long Chen unleashed a slap. It was only once his hand was moving that he realized this was wrong, and he hastily switched it to a claw toward the elder's chest. Long Chen's movements were extremely fast, but the elder easily caught Long Chen's wrist. He instantly felt like his wrist had been caught by a steel lock. He found himself unable to use the slightest bit of power. Long Chen was startled by this. Was this the power of a Dragon King? No, the Dragon King had lost his physical body and was nothing more than a strand of soul essence. How could he possess such power? Just how strong had he been before? Your movements were incorrect. For humans, it is correct for the will to move first. But the dragon race uses brute power. Our fighting style is violent and domineering. It is direct with the goal being to crush all opposition. As long as you are strong enough, it doesn't matter what technique you use. Even a fart can make an army collapse. If you aren't strong enough, then no matter what technique you use, it's just a monkey's play. You won't be able to resonate with your dragon blood if you fight like this. Without the power of your dragon blood supporting you, the rune will become weak. Try again. This time, don't use your spiritual yuan or soul energy. Forget about them. Use only brute power. That is the power of the physical body, said the elder, pushing Long Chen back several steps. His gaze became sharp like a strict teacher. Long Chen gratefully nodded. He took a deep breath and clenched his fists. His essence blood flowed within his body rapidly, rumbling. A rune lit up on his fist. Just as Long Chen began to accumulate power, his essence blood began to boil, and power burst through his veins like a volcano exploding. At this moment, Long Chen experienced what it meant for his dragon blood to resonate with the Azure Dragon Seal. He easily condensed all his power into his fist. With a shout, Long Chen smashed his fist at the elder. The void collapsed, as if unable to bear this power. The elder exploded. The space that they were in vanished, and the red essence stone appeared in front of him. Senior. Long Chen let out a startled cry. However, no one replied. It was like everything had been a dream. Long Chen stared at the essence blood stone in front of him. Eventually, Long Chen bowed deeply toward the essence blood stone and took it. Upon touching it, he felt a close connection to it. He knew that the Dragon King had inserted the essence blood within the stone into his body, resulting in this connection. Long Chen realized that its power had weakened immensely. He estimated that the Elder had inserted at least half of its power into his body. Within the blood pool, all the essence blood of the dragons prostrated toward him. It was as if he had become the Dragon King. Long Chen formed a hand seal, sucking the blood pool and the essence blood stone into the primal chaos space. After that, Long Chen returned to the entrance. When he passed through the barrier, he once more appeared beneath the reverse scale of the Dragon King's corpse. He had only just appeared when countless sharp arrows shot toward him. Chapter 2477 I want to kill someone. The sharp arrows pierced through the air so quickly that Long Chen didn't even have time to dodge. This was a perfectly timed trap. Despite doing his best, his shoulder and arm were pierced. It was unknown what material they were made of, but they managed to ignore the defenses of his dragon scales. When his body was pierced, some kind of energy attached to the arrows caused his flesh to begin hardening. It started to transform into black steel. Ha ha ha, little brat, I told you to get out here but you refused. Now even if you kneel and beg for mercy, it won't work. Laughter rang out. The dwarf appeared in front of Long Chen, looking down on him disdainfully. Idiot, now that you've injured me, even if you kneel and beg for mercy, it won't work. Long Chen's killing intent instantly erupted. He had been careless. This sneak attack might have pierced his head if he hadn't been in his peak state with the Azure Dragon battle armor active. 2 chunks of metal fell from his wounds. He had never seen this kind of power before, and if his own power wasn't strong enough to force this strange energy out, it would probably have only taken a few breaths' time before he turned into a metal statue. If struck in the head, then that would be extremely dangerous. Zhao Rishan, Long Chen can count as an ally of the divine families. Don't go too far. This matter can end here. Long Chen, leave, said Feng Fei. An ally, what a farce. After being away for a few years, have the divine families fallen to the extent of needing allies? Brat, everything here belongs to me, so if you want to leave, hand over whatever treasures you got, demanded Zhao Rishan. He clearly knew that during the time Long Chen had been gone, it was very likely that he had obtained some treasure. Who do you think you are to act arrogant in front of me? Long Chen stepped forward and unleashed a punch. You really are a fool. Do you think you're qualified to attack me? Zhao Rishan sneered and also unleashed a punch. Although Zhao Rishan was short, his punch caused heaven and earth to quiver along with him. Even without his manifestation appearing, specks of light manifested in the air like stars. His body of flesh and blood instantly transformed into metal. It was a bizarre sight. Their 2 fists collided, but the sound was off, sounding more like 2 metallic fists colliding. Long Chen's fist was covered in dragon scales. It was like he was wearing a set of tough gloves. Zhao Rishan was knocked back a dozen steps, his fist gone. It had been destroyed but no blood flowed out. It was just like a piece of blown-up metal. The power of his physical body is enough to break Zhao Rishan's million metal body. Feng Fei's pupils shrank. She was well aware of how powerful Zhao Rishan was. He was born with an innate body of metal. He could control all metal within the world. His body was no longer flesh and blood but an undying body of metal. Divine items couldn't break it, but a punch from Long Chen could. Ha ha ha, you're a bit interesting. Killing you will be fun. Zhao Rishan looked at his hand that had been blown up and laughed. His metallic body quickly healed, not even leaving a mark where his wound had been. Your laughter is really hateful. I feel like I've heard it before. Long Chen stared at Zhao Rishan. Suddenly, he icily asked, back in the immemorial path, there were 4 idiots undergoing tribulations. One of them sounded like you. Zhao Rishan's expression instantly changed. Killing intent exploded out of him. You bastard, that was you. You ruined our tribulation. We had to undergo a second tribulation that was unbearably painful to make up for that. Die. Zhao Rishan furiously attacked. So it really was you. Good, then we can settle our old and new enmities together. Long Chen was also enraged. Those 4 idiots had almost gotten Yu Xiaochen killed. He always remembered this enmity. Who do you think you are? I'll crush you into rotten flesh in an instant, roared Zhao Rishan. His body exploded with light. Countless runes lit up, turning him into an unstoppable monster made of a million metals. Then I'll crush you into rotten metal. Long Chen faced Zhao Rishan's furious charge with his fists. Runes lit up on Long Chen's fists. Every punch caused the void to collapse. When they landed on Zhao Rishan, although they no longer caused his body to explode like their first exchange, they still left large dents in his metallic body. However, Long Chen's fists also received repercussions. Zhao Rishan's body was incredibly hard, even harder than divine items. Long Chen had just knocked Zhao Rishan back when Zhao Rishan opened his mouth. All of a sudden, his tongue transformed into a sharp sword piercing toward Long Chen's head. Long Chen hastily twisted his neck, causing the tongue to leave a long cut along his forehead. The wound quickly turned black and began to metallize. Long Chen grabbed Zhao Rishan's tongue and then kicked Zhao Rishan's jaw. Zhao Rishan was kicked away, while half of a sharp sword remained in Long Chen's hand. Long Chen wiped his forehead, tearing off the lump of metal that appeared there, before once more charging at Zhao Rishan. Just at that moment, this space quivered. Several people appeared from multiple directions. A woman with a bow on her back was startled after seeing the scene before her. She was Baitang Rushuang, and she had entered along with Nangong Zheyu. Others had also come at the same time from other directions. Some of them were from the corrupt path, while some were from neutral powers. However, those people weren't particularly famous. Most likely, they were rather low-key and liked to conceal their power. If they weren't strong enough, there was no way they could have reached this point. "Senior Feng Fei, what is happening here?" asked Nangong Zheyu. She quickly saw the giant dragon corpse as well as the barrier around the 4 divine bones. Was this a fight for the treasures? This is a personal grievance between the two of them that has nothing to do with others. However, these 4 divine bones belong to the divine families. All the other treasures are up to your own luck, said Feng Fei coldly. Clearly, she was announcing that the main treasure, the 4 divine bones, was hers. Her tone was quite domineering. The other experts' expressions changed as they knew what a divine bone signified. Feng Fei was occupying all 4 of them with just a word. She had gone too far. Are the divine families really going to act like this? Based on what? Demanded someone. Based on the fact that we arrived here first, snorted Feng Fei. I got here before you, so why don't you just scram? Sneered Long Chen as he punched Zhao Rishan back. Long Chen didn't have good feelings toward the divine families. Even the peerlessly beautiful Feng Fei had a dislikable tone. A group of ants dare to fight a dragon. If you want the treasures, then bring out your power. If you don't want to live any longer, why not try to fight against us? Shouted Zhao Rishan arrogantly as he charged back at Long Chen. As a result, he had just gotten close to Long Chen when he was sent flying back by a kick. The power of this kick created shocking ripples in the void. If you want to fight over them, go ahead. But don't blame me for being merciless at that time, said Feng Fei icily. The other experts twitched. They looked at the 4 divine bones but didn't dare to go over there. Long Chen, do you want our help? The divine families have really gone too far. Baitang Rushuang sent Long Chen a spiritual message. Feng Fei and Zhao Rishan's arrogant and domineering actions had angered her. Not yet. You and Miss Nangong should go over to the Dragon King's body and try to comprehend its power. I'm going to test out this dwarf's power, replied Long Chen. A dragon corpse was a treasure in and of itself. Every scale contained its own Dao charm. Although the Dragon King was already dead, the Dao charm remained. Gaining comprehension from it and corroborating your own Dao from it would be very beneficial. Nangong Zheyu looked from Feng Fei to Long Chen and Zhao Rishan. In the end, she chose to walk over to the dragon's corpse. Following her, the others also made their moves. But rather than going toward the corpse, they went around the altar in search of other treasures. Baitang Rushuang and Nangong Zheyu trusted Long Chen's choice. He had to have already explored the surroundings and knew that there was nothing better than the dragon corpse. Long Chen, do you only have this little bit of power? Asked Zhao Rishan. The 2 of them were still fighting with their hands and feet, neither suppressing the other. Shouldn't I be the one saying that? Back in the immemorial path, you all acted like heavenly kings, but didn't you still tuck your tails between your legs and run? Don't play this kind of game with me. You want me to ask my friends to fight you together so you have a reason to carry out a slaughter. An idiot like you shouldn't try to play mind games with me, sneered Long Chen. He forced Zhao Rishan back with a punch and then shook out his hands. A smile gradually appeared on his face. He was coming to grasp what the Dragon King had told him about using his dragon blood to fight. Suddenly, the space shook once more. An arrogant and wretched laugh rang out. I hereby announce that all the treasures here belong to me, Mo Nian. No one can touch them. Mo Nian appeared in the air. With his arrival, Long Chen's aura suddenly explosively grew. His blood chi raged within him. Mo Nian, cover me. I want to kill someone today. Chapter 2478 A Wild Dragon's Power. Long Chen was precisely waiting for Mo Nian to arrive. For him to only arrive at this time must mean that he had taken the wrong path, costing him quite a bit of time. With Mo Nian here, Long Chen no longer had any misgivings. His azure dragon essence blood began to fill his body with power. Hey, wait a minute. Long Chen, when did you become so classless? You're going to bully a child. Mo Nian looked at the short Zhao Rishan in confusion. This was definitely an act. He had to have noticed that Zhao Rishan was a dwarf but still called him a child. With just a word, Mo Nian had stabbed Zhao Rishan where it hurt. Zhao Rishan had been born with his metal body. Due to awakening his talent too early, his body was unable to grow like others. That was the source of the darkness in his heart. Die! Zhao Rishan furiously pointed a finger, and an arrow shot at Mo Nian. Watch out, warned Long Chen, worried that Mo Nian would underestimate Zhao Rishan's power. Zhao Rishan's arrow exploded in midair as if it had been struck by an invisible arrow. Fragments shot out in every direction. Quite a few fragments landed in the ground, causing lumps of metal to start growing. Mo Nian exclaimed, "Damn, you can turn things into metal. Not bad, little fellow, are you interested in opening a blacksmith shop with me?" Mo Nian had not witnessed this kind of power before, but his mouth did not spare Zhao Rishan. He managed to turn Zhao Rishan's innate divine ability into a tool for making a living. You dare to blaspheme me? I'll kill you. Zhao Rishan's eyes turned scarlet. Shorty, your opponent is me. Long Chen blocked Zhao Rishan's path. Die. Zhao Rishan was further enraged, and his hands clawed toward Long Chen as if wanting to tear him apart. His claws reached Long Chen instantaneously, but before they could touch him, a hand struck him in the face from a strange angle, causing his metallic face to distort. He smashed into the ground. A wave of earth shocked the experts that had arrived. Zhao Rishan's head had been flattened by Long Chen. It no longer looked like a head. Instead, it was like a pot lid. The power of that slap was so immense that others couldn't believe it. Even Long Chen stared at his palm in surprise. In their fight, Zhao Rishan had been acting like he was merely even with Long Chen as bait to make others join forces against him. That way, he would have a reason to kill them all. However, Long Chen had not used his full power either. He had not even displayed his face-slapping divine art. That was because he was worried about Zhao Rishan going crazy and starting a slaughter before Mo Nian arrived. Now that Mo Nian was here, Long Chen didn't need to worry about the others. He directly used his slap. This technique, which was originally just a humiliating blow to the mind, had now become a peerless attack. There probably weren't many people capable of receiving it. Mo Nian, Nangong Zheyu, and Baidang Rushuang were all startled at Zhao Rishan's current appearance. He no longer appeared human. Zhao Rishan's head tottered. Stars were spinning in his mind. Although he didn't have a body of flesh, this slap had been truly vicious, causing him to temporarily lose his senses. If it was another expert, not even a trace of their skull would remain. Ha ha ha, Long Chen laughed excitedly. This was power, true power. The power of the dragon was used through the flesh and blood. By using his spiritual yuan to control it, it naturally grew sluggish. With the Dragon King's pointers, Long Chen basked in the sensation of being in control of such immense power. The other experts were stunned because the current Long Chen had yet to even bring out his signature technique, his divine ring. Just by using the power of his physical body, he had unleashed such terrifying power. Long Chen definitely isn't human. How could a human possess such a physical body? Guessed one of those experts. Amongst everyone present, the one who was the most shocked was Feng Fei. Only she was aware of just how monstrous Zhao Rishan's million metal body was. However, that body was like dough in front of Long Chen. Very good, Long Chen. You've managed to fully enrage me. Zhao Rishan's flattened head returned to its normal state. A harsh light shone in his eyes. That has to be an undying body. A chill ran through the experts witnessing this. Zhao Rishan seemed to have no weaknesses. Even with his head flattened, he wasn't injured. Fighting an undying body like that would make a person give up hope. Zhao Rishan sinisterly said, "Back in the immemorial path, I think I recall that you mentioned your name, but I'm not in the habit of remembering other people's names. I didn't even recall it when I heard your name. But I'll remember it now. You're the first one qualified to be killed by me ever since I came from the battlefield against the other races. The earth began to shake. The ground suddenly split open, and a torrent of mountain peaks began to spurt out of the ground like bamboo after a spring rain. Those mountains were all different colors, but they had a metallic luster to them. They seemed made out of metal. Everyone's jaws dropped. They realized that these mountains were solid objects made of immortal and divine metals. Damn, ignoring how strong this shorty Zhao is, his metal-controlling powers are enough to make him become the richest man alive. Mo Nian was also stunned. Looking at the endless precious metals coming out of the ground, his eyes reddened. Wouldn't someone with this power have an endless supply of divine materials? Zhao Rishan's body was an unending source of treasures. Nangong Zheyu shook her head. That is impossible. His own ability makes it so that he has to exhaust endless resources just to activate it. The legends say that the million metal body requires all kinds of materials to be absorbed once the body's innate divine abilities are awakened. The more metal energy he absorbs, the stronger he grows. The amount of resources he has absorbed has to be unimaginable. Even if an entire world's power was gathered just for him, it still might not be enough to feed him. He is most likely forced to constantly wander through worlds gathering their metal energy for himself. Perhaps only the divine families have the ability to raise such a terrifying monster. We are now within his manifestation. This place has become his world, a world full of metal energy. What are you talking about? The dragon corpse and altar are still there. How is this place his manifestation? Asked Mo Nian. Nangong Zheyu answered, as long as there is metal within the world, he is capable of assimilating it. These mountains were brought forth by his energy. He can use their energy as he pleases. Do you see the metallic mountains behind him? Those aren't physical objects but his manifestation. His manifestation's power has merged with reality, turning him into the ruler of this world. Long Chen is correct. This person is incredibly vicious and sinister. He was acting weak in hopes that we would help Long Chen, giving him enough reason to kill us all. Due to awakening his divine ability too early, he was stuck in his dwarf form. His heart grew twisted then, resulting in this nature. I can see the brutality in his eyes. Nangong Zheyu was worried. For such a brutal person to appear amongst the divine families was not a good thing. Such a person could no longer be judged according to a normal person's logic. His twisted heart made it almost impossible to work together with him. No need to worry. Long Chen will definitely beat him to death, said Mo Nian with a smile. He wasn't worried at all. Nangong Zheyu shook her head. The million metal body is a kind of undying body. His body has no weak points, and his energy comes from the world and his manifestation. No matter how strong a person is, how are they supposed to fight against an entire world? Even if Long Chen can fight with Zhao Rishan evenly for a time, Zhao Rishan's energy will replenish infinitely. While Long Chen's energy is slowly ground down, we have to be ready to help as soon as Long Chen can't endure any longer. The first thing to do is break his manifestation. Nangong Zheyu's steady nature had her preparing a backup plan. Zhao Rishan was absolutely terrifying. Just as she was speaking, the terrain continued to change. The world had been completely transformed. The altar was now surrounded by mountains of metal, and this place had become a world of metal. A metallic ringing was constantly present. It was as if the very air was being infected. Long Chen, your close female friend is worried about you being beaten by that shorty Zhao. I told her that he isn't a match for you, and that you could crush him just by taking off your pants and pissing on him. I've finished bragging for you, so don't turn me into a liar. Mo Nian cupped his hands over his mouth and shouted loudly. Zhao Rishan's hair stood on end from fury. His body transformed, going from black to every color of the rainbow. The mountains shuddered and space froze. Everyone present felt like they were bound by countless invisible chains. They couldn't move. They were appalled. Zhao Rishan was targeting Long Chen, but they were still affected to this extent. Then the pressure that Long Chen was under must be unimaginable. Taste my fist. Zhao Rishan unleashed a punch, his fist shining with multicolored divine light. This was a fist that contained the power to destroy heaven and earth. Chapter 2479 Giant Spirit Breaks the Heavens. Even tasting 10 of your fists would be nothing, mocked Long Chen. Zhao Rishan had now become the ruler of this world. Every one of his movements was backed by immense power. If it was before he had entered the 10,000 dragon nest, Long Chen would know that he wasn't a match for such an opponent. But his current self was confident. His divine ring appeared behind him with 108,000 stars shining within it, matching the 108,000 dragon scales that appeared on his body. Long Chen also unleashed a punch, meeting Zhao Rishan's fist head-on. A blinding light exploded when their two fists collided. The other experts felt like the world had compressed. A sharp pain crashed down on their chests. It felt like their hearts would explode. Runes appeared on Long Chen's fist as he felt the dragon blood in his veins igniting. The essence blood that the Dragon King had given him was nourishing the Azure Dragon essence blood. Long Chen immediately realized that in order to refine his Azure Dragon essence blood with the Dragon King's blood, battle was necessary. As his blood ignited, power poured throughout his body. His power only grew as he fought. Divine light exploded out of Long Chen and Zhao Rishan's fists. Fluctuations surged out of them so violently that others couldn't breathe. I didn't expect you to have some ability. This should be fun. Zhao Rishan was surprised but not afraid. He got excited. It's not just some ability. Long Chen snorted. His legs suddenly kicked out like lightning. Zhao Rishan didn't dodge. He allowed Long Chen's kick to land right on his abdomen. But what shocked everyone was that Long Chen's kick easily passed through Zhao Rishan's abdomen. Barbs suddenly grew out of Zhao Rishan's abdomen, latching onto Long Chen's leg. Sparks flew as those barbs were unable to pierce Long Chen's leg. Long Chen hastily retreated, escaping this strange attack. Fortunately, the Azure Dragon Seal has a defensive state that can be instantly switched to. Looking at those sharp barbs, Long Chen was shocked. Zhao Rishan's fighting style had surpassed the scope of a human body. He could not be judged according to normal standards. If caught off guard, one of his strange moves might end the battle in an instant. The Dragon King had said that because Long Chen wasn't a true dragon, he was unable to reach the point of activating both the offensive and defensive states. He could only switch between them. To have his defenses weakened when he attacked was definitely a large flaw. However, when he reached the point of perfectly controlling his dragon blood, the speed at which he could switch between the two states would be like lightning, making up for this flaw as much as possible. The fact that Long Chen had succeeded in switching to defense against this sudden move proved that his control over his dragon blood had reached an extremely high level. Long Chen, the more you struggle, the more pleased I'll feel when I kill you. Zhao Rishan smiled sinisterly like a bloodthirsty beast. Long Chen suddenly laughed and shook his head. Let me put it to you this way. I don't even know how many idiots like you I've killed from the eastern wasteland to the central plains. They all had one thing in common, which was their conceited arrogance. They thought that everyone else in the world should kneel to them, as if they were gods in charge of this world. That's right, this world is precisely that way. The strong are venerated. Some people, such as myself, are to be respected as the rulers of this world. The rest of you are just accessories to us, and your light is only created to accent our growth. A green leaf remains a green leaf no matter what. When it wants to compete with the red flower, it is seeking its own death, sneered Zhao Rishan. Mo Nian raged. Long Chen, what are you doing? I can't even endure this any longer. If you keep holding back, I'll take your place to kill this bastard. He's really hateful, noisy. Once I kill Long Chen, you'll be next. Zhao Rishan suddenly summoned a pair of metal wings. They were as sharp as blades, and a thundering boom rang out every time they flapped. He shot toward Long Chen. I really can't endure your unchanging act. Long Chen finally lost his temper. Zhao Rishan's arrogance was incomparably infuriating. A majestic dragon roar erupted. Long Chen's dragon blood began to thunder as it poured through his veins. A sharp pain filled Long Chen. This was the result of not being fully accustomed to his dragon blood's new power. Now that the Dragon King had made up for his original Azure Dragon Essence blood's deficiency, his power had leapt to a new level. If he could fight against Zhao Rishan for a bit longer and slowly adjust to it, it wouldn't be so painful. But he was too enraged to be that patient. Zhao Rishan was looking down on Long Chen and trying to force him to use up his energy without using his own trump cards. Why was that? Because he wanted to exhaust Long Chen so that he wouldn't be able to run. His goal was not to beat him, but to kill him. It was just like how Long Chen had killed Tian Xiaozi. Long Chen had exhausted all his trump cards. Now Zhao Rishan was doing the same thing to him. Long Chen no longer held back the power of the Azure Dragon. Blood chi crashed and roared through his veins. Zhao Rishan was like a shooting star smashing toward him. Long Chen unleashed a punch, and Zhao Rishan was sent flying back at 10 times the speed. The earth exploded. People merely saw a flash, and then Long Chen also vanished. The earth continued to explode and collapse. People had never seen such a thing. This was no ordinary dirt. This was land that Zhao Rishan had transformed into metal through his manifestation. There were countless ores linked together underground. With the earth continuously exploding, large boulders were being thrown into the air. It was like the end of the world. One expert had just passed through the passageway to appear in this space when one of those flying boulders struck him. His divine item shattered and he exploded. Even his Yuan spirit was destroyed from the impact. Even as he died, he didn't know what had happened. The other experts were shocked to see that, and they ran over to the dragon corpse. There was an invisible barrier around it that allowed people to get close, but those flying rocks were prevented from damaging the corpse. They were blown to smithereens before they could get close. Only Mo Nian remained standing in the air, ignoring those flying boulders. A figure suddenly charged out of the ground. It was Zhao Rishan. His entire body was now covered in craters. His wings were completely deformed, as well as his head. One of his legs had been beaten into a fish hook, and the hook was bent in front of him. Zhao Rishan was furious, but there was now a trace of panic in his eyes. He had clearly suffered underground. He was flying out in order to escape his inferior position. However, he had barely flown out when another figure flew out. That figure was Long Chen, and he was even faster than Zhao Rishan. The current Long Chen's scales had turned red. His blood qi seemed to have been ignited. Space was twisting wildly around him. Long Chen was now so fast that they could barely track him with their eyes. His leg whipped out, and Zhao Rishan blocked with both his arms. Zhao Rishan was then sent smashing into the ground once more. It was like a shooting star had crashed into a lake, and the earth unleashed a huge wave. This time, the sharp-sighted experts saw that Zhao Rishan's arms had been deformed, failing to block Long Chen's kick. Long Chen also managed to leave a deep footprint in Zhao Rishan's face. Heavens, what kind of power is this? Most of the people present were supreme experts but had been hidden by their sects. They only came out at this critical moment to search for their own lucky chances. In terms of combat power, they had to admit that they were inferior to those at the apex like Nangong Zheyu and Baidang Rushuang. However, they were only one level weaker. The reason that they were low-key was so that others wouldn't be on guard against them, making it easier for them to find their own opportunities. However, as experts, they had their own pride. They had thought that even against the likes of Long Chen or Feng Fei, they would still be able to take whatever treasures they could find and flee from them. This was why they had come here fearlessly. However, after witnessing Long Chen and Zhao Rishan's battle, those thoughts were extinguished. Every one of their movements possessed the power to destroy heaven and earth. Let alone escaping, these experts probably weren't even able to receive a single attack. The shockwaves from the battlefield might just be enough to wipe them out in an instant. Only now did they realize that they had overestimated themselves. The difference between them and Long Chen was too great. After smashing Zhao Rishan underground again, Long Chen shot after him. He seemed unstoppable. However, the earth suddenly rippled. A giant fist and arm shot out of the ground, smashing into Long Chen. Compared to this fist, Long Chen was as small as a mosquito. Giant spirit breaks the heavens. Zhao Rishan's furious howl came from underground, and brilliant multicolored light radiated out of the arm, blinding others. Zhao Rishan was finally using his most powerful techniques. You can't even break a hair. Long Chen snorted and didn't stop. The appearance of this metal fist didn't seem to affect him at all. His body was covered in red runes, and he unleashed a punch at the enormous metal fist. A huge explosion shook the land. The aftermath of this exchange shook everyone. Chapter 2480 Smoothly Making Money. The metal fist that was bigger than a mountain shattered into countless pieces. Not only was the fist shattered but the earth as well. Everyone clearly saw a metal giant that was beneath the ground break into multiple pieces. A piece that was thousands of meters long was half of its head. Those giant fragments tumbled through the air. A finger fell toward the dragon corpse and was knocked back by the barrier. One person's eyes lit up, and he took the risk of going outside the barrier, grabbing the finger. However, his expression quickly changed. He was unable to put it away. This one finger was too heavy for him to move. What good stuff. At this moment, Mo Nian also took action. Seeing a giant arm fragment flying over, he took out his bow. Divine light lit up as it struck the arm. The void rumbled. Using some unknown technique, Mo Nian managed to stop the arm's momentum and easily move it to his astral space. Damn, This is a kind of alloy formed from hundreds of immortal and divine metals. Mo Nian was delighted and quickly gathered up 7 large fragments. One of them was the largest piece, a piece of the head. "Bastard, you dare to snatch my source metal. I'll exterminate your entire family," shouted Zhao Rishan, shocked upon seeing Mo Nian taking his giant spirit puppet's fragments. "Idiot, do you see anyone paying attention to you?" Mo Nian sneered and flew toward another fragment. However, before he could take it, it melted into the ground. Mo Nian was startled to see that and hastily went to grab another fragment, only for the rest to all melt away. This place was Zhao Rishan's domain. So petty. What's wrong with taking a few pieces of your rotten metal? Mo Nian curled his lips. Looking at the metal he had gathered in his astral space, he smiled. Those fragments were all treasures. In the distance, Feng Fei's heart pounded. She hadn't expected Long Chen's true power to be so great. Zhao Rishan's giant spirit puppet was made of countless immortal metals. It was incredibly tough and powerful as it was the core of his manifestation's power. Zhao Rishan's manifestation was no ordinary manifestation. All the immortal and divine metals within it had been gathered for him by the Zhao family. It made it look like Zhao Rishan was very rich, as if he had the ability to summon metals as he wished, but of everyone present, only Feng Fei knew how wrong that was. Every time Zhao Rishan fought, he was burning money. That was because he was exhausting the metals he had gathered. In order to keep up with that consumption, every time he went to a new place, he would gather the various metals in the ground. When he fought, he could transform the land into his manifestation, absorbing any ores for his own use. If there was enough ore, he could keep up with the demand. But if the earth was barren, he would have to burn up his own stock. Using up his stock was a painful thing for Zhao Rishan, while his giant spirit puppet was essentially a condensation of all his stock. The reason he was able to turn the world into his manifestation was due to the metals he had gathered beforehand. The fragments of the giant spirit puppet that Mo Nian had taken were incredibly precious to him, and the fact that they were taken drove him crazy. Absorbing the outside world's metal and turning it into his source metal was a time-consuming process that required constant attention from him. Although Feng Fei had known that Long Chen was very powerful, she had always felt that he wasn't a match for her. That was her judgment as an expert. She had never been wrong before, but the fact that Long Chen had shattered Zhao Rishan's giant spirit puppet made her feel like her judgment was no longer accurate. Perhaps she had to classify Long Chen as an expert on the same level as her. As for Long Chen, he seemed to be a wild dragon in human form. With a body of flesh and blood, he was crushing Zhao Rishan's million metal body, completely suppressing him. Zhao Rishan's arms exploded. Long Chen was unstoppable. His power only continued to grow. "Zhao Rishan, can you summon your puppet out again?" "Don't worry, I have an understanding of Long Chen. He looks strong, but it's a cover. If you summon a few more of those puppets, he definitely won't be able to endure. I look favorably upon you, so don't disappoint me," encouraged Mo Nian. This encouragement was clearly lacking any good intentions. All he wanted was to take more of Zhao Rishan's source metal. Other than Mo Nian, no one else had gained anything. Now, quite a few people tensed up in secret, thinking of how they might be able to sneak in some metal for themselves. Every part of Zhao Rishan's puppet was a priceless treasure. Taking a single piece was invaluable. Don't hesitate. Listen to people's advice. Look at how badly you're being beaten. You don't seem much stronger than a dog like this. Hurry up and fight back. Live up to your name and summon your puppet," shouted Mo Nian. At this time, Zhao Rishan was being continuously beaten back by Long Chen, unable to even retaliate. Every one of Long Chen's punches left a dent in his body. Zhao Rishan was shocked and infuriated. Long Chen's power seemed limitless. Even after all this fighting, there were no signs of him starting to grow tired. Instead, his power grew. In his vexed state, Mo Nian's fanning of the flames made him feel like he would explode. "Shut up, I don't need you to encourage me. Once I kill Long Chen, you're next," roared Zhao Rishan. The distraction resulted in Long Chen landing a foot on his chest, leaving another large dent in his body. "TCH, and you call yourself Rishan? What an arrogant name," sneered Mo Nian. "Who can't Rishan? As long as you're a man, all you have to do is take off your pants and lay on your back. Do you think a badass name makes you amazing? With this name, I'm worried that you'll pass away today." 1. Nangong Zayu and Baitang Rushuang reddened at how crass Mo Nian was speaking. Feng Fei also glared at Mo Nian icily. This was the first time anyone had dared to speak like this before her. "Girl, What are you looking at? If you want my pure body, just give up. This body belongs to someone else, said Mo Nian in reply to Feng Fei's glare, undaunted. Mo Nian, you had best reserve yourself a bit. Don't force me to kill you, said Feng Fei icily. Me, force you? Ha, ha ha, ha ha ha. What a great joke. Is there anyone in this world who dares to force the divine families to do anything? Isn't it always the divine families forcing others? I haven't even started settling the debt that the divine families owe the Mo family for harboring the ones who murdered our people, and you want me to reserve myself? The divine families really are interesting. Mo Nian laughed arrogantly. Although the last sneak attack against the Mo family had been mostly targeting Long Chen, it was an insult toward the Mo family. In fact, perhaps if they had been targeting the Mo family, Mo Nian wouldn't be so infuriated. But their only goal had been to force Long Chen out. The Mo family had actually been treated as an insignificant chess piece, and that was the greatest insult. Although Mo Nian hadn't mentioned that matter again, it didn't mean that he had forgotten about it. He was extremely vengeful. He was ready to avenge this matter when he had a chance. However, before he had even mentioned it, Feng Fei had further antagonized him, infuriating him. That matter has nothing to do with me. Don't act wild around me, said Feng Fei coldly. It has nothing to do with me. As expected of the shameless divine families. You cut yourself off from responsibility just by saying it has nothing to do with you. When they attacked the Mo family and my brother chased the killers to the D family's territory, who was it that stopped my brother? My brother doesn't like fighting women, but you still forced him to fight. Let me tell you, when I fight, I don't see a difference between men and women. There are only dead or living enemies. If you don't like it, let's fight right now. We can see if I'll have mercy on you like Long Chen did, said Mo Nian. The space behind Mo Nian began to shudder as his battle intent rose, causing everyone else to jump. Mo Nian was actually challenging Feng Fei. In the distance, Long Chen sighed. Mo Nian really had a skillful mouth. In his words, the draw between himself and Feng Fei had somehow turned into him having mercy on her. Feng Fei was also enraged now. When had she ever required someone to have mercy on her? Since you want to stand up for Long Chen, come over and fight. Killing intent blazed within Feng Fei. She was prepared to kill Mo Nian. Mo Nian smiled and was about to speak when space shuddered as another figure arrived. Mo Nian, you think you can challenge Senior Feng Fei? I, Di Feng, will handle you. Everyone was startled to see that the ancient family alliance's Di Feng had arrived as well. One Rishan can be taken to be fuck the heavens physically. Chapter 2481 Million Metal Whirlpool. Di Feng had also arrived, and he seemed to have become very confident. Upon entering the fourth step of Nether Passage, his aura had changed. It felt foreign, ancient. The only thing that hadn't changed was the wildness deep within his eyes. He was like a wild beast who had been holding back for far too long and could finally bare his fangs. Mo Nian disdainfully said, Di Feng, I know you've merged with the Blood Emperor's heroic spirit. But even with the Blood Emperor's blessing, you are still nothing in front of me. When you sent people to attack the Mo family to draw Long Chen out, he didn't kill you because he was leaving you to me. As for why I didn't go kill you after coming out of seclusion, one reason was my own lack of time, but another reason was that I didn't want to kill you randomly. I wanted to let you see the extermination of the D family. But since you want to die so quickly, fine. Show me just what qualifications the Blood Emperor had back in the day to make my Mo family one of his followers. Mo Nian's bow appeared in his hand. The Mo family and the D family's grudge had been brewing for tens of thousands of years. Despite not wanting to kill Di Feng here, Mo Nian was still human and couldn't perfectly control his emotions. I hear that you've gained control of divine energy. I don't know which fallen god became your dad, but it just so happens that I also want to test your power. I can conveniently clean up the ancient family alliance's disgrace as well, said Di Feng. Killing intent rose between the two of them. The other experts were stunned. Although Di Feng was also considered a generation's genius, the strongest expert of the ancient family alliance's junior generation, he had fallen from the ranks of the supreme experts in other people's minds after his multiple defeats by Long Chen. As for Mo Nian, his standing in people's eyes had soared after fighting evenly against the corrupt Path's Yi Ming. He was now classified amongst the strongest of all experts. That was why others didn't find it strange that Mo Nian would speak so coldly to Feng Fei and Zhao Rishan. He had the qualifications. For Di Feng to challenge Mo Nian at this time was very strange to them though. Had Difeng truly obtained the blessing of the Blood Emperor as Mo Nian had said, his power had soared to such an extent, their auras began to climb higher and higher. This would be a battle between a dragon and a tiger. Scram, this is my battlefield, do you think you clowns can step onto it? Suddenly, the earth exploded. Blinding light filled the air, and sharp blades shot out in every direction. Those blades were metallic runes, and they tore through the air, covering up the sky. Mo Nian and Difeng's expressions changed. The two of them were still in the midst of gathering their power and were suddenly interrupted by this attack before reaching their peak states. The two of them dashed behind the barrier of the dragon corpse, avoiding the metal runes. Those metal runes had formed a giant whirlpool surrounding Long Chen and Zhao Rishan. What terrifying power! Isn't this kind of power capable of tearing apart the very world? Exclaimed someone. Those metal fragments clashed and merged, causing the void to twist. They could see that the earth around the whirlpool was sinking. The world of the Dragon King was deforming. I'll let you live a bit longer. Once Long Chen is done beating his target, I'll slaughter you, said Mo Nian indifferently. That's what I was going to say, snorted Difeng. The two of them turned their attention to the battlefield. This was an awe-inspiring battle to witness. As the countless runes raged through the air, the center was sluggish like mud due to the sheer number of metal runes. Their weight caused the earth to sink. Long Chen, to be buried within my million metal whirlpool, you can rest content. Zhao Rishan suddenly appeared from within the whirlpool, sneering at Long Chen down below. As for Long Chen, his figure was completely drowned in the countless runes. The two of them were originally at the core of the whirlpool, but with Zhao Rishan's million metal body, the whirlpool did not affect him, allowing him to escape easily while Long Chen was caught. If I did die to an idiot like you, I'd never be able to rest in peace. A little whirlpool thinks it can trap me. Long Chen's voice rang out from within the whirlpool. The rapidly spinning whirlpool suddenly began to slow down, as if some force was preventing its movements. The whirlpool began to shudder, and cracks appeared in the ground, spreading to the ends of this world. Heavens, will this world be destroyed? Some people grew afraid. The two of them were monsters. The world was breaking apart as if an invisible hand was smashing it. Zhao Rishan's expression changed. The destructive power of his million metal whirlpool had never failed him. No one who had been sucked inside had ever come out alive. Zhao Rishan quickly formed hand seals as he pushed the whirlpool to spin harder. It staggered as if two powers were wrestling it. Long Chen used his own power to resist a power that a human body shouldn't be able to endure. Break. The whirlpool exploded, with the metal runes dissipating into specks of sand. It was like a rainbow had exploded and landed on the earth. It was a violent and beautiful sight. Amidst the flying sand was Long Chen. At this moment, it was vaguely possible to see a white dragon moving through his scales. The current Long Chen looked just like a dragon god. Damn, he's taken the spotlight from me again. It seems that today isn't a good day for me to fight, or I'll be relegated to an accompanying act. Mo Nian sighed. When did Long Chen learn such a flashy technique? Everyone was staring in shock at Long Chen. The dragon might pouring out of him was something that made all races submit. Within the multicolored sand, Long Chen appeared indomitable. He was both majestic and solitary, like a figure that had transcended all others. Long Chen clenched his fists. He was filled with excitement as he sensed the dragon blood power flowing through his body. The Dragon King Senior was wrong. The Azure Dragon Seal does not just possess a state for offense and defense. There is a third state where offense and defense are combined. It seems that even he did not possess a complete understanding of the origin of this Azure Dragon reverse scale. Just now, when he had been trapped within the whirlpool, Long Chen could only stay in his defensive state. But Zhao Rishan's technique was too powerful. It was supported by the power of the entire world. Even Long Chen had felt like he might be crushed. It was at that moment that he seemed to have heard a voice telling him to switch to offense. Long Chen hadn't quite dared to take that risk, but the instant he switched, the Azure Dragon Seal's rune completely transformed, allowing him to enter his current state. In his current state, he was in possession of his full offensive and defensive powers. He no longer had to switch between them. Furthermore, in this state, Long Chen felt like he had enough power to swallow the very heavens, a power that this world could not contain. Again, space twisted, and Long Chen appeared in front of Zhao Rishan in an instant. Zhao Rishan howled and formed hand seals once again. The scattered sand rapidly flowed toward him, forming a giant shield. Although it was condensed in just an instant, it looked no different from solid metal. It gave off extremely heavy air. However, this giant shield shattered on contact with Long Chen's fist. The current Long Chen had reached an unimaginable level. At that moment, Mo Nian saw his chance. He directly flew over to the largest fragment of the shield. However, the fragments quickly sank into the ground and vanished. Fuck. Mo Nian was enraged. This petty Zhao Rishan was now on guard against him. The distraction of having to regather his fragments allowed Long Chen to land a kick right on his crotch. With an explosive sound, Zhao Rishan was split in two. Everyone let out a startled cry, thinking that Zhao Rishan had died. However, the two halves of Zhao Rishan merged once more. It really is an undying body. If he didn't die even like this, then he had truly transcended the limits of a human. He was an incomprehensible existence. Long Chen seemed to have expected this and was already following up with a palm. Zhao Rishan raised his arm, only for it to shatter. Long Chen's palm struck Zhao Rishan in the face, taking his head off his body and leaving a headless corpse. However, even in that state, Zhao Rishan didn't die. His aura didn't change, hence, everyone felt a chill. In front of an undying expert, they felt profoundly helpless and afraid. How were you supposed to defeat such an opponent? On the other hand, even against such a terrifying opponent, Long Chen was beating him like a lump of dough. No matter how Zhao Rishan blocked, his body ended up deformed. This was a true battle of the peak. For a moment, everyone forgot about the matter of searching for the treasures in this place. Everyone couldn't help thinking a certain thought: the tough as iron Zhao Rishan versus the iron-beating Long Chen. Chapter 2482 Dragon Might Shakes the Heavens. Zhao Rishan, are you still trying to exhaust my energy? You really are conceited. You think that by absorbing the energy of the dragon nest, you have access to limitless power, so your advantage will grow as time passes. Do you think you'll be able to kill me once I weaken? You're wrong. I am not a celestial, and don't need the power of the heavenly Taos. I can crush you without extracting energy from the world. Since you refuse to bring out your full power, I suppose it's up to me. I'll show you just how laughable this strategy of yours is. Long Chen suddenly summoned the 5-star battle armor. A pillar of blood qi soared into the sky. Long Chen's blood qi was like lava, igniting the sky. His aura transformed once more. What? Even now, this isn't their full power. The various experts that had gathered here were stunned. Long Chen's body also ignited, and a blood-colored flame appeared around him. This was not a manifestation but a true flame. Before this, Long Chen had only summoned his divine ring and the power of his astral spaces. He hadn't summoned the 5-star battle armor. That was because the Dragon King had used his own essence blood to nourish the Azure Dragon essence blood, helping Long Chen restore its lost power. However, Long Chen's essence blood still had the Dragon King's power remaining within it, which needed to be slowly forced out. Because of it, Long Chen had been using himself as a furnace to purify his Azure Dragon essence blood. The purer his Azure Dragon essence blood was, the stronger he was. This was similar to refining pills. He was doing it bit by bit through battle, purifying the Azure Dragon essence blood from the Dragon King's influence. If he purified it in an instant, his body wouldn't be able to endure the sudden explosion of power, and he would explode. But through this long battle, he had gradually grown accustomed to it and no longer needed to hold back. The Azure Dragon essence blood was fully unleashed, with all the impurities wiped out. Long Chen was further angered by Zhao Rishan because the latter still refused to use his full power. He was clearly waiting for Long Chen to run out of energy before using one of his trump cards to kill him, or perhaps to capture him alive. That was definitely a provocation to him. It just so happened that Long Chen had reached the final step and no longer needed to hold back any longer. The void shook and the earth split open, looking like the apocalypse. Long Chen's blood qi unleashed unprecedented dragon might with the 5-star battle armor. As a result, the mountains collapsed. Those metal mountains of Zhao Rishan's manifestation were unable to bear Long Chen's aura. Long Chen's blood qi is shattering Zhao Rishan's heavenly Tao manifestation. Everyone watched as Long Chen's blood qi wrecked Zhao Rishan's manifestation. A blood-colored aura crushed the metal mountains. The world was now split between Zhao Rishan's metal domain and Long Chen's bloody aura. Long Chen pressed down the air in front of him, causing the void to crack. In an instant, he appeared in front of Zhao Rishan like an eagle diving down on a rabbit. The world is distorting. Startled cries rang out. The void was rippling wherever Long Chen passed, and the others were no longer able to see Long Chen clearly. Even his aura was too distorted for them to sense precisely. Besides, he was so fast that they barely saw him move before he arrived in front of Zhao Rishan. After that, Zhao Rishan raised his arms to block, only to get smashed into the ground by Long Chen's foot. A huge wave exploded out of the ground. Just like that, Long Chen pushed Zhao Rishan through the earth, crashing through the metal mountains. Those metal mountains were blown to smithereens, but they quickly grew back as if they were alive. Just like Zhao Rishan's body, they could not be broken. But even as they restored themselves, they crumbled once more. Suddenly, the earth exploded, and Zhao Rishan was kicked into the sky. Long Chen appeared next to him in an instant and slammed his foot down. Another explosive sound rang out. Zhao Rishan himself was blown to smithereens. Zhao Rishan was killed. That can't be true. Everyone stared, dumbfounded. Zhao Rishan had been blasted to smithereens. He could not be more dead, but people still didn't dare to believe it. No, he's not dead. The tiny pieces of Zhao Rishan merged into the earth and vanished, but his manifestation didn't fade away. Two explosive sounds rang out as Long Chen reached into the ground with his hands. Two dragon claw auras had appeared, tearing into the earth. Rise! The earth instantly swelled, causing everyone to jump. Does he want to flip heaven and earth? In front of everyone's shocked gazes, Long Chen pulled the flattened earth into the sky. What kind of power is this? People's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Is it the legendary, hate the heavens for not having a handle, hate the earth for not having a hilt? When a person reaches a level of power that there is no longer a weapon that can match their might, they wish to use heaven and earth as their weapons. Heavens! Ah! Just at that moment, Long Chen lifted a giant chunk of earth until it was perpendicular to the land. Everyone felt a chill. If that giant mass fell on them, would they survive? Long Chen, we didn't do anything to you. Just as they were worried, Long Chen smashed apart the chunk of earth. There was nowhere for them to run. They could only hide beside the dragon corpse as the very earth fell upon them. The giant mass of earth smashed into the barrier with a heaven-shaking explosion. This land, which was made of Zhao Rishan's metal mountain manifestation, was smashed apart like tofu landing on a rock. However, the barrier wasn't shaken at all. Zhao Rishan's figure appeared within the smashed-apart earth. He coughed up a mouthful of golden blood. The earth was his foundation and gave him limitless power. Even in this long beating, he hadn't suffered any real injuries. It was only now that the source of his power, the earth, had been smashed into the dragon barrier and shattered apart that he was injured. As for his golden blood, it had just appeared when a figure shot over and snatched it. Haha, this is some good stuff. Zhao Rishan, you're finally willing to part with something. Mo Nian put away the golden blood with a petty laugh. Although Mo Nian wasn't a forging master, the heaven-swallowing sun-hunting bow told him that this essence blood was useful. As soon as he had been told this, he shot into action. Furthermore, as soon as he gave it to the heaven-swallowing sun-hunting bow, he clearly felt it strengthen. In Mo Nian's eyes, Zhao Rishan's entire body was a limitless treasure trove. Bastard, I'll kill you. Zhao Rishan roared furiously. He had finally been injured and lost his source essence blood. That was an unprecedented humiliation for him. Die. Zhao Rishan's body suddenly blazed with light. Golden lines appeared beneath his skin, looking like flowing blood. The golden blood condensed in his dantian. After that, golden sand began to flow toward Zhao Rishan from throughout heaven and earth. He became like a blazing sun. Zhao Rishan, is this worth it? Don't forget, we have more important matters, warned Feng Fei. Shut up, this is my matter. Do I need outsiders to interject? Roared Zhao Rishan. Zhao Rishan was no longer visible within the golden light. The others could only see blinding divine light from his direction. Rumbling rang out from him. It was unknown what he was doing, but his aura was growing more and more frightening. Long Chen simply stood there, watching. He sneered, you should have done this earlier. Why did you have to get slapped and beaten so much before doing this? Why don't you tell me whether or not you think you're a loser? While Zhao Rishan had looked to be getting beaten up before, he hadn't actually been at a disadvantage. He had been trying to use his domain's power to exhaust Long Chen. Within his domain, Long Chen didn't have access to any further energy to support himself. As for the power of his dragon blood, it couldn't be limitless. Sooner or later, he would weaken. Fortunately, Long Chen had the 9-star hegemon body art and sharp senses toward a person's strengths and weaknesses. This little strategy was unable to escape his eyes. Zhao Rishan's goal wasn't to beat Long Chen but to kill him, or maybe even crush him badly in front of everyone and make him beg for death. Perhaps that was the result of his twisted heart. Just beating someone normally was unable to satisfy his depraved desires. Having fully refined the Azure Dragon Essence blood, Long Chen was in his peak state, but he could not keep it up forever. He had to finish this decisive battle with Zhao Rishan quickly. In front of Zhao Rishan, whose aura was growing more and more monstrous, Long Chen didn't feel the slightest fear. Instead, he felt more and more of a desire to fight. The divine light exploded. Zhao Rishan's figure reappeared in the sky, but his current state caused Mo Nian and the others' jaws to drop. Bookmark. Chapter 2483. An arrow at the end of its flight. Zhao Rishan's body was no longer flowing with golden blood but a rainbow-colored fluid. It condensed below his dantian. There was a root image there that formed a strange cycle. This is the merger of spirit blood and spirit root. The spirit root is the root of life. It determines a person's talent and divine abilities. How can it be merged with the spirit blood? The spirit root was a ball of root chi located below the dantian. It was the innate foundation of a cultivator, something that was formed and activated while they were still in the womb. It was the talent that awakened the earliest. It was like a seed that would start germinating immediately. It decided what kind of plant would grow from it. A towering tree had to have an appropriate seed. A bean sprout couldn't be trained into a tree that could reach the heavens. When large sects were recruiting, the main thing that they looked at was the spirit root. However, those who were able to become Empyreans had to have at least violet gold grade spirit roots. By that level, the spirit root had reached a limit, so people were competing in spirit blood. The spirit root was the spirit root, and the spirit blood was the spirit blood. There was little in common between them. Now that Zhao Rishan was using his spirit blood to activate his spirit root and unleash unprecedented power, everyone was dumbfounded. This toppled their understanding of cultivation. We can't do this, but that doesn't mean that he can't. Zhao Rishan came with Feng Fei, and he doesn't talk to her courteously. They're clearly experts on the same level, so he is also a sovereign sprout. I have heard that all sovereign sprouts have a spirit bone. It was one of the requirements to become a sovereign. As for us, we have no spirit bone, so we can't judge them according to our standards, sighed one person. Looking at Zhao Rishan in the sky, they felt a sense of profound despair. To be born in the same generation as such a figure was a kind of sorrow. There was no hope as they could only be suppressed. A sovereign sprout, a sprout that could grow into a sovereign. There was a difference right from the start between them. Whatever they did, they couldn't make up for that gap. The void flickered as if the world was breathing along with Zhao Rishan. He no longer needed his manifestation. In this state, he was the automatic ruler of the world. Zhao Rishan and Long Chen attacked at the same time. One blazed with multicolored divine light, while the other had a blood dragon coiling around him. They were like two shooting stars smashing into each other. The two of them began to exchange a wild howling torrent of blows. Every time their fists or feet met, it would cause the world to shake. Even if I don't obtain anything, just being able to witness this battle makes it worth it. Someone clenched their fists. He had previously been dispirited because he had wished to compete with experts on this level. However, upon seeing the difference and accepting his position as a spectator, he felt a kind of delight. Two peak powers were colliding, two unbeatable wills were clashing. He was bearing witness to a battle of peak experts. This alone was beneficial to him. Suddenly, with one final explosion, it was like a star had exploded. A rain of divine light fell from the sky, and the two of them retreated at the same time. They stared at each other. Long Chen had an azure dragon coiling around him like a protector. It made him appear even more attractive. The main thing though was that he was facing a twisted Zhao Rishan who had transformed into a monster. That naturally made Long Chen look better in comparison. Long Chen is starting to pant. He has reached his limit. If this continues, his power will start to flag. That's normal. After all, he's human and not even an Empyrean. It was unbelievable that he was only starting to reach his limit after such a long battle on this level. After all, a person's power couldn't be limitless. You're out of energy, huh? Long Chen, you're definitely dead. Zhao Rishan glared at Long Chen, his eyes violet red. They were like the eyes of a beast, sinister and fierce. Even his voice seemed like a growl. He hated Long Chen. He hated Long Chen for forcing him into this state. He hated Long Chen for making him lose some of his source essence. Even if he killed Long Chen, it would take him a long time to recover from this. Long Chen smiled and lightly said, "My dragon blood is starting to reach its limit. But what about you, idiot? My spirit blood and spirit root have merged, not just giving a boost to my power, but also creating a cycle that automatically absorbs the world's energy for myself. What are you supposed to use to compete with me? Sneered Zhao Rishan, once more shooting at Long Chen. They began a crazy exchange once more. Zhao Rishan's speech stunned people. If that really was the case, then wasn't Long Chen's defeat set in stone? Zhao Rishan didn't even need his manifestation. His manifestation's power was locked within him, allowing him to enter this merged state. Or perhaps this should be considered a kind of manifestation that was impossible for the spectators to comprehend. Zhao Rishan was constantly absorbing the power of the heavenly Taos to support himself, making up for the energy he was using, while Long Chen's dragon blood energy was being exhausted bit by bit. In comparison, Long Chen is stronger, said someone suddenly. Others nodded, even those who were enemies with Long Chen. When they had to compare, Long Chen was the real terrifying one. If he was an Empyrean with the approval of the heavens, he wouldn't be at such a disadvantage. You're the idiot. Even if you are absorbing the energy of heaven and earth, so what? Your output is far greater. There's no way it's balanced. It's like repeatedly throwing a cup of water on a burning cart of firewood. Who are you trying to dupe? I'll tear off your mask today. Long Chen's sneer rang out as he continued to fight. Zhao Rishan's body was now so tough that he couldn't break it, but his Azure Dragon battle armor was just as tough. Every time they exchanged blows, there was a metallic ringing, and sparks flew like fireworks. Neither of them ceded an inch. Everyone could see that Long Chen was the main attacker. Zhao Rishan was only able to occasionally counterattack. There were many times that Long Chen had managed to strike parts of Zhao Rishan's body that would have been fatal in an ordinary person, but Zhao Rishan's body was too tough. When it came to skill in fighting barehanded, Zhao Rishan wasn't on the same level as Long Chen. It was simply that his body had no weak points. Long Chen had tried hitting Zhao Rishan everywhere, but he had not found any weaknesses. He hadn't even managed to injure him. After that, Long Chen landed a kick on Zhao Rishan's abdomen and then smashed his elbow into Zhao Rishan's nose, making him flip back. However, this exchange in particular caused everyone to let out a startled cry. This time, Zhao Rishan's nose had cracked. Long Chen's right. Zhao Rishan has also reached his limit. People were shocked at Long Chen's sharp vision. It was the first time that Zhao Rishan was damaged since he had entered this state. HMPH, you've reached your limit, right? Let's see how you will continue acting arrogant. Long Chen continued to attack, once more landing a punch on Zhao Rishan's face. The cracks on his nose had just healed, so Zhao Rishan hastily raised his arms to block. However, Long Chen's punch was a feint. He grabbed Zhao Rishan's arms and smashed his right knee into his face. This attack was solidly received. Zhao Rishan flew back, even more cracks spreading throughout his head as if it might explode. Zhao Rishan's in danger. Although that was what someone said, they all saw that Long Chen was sweating and panting. He had to have reached his limit as well. Everyone tensed up. This world-shaking battle might be reaching its end. The victor and loser would quickly be revealed. Even if I have reached my limit, killing you isn't a problem. Roared Zhao Rishan. The distraction of shouting resulted in Long Chen landing a kick on his dantian. The place where his spirit root had manifested rumbled. Zhao Rishan was sent flying. However, just at that moment, the scales on Long Chen's foot split apart. Blood dripped down. I've used up too much of the dragon blood's power. I can't maintain the Azure Dragon battle armor much longer. Long Chen's heart shook. His defensive power had just dropped. Without it, fighting with a body of flesh against a body of metal should be difficult. Ha ha ha, I was waiting for this moment. You're just a normal person. Even if you have dragon blood, you're just borrowing its power. Without it, you're still trash. Die. Zhao Rishan laughed, taking the initiative to strike. Chapter 2484 Heaven-Suppressing Dragon Coiling Rod. Zhao Rishan had taken the initiative to attack this time. Although his aura was also no longer at his towering peak, it was still enough to make others shiver in fear. Even when he was spent, he still gave all the experts here a chill. Even a fangless tiger could still easily slaughter a rabbit, that was the difference between them. I'm just a normal mortal. You make it sound like you're already an immortal. You look like a human, but you don't know how to talk like a regular human, said Long Chen. Even in his weakened state, he continued to fight without hesitation. They repeatedly exchanged blows. Now, every time they clashed, blood would fly out of Long Chen's fists. As for Zhao Rishan, his fists would crack with every clash. Some fragments of his body even fell. Despite both of them being arrows at the end of their flight, their undefeatable wills had not changed. They were both confident that they could beat the other. People sighed. It was no wonder their seniors always said that experts were called experts due to their undefeatable wills, their firm beliefs, and their unyielding spirits. Those were the foundations of an expert. They were invisible normally, but during times of adversity, they always appeared. To be able to remain firm even in the face of such a terrifying opponent was the crux of an expert. If the slightest fear appeared, if the slightest panic or messy emotion manifested, it would lead to instant defeat. This kind of will couldn't be taught or inherited. It could only be tempered through countless life and death battles. By beating one frightening opponent after another, this will was gradually trained. Both friend and foe felt profound admiration for Long Chen at this moment. That was because compared to Zhao Rishan, their innate situations were incredibly different. Despite that, Long Chen remained confident in himself. That was the confidence built up through his experiences, climbing from a small secular empire in the eastern wasteland to the peak of the cultivation world. Sovereign sprouts like Zhao Rishan and Feng Fei who were born that way were envied, but when it came to Long Chen, they couldn't be jealous of him. Someone with no backer or talent had reached this level due to risking his life over and over again. Let's see how much longer you can last, roared Zhao Rishan. It should be no problem continuing until the 6th month of next year, said Long Chen lightly. Bullshit. This distraction resulted in Long Chen successfully landing a slap on Zhao Rishan's face. With his power having fallen, this slap no longer contained the threat it had possessed in the beginning, but it was still as humiliating as ever. Despicable fellow, you only have this little bit of ability. You only know how to attack while others are off guard. You're practically worse than a beast, cursed Zhao Rishan. When it comes to spouting bullshit, how am I inferior to you at all? Raged Long Chen. Baitang Rushuang, who had been focused with rapt attention, instantly lost her composure and laughed. Even Nangong Zheyu couldn't help smiling. She sighed, how is Long Chen still in the mood to be so glib? Zhao Rishan sinisterly sneered, you're covered in blood, and your power is running out faster than mine. You're definitely dead tonight. All you can do is talk. Just watch as your blood chi runs out bit by bit, bringing you ever closer to death. Are you angry that you can't do anything about it? Do you want to bite me? Feng Fei couldn't help but frown. Zhao Rishan was trying to wage mental warfare on Long Chen, provoking him into making rash decisions. That meant that Zhao Rishan's situation was truly dangerous. Bite you? I don't like eating sh*t. Don't view others like yourself, okay? Retorted Long Chen. Mo Nian clenched his bow. He was preparing to save Long Chen if it came to it, but Long Chen's sharp words made him prostrate himself toward him in admiration. No wonder this little fellow was liked by so many girls. The skill of his mouth was not inferior to his fists at all. Mo Nian was circulating his divine energy inside of him, ready to fight at any moment. He felt that Zhao Rishan's power was extremely shocking. He was truly worthy of being one of the divine family's sovereign sprouts. It looked as if either one of them could lose at any moment. Life and death could be decided in an instant. You fuck. Zhao Rishan's cursing was cut off by another slap in the face. How shameless. Unable to beat someone, you curse them. Is this the style of the divine families? Long Chen suddenly changed his fighting style. His figure flickered, and he began to repeatedly slap Zhao Rishan in the face. Zhao Rishan furiously clawed at him, but Long Chen slipped through his attacks easily, while continuing to slap him. Zhao Rishan attacked dozens of times and was slapped dozens of times. Not one slap missed. The most shocking thing was how easily Long Chen dodged. His movements were a wonder to behold, and he didn't repeat the same slap twice. This technique is probably an unprecedented divine technique that can never be replicated. Even if a sovereign is born, they would have to concede defeat in this regard, praised Baitang Rushuang. Although Long Chen was always sloppy and improper, his face-slapping divine art had reached a level of perfection. No one could stop it. The world-shaking battle had now transformed into a rogue bullying someone. The sudden change was stunning and difficult for them to believe. Who said you could be arrogant? Who said you could be domineering? Who said you could not wear a hat? Long Chen punctuated his scolding with a slap every time. It didn't matter whether Zhao Rishan tried to dodge, block, or attack, he could not avoid being slapped. Zhao Rishan roared furiously but was unable to catch Long Chen. He felt like he might explode from fury. Your source is going to be burned up by your rage. At this moment, Feng Fei spoke up. Zhao Rishan suddenly calmed down. It was like a bucket of ice water had been poured over his rage. Nangong Zheyu and the others immediately understood that they were at the final stage. Both of them were competing with whatever bit of energy they still had left. In this exhausted state, it was all too easy for stray emotions to affect them. Their movements would grow sluggish, and they would make errors of judgment. Any emotions, rage or fear, joy or sorrow, could badly affect someone in an exhausted state. Anger, fear, and sorrow in particular could use up a huge amount of energy without a person being aware. Zhao Rishan had been trying to stimulate Long Chen's fear to make him quickly use up his remaining energy. The result though was that he instead had his anger provoked by Long Chen. His little mental tricks had ended up being a reminder to Long Chen, causing him to switch to this different battle style. In his rage, Zhao Rishan had used up a great deal of energy rapidly. If it hadn't been for Feng Fei's quick warning, he would have used up all his energy. Zhao Rishan suddenly retreated, wrapping his arms around his head and coiling up. Long Chen didn't give him a chance to breathe. He chased after him, pummeling him. You talked big, but in the end, you needed a woman to warn you. Has your head become metal as well? No wonder you don't know how to talk like a person, sneered Long Chen. This entire fight, they had been competing with each other. For Feng Fei to have no choice but to speak up could already be considered assistance. If Zhao Rishan had been in an absolutely inferior position, with Feng Fei's pride, she wouldn't have said anything. By calling her just a woman, Long Chen had pulled her into his insult as well. Having experienced Feng Fei's constant arrogance, Long Chen was extremely disdainful of this action of hers. Zhao Rishan's expression changed. For Feng Fei to help him was announcing that he was inferior to Long Chen. Shut up, Zhao Rishan howled. He waved his hand in the air, and a bright golden rod appeared in his hand. He smashed it at Long Chen, leaving a silver river to spread in the void wherever it passed. Long Chen's heart shook. The instant that rod appeared, warning bells rang in his head. That was something that could kill him. Hence, he was retreating before Zhao Rishan even swung the rod. However, a river of stars followed this rod when it was swung, leaving Long Chen with nowhere to run. He was sent flying. Even without being struck by the actual rod, Long Chen's scales shattered. Blood dripped down his body, turning him into a blood man. With one attack, he was severely injured. Everyone was shocked. What kind of weapon was this? With his million metal body, what kind of divine item would Zhao Rishan use? A weapon qualified to be used by him definitely had to be a terrifying one. The rod in Zhao Rishan's hand blazed with divine light. The space around it collapsed, unable to contain it. Long Chen, I am a sovereign sprout, while you are just a mortal man. But you actually forced me to use the heaven-suppressing dragon coiling rod. Do you know how many deaths you deserve? Tell me, how should I kill you? Zhao Rishan glared at Long Chen, his eyes full of killing intent. Long Chen looked at himself. His dragon scales had vanished. He had used up all his dragon blood energy and was now temporarily unable to summon the Azure Dragon battle armor. However, he didn't seem dejected. Instead, he had a faint smile as he looked at Zhao Rishan. You're still such an idiot. This question sounds so laughable that I can't even answer. If I did, it would make me feel like I'm as weak as you. If it wasn't for Feng Fei warning you, you'd be so exhausted right now that you wouldn't even be able to use this rod's power, yet you still don't feel embarrassed to talk so arrogantly. As expected of a metal face. Do you know what it means to feel shame? Do you know, on a fundamental basis, you've already lost? For you to still be so arrogant, I really don't know where it comes from. If I were you, I'd have long since killed myself out of shame. Me, lose, what nonsense. No one in this world can beat me. Today, I'll show you this world's strongest divine item, the power of the heaven-suppressing dragon coiling rod. Zhao Rishan refused to accept the reality of Long Chen's words. Every one of them was like an arrow piercing his heart. He furiously smashed the heaven-suppressing dragon coiling rod down. Long Chen snorted, hesitating between taking out the heaven-flipping seal or the demon moon furnace. However, just at that moment, the land beneath the dragon altar exploded. An evil aura burst out like the gates of hell had been opened. A rod that should be used for firewood also dares to be arrogant. A sinister, bloodthirsty, and evil voice resounded through the air. Chapter 2485 Flame Prison Traps the Heavens. A black saber flew out of the ground. The current evil moon turned this world into a dark abyss. The air of death hung in the atmosphere. Long Chen grabbed Evilmoon and smiled. You finally came out. I left the best opportunity to you, so it would have been a shame if you didn't make it in time. Ha, if it wasn't for me, you wouldn't even be able to fight that firewood. It's finally my time to show off. Kill him. Evilmoon was even more excited than Long Chen. It seemed that it could not wait a second longer. The heaven-suppressing dragon coiling rod finished accumulating power and smashed down. Long Chen swung Evilmoon. A black crescent moon tore through the laws of space and time. The very world was cut in two and displaced. This was an attack that didn't even seem to come from this world. It was something that passed through the past, present, and future. It was an attack that thirsted to shatter the very stars. A heaven-shaking explosion blasted through the earth. A mushroom cloud erupted into the sky. The stars shook as if they might fall. This was a clash of two peak divine weapons. The fabric of this world began to fall apart. A wild tempest unfurled, and wind blades cut giant cracks into the void. The experts behind the barrier turned pale as the wind blades smashed into it. The barrier rumbled and cracked. Fortunately, the barrier managed to endure. Looking back at the center of the battlefield, they saw a bloody Long Chen with the sinister Evilmoon resting on his shoulder. Despite being soaked in blood with his robes broken down, he continued to exude the air of a peerless hero. In front of him was Zhao Rishan. His arms were gone along with half of his body. He had half his head remaining with only one eye. That one eye was filled with shock and disbelief. He was staring at Long Chen, unable to believe it. It wasn't just him who was shocked. In that instant, the exhausted Long Chen had suddenly unleashed unimaginable power. His aura had instantly skyrocketed. You were grinding down my energy to expose all my trump cards and kill me. But you didn't know that the energy that you were exhausting was just the energy of my dragon blood. I can't summon my dragon battle armor with my dragon blood energy exhausted, but I still have quite a bit of my spiritual yuan. Although it's not as powerful as my dragon blood energy, it's enough to kill you. Long Chen smiled strangely at Zhao Rishan. His body suddenly flickered, and he transformed into a bolt of lightning, hacking Evilmoon down on Zhao Rishan. Zhao Rishan was shocked and finally felt a bit afraid. He felt the threat of death approaching. Zhao Rishan's arms grew back and he formed quick hand seals. As a result, the distant earth exploded, and the heaven-suppressing dragon coiling rod that had been sent flying shot back. The heaven-suppressing dragon coiling rod was sent flying once more, transforming into a streak of light that pierced through the earth, leaving a bottomless hole. Zhao Rishan wanted to retreat, but Long Chen's attack wasn't stopped by his heaven-suppressing dragon coiling rod. Evilmoon continued to strike him and blast his body to bits. Long Chen, I have an undying body. You can't kill me. Zhao Rishan's voice resounded through the air. HMPH, there is no such thing as an undying person in this world, especially not someone who likes to court death like you. Long Chen formed new hand seals, and sacred chanting resounded throughout heaven and earth. It was like gods were murmuring. Flame runes condensed into flame chains and pillars that sealed this space. Heaven trapping flame prison, seal the heavens, lock the earth. With a final shout, the flame prison condensed. As the sacred chanting continued, the flame runes of the prison flickered. They began to shrink. At this moment, it was possible to see countless tiny metal runes trying to charge out of the spaces between the chains. However, they were blocked by some invisible energy. The heaven-suppressing dragon coiling rod suddenly shot back, but it was sent flying by Evilmoon again. The heaven-trapping flame prison continued to shrink. The metal runes were trapped inside, unable to escape. Zhao Rishan's body was quickly forced to appear. He struck the flame prison repeatedly, but no matter what he did, he could only cause some banging sounds. He was unable to break free. Zhao Rishan was finally afraid. He understood now that as he had been scheming against Long Chen had been scheming against him in turn. He had wanted to exhaust Long Chen so that Long Chen wouldn't have the energy to run. But Long Chen had been thinking the same thing. Under normal circumstances, this flame prison would be unable to trap Zhao Rishan. Now though, his energy had been thoroughly exhausted, and the chains of this prison were unbreakable. He kept calling his divine weapon to save him, but it was always knocked away by Evilmoon. Furthermore, after being slashed multiple times, cuts had appeared in the heaven-suppressing dragon coiling rod. If that continued, it might break. The heaven-suppressing dragon coiling rod was a supreme treasure that was tough and heavy. He had never dreamed that Long Chen would possess a weapon that could suppress it. The flame prison continued to shrink. The pressure inside of it grew as it shrank, and Zhao Rishan was horrified to find that his body was starting to burn. What kind of flames are these? Howled Zhao Rishan. These flames were actually capable of igniting immortal metal. Although he claimed to possess an undying body, that was under the condition that his source was not extinguished. If he was out of energy, his core would be exposed, and then he could be killed. Flames that can burn you to death, answered Long Chen lightly. Huo Linger's flame energy had reached a shocking level. Through constantly refining pills, she had also gained control over this new energy. Even Zhao Rishan's million metal body could be burned alive. The prison shrank until it was just 300 meters wide. Zhao Rishan was under terrifying pressure, and he couldn't help screaming in pain. Zhao Rishan has lost, and absolutely completely at that. A sovereign sprout actually lost to Long Chen. It really is unimaginable, sighed someone. When Zhao Rishan was first trapped, they had been waiting to see if he could reverse the tides. However, even after all this time, all that happened was that Zhao Rishan's aura weakened, while the flame prison grew stronger. It seemed that Zhao Rishan no longer possessed the power to turn things around. A sovereign sprout, someone who had the possibility of becoming a sovereign, an unrivaled existence, had been beaten. This result was unbelievable. Long Chen, you can stop. You've won. Feng Fei suddenly spoke up, sighing. She also hadn't expected this result. Stop, are you joking? Long Chen turned to look at Feng Fei disdainfully. You were the ones acting like all the treasures of this world belong to you. Did you think about stopping? I was the one who got here first, and I didn't even go for the 4 divine bones, but this idiot refused to let things be. If the result was the opposite and I was the one who was trapped, would you tell him to stop? If not, then please shut your mouth. Those who want to kill me have to be prepared to be killed by me. Feng Fei coldly said, Long Chen, you had best think this through. You are publicly going against the divine families. Ha ha ha. Long Chen laughed crazily. How funny. The divine families are right to kill others, but resistance is called going against the divine families. The brains of the divine families are truly special. Don't threaten me. I don't know how many threats I've heard, but have I ever lowered my head? I do not seek ascension or comprehending the heavenly Taos. All I seek is to live with dignity. All I have is a group of brothers who are just as unafraid of death as I am. We are all determined to fight with our lives at stake if anyone tries to stop us. If you want to save him, then come. Show me whether my life is tougher, or if the life of 2 sovereign sprouts is tougher. Long Chen was decisive, not leaving the slightest room for negotiation. If Long Chen killed one of the divine family's sovereign sprouts, that would be a huge matter. But it seemed that Long Chen really was capable of doing such a thing. Nangong Zheyu and Baitang Rushuang exchanged a look, seeing each other's worry. Long Chen would not listen to their advice. What he had decided on, no one could change. If Long Chen did kill Zhao Rishan, the divine families would pay any price to kill him. You should go advise your brother. Baitang Rushuang nudged Mo Nian. Advise? Are you joking? Zhao Rishan should be killed. As for the consequences, who cares? What would be the point of risking our lives cultivating if we have to shackle ourselves for fear of consequences? The worst case scenario is we die. When we reincarnate, we can continue fighting against the world. Mo Nian shook his head. You really are a pair of stubborn mules, said Baitang Rushuang. Why else would we be life and death brothers? Laughed Mo Nian. Mo Nian had barely finished speaking when he suddenly unleashed an arrow containing the power he had been accumulating this entire time. An arrow streaked through the air at Feng Fei because she had also just moved. Chapter 2486 Chaotic Battle. An arrow shot out like lightning, reaching Feng Fei at almost the same time it left the string. A huge explosion of divine energy blocked Feng Fei. If you dare to interfere, don't blame me for not caring about your gender. Mo Nian appeared in the sky, staring coldly at Feng Fei. Feng Fei was finally unable to remain seated. She wanted to save Zhao Rishan because she couldn't allow him to die. That meant that Zhao Rishan had truly reached his end. Mo Nian pulled back his bowstring. A giant whirlpool appeared behind him, filled with divine energy. His divine energy fluctuations were even more intense than those of a divine son or divine daughter. In the blink of an eye, Mo Nian entered his peak state. What powerful divine energy! It actually pulled in the heavenly Taos. Baitang Rushuang was startled. As a fellow bow expert, she saw that he walked a different path from her, but his power was truly great. Feng Fei coldly snorted, if I want to interfere, you won't be able to stop me. I hope you don't misjudge yourself. What do you mean by misjudge myself? All I know is that if you try to interfere, I'll kill you. Suddenly, a giant figure appeared in the whirlpool behind Mo Nian. It was identical to him and also held a bow. However, this bow was so huge that it exceeded the realms of heaven and earth. There was a single arrow on it, an arrow reflecting the sun, moon, and stars. The world turned calm, as if waiting to be destroyed. Feng Fei's expression changed. She had underestimated Mo Nian. With him having made his move first, he truly possessed the ability to kill her. Not everyone possessed the ability to instantly enter their peak state like Long Chen. Even Feng Fei was incapable of that. Most experts required at least 3 attacks to warm up before unleashing their peak power. With no warm-up, their own body wouldn't be able to endure the sudden leap in power. Feng Fei had been focused on taking the divine bones. Moreover, she hadn't expected Zhao Rishan to lose, and she had especially not thought that he would end up in a state to be killed. She hadn't made any preparations to fight as a result, while Mo Nian was well aware of Long Chen's character and knew that he would try to not just defeat Zhao Rishan, but kill him. The reason Long Chen had been waiting for Mo Nian was to prevent Zhao Rishan from running and also to stop Feng Fei from interfering. Everything was within their calculations. However, Zhao Rishan's power had truly been terrifying. Despite that, Long Chen had still suppressed him. That made Mo Nian feel competitive. If at this time he was unable to block Feng Fei, he wouldn't have the face to see Long Chen again. Everyone's expressions changed and they retreated. Just looking at Mo Nian's arrow made them feel like their souls would dissipate. If this attack was unleashed, it was unknown what kind of consequences it would have. Mo Nian, you dare to act like this to Senior Feng Fei? Don't you think that's too rude? Di Feng, I'm willing to accompany you instead. Di Feng suddenly smiled. His manifestation burst into existence, and a blood-colored figure appeared within it, unleashing boundless emperor might. This is the Blood Emperor's aura. Did he not die? This time, Mo Nian's expression changed. He had inherited some memories of his ancestors and was familiar with this aura. Mo Nian, you traitor of the ancient family alliance, I'll settle our enmities today. Di Feng's figure vanished. Following that, a wave of blood-colored qi erupted. From within this blood-colored wave came a giant hand that smashed toward Mo Nian. In that instant, a spiritual and bloodline suppression crashed down, making everyone feel like they were being crushed. It felt like they were being pressured to kneel. What's going on? This Emperor might is 100% authentic. Did the Blood Emperor borrow Di Feng's body to resurrect? Nangong Zheyu and the others' expressions changed. This Emperor might made them feel pressure, both physically and spiritually. In this state, it was impossible for them to fight properly. Just what had happened to Di Feng? It was no wonder that Di Feng had dared to challenge Mo Nian. He had come prepared. Mo Nian's fury soared. The palm crashing toward him gave him no choice but to counterattack. You're asking for it, roared Mo Nian. He knew that as soon as he turned his attention to Di Feng, he would be unable to stop Feng Fei. Mo Nian unleashed the arrow on the heaven-swallowing sun-hunting bow, while the giant arrow in his manifestation followed, piercing into the hand. The hand and arrows exploded at the same time. After that, a muffled bang came from within the sea of blood. It seemed that Di Feng had been injured. The blood sea shuddered, and blood swords shot out of it at Mo Nian. Sorry Long Chen, there's been a surprise. Once I kill him, I'll come help you out. Mo Nian was unable to ignore these blood swords. He actually charged into the blood sea, and explosions began to echo from within. The two of them began an intense fight, but it was impossible to see them within the blood sea. Feng Fei instantly escaped Mo Nian's lock and appeared in front of Long Chen. Release Zhao Rishan, or don't blame me for being merciless. Why are you wasting time talking? Get me out of here, roared Zhao Rishan from within. His voice was hoarse and panicked because Long Chen's flames were burning away his metal source. Seeing that Feng Fei wasn't directly attacking, he grew even more panicked. His resentment spread from just Long Chen to Feng Fei. Release him, impossible. Since he wants to kill me, he has to be prepared to be killed by me. Of course, you can attack me and try to save him. I'll wait for you to attack me, that way I'll have a reason to kill you as well, said Long Chen, tightening his hold on Evilmoon. Killing intent blazed in his eyes. He didn't like Feng Fei. He might even hate her. He hated how arrogant she acted, as if all the world's people had to obey her. It was like in the eyes of the divine families, the experts of the martial heaven continent were an inferior species that should crawl beneath their feet. If they rebelled, It would be a defiance of what was simply right, and they deserved the death penalty. However, he had yet to have a true clash with Feng Fei. At this time though, if Feng Fei tried to stop him, there would be nothing to discuss. He would kill her. You're too arrogant. Since you refuse to do things nicely, don't blame me for bullying the weak. Feng Fei also grew angry. She crossed her hands, and a phoenix cry rang out. A multicolored phoenix condensed in the air and shot at Long Chen. In their last spiritual strength competition, the two of them had both been injured, so this time Feng Fei was prepared. Her life soul beast was completely different from before. Soul energy shook the sky. It was unknown just how many times stronger it was from last time. Feng Fei's soul energy had vastly strengthened after reaching the fourth step of Nether Passage. Furthermore, she also had her own pride and didn't want to take advantage of him. She competed with him in spiritual strength, one of his greatest strengths. Long Chen raised his left hand. Spiritual strength condensed into a giant shield just like in their last competition. However, this time, Long Chen's spiritual strength was like a vast sea shining brightly. Waves crashed against the shield. When their two spiritual strengths crashed together, a ripple spread through the air that made every expert feel a sharp pain. Even as they circulated their own spiritual strength to resist, they cried out. It felt like millions of needles were stabbing around in their heads, making them feel enough pain to not want to live. When they recovered enough, they looked back up to see that Feng Fei's phoenix was biting at the shield. The shield was being torn through and broken, but it was constantly repairing itself. Hurry up and kill him. I can't last much longer, roared Zhao Rishan. His aura was dropping rapidly. His body had been charred like firewood. It no longer had any luster. He had reached his limit, any longer and he would be burned to death. Your flame prison isn't controlled by your soul. Feng Fei suddenly realized that Long Chen's heaven-trapping flame prison wasn't being supported by him. Otherwise, this shield he had summoned should have caused it to crumble, allowing Zhao Rishan to escape. Feng Fei was unaware that it was Huo Linger controlling it. Even without Long Chen's soul energy, it was very stable, enough to stop the weakened Zhao Rishan. Quick! Roared Zhao Rishan. After that, no more sounds came from within. A sword suddenly appeared in Feng Fei's hand. It was unknown what material it was made of, but its body was the color of blood. After that, her manifestation shone behind her, and an ancient beast appeared. A fierce aura burst out of her. She slashed her sword at Long Chen. Zhao Rishan was going to die, so she finally unleashed her full power, combining her spiritual attacks with physical attacks. Blood-colored light erupted in the sky. Long Chen swung Evilmoon. The instant their weapons met, Long Chen's body trembled and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. With only a small portion of his spiritual yuan left, he was unable to stop Feng Fei at her full power. Suddenly, the land began to shake. The ground that had been crushed and compacted began to swell back up. The dragon altar began to unleash dragon might, and the experts hiding on top of it were kicked out. The barrier of the altar exploded, and a wave of dragon might unfurled, sending the closest experts flying like meteors. The divine bones. Startled cries rang out. With the barrier's destruction, the divine bones were exposed. Long Chen looked at Zhao Rishan to the divine bones. Clenching his teeth, he gave up on Zhao Rishan and rushed toward the closest divine bone. Feng Fei's expression changed. Chapter 2487 Taking the Divine Bones. The divine bones have appeared. Everyone was delighted and tried to take the divine bones. However, the explosion of the barrier was still unleashing waves of power. Some people even coughed up blood from trying to charge through those waves. Only Long Chen was able to pierce through that wave to grab one of the divine bones. Feng Fei's gaze turned cold. Long Chen's power wasn't enough to fight her currently, so he had given up on Zhao Rishan. The divine bones belong to the divine families, shouted Feng Fei. Are they yours just because you say so? Then I say that the entire universe is mine, sneered Long Chen, ignoring her. Feng Fei panicked. She swung her sword at the flame prison, only for it to twist slightly. She didn't manage to break it, and the flames continued to burn intensely. Inside the flame prison, Zhao Rishan had no more power to speak. It was unknown if he was even alive, so Feng Fei's panic grew. Long Chen was truly sinister. This flame prison was both tough and flexible. Breaking it would take quite a bit of time. If she wanted to instantly break it, she would have to kill Long Chen. But Long Chen was refusing to fight directly against her and went for the divine bones instead. If she tried to kill Long Chen, he would dodge her. Even in his weakened state, he wasn't someone she could kill quickly. At that time, Zhao Rishan would definitely be dead. Feng Fei couldn't just watch as he was killed, so she needed to destroy the heaven-trapping flame prison. But then the divine bones would fall into Long Chen's hands. No matter what she did, Long Chen would be the winner. This damn Zhao Rishan. Feng Fei wished Zhao Rishan had died earlier. If he had just listened to her and not been so arrogant, Long Chen wouldn't necessarily have become enemies with them over the divine bones. One explosion came from Feng Fei striking the heaven-trapping flame prison. Another explosion came from the divine bones. Long Chen had just been about to touch the first divine bone when a foot-thick barrier of light forced his hand back. There's another layer of defense. Long Chen was startled. Not good, I used up too much of my dragon blood energy. I can't obtain the barrier's approval. This barrier was set up by the Dragon King. If Long Chen could use the dragon blood energy from the Dragon King, he would be able to take the dragon bones directly. However, his dragon blood energy had been used up in his fight against Zhao Rishan. This barrier no longer recognized him. Seeing that Long Chen was forced back, Feng Fei calmed down. She repeatedly attacked the flame prison, every one of her blows causing the world to tremble. As people were shocked at Feng Fei's power, they were also shocked at the flame prison's power. What kind of magical art could repeatedly block a sovereign sprout's attacks? They were unaware that the flame prison was being supported by the Nirvana scripture, meaning that this entire world's flame energy was supporting it. Feng Fei was currently trying to break the entire world's flame energy. This was also why someone like Zhao Rishan could be trapped inside. Only those personally experiencing this attack would know just how powerful it was. Feng Fei was truly powerful. With each of her attacks, she exhausted a portion of the flame energy. It was unknown what kind of power she was using. Big brother Long Chen, she's too powerful. This world doesn't have enough flame energy, so I can't stop her much longer. Transmitted Huo Linger. It's fine. Don't force yourself. Once this world's flame energy is exhausted, release him. Don't harm your source, replied Long Chen. Huo Linger was at too much of a disadvantage facing Feng Fei alone. After all, the enemy was a sovereign sprout. Long Chen didn't want Huo Linger to risk herself. The other experts were also trying to take the divine bones, but they were unable to charge through the waves of power as quickly as him. They were doing their best to get closer. That's right, Long Chen suddenly took out the bone tile, using it. This was the bone tile that had absorbed the Dragon King's essence bloodstone. As a result, the light barrier around the divine bone grew gentle, and it didn't force Long Chen back. Long Chen finally managed to grab the divine bone. Without a second glance, Long Chen tossed it into the primal chaos space and shot toward the second divine bone. What? Long Chen already obtained a divine bone. The barrier's power is weakening. The other experts' eyes reddened. Those divine bones could be considered a step toward becoming a god or immortal. Furthermore, after taking one, the barrier's power had weakened considerably. They crazily charged forward, but while they were still several hundred meters away, they were unable to get any closer. That made them roar helplessly. The difference in power was too great. Despite the divine bones being right in front of them, they didn't have the power to take them. That feeling of powerlessness made them feel like weeping. Flames exploded. Feng Fei finally shattered the heaven-trapping flame prison, and Zhao Rishan's black body appeared. Feng Fei suddenly slammed her foot on his body, causing him to explode. Everyone jumped. After putting in all that work to save him, her only goal had been to personally kill him. Had this world gone crazy? Just at this moment, Long Chen managed to grab the second divine bone and shot off toward the third one. The barrier's power weakened once more, but most of the experts had given up their desire to fight for the divine bones. It was because Feng Fei was now charging over furiously. Whether or not they could grab one of the divine bones, they wouldn't have a chance to enjoy it anyway. Feng Fei hesitated between the third and fourth divine bones. Instead of going directly at Long Chen, she charged toward the fourth one. She would get one first before anything else. If she chased after Long Chen and he managed to take the third and fourth divine bones, she would gain nothing on the off chance that she was unable to kill him. This divine bone is mine. Just at that moment, a white-robed figure charged over, fighting against Feng Fei over the fourth divine bone. Everyone was shocked. Just who would dare to fight Feng Fei over the divine bone? When they saw who it was, a startled cry rang out from everyone. The Pill Fairy. It was the Pill Fairy Yu Qingxian. No one had seen her before, so she had to have just arrived. The dragon nest's interior was like a maze. It wasn't necessarily the strongest bunch that would arrive here first. As for why Feng Fei and Zhao Rishan were able to reach this place so quickly, it was because they had a map. The Pill Fairy's arrival made Feng Fei coldly shout, "The divine bones here belong to the divine families. It has nothing to do with you, so scram." Feng Fei was truly angry now. Zhao Rishan had lost to Long Chen, and Long Chen had taken 2 divine bones. Moreover, she wasn't confident in being able to force them out of him. Now all she wanted was 1 divine bone, but someone else actually dared to interfere. All things in this world were created by the gods, so they belong to the gods. As a divine daughter, they are mine, retorted the Pill Fairy icily. The Pill Fairy was blazing with divine light. Her very voice caused heaven and earth to echo her, as if responding to her. Long Chen's heart shook. After not seeing her for so long, the Pill Fairy's divine energy had grown even more powerful. Her spiritual fluctuations had also transformed. A sharp pain racked his heart. The original Pill Fairy was already dead, or perhaps it should be said that she had been taken over by this divine energy. There wasn't a single part of her left. As the pain racked his heart, flames of fury rose inside of him toward Lord Brahma and fallen Day Knight. They had actually turned the kind Pill Fairy into a puppet. Long Chen grabbed the 3rd divine bone. After obtaining 3, he didn't go over to the 4th one, nor did he go help Mo Nian. Instead, he just stood there, summoning his divine ring to help him recover. He watched the fight between Feng Fei and the Pill Fairy. "You lowly wench, you're courting death." Feng Fei furiously swung her sword at the Pill Fairy. "Blaspheming a divine daughter is disrespect to the gods. You're the one courting death." The Pill Fairy snorted and waved her hand. Pill Valley's divine item, the Day Knight Furnace, appeared in the air. Feng Fei's sword slashed into the Day Knight Furnace, sending it flying. Space collapsed, and it was possible to see a black space appear, devouring everything inside of it. Everyone hastily retreated from it, afraid of being sucked into the chaotic flow of space. Feng Fei's expression changed as she was also knocked back by the Day Knight Furnace. She shouted, "Assimilating with divine energy is still a form of external power. It will never reach the peak." Feng Fei held her sword with both hands, and a ray of light shot out of her forehead, illuminating it. Her manifestation grew, and the fierce beast unleashed an ancient aura. Feng Fei's aura completely transformed. After that, she slashed her sword, unleashing a harsh streak of sword light. Power is power. There is no external or internal power as long as you can control it. As for reaching the peak, it doesn't matter. All that matters is being able to kill enemies. Those are the edicts of the gods. The Pill Fairy formed hand seals, her voice emotionless. The Day Knight Furnace flew back, and divine flames wrapped around the Pill Fairy's body. This was a flame that could burn all things. The Day Knight Furnace grew brighter and brighter. Under her control, it began to revolve. Feng Fei's sword landed on the Day Knight Furnace, unleashing a blinding explosion of light. As a result, both of them retreated and coughed up a mouthful of blood. In this full power exchange, both sides were injured. Everyone was shocked that the Pill Fairy could injure Feng Fei. When had the Pill Fairy grown so powerful? Just at this moment, perhaps due to not being able to endure the impact of their attacks, the final barrier around the divine bone below them shattered, and it flew into the air. Chapter 2488 Feng Fei lowers her head. Feng Fei and the Pill Fairy charged toward the divine bone. Feng Fei slashed her sword at the Pill Fairy, wanting to stop her while she grabbed it. However, the Pill Fairy snorted and suddenly sent the Day Knight Furnace hurtling toward Feng Fei, completely ignoring her attack. If either was struck by the other's attack, a fairy would die. The other experts quivered. Zhao Rishan and Long Chen's battle had been extremely intense, but this battle between Feng Fei and the Pill Fairy seemed to be reaching its conclusion in just a few moves. Both sides were facing death in an instant. Feng Fei was shocked and infuriated that the Pill Fairy would use such a shameless move. How could she be willing to die here? But if she switched to blocking the Day Knight Furnace, she would lose her initiative, and the Pill Fairy might instantly take the divine bone. The Pill Fairy's expression was icy. It seemed that she didn't even care about her life yet was also confident that Feng Fei wouldn't dare to die with her. She reached out for the divine bone. "Since you want to die so badly, I'll make sure you die." Feng Fei slashed her sword at the Day Knight Furnace. The flying beast within her manifestation also reached out, slashing a claw at the Pill Fairy. Both her attacks were incredibly sharp, especially the claw. When a shadow is over the inner heart, it is impossible to be bright. A leaf over the eye blocks the mountain from sight. There are countless possibilities with the soul. As some wish to save all life, why do some have eyes but not see, ears but not hear, a heart but not feel, a soul that is untouched? There is no choice but for them to face redemption, or they will fall into oblivion. As the pill fairy chanted, a figure appeared within her manifestation. Divine light erupted out of this figure, pouring out like a sea. Lord Brahma, Long Chen's gaze turned icy. For some reason, he had an urge to tear this figure apart. He felt a deep hatred deep within his soul. The Lord Brahma within the pill fairy's manifestation reached out toward the claw of Feng Fei's manifestation. Feng Fei's manifestation exploded. The power of her manifestation was actually inferior. With that, the pill fairy beckoned, and the divine bone actually flew straight toward her, shocking everyone. Those divine bones had their own wills. For it to fly over of its own accord, could it be that the pill fairy had obtained its approval? Earth, water, fire, wind. Could it be? Someone suddenly let out a startled cry. If the pill fairy had obtained one of the divine bones, approval, then it had to be the fire attribute divine bone. The divine bone illuminated the pill fairy, giving her already sacred appearance an extra layer of beauty. Hand over the divine bone, shouted Feng Fei, killing intent raging in her eyes. The divine bones were very important to her. However, there was something even more important than the divine bones, which was that she had actually lost in that exchange. The pill fairy waved her hand, and the day-night furnace appeared in front of her. She stepped onto it gracefully. Looking at Feng Fei, she indifferently said, "In the star-field divine world, your manifestations are unable to release their full power. But my divine might is unaffected. You aren't a match for me in this world. If you want to keep embarrassing yourself, I won't stop you. But if you anger me, I might not care about the ancient immortal treaty and kill you." Feng Fei's pupils shrank. It seemed that this ancient immortal treaty made her think of something. She looked at the pill fairy in shock. Could it be? Have you already? That has nothing to do with you. As the daughter of the god, I naturally have to spread their splendor. Anyone who dares to stop me must be killed, said the pill fairy coldly. The pill fairy's icy arrogance actually managed to suppress Feng Fei. She was even more domineering than Feng Fei. People's hearts shook. There was clearly some kind of secret hidden within their words. The pill fairy said that Feng Fei was unable to use her full power in the star-field divine world. Did that mean that the same was true of Zhao Rishan? They were already so powerful even without using their full power. Would there be anyone capable of stopping them once they unleashed their full power? Just as everyone was stunned, the earth exploded. A figure charged out. Zhao Rishan. Startled cries rang out. It was the Zhao Rishan that Feng Fei had just killed. He was alive again. Long Chen, hand over your life. Zhao Rishan immediately charged at Long Chen. When Feng Fei had crushed Zhao Rishan with a kick, she had helped sprinkle him across the ground. By absorbing the energy of the ground, he had quickly recovered. Although his core energy was metal energy, it was the earth that birthed it. Within the ground, Zhao Rishan was able to absorb energy much more efficiently. He had just recovered a bit of his power and charged out to kill Long Chen. He was unable to accept this reality. Long Chen had beaten him, and if it wasn't for Feng Fei, he would already be dead. Zhao Rishan smashed the heaven-suppressing dragon coiling rod at Long Chen. He hadn't fully recovered, but he knew that Long Chen had to be in a worse state than him as Long Chen had exchanged blows with Feng Fei in his injured state. Now was the best moment to kill him. If someone didn't save you, you would have been turned to ash, but you still dare to talk so arrogantly. Long Chen sneered and swung Evilmoon. Zhao Rishan had flown at Long Chen quickly, and now he flew back even faster. Cracks covered his entire body. He was almost shattered. How did you recover so quickly? Zhao Rishan alternated between shock and rage. Long Chen, hand over the 3 divine bones and I won't make things hard on you. Before Long Chen could even reply, the pill fairy had opened her mouth, directly demanding all 3 divine bones. Long Chen looked at the pill fairy, sighing, "You are no longer the old pill fairy. What is hard about it? It's difficult to make me spit out things that have landed in my hands, but if you want to try it, then come." Long Chen knew that right now, he wasn't facing the pill fairy but a puppet made from a god's divine energy. If he still had the slightest emotions toward the pill fairy, there would be no saving him from his foolishness. To follow me is to be blessed in my divine light, reach the pinnacle of joy, and escape the sea of bitterness. To defy me is to fall into hell. The lack of faith in me, the foolishness of those who refuse my guidance, results in a world full of sin. Those sinners must be executed for the greater good. The pill fairy began to chant once more, her face expressionless. Her manifestation grew brighter, and divine energy continued to pour into this world. It was like a god had descended upon this world. In front of her, people felt incredibly minuscule. What terrifying divine energy! Xianxia has already finished receiving the god's guidance and become a manifestation of the god. Through chanting the god's scripture, she is obtaining unending divine energy. The more devout she is, the more divine energy she obtains. Nangong Zayu's expression changed. The current pill fairy could be considered to be possessed by a god. This divine energy was bestowed upon her based on her faith energy. The more devout her faith energy was, the more divine energy she would be blessed with. Let alone the current Long Chen, even Long Chen at his peak might not be a match for her. Even Feng Fei was only able to draw with the pill fairy, and that was before she unleashed her divine energy. After her divine energy was unleashed, Feng Fei had given up. Within the star-field divine world, she was unable to beat the pill fairy. Ha ha ha, Long Chen suddenly laughed, his laugh full of contempt. Who does Lord Brahma think he is? What a joke. Listening to him can allow someone to escape the sea of bitterness, while not listening to him will result in someone falling to hell. Is that really a god? Doesn't that sound more like a monstrous devil? Lord Brahma and fallen Danites say some big words. When I first entered Pill Valley, I already pissed on their heads. If they really were gods, then I wouldn't be alive right now. As Long Chen laughed, everyone stared in dumbfounded silence. Lord Brahma and fallen Danite were publicly acknowledged as true gods. Did Long Chen really piss on their divine statues? That was too crazy. Those familiar with him knew that he wouldn't lie about such a thing. With his fearless character, it seemed that he really was capable of doing such a thing. Blasphemers of the gods cannot be forgiven for their sins. Only your blood can atone for your sins. The pill fairy formed hand seals, and a giant palm crashed down upon Long Chen. Retreat. You haven't even recovered half of your power. If you face this divine energy directly, you'll die, warned Evilmoon. No, I could retreat in front of anyone else but not her. Icy killing intent filled Long Chen's eyes. Rather than retreating, he directly charged at the palm crashing toward him. You idiot, raged Evilmoon, unable to understand why Long Chen would become so stupid. He had used up the energy of his dragon blood and barely recovered a bit of his spiritual yuan, yet he still was fighting against the pill fairy. Was this not courting death? Evilmoon's two dragon marks lit up. Black runes appeared and a sinister aura erupted. Evilmoon had no choice but to unleash all of its power, or Long Chen would die. The giant hand shattered, but Long Chen coughed up 3 mouthfuls of blood. Lines of blood covered his body as if he was about to break apart. In his current state, it was too much for him to receive the pill fairy's attacks. Idiot, if I didn't go all out helping you, you would have died. Cursed Evilmoon. The pill fairy didn't give Long Chen a chance to rest. Clapping her hands together, another hand reached out of her manifestation, this time grabbing the Danite furnace and sending it smashing toward Long Chen. Dodge. Without your own energy, I can't unleash my power, roared Evilmoon. Just at this moment, the dragon altar exploded and the Dragon King's corpse was blasted apart. After that, the earth collapsed, and a black torrent suddenly shot out. The Danite furnace along with the pill fairy were sent flying by the black torrent. What is going on? Everyone stared in shock at the black flood, a bad feeling rising in their hearts. Chapter 2489 Snow White Robes. The black flood came out of nowhere and was like an evil spear, piercing out of the altar. Even the Dragon King's corpse was unable to block it. An aura of rot and death filled the air. Just looking at the black flood made people feel a sharp pang in their souls. This aura, why is it so familiar? It's the aura of the heaven-devouring black armor core. Was this altar suppressing the hive of the black armor core? Everyone's expressions changed. The loss of the 4 divine bones had weakened the altar to the point that it could no longer seal the black armor core. All of a sudden, a figure charged out of the black flood. It was the corrupt path's mysterious expert, Yi Ming. Startled cries rang out when people saw him. What was he doing inside of the black flood? Was he related to it? Just as everyone was filled with suspicions, they also noticed that Yi Ming was covered in blood. He had many cuts all over him. A ray of sword light flashed over. Wanting to block it, Yi Ming roared and unleashed a ray of divine light, but it was shattered by the attack. The sword light then pierced his shoulder, flying through with a bloody dart. Staring in shock, people wondered just who was so powerful that they could injure Yi Ming. From within the black flood came another figure. He wore white robes untouched by dust. Although everyone could see his shoulder-length hair, the strange thing was that they couldn't see his face. This white-robed man's face was unclear, but his body still gave off a feeling of nobility and grace. This nobility was not one of aloof arrogance, but one that made others feel as if he was worthy of following, a nobility that inspired reverence. That's the aura of a sovereign. A startled cry rang out. This air was something only a sovereign should possess. So who was this person? Was it another sovereign sprout? But even Feng Fei and Zhao Rishan lacked this kind of air. Although they were powerful, they didn't possess this nobility. Who are you? Roared Yi Ming, directly voicing everyone's suspicions. Was this person from the star-field divine world? The white-robed man didn't reply. Instead, he turned toward the distant Long Chen. It seems you obtained the Dragon King's essence blood. I was one step too late. Even a sovereign can miscalculate, said the white-robed man. His voice was simple and gentle, like a spring breeze. But there also seemed to be a sighing tone. The Dragon King's essence blood. As everyone was shocked, Zhao Rishan roared, no wonder you had such power. You were using the Dragon King's power. When it runs out next time, I can kill you like killing a chicken. It seemed that Zhao Rishan had finally found an excuse to placate his heart. If Long Chen had used external power to beat him, then his defeat didn't count. Long Chen ignored him and looked at the white-robed man. Are you the one who the Dragon King Senior was waiting for? You are. Long Chen shut his mouth. He seemed to know who this white-robed man was. It was no wonder his aura felt familiar. The white-robed man nodded. It was supposed to be left for me, but I was delayed when I saw Yi Ming secretly undoing the seal of the heaven-devouring Fiend King. I was trying to kill him before he could, but I failed. The heaven-devouring Fiend King's seal has been released, and the Dragon King's energy has run out. The rest of the Black Armor Corps down below are affected by the Fiend King's release and are quickly reviving. What? Everyone was horrified. The fallen Black Armor Corps could come back to life. Wouldn't they be enough to destroy this entire world? Yi Ming, why would you do this? Demanded people. Because through his special energy, he can control the revived Black Armor Corps. That's the reason I made killing him my priority, said the white-robed man. Everyone, including Long Chen, was appalled. If Yi Ming could control this Black Armor Corps, then ignoring anything else, at least everyone from the righteous path would be annihilated. Brother, my apologies. I told the Dragon King Senior that he had the wrong person, but he still gave me the Dragon King Essence Blood Stone. Now, only half of its essence blood remains. If it's still useful to you, please take it. Long Chen took out the Dragon King Essence Blood Stone. Sensing the vast essence blood fluctuations coming from it, countless people grew greedy for it. Long Chen, are you afraid now? You want to trade a treasure for your life? I never thought that the Grand Long Chen was such a coward. Suddenly, Di Feng's voice rang out. He actually escaped Mo Nian's interference and flew over. Damn brat, come over and fight, roared Mo Nian, shooting an arrow at Di Feng. Di Feng's figure instantly became illusory, and the arrow passed through his body, not doing any substantial damage. Mo Nian's battle with Di Feng had been frustrating to say the least. Di Feng had no intention of beating Mo Nian. He only wanted to use his Blood Sea domain to stall Mo Nian. Within his Blood Sea, he easily dodged Mo Nian's attacks. This Blood Sea contained the power of an emperor, so Di Feng was able to freely go between reality and illusory. Mo Nian had yet to find a way to counter this technique, resulting in him being unable to unleash any of his power. Di Feng couldn't help being disappointed that Long Chen hadn't been killed, and so he chose this moment to shout at him. The white-robed man turned to look at Di Feng. He shook his head, a possession by an emperor's heroic spirit. To hide the real body within the river of time to avoid attacks is an insignificant path. Big words, who do you think you are to be so arrogant in front of me? Sneered Di Feng. A ray of sword chi shot out. The strange thing was that the sword chi clearly appeared first, and only after that did the white-robed man swing his sword. Furthermore, most frightening of all, the sword chi had yet to touch Di Feng when Di Feng's body was pierced. What? Mo Nian was dumbfounded. This sword attack was too bizarre. No one understood what had happened. It was like this sword had passed through the restrictions of time to harm Di Feng. Such a heretical path is useless in the end. It's not even your own power, and it will never cover up your fatal flaws. If there was no karma between us, you would have died to me, Yun Mo's sword, said the white-robed man indifferently. Di Feng looked down at the wound on his chest that was not healing, his face pale. If that attack had landed on his head, perhaps he would be a corpse now. Just who was this white-robed man to turn his newfound power ineffective? Yun Mo. 1. Long Chen's heart pounded. As expected, he was definitely Yun Shang's descendant. Their surnames were the same. Long Chen sent the essence blood stone flying toward him. My apologies. This should have been yours, but I took half. Long Chen had received great favor from Yun Shang. Evilmoon was the gift that Yun Shang had left for him, and it had been a loyal companion that had saved his life countless times. For Long Chen to have taken something that Yun Shang had left for his descendant definitely had the taste of biting the hand that fed you. The white-robed man received the essence blood stone. When he looked up, this time Long Chen's heart trembled. He vaguely saw a pair of familiar eyes. They were far too similar. Could he be? No, he's not Yun Shang. His bloodline fluctuations are very similar, but his spiritual fluctuations are completely different. Furthermore, Yun Shang already became a sovereign and was branded into the heavenly Daos. There is no way an identical sovereign can be born in one world. A sovereign cannot reincarnate, so he is not Yun Shang, said Evilmoon firmly. Having exchanged blows with Yun Shang, having been suppressed by Yun Shang's seal for all these years, Evilmoon was profoundly aware of his aura. So it was sure that this person was not Yun Shang. Many thanks. The white-robed man cupped his fists. As expected of the person that sovereign Yun Shang favors. You are even willing to give away such a priceless treasure. I've decided that you are definitely worth befriending. Long Chen was unable to remain calm. This feeling of being basked in sunlight, this feeling of having the heart warmed, his tone, his eyes, they were all far too similar to Yun Shang. Long Chen nodded. Sovereign Yun Shang blessed me with his favor, and I was never able to repay him. If you are the one to continue the sovereign's legacy, I am willing to help you. These words shocked everyone. Was Long Chen saying he was willing to help someone else become the #1 expert of this world? This was startling, as Long Chen had never submitted to anyone else before. They then looked at the white-robed man, as well as thought about how they kept talking about sovereign Yun Shang. A wild possibility appeared in their minds and it dumbfounded them. It's impossible. The 5 sovereigns were all solitary figures without partners, let alone descendants. Everyone began to suspect his identity, but it was impossible for him to be a sovereign's descendant. Unless, was he a sovereign's disciple? The white-robed man smiled. Although his face was unclear, it still gave off a refreshing feeling. Sovereign Yun Shang's will has long since been entrusted to the land of the martial heaven continent. There are no sovereign sprouts in this world, or perhaps I should say that everyone is a sovereign sprout. Man or woman, human or not, righteous or corrupt, good or evil, every person has the possibility of becoming a sovereign. The most basic requirement for becoming a sovereign is to understand what it means to sacrifice oneself. Long Chen, amongst all the geniuses, you are the one that possesses the greatest chance of continuing the legacy of the sovereigns. You are the one with the greatest possibility of becoming a sovereign, said the white-robed man profoundly. These words made Di Feng, Zhao Rishan, Feng Fei, and Yi Ming's expressions change. They thought of a frightening possibility. Become a sovereign, he might not even be living past today. Yi Ming suddenly took the initiative in attacking the white-robed man with his jagged sword. Following Yi Ming's lead, Zhao Rishan, Feng Fei, and Di Feng also attacked, but their target was Long Chen. 1. The Mo here is a stand-in for so and so. He is saying his name is Yun, something. Chapter 2490. The ghost ship reappears. Black chi flowed around Yi Ming and began to mix with the black flood. It seemed that he was borrowing its power to attack the white-robed man. Leave this fellow to me. You should know what to do, shouted Yi Ming. The white-robed man swung his sword. Yi Ming was instantly sent flying, but after retreating into the black torrent, he flew back out and attacked once more. At the same time, Feng Fei, Zhao Rishan, and Di Feng seemed to agree with Yi Ming and went straight toward Long Chen. Long Chen, your death is at hand, sneered Di Feng. 3 powerful experts were attacking Long Chen simultaneously, instantly putting him in an inferior position. Even fleeing would be difficult. Suddenly, an arrow pierced through the air. Facing the arrow, Di Feng snorted and his body became illusory. As a result, the arrow passed through his body without causing any damage. The only one capable of injuring him was the white-robed man. Mo Nian, your attacks are useless against me. Once I kill Long Chen, I'll come for you, sneered Di Feng, ignoring Mo Nian and attacking Long Chen. Mo Nian, you kill that Rishan idiot. Leave this fellow to me, shouted Long Chen. He swung Evilmoon at Di Feng. Big words, sneered Di Feng. His body quickly became illusory. Evilmoon passed straight through his body just like Mo Nian's arrows. Your attacks are nothing more than, Di Feng laughed, his body becoming solid once more. Just at that moment, Long Chen twisted Evilmoon. Its dragon marks lit up, and it cut Di Feng in two. Di Feng's sneer vanished, replaced with shock that was echoed by the other experts. Long Chen was actually able to counter his bizarre technique. Evilmoon stabbed forward, this time aiming for Di Feng's head. However, Feng Fei's sword appeared in front of it, and with a swing, she sent Long Chen flying. His hand almost broke. Long Chen, if you surrender now, I can spare your life, said Feng Fei. A person who can make me surrender has yet to be born in this world. Whatever abilities you have, go ahead and bring them out, snorted Long Chen. Our target is him, but if you want to die so badly, fine. A cold light flickered in Feng Fei's eyes. In her eyes, Long Chen was ignoring her kindness. Zhao Rishan was blown up by Mo Nian's arrow. Mo Nian might not be able to do anything to Di Feng's strange emperor technique, but he had plenty of room to play when it came to Zhao Rishan. After all, Zhao Rishan was in a weakened state. Feng Fei, hurry up and kill Long Chen. Why are you wasting words? Shouted Zhao Rishan. His body quickly reformed. Yi Ming and the white-robed man were still fighting, but Yi Ming was clearly at an immense disadvantage. In just a few exchanges, he was coughing up blood, but he persevered in order to tie the white-robed man down. Mo Nian had suppressed Zhao Rishan, but with his undying body, Mo Nian was unable to kill him quickly. Every time Mo Nian wanted to go help Long Chen, Zhao Rishan summoned his manifestation and blocked him. With Feng Fei and Di Feng attacking Long Chen at the same time, he was in immense danger. Even a single Feng Fei wasn't someone he could handle in his current state, let alone adding in another opponent who had gained the Blood Emperor's inheritance. Feng Fei stopped trying to convince Long Chen after his refusal. She repeatedly attacked, her blood sword unleashing waves of power. Long Chen snorted and swung Evilmoon behind him, perfectly blocking Di Feng's sneak attack. He then gripped Evilmoon with both hands, preparing to unleash his full power to receive Feng Fei's attack. Killing intent raged within him. He no longer cared about Feng Fei's existence. All he had was a belief in killing his opponent. Even if he was no longer at his peak, as long as he could grasp the slightest chance, he could still kill her. Even a weaker person could kill a stronger opponent with just one chance. Suddenly, divine light flew over, knocking Feng Fei back. Her expression changed. "You Qingshan, what are you doing?" The divine light had come from the Pill Fairy and had been aimed for Feng Fei's vitals. The Pill Fairy ignored Feng Fei. She turned to Long Chen. "Hand over the 3 divine bones and I will not participate in this battle." Everyone was startled. If the Pill Fairy joined in, Long Chen really would be dead. In his weakened state, how was he supposed to face such powerful opponents? Nangong Zheyu and Baitang Rushwang exchanged a glance. They both nodded. Now was the time for them to join in. Ha ha ha. Long Chen suddenly laughed. His voice was icy. "If you want to attack, then come. Let's see who is capable of taking my life." Long Chen was the most infuriated by the Pill Fairy. If others attacked him, he wouldn't feel such rage. Only the Pill Fairy could cause him to feel such anger. Despite knowing that the Pill Fairy was now Lord Brahma's puppet, he was unable to accept her icy and emotionless treatment. A flame lotus rapidly condensed in his hand, and sacred chanting filled the air. Flame energy surged toward Long Chen. "So you've obtained the 3rd volume of the Nirvana scripture. But I won't let you release this technique." The Pill Fairy shook her head. She summoned the Day-Night Furnace, but before she could attack, rumbling rang out. From the other side of the black flood came a giant figure that was causing space to explode. A ghost ship. Startled cries rang out. This was a completely black ship that gave off an air of immense decay. Just looking at it was terrifying. The world started to collapse. People began to flee, but in the next instant, the ghost ship broke the shackles of space and time. Chaotic space filled this world, throwing the laws of heaven and earth into disorder. Long Chen's flame lotus was also affected and instantly dissipated. In that instant, the world was thrown into chaos. Everyone lost their connection to the world's energy. The ghost ship was like its own world crashing into this one. The chaotic flow of space poured into this world. As a result, some of the experts who had begun to flee were sucked into that chaotic flow. One of them, a peak expert capable of reaching this place, was instantly crushed. People were horrified to find that the arrival of the ghost ship had thrown time into chaos as well. Their own senses were off. The ghost ship had entered this world, and they had lost their best chance to escape. "Get onto the ship," shouted Mo Nian. He shot an arrow onto the top side of the ship, and a hook appeared at the end of the arrow, clinging onto the ghost ship. A long chain then grew out of the arrow. The chaotic flow of spacetime threatened to swallow this entire world. The ghost ship was their only choice. The ghost ships were said to be carriers of misfortune and calamity. It was said those who had set foot on a ghost ship all died miserably. There was only a single sovereign who had been a lucky survivor. Chaotic spacetime continued to pour into this space. Whole regions collapsed like a giant mouth had clamped shut. It seemed that they were only one step from being swallowed into the stomach of a beast. Mo Nian had flown onto the ghost ship, and Long Chen followed without hesitation. Everyone's fight was forced to stop due to the ghost ship's arrival. With this world about to be destroyed, the ghost ship was their only option. But this option might very well be another path to death or even worse. The white-robed man looked at the ghost ship without joy or sorrow. It's finally here. With a single step, he arrived on top of the ghost ship. His movements were still graceful and easy even through this chaotic flow. It seemed that the chaotic flow of space was unable to affect him. However, that was not the same for others. Within this chaotic flow, Feng Fei and the others could only use their divine items to protect themselves as they attempted to fly toward the ghost ship. Their divine items creaked from the pressure, making them all feel icy chills. The surprising thing was that Yi Ming was also unaffected by this chaotic flow. He was like a fish in water, chasing after the white-robed man like a specter. The white-robed man slashed his sword at Yi Ming, tearing through the chaotic flow. Yi Ming easily dodged, and as a result, the sword left a path through the chaotic flow. Two experts in particular had been unable to resist the chaotic flow of space and had been sucked by it, but the white-robed man's attack had created a path for them. The two of them immediately flew onto the boat by. Following that path, Yi Ming had realized that he had no advantage in this place. He then looked over at Long Chen who had reached the ghost ship and smiled coldly. His jagged sword suddenly slashed toward Nangong Zheyu and Baitang Rushuang. Long Chen had only just set foot onto the ghost ship and hadn't had time to appraise the situation when he saw Yi Ming's sinister smile. Killing intent exploded within him. Chapter 2491 I'll accompany you. Within this chaotic flow of space, everyone was in danger. At this moment, Yi Ming flew back into it and attacked Nangong Zheyu and Baitang Rushuang. Baitang Rushuang's expression changed. It was difficult for them to pass through this chaotic flow. Any more trouble would knock them back further. Yi Ming was truly treacherous. This attack's power was normally nothing to them, but within this chaotic flow, it could be fatal. Nangong Zheyu extended a hand. A curtain of water appeared within the chaotic flow. It followed the chaotic flow, and Yi Ming's attack was distorted as it passed through the water, resulting in it flying past the two of them. Nangong Zheyu's water energy was actually able to resolve Yi Ming's attack. However, doing so within this chaotic flow had come at a price. Her face instantly turned pale. Interesting. Yi Ming was surprised. Within this chaotic flow, they were cut off from heavenly Tao energy. The only reason he could move so freely here was due to his dark energy. Let's try again, snorted Yi Ming, attacking once more. Yi Ming, you really are courting death. Are you provoking the everlasting families? Raged Baitang Rushuang. The everlasting families? They're nothing in my eyes, sneered Yi Ming. Baitang Rushuang's fury soared. She raised her bow, but she was stopped by Nangong Zheyu. If you do that, we will lose any chance of escaping this chaotic flow. I'll handle it. Nangong Zheyu formed hand seals. Her true water energy was able to borrow a bit of the energy of the chaotic flow of space to distort Yi Ming's attacks. The backlash is too great. You'll definitely be severely injured and we'll still be dead. If we're going to die anyway, we might as well drag him down with us, said Baitang Rushuang hatefully. She could see that Nangong Zheyu had borrowed some of the power of the chaotic flow of space. However, that power did not belong to the heavenly Taos. Using it was not easy. Nangong Zheyu had already been injured, and doing so again would worsen her injury. Yi Ming, if you want to play, I'll accompany you. Long Chen's icy voice rang out. He attacked through the chaotic flow. Long Chen, Nangong Zheyu and Baidang Rushuang were both startled. It was far too dangerous for Long Chen to come back at this time. Ha ha ha, I was waiting for you, laughed Yi Ming. His sword twisted, slashing toward Long Chen. Long Chen, don't fall for his trap, shouted Nangong Zheyu. Yi Ming was clearly attacking them to draw Long Chen out and trap him here. Get onto the ship, I'll kill him. This piece of trash has really pissed me off, said Long Chen. Evilmoon slammed into the jagged sword. Space twisted around them. Yi Ming, you are supposed to be a generation's genius, a reincarnation of a corrupt god, but you do such shameful things. The so-called corrupt gods really are trash, sneered Long Chen angrily. This was the action of a god. It was more like that of a slightly smellier pile of dung. Long Chen attacked once more. He was also unaffected by the chaotic flow of space. A little mortal thinks he can understand the mind of the gods. Such lies will only increase your own karma. You should be respectful toward the gods, snorted Yi Ming. However, he was a bit surprised that Long Chen could fight within this chaotic flow. What he was unaware of was that, when Long Chen had stepped into the third step of Nether Passage, he had relied on the death energy within the chaotic flow. Hence, he also had a bit of control over this kind of energy. With Long Chen attacking Yi Ming, Nangong Zheyu and Baidang Rushuang quickly flew onto the flying boat. Long Chen attacked 3 times, clashing with Yi Ming thrice. He was startled to sense that Yi Ming's power was rapidly climbing. It was as if he was being supported by the energy here. Ha ha ha, have you noticed? I don't mind telling you. The reason I released the heaven-devouring Fiend King was to obtain its devouring power. I've already succeeded. This chaotic flow of space can't do anything to me, and its dark energy is strengthening my own. As for you, you will die here. Yi Ming laughed. Looking at the ship and seeing that everyone else had flown onto it, he suddenly waved his hand. Pillars appeared within the chaotic flow, trapping Long Chen. Don't you like trapping others? The cycle of karma has determined that you should experience what it feels like to be trapped. Yi Ming suddenly retreated, forming hand seals and summoning a giant black prison within the chaotic flow. The prison quickly shrank, its pressure crashing down on Long Chen's body. He felt like millions of black swords were pressing down on his body. Long Chen swung Evilmoon at one of the pillars, and although he made a cut into it, he didn't break it. It also quickly reformed thanks to the endless dark energy in the surroundings. Your saber really is amazing. It's actually able to cut into my dark energy chains. Such a treasure is a waste in your hands. It's more suited to me. Yi Ming's eyes fell on Evilmoon. Evilmoon's runes lit up. It began to absorb the energy of the prison. That energy had a certain connection to it. Just at this moment, the ghost ship began to fly off in another direction. Ha ha ha, the ghost ship is leaving. Even with a divine weapon, you can't escape my cage. You'll die here, laughed Yi Ming. His laughter grew louder as if he was exaggerating it to strike a blow on Long Chen's confidence, as well as to let the others on the ship hear it. Long Chen, your power has dropped too much, restricting my power. It will take several breaths' time to break this cage, said Evilmoon. Having absorbed the dragon source's energy, Evilmoon had greatly weakened the seal on it, causing its power to soar. However, even then, it was unable to release its full power without Long Chen's aid. The most worrisome thing was that Yi Ming was still there like a fish in water. He wasn't afraid of the chaotic flow of space at all. Once the ghost ship left, Long Chen would be left here with Yi Ming. Space has already stabilized. I'll use my strongest technique to decide victory. Long Chen's gaze was icy. A flame lotus slowly condensed in his hand. Impossible. In your current state, you can't handle the backlash of the world extermination flame lotus, warned Evilmoon. If I can't endure it, then he won't be able to either. Long Chen had overestimated Yi Ming. He had never thought that someone who had once become a god would be so contemptible. Long Chen couldn't wait to kill him. Just as the flame lotus appeared, a ball of flames began to grow intense within his primal chaos space. Those were the karmic hell flames he had taken from the netherworld. Huo Linger had managed to absorb a trace of their power but was unable to truly absorb them. Those karmic hell flames had been left as rations for Huo Linger. They were a priceless treasure, but Long Chen was prepared to use them. The flame lotus slowly grew, turning blood red. It was completely different from the normal flame lotus. All its power was condensed within it, but when it appeared, the chaotic flow of space within this world clearly trembled. Although it was just a subtle change that no one else sensed, Yi Ming did. He formed hand seals, strengthening his prison. Looking at the flame lotus, he sneered, "No magical arts can be stable within this space, and the heavenly Taos are also in chaos. Your resistance is futile. Your only chance is to use that weapon of yours to slowly exhaust me, but I already have everything under control. All of your options are foolish." Long Chen ignored Yi Ming's mocking. He was only trying to rattle him. Although Yi Ming had once become a god, he was constantly putting on such an idiotic act. Most likely, it was to draw Mo Nian, Nangong Zheyu, and Baidang Rushuang's attention. If they came over to save Long Chen, they would fall into his trap. Although such a scheme was very stupid, Long Chen was well aware of just how effective it could be. After all, he had jumped into it just now. No matter how strong a person was, by grasping their weak point, a stupid scheme could still have a great effect. The ghost ship was already far into the distance. Distorted sounds came from there as if something was happening. Suddenly, a white figure appeared on top of the ghost ship. A giant anchor came flying back toward Long Chen. Divine light exploded on the ghost ship. The day-night furnace appeared, blocking the white figure. There was also a fight going on the ghost ship. The anchor crashed into the black prison, and the prison instantly exploded. At the same time, Yi Ming's hands were blasted apart, and he was shocked. Just at that moment, a hand with a blood-red flame lotus on it silently smashed into his chest. Chapter 2492 Setting foot on the ghost ship. The blood-red lotus in Long Chen's hand exploded into Yi Ming's chest. It was like a flower of death blooming. Yi Ming had received an immense backlash from the ghost ship's anchor breaking his prison, and Long Chen was grasping this perfect chance to attack. In that instant, Yi Ming felt a sensation of death. His sharp intuition was telling him that Long Chen's attack had fooled his senses and was truly a terrifying attack that he had underestimated. Now, he had no time to dodge, and with his hands blasted apart from the backlash, he couldn't even form hand seals. His Yuan spirit appeared out of his head, forming hand seals for him. Thousands of chains appeared behind Yi Ming's back, stretching into the darkness. Just at that moment, Long Chen's world extermination flame lotus exploded. Yi Ming's chest was instantly pierced through, and the chains behind him were also blasted to bits. Yi Ming hacked up blood as he flew back. Yi Ming was appalled. Just now, he had summoned his manifestation, and his chains had passed the energy of Long Chen's attack into his manifestation. Unexpectedly though, his dark energy that had never failed him was actually unable to absorb all of Long Chen's energy. At best, it had weakened his attack by 30%. The rest had exploded into his chest. If it weren't for the 30% that had been absorbed, he would have definitely been blown apart. Even if he could protect his Yuan spirit, his physical body would be irreparable. In his last life, he had never encountered such a strange energy. This energy was not within the scope of things that his dark energy could devour. Yi Ming was finally afraid and retreated. If this continued, he might end up leaving his life in this place. He had never dreamed that Long Chen could control a power that his dark energy couldn't devour. His manifestation had crumbled and he could no longer continue. "You think you can run?" Long Chen snorted. Lightning wings spread on his back. Although his own situation was not good, he refused to let Yi Ming get away this time. As long as he gritted his teeth and didn't give Yi Ming any breathing room, he was confident that he could kill him. "Long Chen, get on!" Mo Nian's shout suddenly rang out from the ghost ship. Long Chen was unable to see his figure, but he could hear the panic in his voice. Looking at the severely injured Yi Ming that was retreating, Long Chen furiously clenched his fists. Once again, karmic luck was messing up his plans. It had been the same thing when he had been about to slay Zhao Rishan. Something unexpected always happened. If Mo Nian didn't have something gravely important, he wouldn't be calling for him in such a panic. "Yi Ming, I'll take your life next time." Long Chen clenched his teeth and flew back to the ghost ship. It was so fast that he was unable to catch up, so he had no choice but to grab the anchor. Although he was prepared this time, the strange scenes that had occurred the last time reappeared. He ignored them, forcing himself to climb up the chain. It was very slow climbing up this long chain. Furthermore, the closer he got to the ghost ship, the more the scenes in his head fluctuated. Suddenly, the anchor was pulled in, dragging him toward the ghost ship. It was unknown if it was someone pulling him over or the ghost ship's automatic reaction. Long Chen felt his body flying through the chaotic flow of space, and it was as though knives were cutting across his body. Anyone else would probably be unable to endure this. Finally, he arrived on the ghost ship. A layer of light had appeared on the ghost ship at some point, and he smashed into it like it was a mountain, causing stars to spin in his head. He almost coughed up blood. Before he could even get a sense of his surroundings, cold astral wind appeared. This astral wind was a killing blow. Long Chen had no time to think. He summoned the demon moon furnace. After that, sparks exploded and Long Chen tumbled back. He raised his head to see that his attacker was Di Feng. Di Feng had his manifestation up and was the one attacking him. A weakened tiger can die to a dog, but do you think that you are qualified to sneak attack me? Long Chen was enraged. If it wasn't for Mo Nian, Long Chen would have long since wiped out Di Feng himself. Long Chen, ignore that dog. Get over here. Mo Nian's voice rang out from a distance. At this moment, Long Chen saw Mo Nian, Nangong Zheyu, Baidang Rushuang, and the white-robed man surrounded by attackers. Amongst those attackers were Feng Fei, Zhao Rishan, and Yu Qingshan. The white-robed man was extremely powerful though. Every swing of his sword sliced through the void, forcing Feng Fei back repeatedly. Yu Qingshan's Daynite furnace slammed down, only to be knocked back by Mo Nian's bow. Nangong Zheyu and Baidang Rushuang had also joined the battle for some reason and were being attacked by Zhao Rishan and the others. Dozens of other experts had joined the battle at this time. Those experts weren't particularly famous, but they were extremely powerful. With them surrounding Mo Nian and the others, they were in constant danger. Long Chen then saw a giant gate behind the white-robed man. The gate was closed, but there was light peeking out from the cracks. The light was fluctuating more and more intensely as if it might open at any moment. Long Chen realized that the white-robed man must know something about this place and wanted to be the first to enter the gate, so he was being attacked by Feng Fei and the others. I'm here. Long Chen charged through with the demon moon furnace. 3 experts got in his way but were blown back. Di Feng also tried to stop him but was forced back by an arrow from Mo Nian. The demon moon furnace then slammed into the Daynite furnace. The 2 pill furnaces rumbled, emitting an ear-piercing screech. Long Chen coughed up, a mouthful of blood, but thanks to the demon moon furnace, he managed to smoothly enter the center of the battlefield. You're finally here, let's go. The white-robed man nodded as if he had been waiting for Long Chen. He then sliced his sword before him, leaving a giant cut in the void enveloping everyone attacking them. Feng Fei and the others' attacks were strangely sent twisting away by some kind of mysterious energy contained within his slash. It seemed to contain some kind of spacetime law that rejected their attacks. Not good. Zhao Rishan's expression changed. He smashed a fist at the sword light but was unable to break it. Just at that moment, the gate opened. Long Chen felt his body lighten, and the scene before him changed. He found himself on top of a giant boat. Before this, the prow of the ghost ship had been completely dark, making it impossible to see what was going on. Now, Long Chen saw that this was an ancient ship. It was not a flying boat. It looked like an ordinary ship used to sail the seas in the mortal world. The only shocking thing about it was its size that far exceeded anything in the mortal world. There's people here. Nangong Zheyu was startled. More and more figures were appearing around them at this moment. Those people all wore ancient clothing, but they were varied. There were men and women, young and old. They were moving, seemingly conversing with each other and working on the ship. Suddenly, everyone's attention was drawn by one scene in particular. They saw thousands of people pulling a rope. They were dragging up the sail. In the next moment, a group of people carrying a cask appeared, walking straight toward them. Mo Nian got out of the way, but those people made a sudden turn, and one person slipped, falling. Careful. Mo Nian reached out, but that person slipped right through his fingers. Mo Nian stared down to see his hand had passed straight through this person's body. The person fell, causing the cask to fall as well. The scent of alcohol filled the air. One of the people carrying the cask was particularly enraged and took out a whip, striking the person who had fallen over 10 times. It was only when the victim was crying and his flesh was bloody that he stopped. They quickly got water and cleaned up the alcohol. Curiously though, their bodies began to pass through each other as they worked. Everyone, this ghost ship is the one that Sovereign Yun Sheng stopped back in the day. The cycle has now come full circle, and it has reappeared. I thought that this ghost ship was waiting for me, but now I found that all the karma has been thrown into disorder. Perhaps this was arranged by the Sovereign. This ghost ship passed through the past and the future. Its secrets have never been uncovered. Even the Sovereigns have to be careful about it. By using the ghost ship's power, my spacetime sword curse has blocked them for 2 hours. After 2 hours, they will also enter, so we should split up to explore the ghost ship. No one knows the secrets of the ghost ships. What we see on it are nothing more than its fragmented memories. By standing at different places, you will see different things. What you see, what you can obtain, whether good or bad, will be entirely up to your luck, said the white-robed man. Many thanks, brother. Then I won't stand on courtesy. I'm very curious about things that I don't know, so I'll take the first step. Mo Nian cupped his fists to the white-robed man and stepped forward. With just one step, he vanished from everyone's vision, causing everyone to jump. Space is in chaos here. With one step, he entered a different time than us. Once we split up, we will appear in different spacetimes. Unless you all reach the end of the ship, no one will be running into each other again, explained the white-robed man. Nangong Zayu and Baitang Rushuang nodded. It seemed that it was impossible for two people to pass through this place together. With a reminder to be careful, they nodded and stepped forward, vanishing. Long Chen cupped his fists toward the white-robed man as well and started to walk away when the white-robed man said, "Brother Long, please wait a moment." Chapter 2493 Two Paths. Long Chen paused and turned back. The white-robed man said, "This ship has countless opportunities on it, as well as countless dangers. The ghost ship has temporarily lost its direction and is trapped within the dragon nest. But once it breaks out of the dragon nest, it will find its original path. The Starfield Divine World is just one of its temporary stops. Before it breaks the dragon nest, we must reach the aft of the ship. Otherwise, we'll be dragged away by the ghost ship to unknown worlds. At that time, the barrier separating the ghost ship from the outside will strengthen in order to pass through the wall between worlds. If you were still here by then, you would be trapped here and die of old age." Long Chen's expression changed. Mo Nian and the others were unaware of this. If they wasted too much time, they wouldn't return. You don't need to worry about them. They are walking normal paths. Even if they don't reach the end, when the dragon nest breaks, they will see the end anyway. The reason I have called you is because there are two particularly special places on the ship. I'm asking if you want to go there or not, said the white-robed man. Are they very dangerous? The white-robed man nodded. One of them was left to me by Sovereign Yun Shang. He told me to go there. As for the other one, Sovereign Yun Shang told me not to go there under any circumstances. Long Chen's heart pounded. Are you? The strange divine light shrouding the white-robed man's face suddenly faded. You? Long Chen jumped in shock. This person was clearly Sovereign Yun Shang. It was only their eyes that were slightly different. I am Sovereign Yun Shang's son, Yun Tian. Greetings, Brother Long. The white-robed man smiled and cupped his fists at Long Chen. Even the graceful way he acted was identical to Sovereign Yun Shang. Greetings, Brother Yun. I didn't expect Sovereign Yun Shang to have a son. This is wonderful news for the martial heaven continent, said Long Chen. Long Chen was full of questions. Although he had suspected that this person was Sovereign Yun Shang's descendant, he hadn't thought that it was possible for him to be his son. His appearance, his mannerisms, even the nobility revealed with each of his movements was similar. Long Chen didn't doubt that he was related to Sovereign Yun Shang in the slightest. Brother Long, have you seen Sovereign Yun Shang? Asked Yun Tian. Curiously, despite calling himself his son, he didn't call Sovereign Yun Shang his father. Long Chen nodded, explaining how he had encountered Sovereign Yun Shang in the spirit world. So that's the case. Yun Tian nodded. Seeing his confusion, Yun Tian explained, now I finally understand why what Sovereign Yun Shang left for me ended up taken by you. Back then, Sovereign Yun Shang left not just Dragonbone Evilmoon but also the evil dragon soul essence for you. But you only obtained one, while the evil dragon soul essence was taken by someone else. That has caused all the following karma to become distorted. It is no longer within Sovereign Yun Shang's control. However, the amount of essence blood within the blood essence stone is enough for me to awaken the dormant sovereign blood in my body, so you don't need to feel guilty over it. If such a distortion had not occurred, I would follow Sovereign Yun Shang's instructions and choose the path that he left for me. But now, I feel that the sovereign's calculations have gone astray. Following his instructions will probably only cause greater problems. So I wish to discuss with you what paths to take. These two paths are both filled with dangers, especially the other path. What do you think? Long Chen said, you should take the path that the sovereign left for you. Because I am always someone outside of others' plans, I will walk the other path. This second path had to be even more dangerous due to Sovereign Yunsheng's warning. But based on Long Chen's experience, the more dangerous it was, the greater the possible rewards would be. Yun Tian pondered this. You obtained the Dragon King Blood Essence Stone first, and the karma has been distorted. Perhaps karma has deviated toward you. You should walk the path Sovereign Yunsheng indicated. Yun Tian was caught in a difficult position. The sovereign's calculations had gone amiss. If they continued to make the wrong choice, things would only grow worse. Ah, this is a simple decision to make. I have a coin here. We can flip it. The front side represents me, and the back represents you. This can decide which one of us walks the path that Sovereign Yunsheng indicated. Why not let the heavens decide? Suggested Long Chen. This idea is not bad. Yun Tian's eyes brightened. Long Chen smiled and flipped a coin. It landed on the ground, bounced a few times, and lay there. As expected, Long Chen was prepared. His luck was constant and had never followed him before. It landed back side up. The heavens have left the other path to me, said Long Chen. After confirming that Long Chen hadn't cheated, Yun Tian nodded. He solemnly said, all right, then go to the left. I will take the right. Let's both live to see each other once more. Yun Tian walked to the right, and with one step, he vanished. Everyone else had stepped forward without realizing that there were two completely different paths to the left and right. We all have to work hard to survive. Even the path that Sovereign Yunsheng indicated probably isn't an easy one, muttered Long Chen to himself. He stepped to the left. The surroundings instantly changed. The ship was still a ship with the same structure, but everything else had changed. A fierce cry rang out, followed by a cold sword chi slashing toward Long Chen. Long Chen hastily dodged, only to find that the sword chi continued to slash toward him. The sword chi passed straight through his body without causing any damage. It seemed that he was in an illusory world that he was not part of but could see. The sword chi hadn't struck him but an expert behind him. That expert exploded. Long Chen could smell the scent of blood. He could feel the warm blood dripping down his body. Long Chen realized that he was in the middle of a battlefield. There were two groups of people killing each other on the ghost ship. He was unable to see the original crew members. There were only two groups of experts fighting. Standing there, he saw them crazily attacking each other. He observed them closely. Their fighting style was completely different from the martial heaven continents. Their fighting style was like those of mortals who didn't know how to cultivate, but a casual blow from them still contained immense power. Long Chen was unable to tell where this power came from. Their chaotic battle continued. They were both charging toward the central tower that was located between two giant masts. It didn't make sense how it could tower out of the ship so high, but the reality was that it did. After watching for a while, Long Chen only managed to grasp that little bit of information. He shook his head. His time was precious, and since he couldn't tell anything else from this scene, he took another step. Those people vanished but the battlefield remained. Now, it was a different group fighting. He also saw that the surroundings had changed. Before this, the ghost ship had been passing through the chaotic flow of space, leaving everything in darkness. But now, the surroundings were speckled with stars. The ghost ship was passing through the starry sky. The starry sky was peaceful, but there was a cruel slaughter occurring on the ship. Long Chen saw the original crew members from the start, but now they were being killed. It was like a ship that was being plundered by pirates. The pirates killed any of the crew members that they saw without the slightest mercy. The crew members were quickly slaughtered. Meanwhile, the pirates laughed and charged toward the same tower. After they reached it, the world grew silent once more. After entering the tower, not one came out. Long Chen stepped forward once more. He saw a bloody battle again. This time it wasn't just humans he saw. He saw a race of beasts with human heads and fierce monsters with dark auras around them. There were various races fighting each other. Their target was once more the tower. It seems that they all want to get the tower. But when I got onto the ghost ship, the tower wasn't there. Long Chen started to grow uneasy. He had a premonition that he was gradually approaching somewhere extremely dangerous. Long Chen continued stepping forward, and the scenes continued to change. The wood of the ghost ship grew redder and redder from blood. Its aura also grew more ominous. At first, the ghost ship's aura had been quite peaceful, but as he continued to advance through the scenes, the atmosphere grew darker. Long Chen felt like he was walking toward the gates of hell. Actually, this aura was even more frightening than hell. Without even realizing it, Long Chen started to get goosebumps all along his neck. His nerves tightened. This really is a damnable place. I don't feel like my guts are small, so why am I trembling? Long Chen involuntarily gulped. There was something terrifying up ahead. Fuck, I have to see what it is. Long Chen clenched his teeth. With a deep breath, he continued forward. With every step, he saw more blood. There were all kinds of races that he had never seen before appearing. Their attack styles and techniques were foreign to him, but their power was truly stunning. The scent of blood grew stronger, and a chill pervaded his body. His entire body ached. Suddenly, Long Chen dodged. A cold light flew over his head, leaving a line of blood on his forehead. Evilmoon appeared in his hand, and he slashed it at the lifeform in front of him. Chapter 2494 Resentful Spirit. Long Chen's saber slashed through the air. The figure in front of him was just an illusory figure, but their sword chi still managed to injure him. Others could harm him now, but he was unable to harm them. Long Chen felt a chill. That is a terrifying expert. The power of his sword is able to pass through the river of time to affect you. However, theoretically, an expert on this level has yet to reach the level of slicing through time. He is most likely from the same era as you, or at least somewhat close, said Evilmoon. You're finally speaking, said Long Chen. When Yuntian had revealed his identity, Long Chen had actually been worried about Evilmoon cursing him. After all, its current state was due to Yunshang. It had immense hatred for Yunshang. If Evilmoon wanted to kill Yunshang's son to avenge itself, Long Chen would be in a difficult position. But Evilmoon had been silent the entire time, and he didn't know what it was thinking. Who do you think I am to bother with someone from the junior generation? You really underestimated the pride of the dark, evil dragon race. If I wanted vengeance, I'd get it against Yunshang himself, snorted Evilmoon. Long Chen felt a weight fall off his shoulders. Then what is going on here? What else? Isn't it obvious? This ghost ship passes through time. Wherever it arrives, experts charge onto it for that strange tower. Everything you've seen is just fragments of time. This ghost ship might have passed through hundreds of millions of years. Whether it was those lifeforms that you saw or even yourself, you're all just passing travelers to the ghost ship. Perhaps years from now, someone else will step onto the ghost ship and see you. There's nothing curious about it. The ghost ships are inexplicable mysteries of the cosmos. Where they come from, where they are going, no one can say for sure. As for being called ships of misfortune, that's because the people who encounter them are affected by too much karma, and their lives aren't tough enough to endure it. As for you, you don't need to worry about this because you already have so much karma implicating you that this addition is nothing, explained Evilmoon. The main thing is that their attacks are able to reach me while I can't attack them, and I haven't even reached the core. Aren't I going to die before getting a chance to add this karma? Long Chen didn't really mind the karma. There's nothing you can do about it. The river of time flows from top down. Have you ever seen someone try to fart at someone upwind from them? Said Evilmoon. Damn, that comparison is convincing. Long Chen was speechless, but Evilmoon was correct. He was unable to go back through time to attack these people that might have died countless years ago. Stop hesitating. Time is pressing. Just staring at these lifeforms isn't going to help you much. That tower definitely has something good in it. It's not like you can go back at this time. If there are no other variables, then it's entirely up to you whether it's a good thing or a bad thing. Furthermore, haven't you noticed? You've fully recovered. Your dragon blood energy has returned to its peak. What are you doing being so careful? Only now did Long Chen realize that his dragon blood energy, spiritual strength, and spiritual yuan had all fully recovered. Even his previous injuries were gone. Time is in chaos on the ghost ship. Every step is hundreds or thousands of years through the river of time. Although it's not equivalent to you actually experiencing that time, your energy began to recover without you even being aware of it. And you don't need to worry about your life draining away. I'm not saying you'll age 100 years with each step. There are many things about the ghost ships that cannot be judged according to common sense. No one can explain them. To sum it up, you can close your eyes and walk forward blindly. After talking for a while, even Evilmoon started to grow confused with its explanation and decided to give up. It simply urged Long Chen on. Long Chen felt the powerful spiritual yuan within his body and the vigorous dragon blood. His confidence increased and he pressed onward. Scenes flew past him as he advanced. However, as countless illusory attacks passed through the air, Long Chen no longer dared to be as careless as before. When the occasional attack came toward him, he still dodged. Although most of the time that was meaningless, there were 2 times when the attacks actually did affect him. The most troublesome thing about those attacks was that he was unable to sense them. He didn't sense the danger because those attacks were not targeted toward him. It was like arrows raining on the battlefield that occasionally fell on him. A streak of light was blasted apart by a swing of Long Chen's saber. Long Chen's wrist shook and his arm turned numb. Damn, these people are quite powerful, huh? Long Chen was startled. That light had come from an extremely unremarkable figure on the battlefield, but it possessed immense power. After that, a giant beast opened its mouth and tried to bite Long Chen right as he finished his next step. By the time he realized it was trying to swallow him, he already found himself in its giant mouth. Evilmoon blasted apart the beast, filling the air with blood. This time, Long Chen and Evilmoon were both dumbfounded. "Didn't you say that we couldn't attack them?" asked Long Chen. I don't know either. Theoretically, they're nothing more than images from time. They should have long since been wiped out by the river of time. They no longer even exist, so how can they attack us? Is this to say that they're still alive? So, be careful, Evilmoon suddenly shouted. A figure covered in black chi suddenly came charging toward Long Chen's back along with a sharp bone spear, all without the slightest sound. This time, Long Chen didn't need Evilmoon's warning to sense this lifeform's existence. He twisted, blocking the spear with his blade. A screech rang out when it stabbed into Evilmoon. Long Chen reached out to grab the lifeform's throat, but his hands passed straight through it. Just as his hand passed through its body, the lifeform became illusory and faded away bizarrely. No, these are resentful spirits that should be living in purgatory. Why would they appear on the ghost ship? Exclaimed Evilmoon. The strange way that this lifeform vanished was truly frightening. It was like an assassin that came and went without the slightest warning. Long Chen continued onward, gradually getting closer to the tower that all the lifeforms were desperate to reach. This illusory world gradually became real. He was no longer just a spectator to the battlefield. Instead, various lifeforms were starting to attack him as he passed through their times. Long Chen's divine ring appeared behind him, and he slashed one lifeform back with Evilmoon while stabbing a lightning spear behind him. Another curious lifeform had appeared silently, but when it was pierced by the lightning spear, it let out a wail and dissipated into green smoke. Yes, they're definitely resentful spirits condensed of unyielding hatred. They are a bit similar to Yuan spirits, but still different. The strange thing is that these resentful spirits are supposed to only be able to exist within special spaces. The only place they can move about freely with their own thoughts is supposed to be purgatory. This ghost ship truly is bizarre. Does this ship also contain the laws of purgatory? Wondered Evilmoon. Long Chen didn't have time to think about it. More and more lifeforms were attacking. With every step, he was facing countless enemies. The further he went, the stronger they grew. Without killing them, he didn't dare to take a second step. The instant he switched between worlds, there was a moment of displacement. That moment could be death for him. Seeing the tower up ahead, Long Chen gritted his teeth. Lightning exploded out of him. With a lightning domain around him, he charged forward. Within this river of time, those lifeforms were paralyzed by his lightning. He charged all the way to the tower in one go. When he arrived at the bottom of it, he saw a giant door. It was inscribed with 2 ancient characters that he didn't recognize. Ignoring the characters, he charged into the door with lightning surrounding him. A terrifying pressure crashed down upon him as soon as he entered. At the same time, he saw a blinding light coming from in front of him. He didn't even know how many attacks were coming. He had expected that the inside of the tower would be far more dangerous. He immediately unleashed the attack he had been preparing. Divine light exploded. It was unknown just how many lifeforms were killed in that instant by Long Chen's attack. But there were still over 10 attacks that landed on Long Chen, leaving wounds on him. One ray of sword chi in particular pierced through his lower leg. A brilliant dragon roar resounded throughout the tower. With Evilmoon in hand, Long Chen was like a wild gale sweeping through the lifeforms he saw. The surrounding lifeforms were rapidly killed, but Long Chen was surprised to see the lifeforms quickly reform after being killed. "Don't waste time, climb up to the 2nd floor," said Evilmoon. Only now did Long Chen see a giant staircase that seemed to be leading to the next level. He rushed over, but as soon as his foot set onto it, the world around him suddenly changed. Chapter 2495 Once more meeting Yun Shang. The instant he stepped onto the staircase, the world faded. Even the stairs were no longer visible here. He was on a path to an unknown world, and everything behind him vanished. He could only advance step by step. Here, every step felt like going against the flow of time. With every step, the resistance grew, but it was still at a level that Long Chen could endure. When he reached the end of the staircase, he found himself on a level with more lifeforms that immediately attacked. He charged through them and took the next staircase. He repeated this until the 7th level. On the 7th level, the creatures were so powerful that he was barely able to get past them while becoming covered in blood. It took 3 tries for him to reach the next staircase. Once he was there, he gasped for breath. His wounds slowly healed. What were those things? Asked Long Chen. Those lifeforms had been incredibly powerful. The lifeforms within this tower were varied. Some were human, and some were beasts. There were also some strange existences that he had never encountered before. But without exception, they were all extremely powerful with their own unique attack styles. Amongst them had been a dark ant that had spat out black mist. That black mist had almost instantly corroded his soul. If it wasn't for his powerful spiritual strength, he probably would have lost his senses for a moment and been killed. This tower is too strange. It's like its own world, like the heavenly Taos. It seems to be replicating the experts that died inside. Even their attacks are replicated to strike those who come later. You should be happy because the next person is going to have it even worse. They'll have to face your attacks, said Evilmoon. What? I'm also being replicated? Asked Long Chen. Most likely. Long Chen began to sweat. This path was pointed out by Sovereign Yun Shang. Doesn't that mean? Looking at the end of the path, Long Chen felt a chill. Was he able to face Sovereign Yun Shang as an enemy? Ah! Evilmoon was also stunned. If Sovereign Yun Shang was replicated by this tower, who could beat him? No wonder he told Yun Tian not to walk this path. Long Chen's expression darkened. A sovereign was an unbeatable existence. Just facing one alone would be deadly, but then there were also the attacks of the other lifeforms to consider. What a con. If he had said that from the start, would we have come here? Raged Evilmoon. Long Chen was now between the 7th and 8th levels. There was no way back. He could only continue onward, and that was probably a path to death. Long Chen was caught in an awkward position. Fuck, let's do it. Long Chen took a deep breath. Looking inside himself and seeing that he had fully recovered, he stepped forward. The 8th level should not be the most dangerous. Most likely, the Sovereign was waiting for him on the 9th level. As soon as he stepped onto the 8th floor, he swung his saber, only to hit nothing. The space around him was empty. Long Chen and Evilmoon stared. This was different from what they had expected. Just at this moment, a voice made Long Chen jump. He hastily turned around, almost attacking. But when he saw that figure, he let out a startled cry. Standing there was Sovereign Yun Shang. Long Chen would never be able to forget his eyes. He wore white robes and seemed untouched by the dust of the mortal world, as if he had already transcended mortal struggles. Ah, so the me that you've seen before has already become a sovereign. What? Long Chen was first startled and then realized that one he was seeing right now was the young Sovereign Yun Shang. The one he had encountered in the spirit world was him after becoming a sovereign. In other words, this Yun Shang before him had yet to become a sovereign. Brat, you're just Yun Shang's clone. What are you doing here? Demanded Evilmoon. Yun Shang smiled. From the moment I saw Long Chen, I was no longer just a clone. It seems that you bear quite a grudge against me. Bear a grudge? Winners are winners and losers are losers. What's the point of bearing a grudge? It's just too bad that you're already dead, or once I have recovered, I would definitely fight you again. If I had my 10,000 dragon nest with me last time, I might not have lost, snorted Evilmoon. Long Chen was just staring. Yun Shang's aura was gradually changing. That's correct. If you weren't too careless and had the support of the 10,000 dragon nest, I would have needed to go all out against you. But even then, so what? Even if you beat me, what would you do after destroying the spirit race? You would just continue devouring and devouring, allowing your own desires to devour you. No matter how strong you grow in that state, what's the point? Are you not happy with your current self? Yun Shang looked at Evilmoon profoundly. HMPH, what do I have to be happy about? I don't even have my body anymore, and I have to fight with a useless fellow. Every time, my power is suppressed to his level. Am I supposed to be grateful to you? Snorted Evilmoon. Yun Shang smiled and didn't reply. He turned to Long Chen. My current self is my past, and what you saw before would be my future self. Now that we meet again, my past and future bodies are being connected by your karma. My future self has gradually merged with this body. That's why my aura is changing. I don't really get it, but it sounds badass. A sovereign really is a sovereign, said Long Chen with sincere admiration. Long Chen was ranked amongst the highest level of experts of the martial heaven continent, but compared to sovereign Yun Shang, he was vastly inferior. That's different. Our eras are different. Although at that time the continent had just experienced the ancient immortal battle and started declining, there were still some intact inheritances. But you were born in a declined era with the most marvelous inheritances already becoming fragmented. Even shockingly talented people did not have the benefit of those inheritances. Also, you should change your appellation a bit. Sovereign is what outsiders call me. You should call me Big Brother. Yun Shang patted Long Chen's shoulder. Sovereign Yun Shang's aura had now transformed, going from a slightly foreign feeling at the start to the same aura of the sovereign Yun Shang that Long Chen had encountered in the spirit world. It seemed that his past and future selves had finished merging. This was something that Long Chen had never encountered before, making him feel like an inexperienced brat in comparison. His familiar eyes, his familiar voice, his familiar actions, Long Chen felt as if he had returned to that space from back then. Big Brother. Sovereign Yun Shang nodded. There's no need to be embarrassed. Calling him brother is a matter between the two of you. The two of us are a different matter. Long Chen nodded. He truly had been a bit embarrassed over this. If he called Yun Tian brother as well, the seniority would be a bit messed up. Big Brother, why are you here? Asked Long Chen. This is a clone of mine. When I stopped the ghost ship back then, I opened my heavenly fate eyes, seeing countless opportunities from the ghost ship. I also saw what I needed, but there was one thing that I was unable to take along with the others in one trip, so I left it for Yun Tian to take, said Sovereign Yun Shang. Big Brother, I don't understand. If you have heavenly fate eyes capable of seeing the future, why was there such a miscalculation? Asked Long Chen, referring to the matter of the Dragon King Blood Essence Stone. Although I have heavenly fate eyes, they can only see a fraction of the future and only of one world. When I left Evilmoon and its dragon core sealed for you, I was unable to see that the dragon core would end up being taken by a god from a different world. That was not within the scope of my heavenly fate eyes. Due to her taking it, my calculations were thrown off. Furthermore, the future is not unchanging, so don't trust in divinations too much. To cultivate is to strive against the future fate has in store for you. Otherwise, everyone would simply be born, grow old, and die in an endless cycle. To cultivate is to be unwilling to leave your fate in someone else's hands. The future is always within your own hands. Yun Shang suddenly took a turn, saying, this clone of mine was left behind to see who would arrive here in the future. I didn't expect to see you. To protect this clone, I wiped out the strands of the other lifeforms and absorbed their energy to keep my clone alive. This explained why there were no other lifeforms on this level. They had all been killed by Sovereign Yun Shang. Long Chen felt even greater admiration for him. The lifeforms on this level had to be even stronger than the 7th levels. Furthermore, the lifeforms in this tower were essentially undying due to the tower's laws, but Sovereign Yun Shang had still managed to kill them permanently. Since you've come, let's go to the 9th level, said Sovereign Yun Shang, walking toward the staircase up ahead. Big Brother, you haven't gone up to the 9th level before? Asked Long Chen. I went up, but there was karma suppressing me, telling me that the 9th floor is not for me. Perhaps this opportunity was not meant for me. I used my heavenly fate eyes to come here, which is in itself a form of cheating, so it rejected me. I've tried several times but never managed to get through. Now that you're here, you should be able to pass. I also want to see what secrets are up above. Walking alongside Sovereign Yun Shang, Long Chen stepped onto the staircase. The world twisted, and a black bone blade slashed toward them with a sinisterly dark aura. Chapter 2496 Heaven Shrouding Mirror. Long Chen had never encountered an attack while actually being on the staircase path. The bone blade came out of nowhere and was deathly silent before suddenly erupting right as it was about to strike them. A berserk and violent aura exploded. It was vaguely possible to see runes interweaving atop the blade. Long Chen's heart turned cold. Due to being with Sovereign Yun Shang, his guard had dropped quite a bit. He didn't even have his divine ring or battle armor summoned. He gripped Evilmoon tightly. However, before he could attack, Sovereign Yun Shang extended a hand. The bone blade suddenly stopped in the air, caught by his hand. Long Chen jumped in shock. That terrifying blade was easily caught by Sovereign Yunsheng's bare hand, and Long Chen didn't even sense his aura fluctuating, meaning that doing this had not taken any effort. Sovereign Yunsheng pressed with his thumb. Long Chen saw a flash of light appear on it. The blade snapped. With another wave of his hand, the void was torn open, and a figure was shattered by the broken blade. Another bone blade suddenly appeared. The shattered blade in Sovereign Yunsheng's hand disintegrated, and he grabbed the new bone blade with his bare hand once more. Long Chen, look closely at his movements, whispered Evilmoon. He didn't need Evilmoon's reminder. He was already staring at Sovereign Yunsheng's technique with rapt attention. The second bone blade was caught and broken in the same manner as the first. He then turned the broken blade back onto its wielder. This time, Long Chen saw the attacker. It was a strange life form with no flesh or blood. It was a skeleton that looked a bit like a hunchback. There was a long tail bone on its back. This strange life form had its broken blade slice into its head. He saw a red light flicker when they touched. The life form shattered, turning to dust. Long Chen was awed. This strange life form was actually very powerful, and if it was him, he would need to use his full power to block it. But Sovereign Yunsheng killed them with a wave of his hand. Did you see it? Asked Evilmoon. No, I saw 5 different auras on his fingers in that one instant, but it was too quick for me to grasp. His 5 fingers represent metal, wood, water, fire, and earth energies. It was originally his pinky finger that had the metal energy on it, but when he pressed with his thumb, the metal energy transferred to his thumb. The other energies also shifted in that moment, but I couldn't see how, said Long Chen, his heart pounding. This technique was far too abstruse. With his vision, he was only able to see the surface. The actual technicalities of the technique completely escaped him. Even if he did grasp it though, it would be useless. Who in this world was capable of controlling metal, wood, water, fire, and earth energy? At the very least, Long Chen had never encountered such a person. Amongst all the people he had encountered, the maximum he had seen was someone who could control 3 kinds of energy, but that person ended up being very ordinary in terms of talent, because amongst those 3 kinds of energy, there was a conflict between 2, resulting in countless barricades to his cultivation. That was why the majority of cultivators only controlled 1 kind of energy. Specialization was most important. Rather than being proficient in 10 types, being a master of 1 was better. This truth had not changed from ancient times to now. This was a kind of talent that others could not learn. What Long Chen was trying to see was not how Sovereign Yunsheng controlled the circulation in his 5 elemental energy but how he fought. In Long Chen's view, Sovereign Yunsheng had used some kind of technique to break the bone blade, not brute power. The power within his hand was circulating in a complete cycle. He was in full control of that cycle and able to use its power at will. More bone blades appeared in midair, and Sovereign Yunsheng shattered them, returning them to their owners. This, Long Chen was shocked to find that even though those other lifeforms defended, none of their defenses had any effect. Sovereign Yunsheng easily shattered their blades and killed them. This bastard treated me just like this back then, raged Evilmoon hatefully. When he attacked, I had clearly blocked him, but somehow my defense was completely useless. This was an inexplicable technique. Evilmoon had suffered from it as well, and even now it didn't understand it. Those lifeforms were quickly killed one by one. Long Chen followed closely behind Sovereign Yunsheng, watching with amazement. If Sovereign Yunsheng were to attack him, how would he defend against it? Just thinking about it gave him a chill. His attacks seemed to contain a spacetime law. When you blocked it, his attack would no longer be there. The moment his attack appeared, it was like it had already landed. Furthermore, his movements seemed ephemeral. It didn't seem like he was using any of his power at all. His energy was concentrated perfectly to explode only when needed. Those lifeforms were like porcelain that was smashed by a hammer, instantly shattering on contact with him. Long Chen, whether or not you can comprehend this, you have to remember it. For Yunsheng to repeat this technique over and over again must have some deeper meaning. He is probably trying to transmit something to you but is unable to use words to teach you. You have to do your best, warned Evilmoon. Although Evilmoon hated Yunsheng, a defeat was a defeat. Even if it had lost, there were still some things that it could admire about Yunsheng. Sovereign Yunsheng's footsteps didn't pause. The staircase behind them gradually vanished. Long Chen wanted to ask how Sovereign Yunsheng had managed to retreat to the 8th level with the path behind them gone. The final lifeform was killed, and the final step appeared in front of them. You should lead the way now. There's a barrier up ahead that blocked me many times, said Sovereign Yunsheng. Long Chen nodded and stepped forward. When he reached that step, divine light covered him. Long Chen's divine ring and 5-star battle armor automatically activated. As the divine light scoured his body, his divine ring spun faster and faster. His astral spaces trembled. Long Chen felt like some kind of energy was investigating him. Long Chen was a bit nervous. He didn't know whether or not he could open this door. He had never been confident in his good luck. Suddenly, the divine light vanished. A giant door materialized before him and slowly opened. As expected, this opportunity is for you. Let's go. Sovereign Yunsheng smiled and walked in together with Long Chen. When they walked in, Long Chen found himself in a transparent space. Stars flickered around them as if they were standing in the middle of the cosmos. There was a platform beneath their feet floating within this cosmos. Standing within this place made Long Chen feel incredibly minuscule. It's actually the heaven-shrouding mirror. No wonder so many people would die for it. Sovereign Yunsheng nodded. He reached out toward the air. The air fluctuated violently, and then a giant circular mirror appeared. The mirror's outer ring spun while the interior didn't change. It reflected Long Chen, but Long Chen was surprised to see that there was no Yunsheng within its reflection. I'm already dead. The heaven-shrouding mirror can only reflect the past and future of the living, said Sovereign Yunsheng. The heaven-shrouding mirror is a heaven-defying divine item. It is outside the scope of the laws of heaven and earth. Here, you can divine your past and future. But as a cultivator, it is taboo to see your future. So instead you can try to divine your techniques with the most potential to see how you can develop them. It's too bad I didn't have this chance, or my 9 heaven 10 earth severing celestial art might have reached true perfection. A trace of sorrow and regret appeared within Sovereign Yunsheng's eyes as if he was a bit envious of Long Chen. It can allow me to see how a magical art can be developed? Asked Long Chen. Yes, because it is not limited by the laws of heaven and earth. It is something that shuttles through the past and the future. It has its own miraculous abilities. Think hard about what your strongest technique is. You'll only have one chance, warned Sovereign Yunsheng. How do I do it? Walk into the mirror and display your technique. Long Chen excitedly stepped forward. In front of the mirror, he felt like he was in a spacetime tunnel. Divine light streaked around him as if he was moving. Spacetime streaked around him, light grew stronger and stronger, and a divine ring appeared. 5 stars lit up within the divine ring. Long Chen's heart pounded. If he could uncover the secrets of the 9 stars, that truly would be an immense surprise. The 9-star hegemon body art was not something to be cultivated normally. He was still unsure if he was cultivating it correctly. If he could understand the entirety of the 9-star hegemon body art, he wouldn't need to grope around in the dark. He might even be able to quicken the speed at which he unlocked the 9 stars. A 6th star slowly appeared within the divine ring. Long Chen was delighted. It seemed that the heaven-shrouding mirror really could develop the 9-star hegemon body art. However, the void suddenly shuddered. A terrifying sensation of death filled Long Chen from head to toe. He instinctively retreated. Although he had retreated from the heaven-shrouding mirror, the divine ring inside of it exploded, and a torrential deluge of majestic power crashed down on Long Chen. Even before it touched him, the pressure caused his body to crack. Not good. Long Chen was horrified. He didn't know what kind of power this was, but he knew that if it touched him, not even 10,000 lives would be enough. Most terrifying of all, this power had locked onto him. Just at this moment, Sovereign Yunsheng's hand slammed into the torrent. Millions of swords of light shot out, slicing through the restrictions of space and time, stabbing through the surrounding stars. Chapter 2497 9-star air. Sovereign Yunsheng blocked the flood of energy charging toward Long Chen. A mirror image appeared on his palm as he slammed his hand into the torrent. The flood shattered. Sovereign Yunsheng was forced back several steps and slammed into Long Chen, resulting in Long Chen coughing up a mouthful of blood and flying back. Long Chen felt like his entire body had cracked and was only one step away from exploding. He was appalled, still not understanding what had happened. He had only seen millions of streaks of divine light shooting out of Sovereign Yunsheng's palm, slicing through this cosmos. The stars of this cosmos turned to dust when faced with that divine light. It was like fireworks were exploding. Long Chen stared in shock. The original starry sky around them had vanished. It was instead replaced with their dead remnants. Are you all right? The heaven-shrouding mirror returned to its original appearance as if nothing had happened. Sovereign Yunsheng helped Long Chen up. I almost died. Big brother, didn't you say? Long Chen shut his mouth. Asking like this was blaming Sovereign Yunsheng. I was careless. I didn't think that your cultivation technique would exceed the limits of the heaven-shrouding mirror. Your own cultivation level is too low as well, so it doesn't have the power to look into even a fraction of the future. Going against that flow resulted in this backlash. Your cultivation technique is truly shocking. If my future self had not merged with this past self, I would not have been able to protect you, said Sovereign Yunsheng gravely. Things had gone astray from what he had expected. That was a very rare thing for him. Big brother, you. Long Chen suddenly realized that Sovereign Yunsheng's face was pale. Even the glimmer in his eyes had faded. The impact of this karma was too powerful. I used the cosmos reversal power to send the backlash away and scatter that energy, but I still had to endure a bit of it. Don't worry though, this is just a clone, and I'm already dead. Even if you hadn't come, over the years, this clone would have faded, said Sovereign Yunsheng. Looking at the wreckage of the starry sky, Sovereign Yunsheng suddenly laughed. Looking at Long Chen, he said, I always thought that you were the gamebreaker of the martial heaven continent, but now I understand. Understand what? Yunsheng did not reply to that question. He pointed to the heaven-shrouding mirror. This attempt was a failure. The heaven-shrouding mirror only used up a bit of its energy, so you can try again. But don't try the same cultivation technique as before. I no longer possess the power to endure that power again. Long Chen was shocked. Just what kind of origin did the 9-star hegemon body art have for even a sovereign to feel such reverence for it? The backlash from it was something that even a sovereign had almost been unable to block. The origins of the 9-star hegemon body art far surpassed Long Chen's imagination. Looking at the heaven-shrouding mirror, Long Chen thought about it and then walked up to it once more. A flame lotus slowly condensed in his hand. Within the mirror, another flame lotus appeared. That flame lotus slowly grew. One flame orb appeared on top of the petals. One begat two, two begat three, then they all worked together to give rise to one flame orb after another. The starfall orbs continued to appear. 5, 6, 7. The flame lotus in Long Chen's hand vanished. But within the mirror, the starfall orbs were continuing to increase. Previously, the strongest world extermination flame lotus that Long Chen had used was at the 7-star level. That was his limit. In the mirror though, an 8th star fall quickly appeared on the petals. So that's how it works. Long Chen suddenly let out a startled cry. The moment the 8th orb had appeared, the original 7 had suddenly dimmed before slowly lighting up once more. So by weakening the 7-star falls in that moment, it gives me more room for error, and then I can easily condense the 8th star fall. Long Chen instantly realized how to condense the 8th star fall. The 8-star world extermination flame lotus that he was seeing in the mirror was something his future self had gradually improved. It was like how it was difficult for an ordinary person to jump over a 3-meter fall, but by creating a staircase, it became much easier. The 8th star fall required pulling back in order to advance. With this cushion room, it was possible to pull off the 8th star easily. The world extermination flame lotus shuddered. A 9th star fall appeared on all the petals. This was the complete 9-star world extermination flame lotus. 81-star fall orbs lay on top of its petals like miniature flame universes. At the core was a Taiji diagram slowly spinning. It was like the core of the universe, controlling how the flame lotus circulated. The world extermination flame lotus exploded. Long Chen's body shuddered and he retreated. The heaven-shrouding mirror returned to its original appearance. Its power to divine the future has run out. The heaven-shrouding mirror now only has enough energy to divine the past. As long as you have the correct vector, you can divine anything. What do you want to choose? Asked Sovereign Yunsheng. Anything, asked Long Chen. Sovereign Yunsheng laughed. I misspoke. If it was before, I would have said anything, but now all I'm going to say is that yes, in theory you can divine anything. Then I want to try it again, said Long Chen. Sovereign Yunsheng nodded. Then try it. The power of the past should not be as powerful as the future. Perhaps I can block it. Many thanks. Long Chen cupped his fists gratefully. Long Chen was extremely curious about the 9-star hegemon body art. He wanted to know more about it because it was related to his fate. Originally, He had been thinking about using the heaven-shrouding mirror to check his origins, but rather than that, he could try to see the past of the 9-star hegemon body art. If it failed again, there would still be enough energy to check his past. Seeing a few fragmentary images was better than nothing. This way he could obtain 2 chances. Long Chen stood in front of the heaven-shrouding mirror and once more activated the 5-star battle armor. Light flowed within the heaven-shrouding mirror. Long Chen involuntarily took a step back, ready to retreat. A long-haired man appeared within the mirror. This man also had a divine ring behind him and 5 stars in his eyes. He stared at Long Chen coldly. Sovereign Yun Shang's pupils shrank. The appearance of this man seemed to shock him even greater than the spacetime backlash. Long Chen was dumbfounded as he looked at the man in the mirror. What was this? Why would a person appear? Senior apprentice brother, junior apprentice brother, probed Long Chen. The man was like a statue glaring at Long Chen. After a long time, he finally spat out, "You've lost the face of the lineage of the 9 stars. You've already reached the level of the 5-star battle armor but are so weak." The 5 stars within this man's eyes circulated, and a boundless majestic pressure was unleashed. Its aura was identical to Long Chen's 5-star battle armor, but it was unknown just how many times stronger it was. His hair slowly rose in an invisible wind. He seemed incredibly angry. To be a 9-star heir, you must cultivate the true essence of the hegemon body. To cultivate the 9 stars is to dominate the heavens, to dominate the earth, to slay devils and gods. Within heaven and earth, only the 9 stars are supreme. But your current self is a kind of blasphemy to the 9-star hegemon body art. What face do you have to continue living in this world? Do you know that your current appearance is a disgrace to the 9-star lineage? The man grew angrier and angrier until he was shouting, his voice like thunder booming through the air. An undefeatable will unfurled. The shattered dust of stars was sucked over and formed a hurricane in the air above him. "What are you talking about?" demanded Long Chen, also angry. "I'm going to clean up the lineage of the 9 stars." The man roared and suddenly unleashed a punch. This one punch froze the space around Long Chen. This fist was unavoidable. This was not a normal lock. This was the result of a power that had reached a peak and suppressed all other laws. Long Chen furiously punched back with both fists, resulting in the void beneath him shattering. A tempest of astral winds raged. This man's power was incredibly domineering. It was like an angry sea crashing toward him endlessly. The instant their fists met, Long Chen felt like what he was facing was an entire universe's power. His bones cracked. Long Chen was shocked. They had the same 5-star battle armor, the same divine ring, the same cultivation base, and the same aura. So why was the difference so great? You're such a disappointment. You can't even endure half my power. What right do you have to carry on the will of the 9 stars? Who could possibly entrust the lives of the 10 planar worlds to you? The man's anger grew upon seeing how taxing it was for Long Chen just to block this single attack. The power of his fist grew. The space beneath Long Chen exploded, and Long Chen's knees began to bend. This man's power seemed to be able to suppress an entire universe. Long Chen was actually being forced to kneel. Long Chen clenched his teeth. A furious will slowly rose within him, fanning the flames of anger. This oppression was a humiliation to him. Even though he felt like his body would explode, Long Chen continued to resist. The anger inside of him accumulated. Suddenly, Long Chen's eyes turned black. His body straightened and a violent aura exploded, forcing back the long-haired man. Chapter 2498 Senior Apprentice Brother's Gift. Heaven or hell, there is no one capable of forcing me to lower my head. What's so great about a 9-star heir? I, Long Chen, am Long Chen. No one can give me orders. A heaven-shaking roar came from Long Chen and shook this world. It was like the roar from an ancient god. This was an unyielding will that would not lower its head to heaven or earth. It would not bend to any pressure. This was arrogance from deep within his soul. The current Long Chen was like a completely different person. His eyes were pitch black. He was like a devil god that had been sealed within hell for millions of years and had now escaped. How disgraceful. As a 9-star heir, you have a duty to protect the lives of the universe, to save the world from its desperate predicament. But you have yet to condense the hegemon body star diagram even after reaching the level of the 5-star battle armor. You didn't cultivate properly. As a fellow 9-star heir, I died in battle 360,000 years ago, and a strand of my soul essence ended up attaching to this tower. While my body died, this soul essence was not destroyed. I'm unable to reincarnate or return to the battlefield. As a 9-star heir, to die on the battlefield was my honor. This kind of undying unliving form is practically a humiliation. Furthermore, what do I see here? I see an absolute disgrace to the 9-star lineage. You have such potential with the 9-star hegemon body art, but you cultivated it to this abysmal state. Are you trying to spit on our lineage? I'm going to clean up our lineage today. The long-haired man charged at Long Chen, his voice full of both sorrow and rage. The 5 stars behind him lit up like 5 blazing suns. At the same time, his hands, palms, and the space between his eyebrows began to shine, linking up with the stars behind him. The energy of the stars flowed counterclockwise, while the energy in his hands, feet, and head flowed clockwise, resulting in an intense twisting in the void. A whine rang out in the air as if the world was moaning when his fist thundered toward Long Chen's head. A 9-star heir, so what? You cultivate yourself, and I'll cultivate myself. A hegemon body can be garbage. Power is to be respected, so what qualification do you have to say such big words? Long Chen's black eyes were icy cold, and his aura didn't have the slightest emotional fluctuation. He also unleashed a punch. Their 2 fists collided, and the stars behind both of them erupted with light. As a result, astral energy unfurled through this cosmos. The dust of the shattered stars in the sky began to reform, becoming giant spheres that seemed to be linking together. The void fluctuated wildly as their 2 powers clashed. Countless fragments of spacetime danced chaotically around them as if they were fighting through a spacetime tunnel. A roar came from both of them, and the stars behind them suddenly exploded at the same time. Long Chen coughed up a mouthful of blood and flew back. Sovereign Yun Sheng caught him. Long Chen had fallen unconscious, while one of his arms was a bloody mess and broken. As for the long-haired man, his anger had been replaced with confusion. He stared at where his arm had been in disbelief. His arm was no longer there. It had been destroyed by Long Chen's power. What is going on? How could the power of the 9 stars become so foreign? He muttered. The same cultivation technique can have different paths. Whether or not the path is correct can only be judged by those who have reached the peak, said Sovereign Yun Sheng. The man was silent for a long while before he nodded slightly. Perhaps you are right, he then added somewhat regretfully. However, his personality has already split. The devil block has formed, and it won't let him go much further on his path. Every person has split personalities. Even the kindest people have some evil in them, and so the wickedest people have a trace of good in them. People are innately conglomerations of contradictions. As for saying that he won't be able to walk much further on his path, I disagree. My thinking just so happens to be the opposite of yours, said Sovereign Yun Sheng. The long-haired man finally looked at Yun Sheng closely. His pupils shrank. So you're a heavenly fate son, a son of the heavens. In truth, every person is a son of the heavens. The long-haired man was startled slightly and then laughed. How marvelous. Just at this moment, Long Chen woke up. He felt a sharp pain in his hand and circulated the energy of the primal chaos space to heal. Primal chaos energy. Seeing the way Long Chen's arm recovered, the long-haired man was further shocked. Ha ha ha, I understand. He suddenly laughed. All his anger and resentment vanished. Long Chen's head was still muddled. It seemed that something had happened, but he couldn't remember. The long-haired man walked over to Long Chen and patted his shoulder, suddenly becoming very friendly. Junior brother, I was a bit impetuous. As members of the same lineage, in terms of seniority, I am your senior apprentice brother. For a senior apprentice brother to teach a junior apprentice brother a lesson is normal, so I trust you won't take this too seriously. Right now, I'm very happy. My soul has been locked here for 360,000 years, not alive but not dead. I've never been able to free myself. I've just been accepting this torture as punishment for not having properly cultivated and allowing myself to be killed in the end. As a 9-star heir, I have my own pride. Our pride does not permit us to kill ourselves. That is a coward's way out. Perhaps my punishment has finally come to an end. Your arrival has allowed me to see hope. It is time for me to leave this existence. Long Chen's fury instantly vanished for some reason upon that person patting his shoulder. Perhaps this really was an innate closeness due to their lineage. Long Chen was unable to form any hatred for him. Instead, he could only feel respect. Senior apprentice brother, this was the first time these words sounded so sincere in Long Chen's life. I know you must have many questions. But there's not much time, so listen to me. The 9-star lineage has a mission to save this world. From the day you started cultivating the 9-star hegemon body art, your fate has escaped its original trajectory. We are blessed but also cursed. Our lives are full of misfortune to make us stronger. We have to work harder than anyone else just to survive. But when you understand your mission, you will understand what pride is. Alright, there's no more time. Within the heaven-shrouding mirror, there is something good. You can consider it my gift to you as an apology. The long-haired man suddenly punched the heaven-shrouding mirror. Countless cracks instantly covered the surface of the mirror. Long Chen jumped. The heaven-shrouding mirror was not truly a material object. While it appeared to be a mirror, it was actually a condensation of some kind of law. It was an illusory object, but this fist had still shattered the laws of the heaven-shrouding mirror, shocking Long Chen. Why was there such a difference between the two of them? The cracks spread, but even though it appeared to be on the verge of shattering, it did not break apart. In fact, at the edges, it began to recover, fighting against the long-haired man's power. Damn, so much of my soul essence's power was used up in that last attack. The long-haired man's expression changed. The last blow with Long Chen had wiped out a huge amount of his power. Now he was actually unable to break the heaven-shrouding mirror. It's fine, I'm here too. Sovereign Yunsheng stepped forward, pressing a hand against the heaven-shrouding mirror. Me too. Long Chen took a deep breath. He had barely recovered from the last exchange, but he felt capable of unleashing one more attack. You can't touch it. The long-haired man immediately stopped him. When the heaven-shrouding mirror is broken, the power of the past and future will mix. The reversal of karma will instantly turn us to dust. Junior apprentice brother, work hard on your cultivation. When you arrive on the Heaven Region's battlefield, make sure to kill some more devils. Return the humiliation that they've given us 1,000-fold. Also, tell Yuntian I'm sorry, said Sovereign Yunsheng. All of a sudden, the heaven-shrouding mirror collapsed. Sovereign Yunsheng and the long-haired man also exploded, vanishing without a trace, leaving Long Chen dumbfounded. The heaven-shrouding mirror transformed into fragments of spacetime that slowly merged together into a platform. Atop this platform was a crystalline mirror. This mirror was much smaller, only the size of a palm. However, it gave off an incredibly ancient air. Countless runes were flowing around it, making it seem like an illusion. When Long Chen reached out to touch it, the mirror unleashed a ray of divine light that enveloped him. His body instantly froze. He was unable to move. Chapter 2499 Void Mirror. Long Chen felt like his body had been shackled. The shattered heaven-shrouding mirror reappeared in front of him. However, this time, when the heaven-shrouding mirror formed, there was a tiny mirror beneath it. As the heaven-shrouding mirror circulated, the small mirror below it began to change. One crystal after another came out of its back. Long Chen suddenly understood. This was the process of how the mirror on the platform was born. The illusory heaven-shrouding mirror had created something real. The heaven-shrouding mirror had no solid body. It was like a gateway toward the past and future. No one knew its origins or how it was formed. It was unknown whether or not it was man-made. Everything was a mystery, just like the ghost ships. Not even Sovereign Yunsheng or Long Chen's senior apprentice brother were able to give an explanation about the ghost ships. Perhaps they knew but refused to say. Just at that moment, the heaven-shrouding mirror faded away and Long Chen was released. He reached out and took the mirror on the platform. He was unable to see his reflection within the mirror. What he saw was an endless starry sky. He swung the mirror in the air a few times and didn't see anything special. However, when he sent his spiritual strength into it, it suddenly blazed with light, and he hastily dodged to the side. A ray of light shot out of the mirror, ripping through the void. Anything within its path was turned to nothingness. Long Chen retracted his spiritual strength, and the mirror returned to normal. But now he was covered in sweat. I almost killed myself. Long Chen hadn't expected such a terrifying attack to suddenly shoot out of the mirror just because he sent his spiritual strength inside. He had almost blasted his own head away. Long Chen picked the mirror back up. He looked at the back of it and saw several strange natural runes on it. He didn't know how they were used. It seems that it's a divine item that requires the soul to control. But my spiritual strength is too coarse for this. That random attack sucked away the majority of my spiritual strength, but only because 90% of my soul energy was wasted. It seems that this treasure should be left for Meng Qi. Perhaps she can figure out how to really use it. Despite his spiritual strength being stronger than anyone else he had encountered in the same realm, he was not a soul cultivator. He had tried to learn some proper soul arts from Meng Qi so that he could unleash the potential of his spiritual strength, but he had given up. That was because the first step was to calm the soul, and he was unable to do so. Long Chen's soul energy was like a constantly raging river. It was never still enough for him to use in skillful soul arts. There was no other cultivation technique on the martial heaven continent that caused someone's soul energy to act like this. For other people, their soul energy was like a lake. Wind could cause waves within this lake, but when there was no wind, it was still. Due to this, Long Chen could only give up on the path of soul cultivation. This mirror was definitely incredibly precious for his senior apprentice brother to call it something good. Since he couldn't study it, he could only place his hopes on Meng Qi. Since you were born from the void and reflect the stars of the void, I'll call you the void mirror, decided Long Chen as he looked at it one final time before putting it away. Suddenly, the void shuddered and a whirlpool slowly formed. The shattered heaven shrouding mirror slowly reformed. However, this time, there was not such an awe-inspiring manifestation around it. Long Chen realized that this heaven shrouding mirror was like a fruit tree, while the void mirror was its fruit. Now that the fruit had been plucked, it would need to bear new fruit. It was unknown just how many years it would take for a new void mirror to be born. The void continued to shudder. His surroundings faded away, and a staircase appeared in front of him. He had been sent back to the 8th level of the tower. It seems that since I've taken the treasure, I have to leave. Long Chen nodded and looked back. He saw the staircase to the lower level. Long Chen descended. On the 7th level, countless resentful spirits pounced on him, forcing him to kill his way through them. The lower he went, the weaker their attacks grew, until he was finally out. When he was outside of the tower, the surrounding resentful spirits became illusory. Their attacks were unable to harm him. Long Chen looked up at the giant tower and sighed. Even a generation sovereign could meet his end. Even a 9-star heir who was many times stronger than him had died on the battlefield. His soul essence was kept alive though, leaving him unable to rest in peace. Those who stood at the peak could still die. Whether it was Sovereign Yunsheng or his senior apprentice brother, he was unable to judge just how many times stronger than him they were, but they had still died. Is there no one in this world that can live forever? Are there really immortals? Long Chen's heart was heavy. Sovereign Yunsheng and his senior apprentice brother hadn't explained much, but he was able to grasp some clues from their words. However, those clues were unable to solve the heaven-shrouding mystery before him. He felt like he was on an incomparably vast chessboard and had no idea where to go. Long Chen suddenly laughed. God or immortal, that's not what I seek. I don't want to live forever. I just want to live freely with the family that I've created. To live a day is to be happy for a day. To live a year is to be happy for a year. Even if our lives end tomorrow, we can still smile and face the world proudly. The worries that had been brought on by Sovereign Yunsheng and his senior apprentice brother were slowly wiped away by this laugh. The future was far too distant. It was better to focus on the present. Even if they were struggling against a fierce tide, at the very least, Long Chen still had everything he wanted. Long Chen began to walk toward the aft of the ship. He didn't know how Yun Tian was, but either way, he had to gather with everyone else. There were quite a few constructions on this ship, but Long Chen didn't enter them. Yun Tian had said that they might not have enough time. Long Chen didn't know how much time he had wasted in the tower. He had to get off the ghost ship before it left the star-field divine world, or he would be brought to unknown spacetimes and separated from everyone forever. That was the worst-case scenario that he wanted to avoid. With every step he took, he saw different scenes. Some were peaceful, and some were bloody. There were scenes of people dancing and singing happily, as well as scenes of an intense slaughter. It was always the same ship, but it was passing through time, allowing him to see the lives of people from different eras. There were children running around as they played. Their laughter was infectious, almost capable of bringing people back to their own childhoods. There were also scenes of people praying, offering sacrifice to some existence. As they chanted fervently, Long Chen was unable to understand what they were saying. Once, he saw a man and woman creating new life beneath the starry sky in one corner, startling him. However, he was walking too fast, and that scene flitted past him. He didn't get to see the details. Long Chen paused and looked around. Not seeing anyone else, he stealthily took a step back. It's not like anyone will see me. Regretfully, despite being the exact same step in distance, the scene had already changed, replaced with a bloody battle. I didn't even get a chance to study. Long Chen cursed himself for walking too fast. Despite that, he quickened his footsteps. The danger of this region had dropped immensely. The ones fighting in these scenes were not so powerful that their attacks were able to pass through space and time. Long Chen quickly reached the end of the ship, and the scene before him changed once more. He saw countless experts in black armor who immediately attacked him. Long Chen, get off the ship. Before he even understood what was happening, someone let out a panicked and furious shout from the distance. It was Mo Nian. Only now did Long Chen realize that he had finally escaped the illusions of the ghost ship. The ghost ship was now surrounded by an army. That army was already pouncing on him. The heaven-devouring black armor corps. Long Chen's heart shook. These warriors were filled with an aura of death. He wasn't able to sense the slightest vitality from them. Long Chen instantly thought of a bad possibility. The black armor corps were definitely revived by Yi Ming. He has probably gained complete control of the heaven-devouring Fiend King's dark energy, said Evilmoon heavily. Long Chen jumped off, charging through the black armor corps with Evilmoon. Those warriors were blasted apart into black mist as he charged through them. At this moment, Long Chen saw a giant chain dragging a large object. That object was the 10,000 dragon nest. The 10,000 dragon nest had now become a husk of its former self. It was badly damaged and was now being dragged by the ghost ship's anchor. The wreckage of the 10,000 dragon nest smashed into two tall mountains. Those mountains shuddered and became covered in cracks in an instant. Those mountains were like metal, without any vegetation capable of growing on them. However, even these tough mountains were unable to endure. As expected, they exploded, and the ghost ship continued dragging the remnant of the 10,000 ghost ship through the air until they vanished within endless darkness. Chapter 2500 Mishap. The ghost ship sped off, vanishing into the void. Once the ghost ship disappeared, the chaotic flow of space dried up and vanished without a trace. At this moment, the heaven-devouring black armor corps pounced on Long Chen. A dark aura of decay came from their bodies as if they were from hell. Long Chen glanced around and saw that others were also fighting in the distance. Mo Nian was shooting giant arrows. Long Chen's divine ring appeared, and with Evilmoon, he charged through the black armor corps, turning them to dust. Evilmoon, what is going on? Asked Long Chen. This scene was too shocking. The black armor corps seemed endless. Just where had so many of them come from? They are also a kind of dark race. When it comes to their source, they have a definite connection to the dark evil dragon race, although we are not the same race. They are very difficult to deal with because even if their bodies die, their soul essence is not extinguished. They can be awakened by certain kinds of energy to continue fighting. Although their current power is less than half of their peak when they were alive, the might of these fallen spirits is not small. Back then, the Dragon King ended up exchanging serious wounds with their king, resulting in them both dying. The Fiend King must have left his inheritance behind, while Yi Ming most likely came here just to obtain that inheritance due to also possessing dark energy. Now he controls the power of the Fiend King, allowing him to revive the heaven-devouring black armor corps. Perhaps he has an even greater scheme behind this. You can't be careless, said Evilmoon heavily. Long Chen's heart shook. For the Fiend King to have exchanged fatal blows with the Dragon King meant that the two of them had to have been relatively evenly matched. Then the Fiend King's inheritance was equivalent to the Dragon King's inheritance. Did that mean that Yun Tian was the one fated to counter Yi Ming? Long Chen quickly approached Mo Nian's battlefield and realized that Mo Nian was covered in blood. He was currently fighting two powerful opponents. One was his mortal enemy, Di Feng, while the other was the one who had been silent for a long time, the heavenly genius of the everlasting families, Dongfang Yuyang. Dongfang Yuyang was covered in a red light that was like the sunrise. His manifestation was a mass of primal chaos. It was impossible to see what was inside. He and Di Feng were attacking Mo Nian when they saw Long Chen arrive. Dongfang Yuyang snorted and suddenly unleashed a wave of blood qi. As a result, space twisted and he vanished. In the next instant, hundreds of Dongfang Yuyangs appeared in the sky at the same time, attacking Mo Nian from every direction. Every one of them seemed to be a solid body. Dongfang Yuyang, you're finally willing to come out of your tortoise shell. Long Chen sneered and joined in, slashing one of the clones. It was instantly blown up, and runes filled the air. There was no blood. It was not actually a true clone of flesh and blood. Be careful, this fellow's very insidious. I've been caught off guard by him. Mo Nian continued shooting arrows, sending Di Feng back with 3 attacks. After that, light flowed out of his bow, creating a starry barrier behind him that blocked over 10 of Dongfang Yuyong's clones from reaching him. Mo Nian, your death is at hand. Even if Long Chen has come, it won't change your fate of being killed by me. Dongfang Yuyong suddenly laughed. All of his clones exploded at the same time, and Long Chen felt the world suddenly become heavy. It felt as if a giant boulder was crushing him, making him unable to move. This technique, Long Chen's expression changed. He thought of a bad possibility. Senior apprentice brother Di Feng, the two of them can no longer move. I'll leave Mo Nian to you. I'll take on Long Chen. Dongfang Yuyong charged toward Long Chen. Mo Nian's expression changed. Divine energy surged out of him as he tried to escape these invisible shackles. However, he was still unable to move. The chains were a law exceeding the scope of his divine energy. His divine energy was unable to touch them. Ha ha ha, nice move. Alright, Mo Nian, we can settle our grudges today. Di Feng hadn't expected Dongfang Yuyong to possess such an ability. Seeing Mo Nian bound, he sent his spear piercing toward Mo Nian's head. As for Long Chen, despite also being trapped, he wasn't struggling. He just watched Dongfang Yuyong and sent Mo Nian a message. It ends here. Di Feng smiled sinisterly. His spear was just about to stab through Mo Nian's head, but his body suddenly froze. Di Feng looked down to see his spear covered by a white light. The brilliant divine spear quickly lost all its power and turned to stone. It didn't stop with his spear. His hand, arm, shoulder, and his entire body quickly turned to stone. At that moment, a dazzling sword cut through the air. Di Feng was stuck in his stone state and unable to resist. This attack, which seemed to contain enough power to chop through stars, slashed through Di Feng's head. It then continued without pause toward Mo Nian. However, Mo Nian's figure suddenly vanished just as this thunderous attack was about to reach him. The world rumbled. Di Feng was killed. A generation's heavenly genius fell just like this, without even knowing how he died. Mo Nian stood in the distance, staring in shock. He also had yet to understand. If it hadn't been for Long Chen warning him not to keep fighting the shackles but instead preserve his energy to escape at a critical moment, he might have been killed as well. Only now did he see the wielder of the sword was a white-robed man. It was Dongfang Yuyong. As for the Dongfang Yuyong that had been charging at Long Chen, he had vanished. Everything was strange. Long Chen suddenly clapped his hands. What a good trick. You must have been coveting after Di Feng's life for a long time. How laughable that Di Feng had no idea that the person who wanted to kill him the most wasn't Mo Nian or me but you, Dongfang Yuyong. The shackles binding Long Chen vanished. He appeared completely at ease. He hadn't fought the shackles at all. Dongfang Yuyong stood there with his sword with a confident smile. He no longer appeared as wretched and nervous as he had before. Ha ha ha, it seems that you realized a long time ago. Dongfang Yuyong laughed. The primal chaos of his manifestation shook, absorbing the energy of heaven and earth. The most shocking thing to Mo Nian was that after Di Feng was slain, his blood qi as well as the shattered remnants of his manifestation were sucked into Dongfang Yuyong's manifestation. You're a heaven Caesar! Exclaimed Mo Nian. A heaven Caesar, an extremely sinister existence that cultivated through slaughter. A heaven Caesar, an existence capable of toppling the entire world. It was said to possess the most sinister kind of power, the ability to take the talent, bloodline, divine abilities, and even karmic luck of those that they killed. There were several recorded cases of heaven Caesars appearing on the martial heaven continent, but as soon as their identity was exposed, they were immediately hunted down and killed. The martial heaven continent would not allow such a figure to grow, nor would it allow any power to raise a heaven Caesar. If they were noticed, that power would be wiped out to the roots. Long Chen had been falsely accused of being a heaven Caesar, but in truth, everyone had known that he was no heaven Caesar. That had just been an excuse to kill him. However, today, Mo Nian was personally witnessing a heaven Caesar, and it was someone he had never expected. Long Chen shook his head at Dongfang Yuyong. I didn't know for sure, but I always suspected you. My cultivation technique is special, so I could sense that you possessed some kind of power that others didn't. During the gathering of past and present heroes that your Dongfang family held, my guess is that you were picking out targets. After it, you ended up targeting me, which pissed me off, so I sent the sea demon race to break your legs. Unexpectedly, you really did endure, allowing yourself to be beaten rather than exposing your identity. You then spent the rest of your days hiding. That made me even more suspicious, but a guess is just a guess. I could never be sure. However, when you used that mysterious law to bind the two of us, I instantly knew that you were a heaven Caesar. Oh, why is that? Asked Dongfang Yuyong with interest. At this moment, Dongfang Yuyong's primal chaos manifestation had spread, blocking the black armor core from reaching them. That divine ability had a very similar aura to Shi Lingfeng, but its power was even greater and more skilled. It must come from the Stone Emperor, Shi Changsheng's inheritance. That idiot Shi Lingfeng was killed before he could grow, but as a heaven Caesar, you were able to steal his good luck. Now that you've advanced to the fourth step of Nether Passage, your comprehension of the Stone Emperor's divine abilities has surpassed him. So the lock came from Shi Changsheng. As for the blow you used to kill Di Feng, it was the Golden Peng race's Void Breaker divine ability. In other words, you didn't just take the Stone Emperor's inheritance, but you also secretly stole Kung Pengxi's fortune when I killed him. With the power of two emperors, your target naturally moved to two other people. One was Tian Xiaozi, while the other was Di Feng. Unfortunately, Tian Xiaozi is not the corrupt emperor's descendant and didn't have that inheritance, so the bigger target was Di Feng. Am I right, Dongfang Yuyong? Long Chen, you are forcing me to kill you. Dongfang Yuyong sighed. He slowly raised his sword, and three figures gradually appeared in his manifestation. Upon seeing those three figures, Mo Nian clenched his bow tightly. Chapter 2513 Emperor Manifestation. Those three figures in Dongfang Yuyong's manifestation were the Stone Emperor, the Blood Emperor, and the Peng Emperor. Dongfang Yuyong had endured and concealed his power for so long just to steal the inheritance of these three figures. This ability was truly terrifying. Were heaven Caesars truly capable of stealing the good fortune of heaven and earth? Having displayed his manifestation, Dongfang Yuyong's aura instantly transformed. The might of an emperor erupted, and the heaven-devouring black armor core was blasted to bits just from this pressure. I now have the protection of three emperors. The inheritance of an emperor can only display its full potential in my hands. Di Feng was just an idiot who thought himself clever. He thought that copulating with Shui Luoka would allow him to obtain the complete inheritance of the Blood Emperor. He had no idea that the inheritance of an emperor requires taking it from the heavenly Daos as well. He took it from the human Dao but never received the recognition of the heavenly Daos. In his hands, the inheritance of the Blood Emperor was completely wasted. Only I am qualified to possess this inheritance, because only I am capable of unleashing the true glory of the Emperor's inheritances. Long Chen, I wasn't planning on killing you this early, but you're too dangerous. You know too much, so I have no choice but to kill you. Dongfang Yuyong's eyes sparkled with three different colors, appearing strange and frightening. Long Chen shook his head. Don't you think you're being too short-sighted? If I were you, I would have continued enduring. If you had, then Mo Nian and I would have probably killed Di Feng here. Since you were too impatient to wait for that, there are only two possibilities. One is that you lost patience and were willing to expose yourself to kill him due to this impatience. The other is that after killing him, you are no longer afraid of exposing your identity as a heaven Caesar, meaning that you believe you no longer have a match in this world. You're no longer afraid of the trial of the martial heaven continent. Ha ha ha, Dongfang Yuyong laughed. You're right, I'm no longer afraid of anyone. Even someone above the Nether Passage realm cannot kill me, so who cares? Long Chen, you're quite smart, but there's actually another reason why I took the risk of killing Di Feng here that you haven't guessed. Oh, I'm interested in hearing what it is, said Long Chen. It's because of you. Dongfang Yuyong's gaze was icy. Yes, you. I don't want to allow you to live another day in this world. Every day that you're alive pains me. From the moment I saw you, I detested you. You're just a frog at the bottom of a well. Your background cannot compare to me and neither can your true power. In terms of looks, I far surpass you. A person like you is only there to show off just how incredible I am in comparison. I cannot understand why those people would like you and not give me a second glance. Dongfang Yuyong's face twisted with rancor. It was as if he felt that his gaze would be enough to poison someone to death. That was an immense level of hatred. Long Chen was startled, not understanding immediately. It was Mo Nian who slapped his leg and laughed. This idiot, so you are just jealous of his beauties. Ha ha ha, what a joke. What is there to laugh at? Dongfang Yuyong roared. Four voices intertwined into one and shook Mo Nian's ears, making him jump. Dongfang Yuyong pointed at Long Chen sinisterly. Who do you think you are? In my era, what woman wasn't infatuated with me? With no exception, they wished to be with me. So how did an oaf like you end up with the favor of so many beautiful women? Yi Lingshan is like that, Nangong Zheyu is like that, Baitang Rushwang is like that. Even the Zither Fairy and the Pill Fairy only have eyes for you. Are they all blind? Jealousy was truly a powerful poison. It had no cure. The more arrogant someone was, the stronger this poison was. Dongfang Yuyong looked as if even tearing Long Chen to pieces wouldn't be enough to satisfy the hatred in his heart. Dongfang Yuyong appeared to be a perfect man in other people's eyes. In his view, women should be infatuated with such a man. In his era, he was the strongest expert, with the strongest talent and the strongest background. However, background, talent, power, none of those were what Dongfang Yuyong was proudest of. No, his most conceited area was his looks that he felt could infatuate any woman. Seeing their worshipful gazes made him feel even more accomplished than advancing his cultivation base or defeating powerful enemies. It was what he lived for. Dongfang Yuyong had always lived alone, refusing to be with any woman. What he enjoyed was not one person, but the feeling of being worshipped by countless people. He enjoyed being a flawless image in other people's hearts that they dreamed of. In his era, he was the figure that women dreamed of obtaining, a thorn in the side of all men. He very much enjoyed that feeling. The worship of women and the envy of men. That was the meaning of his existence. Even his cultivation was second compared to that. After being sealed and woken in this age, Dongfang Yuyong was prepared to once more do the same to the new era of people. Just as he thought he would be the #1 perfect man of the martial heaven continent, he encountered Long Chen. He was like a mountain in the face of a breeze, blocking him completely. When Dongfang Yuyong had invited Yi Lingshan to come to the gathering, her eyes had clearly brightened. However, that was not the look of worship that he sought. Furthermore, when she looked at Long Chen, her gaze was always so warm. At that time, Dongfang Yuyong had felt dislike for Long Chen, but he hadn't known whether it was because of Yi Lingshan or because of Long Chen himself. Also, he was someone with great endurance and never exposed these feelings for others to see. He even invited Long Chen to embarrass him during the gathering. As a result, at the gathering, Nangong Zheyu and Baitang Rushwang had both ended up becoming friendly with Long Chen as soon as they met. They were even joking and laughing. As for when the two of them spoke to Dongfang Yuyong, they were clearly simply maintaining a respectful courtesy. But being with Long Chen, they were relaxed and at ease. That was unacceptable to him. To be the focus of everyone was the area he was most confident in. Having Long Chen take the spotlight away from him was torture. He had then urged the Sea Demon race to target Long Chen, not expecting that this would result in the Sea Demon race coming to beat him up. At that time, he had felt like he might go crazy. He had almost been unable to resist exposing his true power and slaughtering those sea demons. In the end, the head of the Dongfang family had ordered him to endure. Starting then, Dongfang Yuyong started to fade from people's sight. He hadn't even dared to leave the house because he knew he had become the laughingstock of the continent. He had fallen from the ranks of the top experts. Those days had been even worse torture than before. He hated Long Chen. He hated that he was unable to extricate himself from this position. Through his efforts, he had finally managed to obtain Di Feng's trust, using Long Chen and Mo Nian to scheme against Di Feng. Today, he decided to no longer endure this torture anymore, and he felt like he really would go insane. Long Chen and Mo Nian were both completely shocked. They had never expected that the reason Dongfang Yuyong hated Long Chen so much was just because of his relationships with women. This reason was truly unexpected. If others had said such a thing, it would simply be treated as a joke. But the way that Dongfang Yuyong looked right now, it seemed he wasn't acting. Furthermore, he had no reason to joke about this. Do you see, Long Chen, you've taken in too many women. The heavens are enraged, as are other people. To tell the truth, if our relationship wasn't so good, I would join hands with him to kill you, said Mo Nian. Are you planning on changing sides right before the battle? Asked Long Chen. That depends on how many benefits he can give me. If they're big, then, it will be a difficult choice, said Mo Nian helplessly. Shut up, Dongfang Yuyong roared. Long Chen and Mo Nian were both laughing and joking at his expense. The shock they had displayed after learning that it was due to this reason that he had finally lost his patience and could no longer endure was particularly infuriating. It was as if the two of them felt this to be an incredibly childish and laughable reason. That made him feel even worse. It was a wordless insult. Dongfang Yuyong's manifestation suddenly shook. and he slammed his hands on the earth, causing the land to begin rising violently. Long Chen and Mo Nian immediately rose into the air. They saw the earth split open, and giant stalagmites shot into the air. The spaces between the stalagmites were covered by a strange law, which made Long Chen and Mo Nian unable to avoid them. This large area attack could only be received directly. Long Chen, I'll leave this brute power work to you. I'll provide support. Mo Nian immediately fell back. A clash of brute power was not his specialty. The Stone Emperor's power. Let me experience it. Long Chen snorted. Dragon scales covered his body, and an azure dragon swam within his scales. A wild dragon might filled heaven and earth as he unleashed a punch. Chapter 2502 The Power of a Heaven Caesar. With one fist, dozens of stalagmites crumbled. Long Chen had fully recovered. Just as he smashed the closest stalagmites, the surrounding ones collapsed on him like a mountain, swallowing him whole. It was like he was caught in countless stone mountains that had linked into a formation. As soon as he tried to charge through, they changed shape quickly, preventing him from escaping. There was now a giant stone sphere trapping Long Chen. It was rapidly compressing him. This wide-range attack was capable of trapping and killing. Its range made it practically impossible to dodge. However, just as the stone sphere was rapidly compressing, it suddenly exploded. A dragon roar rang out as Long Chen appeared within its shattered remnants. Long Chen kicked one of the broken fragments at Dongfang Yuyong, sending it at him like a shooting star. Dongfang Yuyong snorted and extended a hand. The stone stopped, and like a magnet, it drew all the fragments back toward it. Just at that moment, Long Chen was already charging over. Dongfang Yuyong sent the giant stone sphere back at Long Chen. Long Chen smashed straight through the stone and threw a fist at Dongfang Yuyong. This caught Dongfang Yuyong off guard. He had expected this attack to force Long Chen back and had been in the midst of preparing another attack. However, Long Chen passed through the stone like it was tofu, and that made Dongfang Yuyong hastily give up on his hand seals. Stone gloves appeared on his hands, and a pair of feathered wings manifested on his back. Long Chen's fist landed right on Dongfang Yuyong's arms. As a result, the stone armor protecting him instantly shattered, and he flew back. His wings shook as they dissipated Long Chen's attack power. He was already far into the distance before managing to shake off Long Chen's attack. The Peng race's wings. Mo Nian's heart shook. Heaven Caesars were truly bizarre existences. He was even able to take the inherited divine abilities of divine races. Dongfang Yuyong clenched his fists. Sharp pain came from his arms. Although the stone armor had protected him, and his Peng wings had helped dissipate some of the power, the bones in his arms had cracked. Dongfang Yuyong was startled by Long Chen's power. He had endured all this time and stealthily stolen the manifestations of Shi Lingfeng and Kun Pengxi. He had fused them perfectly and thought that he would be able to easily crush Long Chen. He had not expected that even as his power rose crazily, Long Chen's power would also have followed. This is the power of the Stone Emperor. How disappointing. I don't know if the Stone Emperor himself was always so weak, or if you only inherited a hair of his power. Did you think this bit of power would be enough to carry out your vendetta against me? Aren't you too naive? Your stone energy is lacking by more than just a bit compared to Zhao Rishan's metal energy. If this is all you have, I'm afraid you're going to die here, said Long Chen indifferently. Long Chen, don't get cocky. This is just the start, a warm-up, sneered Dongfang Yuyong. Dongfang Yuyong formed hand seals, and stone giants came out of the ground, attacking Long Chen. No, he's not trying to kill us. He's stalling. Mo Nian, what's going on? Long Chen suddenly sensed something off. These stone giants might be powerful, but they were unable to cause him any fatal injuries. Dongfang Yuyong should be well aware of this by now. I don't know either. I only got out one step before you. As soon as I came out, I encountered these two guarding this place. Dongfang Yuyong's sneak attack injured me. Before I could land a blow back, you arrived, said Mo Nian. You didn't see Yun Tian and the others? Asked Long Chen, his heart sinking. Then that's bad. Yun Tian is in danger. Zhao Rishan, Feng Fei, Yu Qingshan, and Yi Ming are definitely after him, said Long Chen. Just who is Yun Tian? Why do they want him dead? Asked Mo Nian. He had been holding back this question for a long time now. He is Sovereign Yun Shang's son. He is a true sovereign sprout, said Long Chen. There was no longer any need to keep this a secret. Yun Tian's identity would quickly be exposed. So that's why. Mo Nian suddenly realized why. Zhao Rishan and Feng Fei were sovereign sprouts, while Yun Tian was a sovereign son. He definitely had a high chance of becoming a sovereign in the future. There could only be one sovereign born on the martial heaven continent in any generation. If Yun Tian became a sovereign, they would never have a chance. So they were targeting him. Prepare yourself. Make sure to follow me. We'll get rid of him right now. Long Chen sent a message to Mo Nian and began to blast the stone giants apart. As expected, they weren't strong enough to stop him. However, after being destroyed, they quickly reformed, being a constant hindrance. With a cold snort, Long Chen stamped down on the ground. Thunder boomed as he shot out like a bolt of lightning, arriving in front of Dongfang Yuyong in an instant despite the stone giants. A lightning spear unleashed blinding light as it stabbed toward Dongfang Yuyong. A blood-colored runic sword appeared in Dongfang Yuyong's hand. This sword contained Di Feng's aura in it, so this was an attack containing the Blood Emperor's power. His sword slashed into the lightning spear, and both weapons exploded. Dongfang Yuyong once more retreated, however, just at this moment, his expression changed. When the blinding lightning was gone, he found himself within a giant raging flame prison. Dongfang Yuyong let out a roar, causing two figures within his manifestation to attack at the same time. As he formed hand seals, two rays of divine light shot out of his manifestation. The flame prison instantly exploded, having yet to grow fully stabilized. Dongfang Yuyong was well aware of how tough Long Chen's flame prison was, so he shattered it in an instant before it could fully seal him. As the flame prison exploded, a black saber slashed down like a black river of stars. Dongfang Yuyong was startled, realizing that the lightning spear was bait to make him think that the flame prison was the killing move, when in reality, the killing move was coming now. Stone Emperor Shield, Peng Void Barrier, lightning wings appeared on Dongfang Yuyong's back. He rapidly retreated. A thick stone shield also appeared in front of him like a tortoise shell that was covered with blood-colored runes. At the same time, he was wrapped by a thick layer of runes. Those runes had the shape of feathers and layered themselves in front of him. In less than a tenth of a blink of an eye, Dongfang Yuyong succeeded in summoning two powerful defenses. It went without saying that his reaction speed was incredible. Long Chen's saber fell, slicing through the stone shield easily as if it was tofu. A large cut was also made in the feather barrier, and Evilmoon landed on Dongfang Yuyong's body. Dongfang Yuyong didn't even have a chance to take out his divine weapon before Long Chen's blow created a long cut on his body. His blood sprayed out. At the same time, a silent arrow struck him in the back of the head and pierced straight through. This was Mo Nian's fatal killing blow. However, curiously, while Long Chen managed to get a spray of blood with his saber, Mo Nian's arrow passed through his head without any blood. Dongfang Yuyong's wings flapped, and he shot away while crushing something in his hand. Not good. Long Chen raised his hand, unleashing a bolt of lightning at Dongfang Yuyong. However, his attack passed right through him. Dongfang Yuyong's body slowly faded. Fuck, how did he get away? Raged Mo Nian. He was extremely unwilling to let Dongfang Yuyong off just like this. He's very difficult to deal with. Although he summoned 3 emperors in his manifestation, in reality, he was only able to fully control the power of the Stone Emperor and the Peng Emperor. He only just absorbed the energy of the Blood Emperor and has yet to fully merge with it. He's only able to control a fraction of its power. Just now, he used a bit of the Blood Emperor's ability to escape us, said Long Chen. Although he greatly detested Dongfang Yuyong, he had no choice but to admit that a Heaven Caesar was truly difficult to deal with. This ability to steal other people's inheritances was heaven-defying. How could there be such a person in this world? Dongfang Yuyong was already powerful, but once he merged with the Blood Emperor's inheritance, he would be unstoppable. Perhaps this was why he was no longer worried about being exposed. Perhaps he even had the confidence to ignore the martial heaven continent's hunt. How regretful. Just now, I could have. It's fine. There won't be just one chance. He'll come out again. Let's go save Yun Tian, said Long Chen. How are we supposed to find him? They probably got off the ship before us. We'll follow the direction the ghost ship came from. There definitely should be a trail if so many of them are attacking him. Long Chen pointed, and the two of them flew off in the direction that the ghost ship had come from. Chapter 2503 Corpse-Devouring Armored Spider. I've found them, shouted Mo Nian. By retracing the path of the ghost ship and traveling through the endless black armor core, killing an unknown number of them. After 2 hours, they finally found their tracks. This place was a barren land, with multiple powerful auras still hanging in the air. The Black Armor Corps didn't even dare to approach this place. The aura of these flames belongs to the Pill Fairy. There's also Zhao Rishan's metal energy and spiritual pressure belonging to Feng Fei. This gorge was created by Yi Ming's jagged sword. It's filled with an aura of death and decay. There are also signs of some other attacks that came from unknown people, but they weren't from Yuntian. Why are so many of them attacking him at the same time? Is becoming a sovereign really so important, even more important than the safety of the martial heaven continent? They've already forgotten that without the sovereigns, the continent would have fallen into oblivion, and they would already be dead. Long Chen clenched a handful of black dirt angrily. Although Yuntian had not publicly stated his identity, just his mannerisms said everything. For Feng Fei, Zhao Rishan, and the others to join forces to attack him, they were clearly after the position of sovereign. They felt that with Yuntian present, none of them could become a sovereign, so he had to be eliminated first. As for Long Chen, he had never thought of becoming a sovereign. He just hoped to live happily. If someone else was capable of leading the martial heaven continent to peace, he would be willing to follow them. However, Zhao Rishan, Feng Fei, and the others had clearly forgotten to be grateful to the sovereigns. They were actually joining forces against a sovereign's descendant. That made Long Chen's killing intent blaze. Perhaps what they wish for is not peace. In their eyes, only becoming a sovereign is important. In war, although countless people die on the battlefield, that's just a drop in the ocean compared to the defenseless commoners who die. Greed is the original sin. No tricks are out of the question. Other people's lives or deaths don't matter. Perhaps Zhao Rishan and Feng Fei's thoughts are the thoughts of the divine families. They want to rule this world, even if this world is a war-stricken battlefield of death, sighed Mo Nian. Mo Nian patted Long Chen on the shoulder. Brother, we both don't have such aspirations, but now you've seen reality. If you don't fight for this, others will kill you. You want to protect your people, but others don't want to allow you to do so. The martial heaven continent is in chaos, and the divine family's attitude is still ambiguous. They will sooner or later reveal their fangs. I don't believe that they're so kind-hearted as to silently pay for the continent's peace. They have their own glorious history, and it is said that they previously assisted the sovereigns in battle. However, that is not recorded in history, and the past sovereigns have never said anything about the divine families. This matter is a complete mystery. The divine families are like leopards watching their prey. When their opportunity ripens, they will pounce. Mo Nian had no good feelings toward the divine families. But since Long Chen had a collaborative relationship with the Long family of the divine families, there were some words that he hadn't said to him. Now, Mo Nian could no longer hold back. For Zhao Rishan and Feng Fei to not hesitate to attack Yuntian, there had to be some unspeakable secret behind it. I understand. Let's go, said Long Chen. You've thought it through. If Yuntian is being attacked, will you be capable of unleashing killing blows? Demanded Mo Nian. I've thought it through. Even against Yu Qingshan, I won't have mercy. Enemies are enemies. To be entangled by emotions toward enemies is folly. Long Chen took a deep breath. All right then, Mo Nian nodded. If Long Chen was going to go so far, then he was at ease. Otherwise, if Long Chen had his hands tied against Yu Qingshan once they caught up, they would be sending themselves to their deaths. The two of them chased down the tracks. Mo Nian suddenly said, strange, why are these marks so off? Is Yuntian simply being attacked without striking back? They had yet to see a single mark from Yuntian. It was as if he was incapable of attacking. There's blood. Long Chen suddenly pointed to a drop of blood. It has the aura of darkness. It's Yi Ming's blood. Yi Ming was in possession of dark energy. His blood was easy to distinguish. Then does that mean that Yuntian is only attacking Yi Ming? Why? Asked Mo Nian. Yuntian was being attacked by 4 peak experts. Theoretically, he should be trying to break free from their siege. After all 4 of them were peerless geniuses. To run was normal. Yi Ming definitely has some sinister scheme. That's why Yuntian has no choice but to kill him. It seems it isn't the 4 of them attacking Yuntian, but Yuntian hunting down Yi Ming with the other 3 helping Yi Ming. Yi Ming is fleeing as he fights off Yuntian. That's why these battle scars are so strange, hypothesized Long Chen. No way, Yuntian is so powerful. Mo Nian was gobsmacked. Long Chen's heart shook. Yes, Yuntian was truly powerful. However, If he was capable of hunting down Yi Ming while dealing with those three people's attacks, that was hard to believe. Maybe it has something to do with the Dragon King Essence Blood and Sovereign Yun Shang. Long Chen could only come up with another guess. Sovereign Yun Shang had left Yun Tian the Dragon King Essence Blood, as well as indicated a path for him to walk on the ghost ship. Yun Tian had to have his own lucky encounters. The two of them continued following the tracks, but the more they saw, the more off they felt things to be. At some point, the sky had started to turn dark. The void was twisting, and the aura of decay and death grew stronger. This place is like a cemetery. The smell is a bit familiar. Mo Nian touched his nose suspiciously. But looking at the scars on the ground, it didn't seem like they had gotten off track. Suddenly, the ground beneath their feet exploded. One giant black monster after another crawled out of the ground. They had the bodies of spiders with 8 long legs. Their mouths were extremely sharp like the mouthpieces of mosquitoes, and their bodies were as big as calves. These are corpse-devouring armored spiders. How did they grow so big? Exclaimed Mo Nian. As an expert archaeologist specialized in digging up ancient tombs, he was knowledgeable about all things fond of living in tombs. The corpse-devouring armored spider was one of the most frightening lifeforms to live in tombs. Their food was the liquid within corpses. They also preferred the corpses of powerful lifeforms. Ordinary corpses were unappealing to them. The bodies of most cultivators remained preserved for many years. Normally, it took hundreds or even over 1,000 years before it rotted. When it rotted, the flesh would undergo a transformation with the blood, and this new liquid was essentially poison. But it was what the corpse-devouring armored spiders lived off of. Their mouthpieces were exceptionally terrifying. They were like drills, capable of easily piercing the toughest formations and coffins to consume the corpses within. As a result, the tombs of some famous sects and families always had people guarding them, just to guard against these creatures' entry. Once they entered, they would not just consume the corpses. They would lay eggs within the corpses before those ancestral remains were consumed. Mo Nian was familiar with them, and as a result, he was exceptionally shocked. That was because the corpse-devouring armored spiders that he had seen before were all only the size of a palm. He had never seen one this big. Be careful. If you're bitten by one of these things, it can poison you to death. Mo Nian had barely finished warning Long Chen when one of the spiders pounced on him. Mo Nian shot an arrow that got stuck in its head. It didn't pierce all the way through. Sparks flew when the arrow pierced into its head, as if its head was made of metal. Mo Nian's arrows were easily capable of piercing mountains, yet it was unable to pierce its head. How are they so powerful? Exclaimed Long Chen and Mo Nian at the same time. Mo Nian suddenly realized that Long Chen was talking to him, as if he knew. He shouted, "The corpse-devouring armored spiders that I've seen are all only the size of a fist. They're like grandbabies compared to these." After Mo Nian killed the first one, the rest of the spiders charged toward the two of them. They were jumping about in the sky, their sharp mouthpieces flickering with a cold light. Mo Nian repeatedly pulled on his bowstring, unleashing waves of divine light that sent them flying. He managed to create a free space for the two of them. "When did you learn to play the bowstring?" Long Chen was surprised. Mo Nian had actually gained such a skill. "Ha, Mo Nian, am a master of all skills." "Fuck, now isn't the time. Think of a way to get rid of them," shouted Mo Nian. "You're the expert in these things, you think of a way." Long Chen pushed the responsibility onto Mo Nian. As Mo Nian plucked his bowstring, he said, "These things have toxins in their mouthpieces, and their armor is their defense. They have a strong life force with a crystal core and an Eden. Destroying one will not cause the other to immediately die. If we want them dead, they have to be completely crushed. They aren't magical beasts or demonic beasts. I don't know how to classify them. That's all I know, so you think of something." Shockingly, more and more corpse-devouring armored spiders appeared in their surroundings. It was unknown where they were coming from, but they were endless. Long Chen unleashed a slash of his saber, killing a dozen of them in a line. But the rest were simply knocked back, not killed. Their armor was tough, and their size was small enough that his attacks were unable to unleash their full power. It was like his attack had landed on cotton, causing the cotton to merely split but not break. "Fuck, this is definitely something Yi Ming left behind to block us." Long Chen formed hand seals, and flames began to fill the world. Chapter 2504 The World's #1 Handsome Man. A sea of flames spread, instantly igniting the corpse-devouring armored spiders. However, there seemed to be another layer of energy around them, blocking a portion of the flames. Even once they were set on fire, it was a very slow process. It seemed that they didn't fear these flames much. Even within the sea of flames, they continued to charge forward, completely unafraid of death. They have powerful earth element energy within them. Fire isn't a good counter to them, said Mo Nian. Long Chen pointed his finger. Flame arrows shot out, piercing a few of their bodies. Those few corpse-devouring armored spiders fell from the sky. Long Chen cut through one of them and saw that their armor was only 3 inches thick. What curious lifeforms! Long Chen was surprised that this armor was able to block most of his flame energy. However, while their bodies resisted the flames, they were still impacted, so his flame arrows were able to kill them. Even though they were dead, they didn't immediately burn to a crisp. Instead, they slowly shrank. Upon reaching the size of a fist and completely deforming, they suddenly transformed into ash. What a powerful life force! Long Chen was surprised. Even when dead, they had immense life energy that resisted his flames. It was only once their life force was exhausted that they turned to ash. He suddenly had a thought and began tossing the dead corpse-devouring armored spiders into the primal chaos space's black soil. As expected, upon being devoured by the black soil, they quickly released a huge amount of life energy. What Long Chen didn't know was that these corpse-devouring armored spiders were an ancient breed that fed on the essence of corpses. They had stored up an astonishing amount of life energy within their bodies. They had long lifespans, with the potential to grow for tens of thousands of years. It could be said that they had no natural predators. Furthermore, due to only devouring corpses, they did not break the balance of the world and were not hunted. According to Mo Nian, these corpse-devouring armored spiders would only attack people if someone barged into their territory while eating. Mo Nian could not figure out why this place would have so many of them. Furthermore, people had clearly already fought here, but they hadn't attacked them. Why would they attack the two of them? Within the flames, their defenses dropped, allowing Mo Nian to tear through lines of them with his arrows. Furthermore, with every slash of Evilmoon, Long Chen blasted a wave of them apart. He quickly gathered their corpses up at the same time. Mo Nian asked, "What are you gathering their corpses for?" "Poison pills. How could I have time for that? I have another use for them," said Long Chen. As more and more of them entered the black soil, the heavenly Qilin demon trees quickly grew. Although his flames were unable to directly burn them to death, it weakened them to the point that killing them became relatively easy. There were now so many of their corpses piled up into mountains that Long Chen was incredibly busy trying to gather them all. This continued for 2 hours. Long Chen estimated that the two of them had killed millions of them by now. Those corpses were tossed into the primal chaos space. The 300 heavenly Qilin demon trees had doubled in size. Their growth was truly slow. It took an enormous amount of life energy to make them grow, but they didn't disappoint him. With every inch they grew, they stored more life energy for him to tap into. At this point, just these 300 heavenly Qilin demon trees had managed to surpass the entire forest of fully matured world trees that he had planted before. The heavenly Qilin demon trees were only 60 meters tall now. They were essentially saplings when compared to a towering fully matured heavenly Qilin demon tree. Once they were fully mature, there would be no way to estimate their energy. At this time, Mo Nian came flying back from outside the Sea of Flames. He had gone to take a look at their situation, but he had been forced back. The Sea of Flames had a limit. Beyond this flame domain, the corpse-devouring armored spiders were incredibly powerful. Hence, Mo Nian didn't dare to charge into their midst. "How is it?" asked Long Chen. "Fuck, we're completely surrounded by a sea of spiders. My divine sense is cut off at that point, but based on what I saw, this entire world is full of corpse-devouring armored spiders. There's no way to see the end," said Mo Nian. They were essentially endless. Long Chen's giant flame domain was essentially an island within a sea. Continuing like this is no solution. This is definitely Yi Ming's trap to block us from saving Yun Tian. "I say we should take the risk and try charging through," said Mo Nian. "You just said that this is Yi Ming's trap. Did you consider that it might be a double-layered trap?" asked Long Chen. "If we use our full power to charge through this sea of spiders, who knows how much energy it will waste? If at that time, Yi Ming, Zhao Rishan, and the others were waiting for us, what would we do? Then consider an even worse situation, where upon charging out of the sea of spiders, we end up in a sea of beasts or worse. We can't just act according to how Yi Ming expects us to, said Long Chen. Then what are we supposed to do? Just wait, Mo Nian frowned. Yup, just wait, our reinforcements are coming. Reinforcements? What reinforcements? Your Dragonblood Legion, Long Chen smiled. I already sent out the call for reinforcements. They'll get here quickly. Are you not worried about Yi Ming scheming against them? Nope. First of all, he didn't have the time to do such a thing. Furthermore, dealing with the Dragonblood Legion would require at least 2 peak experts. If they did that, it would be a joke. Yuntian would easily be able to kill them if they tried that, said Long Chen. You're so confident. I don't want to insult you, but as long as they send out a single Zhao Rishan, they can block your Dragonblood Legion, said Mo Nian. Do you think the current Dragonblood Legion is still the old Dragonblood Legion? If Zhao Rishan goes out on his own, I guarantee he'll never be able to follow through with his name again, laughed Long Chen. The two of them continued to kill the corpse-devouring armored spiders without exhausting themselves. Suddenly, Long Chen began to flick his finger. One small flame lotus after another shot out. Despite their miniature size, when they exploded, they slaughtered the corpse-devouring armored spiders within a giant region. Damn, what is that? Did you learn it on the ghost ship? Asked Mo Nian. Those were miniature world extermination flame lotuses. Mo Nian had seen Long Chen use this technique before, but even then, their power was not much greater than the miniature ones that he was shooting out. Most shocking of all was that Long Chen was shooting them out easily without accumulating any energy. These miniature world extermination flame lotuses were capable of killing 4th step nether passage experts easily. Speak up, what did you obtain on the ghost ship? Asked Long Chen. Hehe, it's a secret. I'll tell you later. I want to enjoy the sight of your shocked expression at the time, snickered Mo Nian. Your uncle. My only uncle is your uncle. I'll tell him that you called him a wretch. Since Mo Nian refused to tell him what he had gained, he naturally wasn't in a position to inquire what Long Chen had obtained. As for the matter of the sovereign, Long Chen didn't want to mention it for fear of bringing more karma upon Mo Nian. As time passed, no matter how many they killed, more and more corpse-devouring armored spiders appeared. After a while, Mo Nian jumped out to take a look, only to see that there was still no end to them. Furthermore, as they killed more and more, the newcomers were slightly different. Their mouthparts were golden, and some of them even had wings. Those ones were quick as lightning. Mo Nian was almost bitten by one. It would cause unimaginable pain and slow down a person's reactions, which could be fatal here. However, the two of them continued to maintain a steady attack rate, making sure to stay in their peak condition for fear of someone launching a sneak attack. After 6 whole hours, Long Chen had gathered countless corpses. The heavenly Qilin demon trees had grown to 150 meters. Long Chen could clearly sense an ocean's worth of life energy within them. That was the only gratifying thing about being trapped here. Boss, don't panic. The world's #1 handsome man, the #2 expert beneath the heavens, the divine armored warrior Guo Ran has come to help. Guo Ran's metallic armored voice rang from the sky. A blood-colored figure charged through the sea of spiders. Chapter 2505 Heaven-defying karmic luck. A blood-colored battle armor smashed into the ground, and a wave of blood-colored light blasted away the surrounding corpse-devouring armored spiders. It was truly a mighty entrance. In his new suit, Guo Ran no longer looked the same. His battle armor was now bigger and had spikes on the helmet, shoulder, and elbow. After landing on the ground, Guo Ran remained kneeling there. He had his head lowered, as if waiting for something. As expected, countless bombs began to fall from the sky, blasting apart the corpse-devouring armored spiders. As the bombs fell, their corpses flew through their air. Amidst their broken fragments, Guo Ran slowly rose. With a wave of his hand, he sent one of the corpse-devouring armored spiders flying. Although he was wearing armor, his movements appeared particularly natural and graceful. This poser act gets a full mark. Mo Nian raised his thumb at Guo Ran. Just at this moment, a pair of wings split the void. Cloud charged in as well, her body even larger than before. Her wings created an opening within the sea of spiders. After charging in, Cloud immediately transformed into her human form, appearing like a maiden. Ignoring the Dragonblood warriors that had been on her back, she went over to hug Long Chen. Big brother Long Chen. Despite being the future leader of the Zon beasts, Cloud was still as pure-hearted as ever, and like a child in front of Long Chen. At this moment, Meng Qi, Chu Yao, Tang Wan Yi Ziqiu, Dong Mingyu, Lu Ruyan, and the others also walked over. They had all managed to advance to the fourth step of Nether Passage. Their auras were no longer the same. Ji Yuyong, Li Qi, Song Mingyuan, Yu Zifeng, Sha Chen, and the others took out their weapons, their gazes sharp. The Dragonblood warriors were unleashing a whirlwind of killing intent. During this time, they had definitely not been slacking off. They had to have endured quite a few battles for their killing intent to remain so sharp. Assemble the formation. As soon as they all arrived, Sha Chen gave orders. The Dragonblood warriors instantly entered one of their battle formations, and rays of sword chi began to fly through the air, killing the corpse-devouring armored spiders. Damn, did they all get completely reborn? Mo Nian was shocked. The Dragonblood warriors were slaughtering the corpse-devouring armored spiders easily. Although they were within Long Chen's flame domain, weakening their defenses, their attacks were incredibly sharp. Upon reaching the fourth step of Nether Passage, the Dragonblood warriors were completely different from before. Long Chen, how did you get trapped here? Asked Meng Qi. It's hard to explain. You came from outside, so how many of the corpse-devouring armored spiders are there? Asked Long Chen. Everything within 10 million miles has been filled with these spiders. This entire world is full of them. We also saw more of them flying over here. It seems as if the entire star-field divine world's corpse-devouring armored spiders are being drawn over here. This place is the center. If it wasn't for Cloud's power to break the void, it would have been difficult to charge through to this place. How did you get trapped here? Asked Tang Wan. I'll explain it all later. Tell me, did you encounter any troubles after leaving the Life and Death Spring? What about the others? Asked Long Chen. Meng Qi said, we continued to be sneak attacked a few times while advancing, but they were pretty weak. After a few of us finished our advancements, we stood guard and took turns. After completely wiping out the groups that continued to cause trouble for us, they eventually stopped. The Sea Demon race arrived at that time, and Ji Yuyong and the others spent the better part of a day fighting that fellow from the Six-Horned Sea Serpent race. However, he was too powerful, and he managed to get away. Ji Yuyong and the others also didn't dare to get too far from the Life and Death Spring, so they let him go. After we all finished advancing, according to your instructions, we left without leaving anyone to guard the spring. We had Guo Ran lead the way, and we discovered 7 divine ore deposits, 2 secret abodes, and a training area that allowed the Dragonblood warriors to once more strengthen their physical bodies. We obtained 5 divine arts and were capable of cracking 2 of them. One of them is the Wind God's incantation that Tang Wan has already started to train in. Another was an ancient text on swordplay. It was too difficult for anyone else to comprehend, so we left it to Yu Zifeng. Other than those things, we killed 9 13th rank beasts, obtained 12 of their young, 5 housepet eggs. As Meng Qi explained their gains, Long Chen and Mo Nian were stunned. Mo Nian's eyes almost popped out of his head. Is this really true? How can your luck be so good? Demanded Mo Nian. When Meng Qi began to take out some of the young of the beasts that they had killed, their terrifying auras made it so that Mo Nian had no choice but to believe it. Ha ha ha, it's all thanks to me. With my karmic luck, not finding all these amazing treasures would have been difficult. It just so happens I needed several of those divine materials. It allowed me to strengthen my armor again. Hehe, although these additions are just temporary, my combat power has risen a great deal. Guo Ran smiled proudly. Guo Ran had truly taken the spotlight this time. He had led them to huge gains. There were 4 times when killing the 13th rank beasts that they arrived at the perfect time. One of them had just laid an egg and was extremely weak. There was another one whose lifespan had almost reached an end. As everyone else was fighting it, Guo Ran killed it in one blow, shocking everyone. That was because at that time, Guo Ran had made additions to his armor, and while he had said that he could defeat a 13th rank beast on his own, they hadn't quite believed it until he had killed it in one blow. It was only later that they realized the beast's old age. Guo Ran's attack had just happened to exhaust the last dregs of its energy. As for the other 2 beasts, it was rather funny, but they had stolen them. Those beasts had been about to be killed by others when the Dragonblood Legion arrived. There had been a group of 50,000 corrupt experts attacking one 13th rank beast. They had underestimated its abilities, and thousands of them had been killed before they barely managed to give it a severe injury. Just as they had been about to settle things, the Dragonblood Legion had arrived. Upon seeing that they were from the corrupt path, the Dragonblood Legion had directly started a slaughter. The corrupt experts had tried to resist so that they could still bring the beast's corpse away with them. However, despite the beast's injured state, it was still putting up a fight. It was impossible to put it away when it wasn't dead. The corrupt experts had wanted to endure, but the Dragonblood Legion was too fierce. In just the first exchange, they scattered. In the end, over 10,000 of them were killed while the rest fled. The Dragonblood Legion obtained a huge profit. Another beast was the same, only the victim this time was the sea demon race. However, they were smart and had used poison. That beast was powerful but unable to stop them from poisoning it repeatedly. In the end, it lost its ability to resist. Just as the sea demon race was about to reap their harvest, Guo Ran led the Dragonblood Legion over. Seeing this scene and with their previous experience, they immediately transformed into a pack of bandits, slaughtering tens of thousands of sea demons. By the time that fight was over, the beast was already poisoned to death. Hearing Guo Ran's excited explanation about all this left Long Chen and Mo Nian speechless. This karmic luck was truly monstrous. Good things were just running into his lap. Before this, Mo Nian hadn't been too much of a believer in karmic luck. But Guo Ran's ability proved it. However, in this particular case, it was far too conspicuous. Although other heavenly geniuses had good karmic luck, it definitely wasn't so heaven-defying. Meng Qi and the others had concluded that this luck was most likely the sum of all of their karmic luck. If one person's karmic luck could be so heaven-defying, then it would have reached the level of affecting the heavenly Taos. The other possibility was perhaps that Guo Ran's power was so bad that even the heavens pitied him and blessed him with good things to make up for it. Once he was stronger, perhaps he would no longer be so blessed. Of course, when it came to karmic luck, there was no way to conclude anything precisely. They could only guess as only the heavens knew the truth. There was one thing that could be confirmed though. Here in the Starfield Divine World, Guo Ran's karmic luck was truly frightening. Alright, since we're all gathered now, let's think of a way of killing all these corpse-devouring armored spiders, said Long Chen. Thanks to their arrival, Long Chen now knew that these corpse-devouring armored spiders were coming from all over the Starfield Divine World. They hadn't mistakenly barged into their territory. In other words, no matter where they went, they would have to face the spiders' attacks. If they wanted to stop them from being a hindrance, they had to kill them all. Meng Qi, I have something good for you. Long Chen suddenly thought of the void mirror he had obtained on the ghost ship. He took out the crystalline mirror and circulated his spiritual strength. As a result, a beam of light shot through the void. It started off the size of a palm but quickly grew, blasting apart any corpse-devouring armored spiders that it touched. A large hole was then left in the void. That gap in the spiders allowed them to see that it really was as Meng Qi had said. The corpse-devouring armored spiders had completely surrounded this place. The gap was thousands of miles deep, but the only thing that could be seen was the corpse-devouring armored spiders. The gap was instantly filled. Mo Nian was stunned by their numbers but also by Long Chen's mirror. Its power was terrifying. What a beautiful and powerful mirror. Meng Qi covered her mouth. She had already realized that this was a terrifying soul item. It's been years since I've given you a nice gift. This void mirror is something I obtained on the ghost ship. I hope you like it. Long Chen smiled and pressed it into Meng Qi's hand. Chapter 2506 Wild's Terrifying Power. A divine treasure like this is a waste in my hands, said Meng Qi, not daring to accept. Big sister, you have to take it. You have the strongest soul energy. This void mirror is perfect for you, urged Tang Wan. Only then did Meng Qi take the void mirror. Its crystals emitted divine light that illuminated her already peerless looks. It felt as if this mirror had been made for her. They both set off each other's beauty. Wan, I have something good for you too. Long Chen took out a divine bone. What's this? It's trying to merge into my body. Tang Wan jumped when she touched it. The divine bone was starting to merge with her. This is a divine bone. When you merge with it, you will develop a spirit bone. It is said that the spirit root, spirit blood, and spirit bone are requirements for becoming a sovereign. If Lady Wan one day becomes sovereign Wan, remember to look after this junior brother. Long Chen smiled. A divine bone. Everyone was shocked. An item that could create a spirit bone was a treasure on the heaven-defying level. Long Chen, Wan hand trembled, her eyes reddening. Long Chen was actually giving such a precious divine bone to her. Long Chen rubbed her head. This one is for you. You're the only one capable of using the wind attribute divine bone. When Long Chen had obtained the Wind Divine Bone, the first thing he had thought of was the cute and vexatious Tang Wan. In truth, he felt quite guilty toward her because Tang Wan was the kind of girl who liked to live freely and vivaciously. But by being with him, other than acting a bit petty occasionally, she never complained. You can't fully merge with it now. It is said it can only merge with someone above the Nether Passage realm. But you can try to commune with it for now as a foundation for the merger, said Long Chen. Wild. Long Chen now called Wild. Curiously, he hadn't seen Wild this entire time. Big brother Long Chen. Suddenly, a rough voice rang out from the distance. Long Chen saw Wild running over while carrying two corpses of the corpse-devouring armored spiders. One of them had several teeth marks on it. Crunching sounds rang out from Wild's mouth. Seeing that he even dared to eat the corpse-devouring armored spiders, Mo Nian shivered. Their armor was something that even divine items had difficulty piercing, but Wild was eating them easily. Furthermore, it seemed that their poison and disgusting aura of decay were nothing to Wild. He was happy eating them as if they were meat buns. Even Long Chen felt his stomach heaving. This child's teeth and stomach were also heaven-defying. Can you really eat these? Asked Long Chen. Yes, they're delicious. They're full of energy. In just a few bites, Wild stuffed those two corpses into his stomach. Did you call for me? Long Chen felt speechless inside. Wild really wasn't picky about food. Even something with poison that could kill Nether Passage experts could be eaten. The barbarian race was truly mystical. Guo Ran and the others had given Wild the corpses of the beasts that they had slain on the way. Wild's body hadn't changed too much, but there were now some golden spots all over it. The two horns on his head in particular looked as if they were made of gold. Wild's body seemed to contain a terrifying beast within. Wild's arms were thicker than a normal person's waist. His skin had a shine to it like dragonhide. As the other Dragonblood warriors slaughtered the corpse-devouring armored spiders, he was the only one who dared to run aside and consume their corpses. No matter how they tried to bite him, they were unable to pierce his skin. He liked that. He could just sit there and reach out for food. Long Chen had originally thought that with the Dragon King's essence blood, his physical body would have surpassed Wild's power, but he knew that without his Azure Dragon battle armor, he wouldn't dare to let the corpse-devouring armored spiders attack him like that. Thinking about how terrifying Wild had become, it truly made a person envious. Without needing to comprehend the heavenly Taoes or bitterly cultivate, without needing to train in magical arts, Wild simply ate and slept. Just like that, he constantly grew stronger. Guo Ran in particular was envious. Guo Ran also didn't like cultivating, but he didn't have Wild's fate. With the Dragonblood Legion's cultivation speed soaring, he had to follow. It was unknown how bitter that was. He dreamed of having Wild's ability. Wild, you've lost your bone club. I'll give you a new weapon, said Long Chen. Really? Great, Wild exclaimed in delight. After his bone club was broken, he hadn't found a suitable weapon. Guo Ran had made a new club for Wild after his bone club was broken, but upon encountering a 13th rank beast, Wild's club ended up shattering. After that, Guo Ran and Sha Chen hadn't had time to create a better weapon for him, so Wild had been empty-handed since, which wasn't very convenient for fighting. Mo Nian, take out the door bolt for Wild, said Long Chen. He was referring to the door bolt that the two of them had worked together to take off in the Netherworld. What? That's clearly mine. How did it become a gift from you? Can you have some sense of shame? Mo Nian rolled his eyes. Mo Nian turned to talk to Wild directly. Brother, remember, this door bolt is bone. I'm the one giving it to you. But it's very heavy, so you have to be prepared. Once it's taken out, it might not be possible to put it away again. Last time, taking the door bolt had almost shattered his astral space. Mo Nian had cursed Long Chen after that. This door bolt had remained in his astral space ever since. He was unable to use it. The heaven-seizing sun-hunting bow was also unable to absorb its energy. Now that Long Chen wanted to send it to Wild, he was actually quite happy to get rid of it. Heavy, the heavier the better, exclaimed Wild. You're the one who said that, so be prepared. I'm going to take it out. I can't control it, so everyone else should back up. Mo Nian formed hand seals. His manifestation shuddered and the void rumbled. A giant door bolt suddenly appeared in the air. The entire world shuddered and rumbled. It was as if the world could not bear its weight. Prepare yourself, I'm going to drop it, shouted Mo Nian, his voice strained. This thing was so heavy that even tossing it out of his astral space took a toll. Mo Nian's manifestation flickered, and the black door bolt suddenly fell toward Wild. The door bolt smashed toward him. Massive spatial ripples came pouring off of it as it fell. Wild immediately shouted and grew larger. He then grabbed the door bolt. The earth crumbled. Wild and the door bolt vanished from sight within a bottomless hole. I said it was too heavy. Now it has sunk to the bottom of the earth, sighed Mo Nian. Just watch, said Long Chen, confident in Wild. Suddenly, a roar came from down below. The earth started shaking, and the door bolt slowly started to come back out of the ground. Following the door bolt was a golden giant. Wild had transformed into a giant who looked to be made of gold. His giant body caused the earth to shudder with every step. Wild suddenly let out an immense roar. The door bolt reacted, and black chi surged out of it. Nether chi infected this world. The nether chi infected the corpse-devouring armored spiders in the sky, and they began to fall like hail, dead. Wild actually activated the door bolt's runes. How is that possible? Long Chen and Mo Nian were both shocked. This door bolt was completely incomprehensible to the two of them. They were unable to comprehend its runes, let alone activate them. Who would have thought that the large oaf Wild would be able to activate the door bolt's runes and unleash nether chi? Wild, release all your anger and swat these spiders to death, shouted Long Chen. This current state of Wild's was a kind of berserk state. The angrier he became, the stronger he grew. Hearing Long Chen's instructions, Wild swung the door bolt. As a result, a huge ripple spread through the void. Any of the corpse-devouring armored spiders touched by the door bolt were blasted to bits. Black chi surged out, killing any of the corpse-devouring armored spiders that it touched. Theoretically, corpse-devouring armored spiders that lived within tombs already possessed the aura of death and decay. They should have a certain resistance to nether chi. But that black chi instantly killed them. Wild swung the door bolt several times, and countless corpse-devouring armored spiders fell from the sky. Long Chen ordered everyone to gather them. Those corpses were good things to both him and Wild. Despite the absolute slaughter, the corpse-devouring armored spiders continued to fill the gaps that Wild created. They charged forward, completely unafraid of death. Suddenly, light came from the sky. Wild had killed so many of them that he finally thinned them out. The number being killed had far exceeded the number charging over. It was unknown how many of their corpses that the Dragonblood Legion had gathered. Long Chen had piled up a 10,000-mile mountain of corpses by him. Just at this moment, Wild's body suddenly shrank. His weary voice rang out. Brother Long, I can't hold on any longer. Chapter 2507 Covering the Stars. Wild had swung the door bolt fewer than 20 times but had still exhausted all his energy. He was soaked in sweat and panting heavily. Wild shrank and fell to the ground. However, the door bolt also shrank with him. It became a few meters long and as thick as a person's leg, a perfect size for Wild to hold in his current state. Although Wild had shrunk back down, the golden light on his body had yet to fully regress. Wild couldn't return to his normal state, or the door bolt would sink him into the earth. Wild held the door bolt in one hand and took out a bowl with the other. He grabbed a tail from within the bowl and tossed it into his mouth. He chewed a few times and swallowed it. His aura began to recover. Then he ran over to a pile of corpses. With a wave of the bowl, thousands of corpse-devouring armored spiders shrank until they were the size of a sesame seed. They were then rapidly popped into his mouth. That wasn't enough. He began to run around with the bowl, consuming the corpses at a crazy rate. His energy was quickly restored. At this time, more and more of the corpse-devouring armored spiders came flying over. The Dragonblood Legion continued to maintain their formation, slaughtering the ones that entered Long Chen's flame domain. Wild, eat later. Hit them a few more times, called out Long Chen. All right. Having recovered a bit, Wild summoned his barbarian blood gold body once more. He swung the door bolt, and a rain of corpses fell again. His killing power could not be compared to the Dragonblood Legion. After 5 swings, the sky was empty. There were no more corpse-devouring armored spiders to kill. Wild began to pant heavily once more. He devoured more corpses to recover his energy while everyone else cleaned up the battlefield. This time, Long Chen didn't take more of the corpses. Although he needed them, they were Wild's rations. Long Chen couldn't fight with Wild over them. The heavenly Qilin demon trees were now 300 meters tall, but they were still in the sapling state. Despite that, the amount of energy within a single one of them was greater than the forest of world trees. This was a nice surprise. After Wild recovered a bit, they prepared to move out. To save time, Long Chen summoned the Azure Dragon battle armor and put the door bolt in his astral space. For the safety of the heavenly Qilin demon trees, he couldn't put it into his primal chaos space. The immense power of the door bolt caused his entire astral space to shake. It was fortunate that he had advanced to the 4th step of nether passage, or his astral space might have been broken. Without the door bolt, Wild could jump onto Cloud's back with everyone else. Cloud spread her wings and transformed into a streak of rainbow light. They followed the marks of battle. The space ahead of them grew darker and darker as if they were throwing themselves into a bottomless abyss. Why is the aura here so cold? Tang Wan shivered. It wasn't just Tang Wan. Everyone else felt the same thing. It felt like they were approaching somewhere terrifying. This place was full of the aura of death. Only Wild didn't sense anything. He had eaten an unknown number of the corpse-devouring armored spiders and fallen asleep. The divine families definitely hid something from me, but the corrupt path in Pill Valley seemed to know it. However, it doesn't matter what kind of scheme they have. It will quickly be revealed, said Long Chen. Upon entering the Starfield divine world, he immediately smelled the scent of a sinister scheme. The divine families had hidden things about the Starfield divine world. As for the corrupt path in Pill Valley, they also didn't breathe a word of what they knew to anyone else. Even Di Feng, who had leaned heavily on the divine families, might not necessarily have come into contact with such a core secret. As for the idiots of the sea demon race, they were being used and had no idea. When it came to the everlasting families, he believed that Nangong Zheyu and Baidang Rushuang didn't know anything, or they definitely would have warned him, either explicitly or at least implicitly. Only Dongfang Yuyong seemed to have hidden himself truly well. It seemed that he knew many things. He was like a ghost hiding in the dark waiting to deal a fatal blow. However, based on Long Chen's guess, Dongfang Yuyong must have known quite a bit in order to obtain Di Feng's trust. Without that, Di Feng wouldn't have died to his hands so easily. The world ahead of them grew darker. It was like endless darkness. Although everyone used their divine sense to replace their eyes, this darkness still made them feel an instinctual fear. Long Chen, this is most likely a trap, said Meng Qi. Looking at the endless darkness ahead of them, she felt like they were entering the mouth of a terrifying beast. I know, Yun Tian must know as well. But the fact that Yun Tian still felt duty-bound to charge in means that he has enough of a reason. We have to follow no matter what. Now that the Dragonblood Legion has advanced to the 4th step of Nether Passage, who do we have to be afraid of? Long Chen smiled. Exactly, we've reached the 4th step and finished awakening our manifestation. Who can stop us? Guo Ran laughed heroically. The current Guo Ran was growing increasingly conceited. Upon entering the Starfield divine world, his heaven-defying karmic luck had caused his confidence to inflate. His new armor in particular made him feel like he was also a peerless expert. He wanted to test its power. The Dragonblood warriors also felt an itch for a real battle. Hearing that it was a trap, rather than being perturbed, their battle intent soared. The auras in the earth are growing denser, said Dong Mingyu as she looked at the scars of battle. As an assassin, she was sensitive to all auras. Looking at the battle scars, she guessed that they had been made within the last few hours. Cloud's speed was truly amazing. They were getting closer and closer. If this place wasn't so dangerous that Cloud didn't dare to use her full speed, perhaps they might have already caught up. Yun Tian has been injured. Long Chen's heart shook. He reached out a hand, and a rock came flying into his hand. There was a drop of blood on it. The blood was bright red and had sunk into the rock's veins. It still emitted Yun Tian's aura. Only a sovereign's descendant would possess blood with such a noble aura. Cloud, go faster. Everyone, prepare for battle, said Long Chen. Evilmoon appeared in his hand. Yun Tian was in danger. He was hunting down Yi Ming while facing multiple powerful enemies. The fact that he had been injured meant he was at an absolute disadvantage. That was very normal. He was facing the combined attacks of Feng Fei, the Pill Fairy, Zhao Rishan, Yi Ming, and others. The fact that he could continue hunting down Yi Ming like this meant that his power was truly heaven-defying. However, no matter how heaven-defying he was, against that many powerful enemies, he would sooner or later run out of energy. Even though he had been injured, Yun Tian hadn't stopped. Based on the battle scars, he was focused entirely on killing Yi Ming. Yi Ming's blood had been extremely common on their way here, but not anyone else's. Cloud's feathers lit up with rainbow light. Her speed gradually increased. Due to how fast they were, Cloud was unable to even search the tracks. She needed Meng Qi to indicate which direction to go. Up ahead, it seems, there's a giant tree, exclaimed Meng Qi suddenly. With Cloud's speed, everyone else also quickly sensed it. Heavens, what tree is this big? Everyone was shocked, even Long Chen. There was no way to describe the size of this tree. Even with Cloud's speed, after several seconds, it still looked like they had barely gotten closer to it. Compared to its size, Cloud's speed seemed to have dropped. This tree had already escaped the sky. The stars in the sky were like its fruit. Compared to this tree, the heavenly Qilin demon tree and the Luo spirit race's life spirit god were saplings. Everyone was deeply shaken. If they were not personally seeing it, none of them would have believed there could be such a giant existence in this world. Strange, why doesn't this tree have any vitality? Muttered Lu Ruyan. Only then did everyone else realize it. Theoretically, such a giant tree should be emitting a vast amount of life energy. They should already be able to sense it. But even at this distance, they couldn't feel anything. Is it already dead? Wondered Guo Ran. Cloud, don't hold back any longer. Go straight toward that tree, shouted Long Chen suddenly. Cloud's wings shook and space suddenly twisted. Everyone felt like they had entered a tunnel where time was flowing past them. In just a moment, they reached the tree. Once they were beneath its crown, they could truly feel its size. If this tree was planted within the Martial Heaven continent, it might be able to completely cover the central plains. Even after entering its crown, it took an incense stick's worth of time to see a towering trunk. Suddenly, countless black figures charged out of the earth at them. It's the heaven-devouring black armor core, shouted Long Chen. He swung his saber, unleashing a river of black stars that slaughtered them. Their arrival caused Cloud's speed to drop. The space around them once more became clear, and they heard explosions coming ahead. Long Chen looked over. He saw a huge furnace unleashing divine light be sent flying back. We've found them, shouted Long Chen. Chapter 2508 Impending Crisis. Cloud's huge body was blasting through the heaven-devouring black armor core. She had already mastered all the divine abilities of the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow race. Her feathers had fully bloomed and she was unstoppable. However, the numbers of the heaven-devouring black armor core were too great. They still impacted her speed. Some of them managed to catch up from the rear, but they were wiped out by the Dragonblood Legion. One of them was caught by Wild. He took a bite out of its head, chewing half of its head with its helmet. A moment later, Wild spat it out. Everyone was speechless. The black armor core were essentially dead spirits. How could they be eaten? Mo Nian, let's go on ahead. Everyone else, stick together and follow when you can, shouted Long Chen. After saying that, Long Chen and Mo Nian sped off. Mo Nian unleashed an arrow with the heaven-swallowing sun-hunting bow, tearing a path through the black armor core. The two of them then sped down the path. Even though their numbers were immense, they weren't as many as the corpse-devouring armored spiders. Before the gap closed, Mo Nian shot another arrow, keeping the path open. The two of them quickly passed through the barricade. They quickly managed to see the battlefield ahead. Yun Tian's sword was dancing through the air, his white robes fluttering. However, his robes now had blood spots on them. That fresh blood was like plum blossoms, appearing particularly conspicuous. In front of Yun Tian was Zhao Rishan, Feng Fei, and the Pill Fairy. The only one missing was Yi Ming, and the three of them were blocking Yun Tian. Feng Fei's divine sword and the Pill Fairy's daynite furnace were blazing with divine light. They had actually taken a defensive posture. As for Zhao Rishan, he had summoned a golden giant with a giant hammer. A powerful swing of this hammer showed that he had recovered to his peak state. Zhao Rishan, Feng Fei, and the Pill Fairy's auras were all in their peak state. Only Yun Tian's aura had dropped. Despite that, the three of them were in a defensive state. It seemed that they didn't want to defeat Yun Tian. They simply wanted to trap him here. Which one do you want? Long Chen asked Mo Nian. I'll take Feng Fei. I've long since found her dislikable, said Mo Nian. Alright, then I'll handle Zhao Rishan again. The two of them reached the battlefield. Long Chen immediately summoned his full power. Azure Dragon Battle Armor. 5-star Battle Armor. Long Chen's divine ring burst into existence. This time, Long Chen didn't need to slowly increase his power as he had gained full control of the power of the Azure Dragon. He entered the battlefield with a merciless slash of his saber. Zhao Rishan, I'll cut off your perverted rod and see how you screw the heavens. Long Chen's roar was like thunder, with his attack arriving at the same time. Long Chen, we've been waiting for you for a long time. Zhao Rishan sent his golden giant's hammer smashing toward Long Chen. A loser also dares to say such big words. Today, I will definitely kill you. Zhao Rishan's giant hammer was shattered. Evilmoon's saber chi continued to blast the golden giant into pieces. Last time I was careless, but now I'll definitely kill you, you arrogant bastard. Zhao Rishan was infuriated to be called a loser. His defeat last time was his life's greatest humiliation. A rod appeared in Zhao Rishan's hand, and he shot through the air. Endless golden mountains appeared within his manifestation, giving off divine light that flowed into his body. The heaven-suppressing dragon coiling rod erupted with divine light. It emitted an immense pressure that it hadn't possessed last time. Last time, Zhao Rishan had been weakened and hadn't been able to unleash the heaven-suppressing dragon coiling rod's full power. Now that he was in peak condition, he was finally able to bring out its full potential. He wanted to wipe away his disgrace in one blow. The world shuddered as the heaven-suppressing dragon coiling rod's power continued to grow. It was like it was sucking in all the world's energy. The divine items smashed into each other, unleashing a huge chi wave. Despite this wild explosion of power, the giant tree whose crown they were under didn't budge in the slightest. Not even the branches swayed. Evilmoon and the heaven-suppressing dragon coiling rod pressed against each other, one blazing with divine light and one shrouded by black chi. Black and gold clashed. In the distance, it was like beautiful fireworks were exploding. Arrows were flying through the air as Mo Nian fought Feng Fei. Just like Long Chen, Mo Nian unleashed his full power from the start. The heaven-swallowing sun-hunting bow's runes were fully activated. He displayed the full power of his bow with every arrow. In front of a sovereign sprout, Mo Nian wasn't the slightest bit careless. Every twang of his bowstring was like the explosion of a star. Every arrow he shot was a world-destroying blow. As for Feng Fei, a vague image of a phoenix would appear within her sword light. The phoenix filled the air with an ancient will that made a person's soul quiver. Feng Fei was also using her full power. Big Brother Yun Tian, are you alright? Shouted Long Chen. Calling him Big Brother was a bit embarrassing though. After all, he called Sovereign Yun Shang Big Brother as well, so calling Yun Tian Big Brother felt a bit strange. However, if he called him anything else, it would feel like they were distant, with no brotherly feel whatsoever. You came at the right time. I'm going to stop Yi Ming. He cannot be allowed to consume the heaven-devouring Fiend King's corpse spirit energy, or the star-field divine world will fall under his control, said Yun Tian. With a slash of his sword, he sent the day-night furnace flying. Just as he pushed through that opening, a heavenly diagram descended from the sky and enveloped him. Get through me first, shouted the pill fairy coldly. She had actually taken out the Brahma divine diagram. She had brought both of Pill Valley's priceless treasures. Chanting filled the air as the Brahma divine diagram appeared. The world became illusory, and Yun Tian was sucked inside. At the same time, the pill fairy entered the world of the diagram with the day-night furnace. Long Chen's heart shook. The Brahma divine diagram was an extremely strange treasure. He had also been sucked inside of it before, but at that time, it had only been under the control of the vice master of Pill Valley's Flame Divine Palace. The power of the Brahma divine diagram depended on the power of its master. At that time, Long Chen had barely escaped. Now that it was under the control of a divine daughter, its power would be even greater. Long Chen wasn't worried about Yun Tian being killed, as a sovereign's son wouldn't die so easily. But Yun Tian's words were worrisome. It seemed that Yi Ming was in the midst of doing something even more frightening. He had to be stopped. Now that Yun Tian was trapped within the Brahma divine diagram, he was in a different world. There was no way for them to communicate. You dare to get distracted at this time? Long Chen, you really deserve death. Just as Long Chen's head was rapidly working, his arms shook. Zhao Rishan's heaven-suppressing dragon coiling rod's power rapidly grew. In Zhao Rishan's eyes, for Long Chen to actually dare to talk to Yun Tian during their fight indicated that Long Chen looked down on him. And this enraged him fully. Golden light poured from his manifestation into the heaven-suppressing dragon coiling rod. Its divine light grew to a blinding level. The heaven-suppressing dragon coiling rod was a terrifying divine item, and even Zhao Rishan could only unleash its potential in his peak state. Last time, he didn't view Long Chen as a real opponent, resulting in him no longer possessing the power to fully activate it by the time he needed to. This time, he was in peak condition. His manifestation power poured into it. The pressure from the heaven-suppressing dragon coiling rod grew greater and greater. Seeing this, Long Chen roared, and an azure dragon appeared swimming above his scales. A dragon roar resounded through heaven and earth. It was only once the image of the azure dragon appeared that the true power of the azure dragon battle armor was unleashed. This image could not be summoned directly. It required the full circulation of his azure dragon essence blood. You're the one who deserves death. You shameless idiots went 4 against 1 and still have the face to call yourselves sovereign sprouts. What a joke. In my eyes, you're like proud dogshit. Scram. Long Chen's voice suddenly resounded with the dragon roar. Evilmoon's dragon marks lit up, unleashing a sinister and bloodthirsty aura that turned the world cold. Golden light shattered as Zhao Rishan was blown back. He stared in shock. Even with his full power, he was still suppressed by Long Chen in terms of pure power. I really dislike people like you who view others as trash, as if the world lives for you. Who do you think you are? Lightning wings appeared on Long Chen's back. He vanished, appearing like a phantom before reappearing right in front of Zhao Rishan and hacking down his saber. Golden light exploded. It was like a sun had been destroyed. Long Chen's hands trembled as he was blown back. As for Zhao Rishan, he wildly hacked up blood while holding the heaven-suppressing dragon coiling rod. When competing with pure power, he was instantly injured. Evilmoon unleashed a sinister light. He was just about to press the attack when a tear appeared in the Brahma Divine diagram. Yun Tian's voice came from within. Long Chen, you have to kill Yi Ming quickly. He is beneath the tree. If you don't kill him now, it will be too late. Chapter 2509 Barbarian Blood Giant vs. Golden Giant. Long Chen was preparing to fight Zhao Rishan to the death when he heard Yun Tian's voice. His heart shook. The tear in the Brahma Divine diagram quickly sealed itself. Yun Tian was cut off once more. It appeared that after exhausting himself fighting for so long, it was very difficult for him to break free from the Brahma Divine diagram's world. Even a sovereign son had no immediate solution against the Pill Fairy and her 2 divine items. Long Chen could only stop himself from panicking. Keep dreaming if you think you can get past. Once Yi Ming unseals the fiend corpse, all of you will die here. Zhao Rishan smiled sinisterly, wiping off the blood on his mouth. Just at this moment, the ground began to explode. One figure after another came crawling out. Those were 6-meter figures that were similar to the rest of the heaven-swallowing black armor core. However, their bodies were larger, and their auras were more frightening. Ha ha ha, even the dead generals of the black armor corps have begun reviving. Long Chen, even if you turn around now, you won't be able to get away. Zhao Rishan laughed wildly. Those strange lifeforms pounced on Long Chen once they crawled out of the ground. Long Chen slashed Evilmoon, shattering the bone blade in one of their hands and striking its head. Half of its head was cut off and black liquid sprayed, filling the air with a disgusting scent. Long Chen's heart shook. These so-called generals were truly powerful. Even in this state, his attack wasn't able to blast one to pieces. Despite having half its head cut off, this general didn't die. It continued pouncing toward Long Chen. Long Chen kicked it in the chest, and it exploded, transforming into black mist. How is it? These general-level dead spirits are definitely powerful. I can tell you this. They've been absorbing the energy of this tree for tens of thousands of years, and they have no sense of pain or fear. They only have one goal, which is to kill the enemies in front of them. You have no idea how many dead spirits are buried beneath this tree. You've fallen for our trap. We drew you here to kill you all in one blow. Those corpse-devouring armored spiders were just a stall tactic to keep you separated from Yun Tian. You didn't notice any of the clues. If you had fled, you would have been smart. Instead, you came jumping in yourself while bringing your Dragonblood Legion. You really were cooperating with us, ha ha ha. Zhao Rishan's laughter was cut off by a slash from Long Chen, and he coughed up another mouthful of golden blood. In front of absolute power, all schemes are useless. You think an idiot like you can block me? After blasting through Zhao Rishan, Long Chen rushed toward the tree. You think you can pass? Are you dreaming? Golden Mountain God Trap. Zhao Rishan sneered and suddenly stabbed the heaven-suppressing dragon coiling rod into the ground. The earth shuddered, and the land instantly turned golden. One golden mountain after another pierced out of the ground like sharp swords piercing the heavens, blocking Long Chen's path. Long Chen shattered the first one with a slash of his sword. Huge explosions followed as he blasted his way through. However, even as he destroyed them, they quickly grew back and formed more mountains in his way. Just at that moment, he felt a breeze behind him. Without looking back, he swung Evilmoon behind him, sending Zhao Rishan flying. Long Chen continued to charge through the mountains. His speed was severely impacted. At the same time, countless generals of the Black Armor Corps popped out of the ground, attacking him. Long Chen was infuriated. These general-level spirits seemed to be targeting him. They didn't attack Zhao Rishan even if they were affected by his attacks. Whirlwind slash. Long Chen swung Evilmoon in a circle of death. Anything in his way, whether it was the general spirits or the Golden Mountains, were blasted to bits. Long Chen continued forward, attacking hundreds of times. Zhao Rishan came charging back once more, and this time it seemed that Long Chen had been attacking for too long, and his attack had gotten old. He was the one knocked out of his rhythm by Zhao Rishan. As a result, more Golden Mountains sprouted. All his previous efforts were essentially wasted. You must be dreaming if you think you can get past me. The only thing left for you is to die here. Not only will you die, but your Dragonblood Legion will also perish with you. But don't worry, I'll take care of those beauties of yours, ha ha ha. Zhao Rishan laughed in satisfaction at seeing Long Chen's rage. Fine, I'll just kill you first. Killing intent exploded out of Long Chen. Meng Qi and the others were his reverse scale. Zhao Rishan was truly courting death. Brother Long, I'll help you. Big sister Meng Qi said that you should stop Yi Ming. A coarse voice rang out, and Wild's figure came charging in. Wild's speed wasn't particularly fast, so Long Chen guessed that he had been sent in ahead by one of Sha Chen's formations. As soon as he appeared, Long Chen took out the door bolt for him. Wild, I'll leave this fellow to you. Kill him, shouted Long Chen. Ignoring Zhao Rishan, he rushed away, adding on, he's just a wild beast. You're the beast. Zhao Rishan cursed Long Chen, completely disregarding Wild. Get over here, I'm your opponent. Wild smashed the door bolt at Zhao Rishan as Zhao Rishan attempted to prevent Long Chen from getting away. At first, Zhao Rishan had been completely ignoring him, thinking he was just sacrificing his life to give Long Chen a chance to escape. However, when Wild grabbed the door bolt, a terrifying nether chi filled the air. Zhao Rishan was horrified to realize how powerful Wild was. The door bolt smashed into the heaven-suppressing dragon coiling rod. Both sides retreated, with Wild knocked back 12 steps. Every step back caused the earth to collapse. He landed on his butt, with the door bolt escaping his hand and creating a bottomless hole in the ground where it landed. As for Zhao Rishan, he had been smashed into the earth with his rod. He was nowhere to be found. Wild hastily ran over to the hole and dug out the door bolt. When he came back out, Zhao Rishan had just managed to come out of the hole he was in. I'll kill you. Without hesitation, Wild smashed the door bolt at Zhao Rishan again. Wild had summoned his golden giant form. His door bolt was like a heavenly pillar, giving Zhao Rishan nowhere to run. With a furious roar, Zhao Rishan blocked with his full power, only to once more be smashed into the ground. His fight with Wild was completely different from his fight with Long Chen. Long Chen's fighting style contained the power of certain laws. Due to his 5-star battle armor, the space around him had been solidified by the power of their domains, becoming much more stable. However, when it came to Wild, it was just the pure power of his physical body. There was no so-called law to it. Zhao Rishan was unable to effectively use his power like this. Golden mountains burst out of the ground, condensing into a golden giant. Zhao Rishan had also chosen to manifest a giant form. He attacked with a giant heaven-suppressing dragon coiling rod. The two weapons repeatedly clashed, creating giant explosions. The shockwaves blasted apart the generals of the Black Armor Corps. Wild's entire body was covered in golden spots, while Zhao Rishan had transformed into a giant that looked to be made of gold through and through. From a distance, it looked like two golden giants were fighting. Zhao Rishan was shocked that the Dragonblood Legion actually possessed another expert on this level. Furthermore, Wild's techniques were extremely strange. There were several times that he misjudged his movements and ended up being beaten to the ground. In his eyes, Wild's techniques were strange. What he didn't know was that Wild didn't have techniques. He was just randomly swinging his weapon one swing at a time. Fun. This is really fun. Wild roared. He had never had a fight like this. He could truly fight to his heart's content against another giant wielding a similar weapon to his own. Ignoring his bleeding hands, he began to fight even more valiantly. The two horns on his head were starting to grow brighter as he fought, and divine light began to fill his body without him being aware of it. The spots of gold gradually became connected. A thread of gold weaved through them. Wild's body was silently transforming as something within him slowly awakened. With Wild blocking Zhao Rishan, Long Chen managed to reach the tree. When he finally reached the roots of the tree, he saw countless corpses. Dragon corpses. Chapter 2510 Fiend King's Corpse. Up ahead was a giant altar embedded into the ground and wrapped up by the giant tree's trunk. What was revealed was merely a fraction of the altar, a crescent moon that was so large that it was impossible to see the end of it. This gigantic altar was made from countless corpses, which were some kind of winged dragons. They had been piled into very particular diagrams. Those withered corpses seemed to have had all their energy sucked away, but they still emitted frightening auras. Their auras were not of the 13th rank. It seemed that they had reached the peak of the 12th rank, but the sense of danger that they gave off was far greater than ordinary peak 12th rank magical beasts. This was a type of dragon that Long Chen had never seen before. Although they looked to be dragons, there was one big difference. According to what he knew, dragons either didn't have horns or had a pair of horns. But these dragons had a single horn that was curled backward like a sickle. Furthermore, they had long and thin tails like a whip, the end of which was a sharp tip with thorns. "Are they from your evil dragon race?" asked Long Chen. Evilmoon cursed, "TCH, don't insult the evil dragon race. These are the lowest cowards of the dragon race, the poison dragons. Furthermore, they're the most disgusting of the poison dragon race, the long-tailed poison dragons. Long Chen, help me out. Toss them into your primal chaos space and destroy them. They're an insult to the dragon race." There were many varieties amongst the dragon race. Long Chen had already encountered the true dragon race, the dark evil dragon race, the purgatory evil dragon race, as well as the spirit dragon race. As for other dragons, according to Evilmoon, they were mostly inferior species with impure bloodlines. The evil dragons, the spirit dragons, or even the poison dragons were all large classifications. The dark evil dragon race and the purgatory evil dragon race lived in different places, but were still classified as part of the evil dragon race. They were races directly descended from the true dragon race with their own pure bloodlines. But there was one particular branch within the dragon race, the poison dragons. The poison dragons were the only ones within the dragon race that possessed poison. Their poison was their greatest weapon. If stabbed, they could defeat an opponent that was even stronger than them. Despite that, they were always viewed as a disgrace to the dragon race. They didn't have the soul of the dragon race or the pride. They were willing to submit to anyone else in order to live. They had even once been raised in large numbers by the human race and used as mounts. They were the only existences amongst the dragon race that could be enslaved. Due to this, they were viewed as scum of the dragon race, and any experts of the dragon race who encountered them would slaughter them. It was unknown if it was because the poison dragon race simply lacked any backbone and liked to depend on others, or if it was because they were hunted down by their fellow dragons and had no choice but to rely on others. The history could no longer be traced. Regardless, there was an immense hatred between the poison dragon race and the rest of the dragon race. They would fight to the death on sight. Long Chen had no time to gather these corpses at this time. He was rushing toward the core area where spots of divine light could be seen. Yi Ming must be there. Long Chen rushed toward the core of the altar. He finally saw Yi Ming sitting in the center of it. In front of Yi Ming was a large figure wearing black armor. This figure was 30 meters tall while sitting, and there was a black sword resting on its knees. Black flames flickered around its body. Yi Ming seemed to be undergoing some kind of ancient ceremony, communing with this monster. "Is he trying to awaken it?" asked Long Chen. "Correct. This is the corpse of the heaven-devouring Fiend King. His soul essence was exhausted by the Dragon King, but his physical body was not destroyed. Just like the rest of the heaven-devouring black armor core, the seed of resurrection was planted for the right opportunity. I remember that there was another body of this Fiend King in the 10,000 dragon nest. We took the dragon source, the dragon blood, and the divine bones, resulting in the seal weakening and allowing Yi Ming to profit. He obtained its soul seal. That body was nothing more than a key for the real corpse which is here. He wants to turn this corpse into his puppet, and it seems that he's almost done. The black armor core present here is already listening to his orders. Once the Fiend King is revived, everyone here will die to it. You have to stop him." Even Evilmoon seemed to be grave, ignoring the disgrace of the poison dragons. What wild ambitions! Can he control the Fiend King? Long Chen was shocked. Yi Ming had guts. What if the Fiend King turned against him? Then wouldn't he be the first one to die? That was an unimaginably terrifying existence that had fought evenly against the Dragon King. How could such an expert be controlled? If the Fiend King was killed by someone, then it would definitely retain its consciousness after reviving. Trying to control it is definitely courting death. But this Fiend King was exhausted by the Dragon King. The dragon race's will is the strongest, so its will was already ground down. This makes it perfectly suited for being made into a puppet. It will just be a husk without its own will. Although its power will be less than half of its peak when it was alive, it's definitely not something anyone here can handle. Furthermore, as someone who has gone through nirvanic rebirth, who knows what kind of tricks Yi Ming has. He must be interrupted now, said Evilmoon. Long Chen was already charging over. He slashed Evilmoon at Yi Ming. Yi Ming's eyes suddenly flew open. He looked at Long Chen with a contemptuous smile. Long Chen, you're too late. Everything is under my control. Today, all of you will die here. A black barrier suddenly appeared, blocking Long Chen's attack. The entire altar shuddered. The center of the altar actually had a formation protecting it. Damn, this bastard is prepared. The energy here comes from the same source as me. Evilmoon's voice changed. This was dark energy, the same as its own. The barrier was assimilating its energy. Everything is futile. Every one of your actions is within my calculations. Just keep struggling. I delight in the appearance of experts right before their deaths, said Yi Ming indifferently. Having failed to break the barrier with his first swing, Long Chen put Evilmoon away. Yi Ming, you really lived a whole life for nothing. You think someone like you can become a god? You should be thankful that you weren't born in the same generation as me in your last life, or I'd have beaten you into a dog. The calmer you act, the more nervous you are inside. You try to anger me so that I can't find your weak point. Before, I looked down on you, and now, I look down on you even more. Lightning suddenly exploded out of Long Chen. Lightning wings appeared on his back and a lightning spear manifested in his hand. The lightning grew more and more intense. Countless thin lightning dragons coiled around Long Chen. At this moment, Long Chen told Lei Long not to hold back any longer. Lei Long's power rushed out like a dam had been opened. A layer of lightning armor formed on Long Chen. Even his eyes had lightning runes appear within them. He looked to be the very reincarnation of a lightning god, wild and unstoppable. It had been a long time since Lei Long had unleashed all its power. The crackling lightning left cracks in the void. Even Long Chen had not expected Lei Long to be this powerful. After his last tribulation, Long Chen had not unleashed his full thunder force again. He had simply used it as a support energy. It was only now that Lei Long unleashed its full power that Long Chen realized how foolish he had been. He had actually possessed such a powerful trump card and kept it hidden for so long. If it hadn't been for the fact that Thunder Force was a perfect counter to dark energy, Long Chen wouldn't have even thought to use it. With Lei Long becoming one with Long Chen, Thunder Force raged through his body. It was fortunate that he had absorbed the Dragon King's essence blood and tempered his body again. Otherwise, he wasn't sure his body would be able to endure the impact. After seeing the lightning exploding out of Long Chen, Yi Ming's face was still disdainful. But the hair on the back of his neck silently rose. Suddenly, Long Chen's lightning wings shook, and he shot forward like a shooting star. In the next instant, the lightning wings vanished. Instead, the lightning spear in his hand doubled in width. Lightning surged into his arm like a tsunami. Lightning exploded, tearing through the heavens. The thunder was like the furious roar of a lightning god. The black barrier appeared once more. This barrier had even managed to block Evilmoon and resist the barrier-breaking effect of split the heavens. However, when the lightning spear stabbed into the barrier, lightning energy spread through it with a violent ripple. In the next instant, the barrier exploded, unable to endure this thunderous attack. When the black barrier shattered, the lightning spear also broke. Long Chen came charging through the torrent of lightning. Extending a hand, he summoned Evilmoon and slashed it at Yi Ming, who could no longer act calm. Chapter 2511 Darkness swallows the heavens. Yi Ming was sent flying by Long Chen's saber. Your barrier's destroyed. Why don't you show me your skills that let you become a god? Long Chen snorted and pressed onward, not giving Yi Ming any breathing room. Yi Ming rapidly retreated off of the altar. You think I'm afraid of you? Ha ha ha, what a joke. Yi Ming suddenly laughed. Whether it's Yun Tian or you really overestimate yourselves. I underwent nirvanic rebirth just to gain the ability to perfectly control dark energy and make up for my shortcomings. Now that I've obtained the source energy of the heaven-devouring Fiend King, my dark energy has been perfected. I've reached my goal. There is no longer anyone in this world that can stop me. The only reason I fled here was to bait all of you into a death trap. What a joke. If you were that strong, you wouldn't need to set up barriers to stop me. If it wasn't for Zhao Rishan, Feng Fei, and Yu Qingshan, you would already be dead to Yun Tian's sword. Now you're even boasting shamelessly. Does that have any meaning? Long Chen sneered. His dragon scales lit up, and a dragon roar rang out as he slashed his saber again. Since you're so foolish, I won't bother explaining things to you. I'll show you how strong a body of darkness is. Darkness exploded out of Yi Ming's back, looking like a black hole in the void. The space behind him was an abyss of death. His jagged sword unleashed an evil air, its edges like the teeth of a demonic fiend. At the same time, countless wailing screams came out of the sword. Heaven-devouring domain, HMPH, it's child's play in front of me. You dare to take it out and embarrass yourself? Sneered Long Chen. These words weren't from him but from Evilmoon. Big words from one so foolish. Yi Ming snorted and slashed his sword. The black hole behind him unleashed a ripple, supporting him. You're the foolish one. Long Chen's saber slashed down, and more runes lit up on Evilmoon's blade. A black chi also erupted out of it. The two black divine weapons clashed together, unleashing an explosion of black chi that devoured all the light within this world. Within this darkness was a black sphere that swelled up rapidly. At the center of it, the two divine weapons were touching. Both divine weapons were unleashing their core energy and trying to suppress each other. The sphere exploded like a star. But despite that giant explosion, the giant tree was not shaken. Only the branches waved slightly. If you didn't have dark energy, killing you would be as easy as turning a hand. But even if you have dark energy, so what? In the end, your dark energy isn't your own, while my dark energy is limitless. How are you supposed to fight with me? Sneered Yi Ming. This place is where the Fiend King died. In order to extend his power, he transformed all his subordinates' life energy into dark energy. I have already absorbed the seed of the Fiend King's soul essence and am the master of this place. All the energy here belongs to me. As for you, once your weapon's dark energy is exhausted, I will take your life. The more arrogant you act, the more it shows how nervous you are. You try to antagonize me and disturb my thoughts in fear that I'll see through your scheme. You really did waste a whole lifetime. Do you not know that in front of absolute power, all schemes are nonsense? Long Chen attacked with Evilmoon once more. This darkness made him lose his senses. He couldn't see, hear, smell, or feel. His divine sense could not extend past his body. This was a terrifying death. Domain. It could be said that within Yi Ming's domain, a person would become blind and unable to sense his location. It was only because of Evilmoon who was in possession of dark energy as well that he didn't need to fear this kind of bewilderment. Explosions continued to echo within the darkness. But from the outside, it merely appeared as if a giant black sphere was shuddering. It was impossible to see the inside. In the distance, the golden giant that Zhao Rishan had manifested into was fighting wild. The two of them were clashing so intensely that the world shuddered. It was a true competition of power. Mo Nian was exploding with divine energy as he fought Feng Fei in the sky. The two of them were still in a stalemate. Feng Fei's gaze was icy with killing intent, and the cries of a phoenix echoed from within her manifestation. Her sword flowed smoothly like water, constantly striking toward Mo Nian's vitals without the slightest mercy. Within the Brahma divine diagram, Yun Tian was fighting the Pill Fairy. With the day-night furnace, the Pill Fairy was like an ephemeral ghost, dodging Yun Tian's sword attacks. She was only intent on trapping him here. At this moment, the Dragonblood Legion finally managed to charge through the black armor core. It had taken an hour. Support wild. Cut down that Zhao Rishan and we'll use the pieces of him to create a new set of armor for everyone. When they arrived, Guo Ran instantly set his sights on Zhao Rishan. He liked money, and Zhao Rishan's giant metal form was made of immortal metal. Furthermore, the ground beneath him had transformed into golden mountains. That was not just a manifestation but Zhao Rishan's source energy. He was able to extract the metal energy from the ground. It also just so happened that Zhao Rishan and Wild's battlefield was the closest. There was no need to make any detours. They charged right over. Scram, ants. Zhao Rishan roared furiously. He smashed the heaven-suppressing dragon coiling rod into the ground. Countless golden thorns shot out of the ground at the Dragonblood Legion. Zhao Rishan was already close to crazy at having failed to defeat Wild after so long. He didn't even place the Dragonblood Legion in his eyes and wanted to kill them all in one move. This was one of his special techniques that was always effective in group combat. When a person was pierced by one of these thorns, their bodies would become paralyzed and they would be turned into metal before shattering. Brothers, grab them. Guo Ran's eyes lit up against his expectations. This was his first time seeing so much immortal metal being sent to his door. Dodging the first one, he slashed it with his blood-colored saber. The giant metal thorn was cut in half and Guo Ran grabbed it. Haha, what pure immortal metal. It's also an alloy. No wonder he dares to call himself Rishan. If he has this much money, he can do anything. Laughed Guo Ran. Suddenly, the fragment in Guo Ran's hand tried to escape his hold. Guo Ran was startled and hastily tossed it into his astral space. When it entered his astral space, its resistance vanished. This piece of immortal metal became his. We've struck gold. This is even better than mining. There's no need for further refinements or purifications. Guo Ran's eyes turned red with greed. The purity of the immortal metal within Zhao Rishan's attack was extremely high. It could almost be directly forged into weapons. Although Guo Ran had found quite a few divine ore deposits in the Starfield divine world, those ores needed to be purified first. Even the ores with the highest purity would normally only have a 3 in 10,000 purity. As for lower grade ores, their purity was only 1 in 100,000. If the purity was any lower, then it was essentially useless. Refining it would not make up for the cost in manpower and resources required for the purified result. Immortal metal required 5 purifications in order to just barely reach his standard for forging. Normally, he would require 8 purifications to expel most of the impurities. But to push it to the limit would require 18 purifications or more. But that took too long, so the weapons and armor of the Dragonblood Legion were made from immortal and divine ores that had undergone 8 purifications. However, the fragment of immortal metal that he had just obtained had a purity around 8 refinements. It could entirely be used to directly forge weapons. The reason immortal metal was so precious was because the actual metal only occupied a small portion of the ore. Another reason was due to the immense price of purifying them. Seeing the countless metal thorns, Guo Ran only had immortal metal dancing in his eyes. Zhao Rishan was a living mountain of precious material. The Dragonblood warriors began to shatter the metal thorns and gather them. Their swords were being used as picks while the metal thorns piercing toward them were the metal veins. In truth, those metal veins were quite tough. Quite a few of their picks ended up damaged. However, Guo Ran told everyone not to worry about the damage. The immortal gold that they were obtaining was well worth it. After all, Zhao Rishan's immortal metal had hundreds of different kinds mixed in. Although the purity wasn't the highest, it was definitely worth the money. Zhao Rishan was enraged to see the Dragonblood Legion acting like bandits stealing his gold. They were so fast that he had no time to pull back his immortal gold. He gnashed his teeth. When his immortal gold entered someone's astral space, it would become separated from him. He wouldn't be able to pull it back. Suddenly, the earth pulled around the Dragonblood Legion like a carpet, suffocating them. This golden carpet was suddenly sliced apart like a watermelon. Zifeng, cut it some more, exclaimed Guo Ran delightedly. Yu Zifeng's sword chi was truly unstoppable. Yu Zifeng slashed his sword a few more times, cutting the golden carpet into dozens of pieces that fell from the sky. Brothers, grab the gold. Guo Ran was the first to fly out and suck a giant piece into his astral space. Put those down. Zhao Rishan's eyes instantly turned red. That was his source immortal gold that he had taken great lengths to procure. Get down. Zhao Rishan had just turned away when Wild's door bolt smashed into the back of his head. Chapter 2512 Snatching Gold. This attack was particularly strong. As a result, Zhao Rishan's head was completely deformed and he tumbled back. The golden giant that Zhao Rishan had turned into crashed through the heaven-devouring black armor core, blasting the ones he touched to dust. Coincidentally, he was sent blasting in the Dragonblood Legion's direction. Seeing him flying over made Guo Ran cry out excitedly. Brothers, lend me some power. Ignoring the fragments of immortal metal, Guo Ran's armor lit up and he attacked Zhao Rishan himself. Just as he attacked, the Dragonblood warrior's armor also lit up, sending energy toward him. Guo Ran's armor blazed like a sun as his saber fell. As Zhao Rishan's golden giant tumbled back, Guo Ran aimed carefully. His saber landed on Zhao Rishan's neck. The combined force of all the Dragonblood warriors made this blow unstoppable. Guo Ran's saber cleanly cut through Zhao Rishen's neck, sending his head flying. Guo Ran immediately grabbed the head and tossed it into his astral space, not giving Zhao Rishen any time to take it back. Guo Ran's heart almost burst out of his chest in joy. The moment he touched the head, he almost cried out. Zhao Rishen's body was money. The immortal metal of this giant had a purity level that was even greater than his sabers. If it weren't for the combined power of the Dragonblood warriors supporting him, his saber might have shattered on contact with Zhao Rishen's neck. The value of this head was immeasurable. Guo Ran felt like he was dreaming. Heavens, what a giant gold piece. Brothers, snatch it. Ji Yu Yang charged over upon seeing Zhao Rishen's headless corpse. Guo Ran gave a warning, but it was too late. Dozens of swords slashed into Zhao Rishen's body, leaving only faint marks. However, those swords shattered. This golden giant was condensed of Zhao Rishen's strongest immortal metal, something that even Guo Ran's weapons couldn't compare to, let alone the swords in the Dragonblood warriors' hands. Ji Yu Yang and the others turned green, aggrieved. The tip of Ji Yu Yang's spear had broken, and that was his treasure. You damn bastards! Zhao Rishen's corpse suddenly roared and stood back up, punching the Dragonblood warriors. Get into formation. The Dragonblood warriors were startled, not having realized that Zhao Rishen possessed an undying body. Even his head being cut off didn't kill him. Having left the main formation, the few hundred Dragonblood warriors that had charged over to Zhao Rishen's body hastily blocked. Every one of them coughed up blood as they were sent flying. You poor ghosts, you can all die. Zhao Rishen went insane. He had never encountered an opponent who viewed his body as meat. Zhao Rishen, Feng Fei, and the others of their level in the divine families had been busy fighting in other places. Those places were wastelands, and those lifeforms didn't understand the concept of immortal metal. Upon returning from that battlefield, Zhao Rishen immediately encountered Long Chen and ended up having Mo Nian profit off of his body. At that time, there had only been one bandit. Now he had encountered an entire pack of them. With his head cut off and the source metal being stolen, he wasn't just pained at the loss but also humiliated. He, a great genius of the divine families, a sovereign sprout, was actually viewed as bountiful meat by so many people. He was unable to accept this humiliation. A new head formed on Zhao Rishen's body, and he charged forward, roaring furiously. However, he fell after just one step. One of his legs had been bound by countless branches at some point. Die. Upon seeing that it was Chu Yao, he pulled, causing those branches to instantly explode. Before he could reach Chu Yao, a cold flash descended from the sky, and Zhao Rishen stumbled. His head spun on his neck a few times before falling. The head was still spinning when Guo Ran grabbed it. He couldn't wait for it to fall to the ground. Wonderful. Little treasure Rishen, I really like you. Make some more heads. Guo Ran almost started dancing on Zhao Rishen's neck. That act of his could not be more infuriating. Yu Zifeng had used his power to cut off Zhao Rishen's head. However, he clearly turned a bit pale afterward. Using his sword qi to split apart such tough immortal metal was extremely taxing. Just at that moment, more branches burst out of the ground, binding Zhao Rishen's body. He fell once more, his giant form appearing clumsy. Suddenly, his body shrank. Against the Dragonblood Legion, this giant form would only be a disadvantage. Upon shrinking down, the branches were no longer binding him. With a punch, he blasted away the branches in front of him. Slut, I'll make you long for death. Zhao Rishen was in the midst of saying some vicious words when a giant door bolt smashed into his head. Wild smashed him deep into the earth as though he had used a pillar to smash a fly. The Dragonblood warriors hastily retreated as a wave of earth erupted, but they were still buried. You've really pissed me off. Zhao Rishen's roar came from beneath the earth. The ground suddenly split apart as he summoned his golden giant form once more. He then smashed the heaven-suppressing dragon coiling rod at the Dragonblood warriors. Zhao Rishen wasn't afraid of wild, but he was terrified of these bandits who were constantly stealing his immortal metal. That was equivalent to stealing his source energy, and it was a detriment to his combat power. Although his fight with Wild had been difficult, with neither side being able to get an advantage, having the Dragonblood Legion have its sights on him was far more uncomfortable. He had to constantly be on guard against them stealing his immortal metal. Such a battle was far too stifling. You ignorant thieves, do you know what dignity and honor are? Do you have no sense of honor or shame? Roared Zhao Rishen. You think you can talk about honor and dignity? The four of you joined forces against Big Brother Yuntian. Why didn't you talk about honor and dignity then? Are you even a sovereign sprout? What right do you have to say such things? Retorted Guo Ran, but even as he said this, he led everyone in retreat. Branches continued to sprout out of the ground thanks to Chu Yao and Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan had also summoned her true form, and through their efforts, Zhao Rishan was unable to effectively unleash any of his power. Zhao Rishan only had time to curse them once again when Wild caught up and knocked him to the ground. Guo Ran, who had been hiding amongst the branches, immediately struck, slashing Zhao Rishan's neck. However, this time, Zhao Rishan was on guard and blocked with the heaven-suppressing dragon coiling rod. As a result, Guo Ran was sent flying, coughing up blood. A large nick was left in his saber. That damage aggrieved him. Once a divine item was damaged like this, it harmed the connection to its runes and seriously affected its power. However, even though Zhao Rishan had been on guard against Guo Ran, he wasn't ready for Yu Zifeng. The latter accurately landed his sword on Zhao Rishan's neck, sending his head flying once more. The head was immediately grabbed by countless branches and pulled away from Zhao Rishan. Ha ha ha, another one. Guo Ran charged out and sucked it into his astral space with an excited cry. 3 heads of immortal metal. Added to their previous gains, it was enough to forge a completely new set of armor for the entire Dragonblood Legion. Guo Ran also had quite a few other ores that he could later purify to increase the quality of this immortal metal. Thinking of how the Dragonblood warriors could sweep through the martial heaven continent in a new set of armor, Guo Ran was incredibly excited. He had an urge to hug Zhao Rishan and kiss him a few times. This was a wonderful enemy who could make them rich. Having lost his third head, Zhao Rishan felt like he was going crazy. The worst thing was that after they were lost, the impact on his source energy caused his aura to drop. He was no longer in his peak condition. He had sucked away all the immortal gold in the ground below this battlefield. Unless he found another place to replenish his energy, he would essentially be burning away his source energy if he continued fighting. You lowly bandits, how did Long Chen raise you all into such brigands? Cursed Zhao Rishan. He surprisingly gave up on attacking the Dragonblood warriors and charged back at Wild. He would rather fight Wild directly than these bandits. He was finally afraid of them. If he wanted to escape this predicament, the first thing to do was knock down Wild. With him there, he couldn't do anything to the Dragonblood warriors, and sooner or later all his immortal metal would be stolen. Zhao Rishan was truly unlucky to have spent a lifetime fighting against people who never even thought about stealing his immortal metal. Upon returning to the divine families, he was viewed as a juicy piece of meat. Suddenly, an explosion came from the distance. Long Chen came flying out of the darkness, giving up on Yi Ming and charging at the altar. You only noticed now, too late. Yi Ming's voice came from within the darkness. His body slowly appeared, and he was forming several hand seals. The altar quivered. The dragon corpses forming the altar began to uncoil and roar. Millions of poison dragons were being revived. Chapter 2513 When Moon Severs Twilight and Dawn. Millions of poison dragons were revived. Their roars shook people's ears, and sound waves unfurled throughout heaven and earth, making people feel like their eardrums would shatter. Ha ha ha, Long Chen, you're too naive. Did you really think you had stopped me? Now everything is too late. I finished the altar ceremony while fighting you, and this giant tree's final trace of life energy has been used to revive this army of the dead. The heaven-devouring Black Armor Corps, the generals, and now even the Poison Dragon Army have all been revived. Next will be the 4 great divine generals and then finally the heaven-devouring Fiend King. None of it can be stopped. All your struggles are meaningless. To tell the truth, I really don't want to kill you. I'd like you to live to personally see my dead army destroying the foolish righteous path of the martial heaven continent when I return. Yi Ming laughed arrogantly. Just at that moment, the army of poison dragons charged toward the Dragonblood Legion. Guo Ran jumped in shock and temporarily gave up on Zhao Rishan. He formed up the legion to handle the poison dragons. Ji Yu Yong charged out first, sending the first poison dragon flying with his spear. However, just as he sent it flying, its tail whipped over. Ji Yu Yong twisted his spear to block it. The poison dragon's tail suddenly shot out a bone spur that pierced Ji Yu Yang's shoulder. A loud scream rang out. The Dragonblood warriors were shocked. Ji Yu Yong was a captain of the Dragonblood Legion. Even if his arm was cut off, he wouldn't even frown. Along with the scream, Ji Yu Yong was clenching his teeth and veins were throbbing on his forehead. The pain he was under was clearly unimaginable. Ji Yu Yang pulled out the bone spur. Black blood gushed out along with a disgusting stench. The bone spur was 3 feet long and so sharp that it had even pierced Ji Yu Yang's armor. Ji Yu Yang hastily consumed an anti-poison pill. However, in just a short time, his entire face turned black. This poison was truly fierce. "Everyone, be careful, focus on defense," called out Sha Chen as he hastily switched the formation. Lu Ruyan spread her branches, forming a giant barrier. Those poison dragons were blocked by the branches when they charged in. They were unable to spread their wings freely and struggled against the branches. They then spat out some kind of black mist. Even Lu Ruyan's branches, which were as tough as divine items, were corroded by that mist. Fortunately, Lu Ruyan was an undying willow. Even as her branches were broken, new ones formed. As they struggled, the same venomous bone spurs shot out of their tails at the Dragonblood Legion. This time, sword chi shot out, blasting apart the bone spurs. Having learned how dangerous they were, the Dragonblood warriors did not dare to be touched by them. Ji Yu Yang suddenly tossed a bomb through Lu Ruyan's barrier. It flew into the midst of the poison dragons and exploded. What Guo Ran hadn't expected was for a large mass of them to be killed. Their bodies were easily pierced by the shrapnel inside the bomb. Their defensive power was surprisingly weak. What's going on? Isn't the dragon race always praised for having the strongest physical bodies? Everyone was stunned. The dragons that they had encountered all had terrifying physical bodies. What they didn't know was that due to pursuing absolute killing power, the poison dragons' physical bodies had regressed. In return, they had managed to evolve poison fangs and spurs to handle their opponents. It was precisely due to abandoning the tough physical bodies that the dragon race was proudest of and using poison as their greatest support that they were viewed as a humiliation by the dragon race. In the dragon race's eyes, using poison was a shameful thing. Let alone the proud dragon race, even amongst the human race, using poison was considered lowly conduct. Such people were looked down upon, so the dragon race especially could not accept such a thing. They would kill the poison dragons on sight. Although the poison dragon race had no backbone and depended on other experts to survive, their poison was truly powerful. Beasts in the same realm as them were not their match. Amongst their poison claws, poison fangs, and poison spurs, the poison glands within their fangs were actually the strongest. Being bitten by them was usually fatal. As for this particular species of the poison dragon race, the long-tailed poison dragons, they were an especially difficult kind to deal with due to their poison glands being split into 3 kinds, a stabbing pain poison, a paralyzing poison, and a corroding poison. The spurs on their tails were specialized for causing pain as they fully stimulated the pain nerves. That pain could cause even large beasts to die. Those beasts would scream for half a day while their bodies twitched uncontrollably. The fact that Ji Yu Yang had not fainted from the pain was a testament to his powerful will. In exchange for this powerful poison, the long-tailed poison dragons had lost their powerful defenses, making that their weakness. Guo Ran's probing blow instantly exposed that weakness. As long as they didn't get close to the poison dragons, they were nothing to be afraid of. Big Sister Wan you'll be the sword, while we'll be the shield. Mingyu, keep an eye on Zhao Rishan. It seems he's plotting something against us. We'll distance ourselves from him. Guo Ran quickly gave orders. He had noticed that Zhao Rishan, who had intentionally created distance from them, was now slowly getting closer again. He was definitely trying to take advantage of this timing. All right, Tang Wan nodded. She formed hand seals, and the void began to tremble. A powerful breeze erupted as Tang Wan manifestation appeared. Wind Moon severs twilight and dawn. Tang Wan said the name of her manifestation out loud. A crescent moon appeared within her manifestation. The crescent moon illuminated the night sky with a pure and gentle light. Everything became tranquil. However, when that crescent moon began to slowly spin, countless crescent blades shot out like a furious sea into the world. The tranquility was shattered, and space-time was thrown into chaos. That crescent moon began to spin faster and faster until it no longer appeared to be a crescent moon, but a full moon due to how fast it was spinning. A transparent blade appeared in Tang Wan hand. The crescent blades behind her rumbled as millions of them were unleashed upon the poison dragons. The crescent blades were like a sea crashing down upon them. Any of them touched by the blades were sliced through. They were quickly cut into nothing more than dust. Wan has actually fully awakened her manifestation and obtained its true name. The distant Long Chen was surprised and delighted. Tang Wan combat power was terrifying, but the regretful thing was that the wind element inheritances on the martial heaven continent were extremely sparse, resulting in her never having a master to guide her. However, there was no need to question the terror of the wind element. Having awakened the true name of her manifestation, Tang Wan was finally displaying her own light. With Tang Wan taking the lead, the Dragonblood Legion slaughtered the poison dragons. They were unstoppable, with a sea of wind blades sweeping through the battlefield. HMPH, even if that girl has awakened her manifestation's true name, so what? There are millions of poison dragons here. Even if she exhausts herself to death, she can't kill them all. Aren't you getting happy too soon? Sneered Yi Ming. Long Chen looked at him. Idiot, did you specialize in studying how to talk stupid in your last life? Everyone within the Dragonblood Legion is powerful in their own right. No one can underestimate them. Anyone who has, died a miserable death. But don't worry, it won't be long before you understand yourself. Lightning flashed beneath Long Chen's feet, and he charged toward the center of the altar. As the poison dragons left the altar, it revealed a platform. That platform had the heaven-devouring Fiend King's corpse seated on it. Below the platform were 4 large armored experts. They were kneeling toward the altar. Their bodies had been covered by the poison dragons previously, but now they were exposed. Yi Ming's figure flickered, and he blocked Long Chen's path, sneering, "You want to break the altar? I won't let you do as you please. Who says I need your permission?" Sneered Long Chen, attacking with Evilmoon. Yi Ming was knocked back by Long Chen. In terms of brute power, he wasn't a match for Long Chen. Furthermore, his dark energy was unable to counter Evilmoon. Nothing he could do was effective against Long Chen. Long Chen forced Yi Ming back repeatedly, getting closer and closer to the platform. Once he was there, he kicked one of the 4 armored experts. These 4 should be the 4 divine generals beneath the Fiend King that Yi Ming had mentioned. Although they were already dead, he could sense that they were existences above the Nether Passage realm. The head that Long Chen kicked didn't budge. Instead, Long Chen felt like he had kicked a star, and sharp pain made him stagger. "It's useless. The altar is protected by a formation. Your power is unable to break its defenses," said Yi Ming. "Idiot, if it was really useless, you would be letting me waste my energy instead of trying to stop me. You've already exposed your weak point," said Long Chen. "HMPH, I'm just warning you out of the kindness of my heart. If you want to go, just keep wasting your energy," sneered Yi Ming, attacking with his jagged sword. Long Chen began to test the altar as he blocked Yi Ming's attacks. He found that it really was as Yi Ming had said. There was a mysterious energy protecting the altar, preventing him from breaking it. "You're already dead, so why revive? That's far too much effort. I'll give you a proper cremation." After trying several times, Long Chen suddenly sent Yi Ming flying. Enraged, a ball of flames appeared in Long Chen's hand, and he sent it flying toward the altar. Upon seeing that ball of flames, Yi Ming's expression instantly became ugly. Chapter 2514 Soul Assimilation Reincarnation. The ball of flames that Long Chen had tossed out was the karmic hell flames from purgatory. They ignited the altar. Curiously, the red karmic flames actually began to burn blue after igniting the altar. Yi Ming's expression instantly changed. The karmic hell flames had spread to cover the entire altar. He then condensed his dark energy into a hand, and it fell on the flames to extinguish them. However, when the hand covered the altar, Yi Ming was shocked. The hand was instantly incinerated. Yi Ming hastily retreated, finally a bit afraid. If he hadn't severed his connection to the hand just now, the flames would have continued and reached him. He had experienced the karmic hell flames once before. They had almost taken his life back then. However, the karmic hell flames here didn't seem to be condensed into a magical art. Despite that, he had an intense feeling of mortal danger when his hand touched them. "What kind of flames are these?" Yi Ming roared, unable to maintain his calm. He had suffered the karmic hell flames twice now. The first time was when Long Chen had used them in the World Extermination Flame Lotus and heavily injured him. This time, the feeling of danger when he had attacked them was even greater than with the Flame Lotus. He was unable to comprehend how Long Chen could control these flames. They're called karmic hell flames, and they come from the netherworld. As their name implies, karmic flames burn the karma contained in all things. The heaven-devouring Fiend King's karma was ignited, and you dared to try to extinguish them. You're fortunate that you weren't instantly burned to death upon touching the burning karma of the Fiend King, said Long Chen with an evil laugh. Long Chen could not fully control the karmic hell flames, or perhaps he should say that Huo Linger was unable to fully control them. He could only let them burn where he placed them. The karmic hell flames were something that transcended ordinary laws. It didn't matter what kind of life form it was, they could not escape the burning of their karma. Not even a god could do so. This was related to the cycle of karma. The heaven-devouring fiend king's body was being burned, representing his karma being burned. Just now, Yi Ming had tried to touch that burning karma. If he hadn't severed his connection to that hand just now, the karma would have followed and consumed him. Yi Ming began to sweat. He had almost died to an unremarkable ball of flames. The blue flames flickered. They weren't intense but gave off a bizarre feeling. It was as if they could be blown out with a breath of air, but no one dared to touch them, not even Long Chen. The karmic hell flames were just the seed, which was now attached to the heaven-devouring fiend king. The fuel was all the karma accumulated by it during its lifetime, so touching it would be fatal. Although Yi Ming didn't fully understand the true power of the karmic hell flames, he knew that if this continued, the fiend king and his 4 divine generals would become impossible to revive. The little bit of life energy they were extracting from underground was unable to keep up with the burning of the karmic flames. His plans were instantly thrown awry. Suddenly, Yi Ming tossed out a formation disc behind him. It rapidly expanded into a giant transportation formation. The formation lit up, and one group of corrupt experts after another appeared. Using some special means, Yi Ming was pulling in the corrupt path's disciples. Long Chen didn't know what Yi Ming was planning, but it was definitely not for the corrupt experts to come pay their respects to him. He slashed Evilmoon at the formation disc. Seal the heavens, lock the earth, invert the cosmos. Yi Ming was prepared, and his figure appeared in Long Chen's path. His manifestation spread to cover the formation disc. He actually put down his jagged sword to form hand seals. His body became illusory. Long Chen's attack exploded in another area of Yi Ming's black manifestation, having been displaced by this strange technique. What kind of damn technique is this? Long Chen was startled. Yi Ming truly did have many bizarre magical arts that he had never seen before. It's a kind of dark divine ability. He can move your attacks elsewhere. There's practically no way to counter it. Don't worry though, he cannot move during this time, and the time is limited. He can only last a few more seconds before he becomes solid once more. At that time, the technique will naturally be released, said Evilmoon. As Evilmoon said, Yi Ming's body gradually became solid. Long Chen attacked again. This time, the jagged sword appeared in Yi Ming's hand once more, and he was sent flying. Disciples of the corrupt path, hear my orders. Activate the soul assimilation reincarnation grand formation. Send your life energy into the altar to revive the fiend king. Shouted Yi Ming. Those corrupt experts that he had summoned still didn't even know what was going on, but they listened to his orders. Blood-colored flowers began to appear on their foreheads. Following the appearance of those flowers, their blood chi flew away, as if being summoned by the altar. Yi Ming is sacrificing their lives to hasten the revival of the fiend king. Warned Evilmoon. Long Chen didn't need Evilmoon's warning. He could tell just by looking. Yi Ming was truly ruthless. Unable to extinguish the karmic flames, he actually began to sacrifice others. It seemed that he didn't care about those disciples' lives. Over 500,000 corrupt experts had been summoned by him. He had clearly arranged this in advance. Yi Ming truly had many backups prepared. Just at that moment, divine light shot out of the altar and enveloped those disciples. It was unknown if this was something else Yi Ming had done in order to protect them before they were killed. Although there were some accidents, everything is still within my control. Long Chen, no matter how you struggle, you can't beat me. I won't bother wasting time with you either. Yi Ming retreated into the protective light of the altar as well. The karmic flames continued to burn despite the support of the corrupt experts, but they were growing weaker and weaker. Karmic hell flames could not be extinguished by external power, but Yi Ming was strengthening the fiend king's life force to suppress the karmic flames. Long Chen, continue burning them, said Evilmoon. It's useless. I can't really control the karmic hell flames, and I can't bring out their full power. I can only have them ignite the fiend king's karma but not his actual body. Even if I try to spread more karmic hell flames, it won't stop them. Long Chen looked around. He saw the giant tree, the endless army of the heaven-devouring black armor corps, and the long-tailed poison dragons. All I can do is have these karmic flames resonate with the karmic hell flames within my body. I'll use my spiritual strength as fuel. But that will cost me my ability to fight. Furthermore, by myself, my own spiritual strength won't be enough to have a good effect. I'll need the help of my friends. What are you going to do? I'll send out the distress signal for everyone on my side to come help. But there are too many things in the way right now, so I'm going to help clear up the obstacles. Long Chen raised his hand. A flame lotus blossomed, and sacred chanting filled heaven and earth, as if gods were murmuring. Long Chen's body slowly rose through the air. The world turned red from the chanting, and flame runes slowly appeared in the air before flying toward Long Chen. The flame lotus grew larger and larger. At the same time, spheres appeared on top of the petals. When 54 spheres had appeared on top of the lotus, it quivered once. Every sphere dimmed slightly, and then a seventh set of 9 spheres appeared. The aura of the flame lotus instantly soared when the seventh set of spheres appeared. For the first time, Long Chen had reached the 7-star world extermination flame lotus. Based on Long Chen's previous technique, his limit was the 6-star world extermination flame lotus. Any more and the slightest fluctuation would blow him up. However, by relying on the heaven-shrouding mirror's divination ability, he had managed to see how to disperse a portion of the first 6 stars to condense the 7th star. In truth, when the 7th star was first born, the amount of energy of the lotuses was still equal to the 6 stars before it appeared. So this trick did not have high requirements for energy. It could be likened to climbing uphill. Before this, Long Chen was forced to reach the top in one step, but now he had a set of stairs he could climb. It was only when his energy was slowly sent into the 7th star that the aura of the lotus soared once more. When it reached the limit, the 7 stars' energy was extracted to condense the 8th. With this trick, everything became much easier. His 6-star limit was instantly broken. When the 8th star appeared, the aura of the lotus shook the giant tree above Long Chen. Flames whirled toward him, igniting space. It was as if the entire world had been set ablaze. Within the protective light, Yi Ming stared in shock at the giant flame lotus. He was finally truly terrified. At this time, even Feng Fei, Mo Nian, Wild, and Zhao Rishan stopped their fights to stare in shock. All they saw was Long Chen holding a giant flame lotus. It was as if a flame god had descended to destroy the entire world. Chapter 2515 9-Star World Extermination Flame Lotus. A divine light of annihilation caused the void to shudder. The Brahma divine diagram faded away as the Pill Fairy and Yun Tian ceased their battle. The Pill Fairy stared in shock at Long Chen. Hearing the chanting in the air, she was filled with disbelief. How is this possible? Why is this 3rd volume of the Nirvana scripture in his hands? This version of the scripture can only be passed down through the mouths of the gods. How can someone who has blasphemed the gods obtain a god's inheritance? On the martial heaven continent, the only one capable of receiving the 3rd volume of the Nirvana scripture was her. Not even her father, Yu Xiaoyun, could obtain it, nor any other past valley masters. Theoretically, she should be the only one capable of controlling the 3rd volume of the Nirvana scripture. But most importantly, Long Chen's 3rd volume was different from hers. It seemed completely limitless. Only the Nirvana scripture was capable of controlling all flames in the world. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, beast flames, demonic flames, earth flames. There were millions of varieties, but control over the 3rd volume of the Nirvana scripture meant control over all these flames, whether it was the fire element in the air, the magma underground, or the beast flames within the bodies of living creatures. Unbeknownst to the Pill Fairy, even her Nirvana scripture was useless in the netherworld. But Long Chen had managed to use it to summon the flames within the Nethergod's palace. The sacred chanting resounded throughout heaven and earth, filling the star-field divine world. Its senior apprentice brother Long Chen's voice. He's calling us. Experts of the righteous path heard it and rushed over in the direction it was coming from. As the pillar of the righteous path, they all went to assist him. More and more of the righteous path's experts began to gather. Let's go, our future leader is definitely with Long Chen as well. The experts of the Zon beasts also rushed over. A great distance away, there was another giant tree. Beneath the tree was an army of the Luo spirit race's warriors. They were already combat ready, and their eyes were closed in meditation. As soon as they heard the chanting, their eyes flew open and they stood up. An elder with emerald wings on his back also stood. This person was the great prophet of the Luo spirit race. Warriors of the Luo spirit race, the call for vengeance is summoning us. How many years, How many generations have we dreamed of taking back our mother tree, of taking back our territory, of taking back our home? So many of our warriors died in that battle. Their eyes closed with hatred and resentment. How many of us have bitterly endured until we turned to dust without seeing any hope of reclaiming our home? Today, the time for vengeance has come. The prophesied sun has come. His voice is the signal for our attack. Warriors of the Luo spirit race, let us take back our mother tree alongside the prophesied sun. The prophet's voice was hoarse with emotion and contained a determination to fight until death. His sentiment was echoed through the millions of warriors of the Luo spirit race. Reclaim the mother tree. The earth suddenly burst apart. The giant tree they were under actually rose out of the ground along with the earth covering its roots. The giant life spirit god shot off in Long Chen's direction. The warriors on top of it had electric gazes with killing intent surging out. Amongst them was a man and woman who were filled with anticipation. Beside them was a golden scale blue-eye eagle. This man and woman were Lawei and Qi Li. This new steed of theirs had been given to Lawei by Long Chen. While giving it to Lawei, he had expressed that he had no intentions toward Qi Li. Long Chen had given this steed to Lawei to give him an additional thing to be proud of, so he didn't need to feel inferior being with Qi Li. Hearing that Long Chen was the prophesied son, the two of them were both excited, especially Qi Li. She had actually once saved this prophesied son. That made her feel heroic. We're finally going to fight alongside the prophesied son. Even if we die, we have to reclaim the mother tree. Qi Li clenched her fists, a determined light in her eyes. The void continued to rumble as if thunder was crackling. The void was twisting so badly that it had turned into a hazy sea of red. Flames raged, whirled, and exploded. It was as if the apocalypse had come. Suddenly, all the chaos vanished without a trace. The petals of Long Chen's giant flame lotus were now fully covered with stars. The 9 petals had 9 stars on each of them, a total of 81 stars that seemed to be invisibly linked together. They were arranged according to a mysterious sequence. It was as if they manifested the very nature of the world. Boss's world extermination flame lotus, it has finally reached perfection. Sha Chen stuttered. He had spent a lifetime studying all kinds of diagrams. He had never seen such a diagram though. This was a divine diagram that represented the very origin of the world. It could manifest into 10,000 Daos. What are you all staring for? Dig. Boss Song, Boss Li, get digging. Big Sister Chu Yao, Great Heroine Ruyan, set up a barrier. We need 10 layers, no, at least 20 barriers. As many as possible. Sha Chen, get the formation ready. If we die to Boss's technique, it would be far too aggravating. Wild, what are you just staring for? Get over here, shouted Guo Ran. Although they were a great distance away from Long Chen, Guo Ran didn't dare to be careless. This technique might very well be fatal. Little trash Rishan, why don't you come over and see if I can take some more gold? Once Wild ran over, Guo Ran saw Zhao Rishan staring at them. He instantly knew that Zhao Rishan was planning something. Most likely, he wanted to ruin their defenses. However, when Guo Ran tossed out some bait, Zhao Rishan hesitated and gave up. He returned to his dwarf form and slammed the ground with his hands. The ground instantly turned golden, and he dove into a metal mountain. Big brother Yun Tian, big brother Mo Nian, come over here. Beckoned Guo Ran. Mo Nian was already flying over. His physical body was not that powerful, so he didn't want to pay a huge price just to survive Long Chen's technique. On the other hand, Yun Tian shook his head. No need, you should hurry up so you don't make Long Chen worried. He's waiting for you. Yun Tian stood there with his sword in hand. Despite the blood on his white robes, he was indescribably suave. Guo Ran and the others couldn't help thinking that this was truly worthy of a sovereign son. This was the appearance of a true expert. At the same time, they knew that Yun Tian had spent a great deal of his energy chasing after Yi Ming and fighting off the others. The reason he didn't come was because he was worried about Feng Fei, the Pill Fairy, and Zhao Rishan launching a sneak attack. Brace for impact. Guo Ran suddenly gave the order. The land swallowed the Dragonblood Legion. At the same time, countless wooden stakes and roots covered the land. A layer of rock-like earth also protected them. Dozens of layers of defenses quickly formed, causing even Yun Tian to nod. Such a powerful defense was something even Zhao Rishan and the others would need some time to get through. The giant flame lotus finally left Long Chen's hand and fell toward the altar. Fully activate the soul assimilation reincarnation grand formation. Protect the altar. roared Yi Ming. His dark energy flowed out to support the altar. Yi Ming was finally a bit regretful. He shouldn't have entered the altar's protection. If he had been fighting Long Chen wouldn't have had a chance to unleash this technique. He had been careless. In order to speed up the revival of the Fiend King, he had personally come to be the main pillar of the Soul Assimilation Reincarnation Grand Formation. He had thought that Long Chen wouldn't be able to do anything to the barrier's defenses. However, he hadn't expected Long Chen to display such a terrifying technique. It had surpassed the limits of the Nether Passage realm. However, regret was too late at this time. He could only unleash all his power to support the formation and resist Long Chen's attack. The void exploded, and fragments of spacetime flew out as the lotus fell. The world was consumed by fire. Even the giant tree was ignited. The flame landed like a meteorite. The earth rapidly collapsed, and then the 81 stars began to surge with energy. The 81 stars suddenly inflated. The energy within the lotus became unstable. A heaven-shaking explosion caused the entire star-field divine world to shake. A giant mushroom cloud soared into the sky, and then a giant wave of fire unfurled. Chapter 2516 The Secret Beneath the Tree. The heaven-devouring black armor core and the long-tailed poison dragons were blasted to pieces and then burned to ash by the wave of fire. The day-night furnace lit up, enveloping the Pill Fairy. Its runes shone and it began to rapidly spin. The Pill Fairy also began to chant, activating the third volume of the Nirvana scripture to block Long Chen's flames. Even the day-night furnace that had its full power unleashed was unable to endure the wave of fire and was sent flying. The Pill Fairy coughed up a mouthful of blood, and her chanting was cut off. She was sent tumbling back along with the day-night furnace. Why can't I control these flames even with the third volume of the Nirvana scripture? Do they only recognize one master? But that's impossible. The Pill Fairy was completely bewildered as she flew back. Based on the records of the Nirvana scripture, other than the core flames of a person, no one could leave their own mark on other flames. Even the Nirvana scripture was limited by this. It could summon the power of all flames, but that was only summoning, not a spiritual imprint. After those flames were unleashed, they wouldn't have a mark on them. Therefore, it should have been possible to use the Nirvana scripture to control them again. However, those flames ignored her. It was as if they were still under Long Chen's control. Or perhaps they only recognized Long Chen's Nirvana scripture and not hers. Filled with questions, the Pill Fairy vanished from view along with the day-night furnace. Yun Tian's sword flashed. As the wave of flames whistled toward him, he slashed his sword, causing the wave to part and pass by him. The whistling flames let out an ear-piercing sound when they struck his sword. His body was slowly pushed back. What a powerful attack! Even my sovereign sword Wind Runner can't block it. Yun Tian nodded in praise. This attack was even stronger than he had expected. This was only the result of being on the outer edge. If struck head-on, there wouldn't be the slightest trace of him left. Suddenly, he heard explosions not that far away from him. Following the sound, he saw a giant sphere had been exposed underground. The rock-like sphere was covered by wooden stakes. The layers of rock and wood were being rapidly stripped away. Yun Tian was startled. This was the defense of the Dragonblood Legion. They had clearly hidden underground, so why had they suddenly run out again? Yun Tian then realized that Long Chen's world extermination flame lotus had stripped off all the earth covering them, resulting in them becoming exposed. The sphere was constantly exploding and shrinking. It seemed that there were only a few more layers before it was broken. Startled cries rang out from within. Yun Tian appeared in front of them, helping the Dragonblood Legion block a portion of the flames. Guo ran in the other side with relief. That bastard Long Chen, why didn't he warn us? Is he trying to kill us? Raged Mo Nian. When the most powerful wave of flames had passed and there were only a few remnant flames hanging in the air, the Dragonblood warriors finally came out of their defense. As soon as they walked out, they felt like they were on a stove. The ground had been leveled and looked like it had been turned to red-hot steel. Looking around, they didn't see any trace of the heaven-devouring black armor core or the poison dragons. Everything had been flattened, and the earth looked like mixed metal. Within this barren land, there was only a single towering tree remaining. This tree was covered in fire all the way to its crown that extended into the cosmos. However, curiously, despite the tree burning, no branches or dust rained down. It was as if the flames were not burning its body but an outer layer on top of it. Suddenly, the earth split open and a dwarf crawled out. When he looked around, he laughed. The heavens are helping me. They've actually refined all the immortal gold for me. Zhao Rishan slammed his hands on the ground, and the metal land began to surge toward him. The land had been melted by Long Chen's flames, so the impurities were incinerated, leaving only the strongest immortal and divine ores which had melted. The ground was filled with countless ores. The reason Zhao Rishan was able to fight for so long was because he was drawing out the energy of those ores for himself. However, now all those ores had been fully exposed and purified for him. He could absorb them thousands of times faster than his original speed. The metal ground began to turn dark. As for Zhao Rishan's aura, it instantly soared, almost reaching its peak. Go ahead and absorb it all. Once you're done, we'll take it from you. Guo Ran glared. Suddenly, an explosion caused everyone to jump. Yi Ming didn't die. Everyone hastily flew over to see a giant hole. The altar was still intact within that hole. The most shocked though were Chu Yao and Lu Ruyan because they saw that the altar was embedded on a giant root like a malignant tumor. Now that a huge hole had been blasted open by Long Chen, they were able to see the truth. There were countless roots revealed, and cocoons were hanging from them. It was possible to see figures within the cocoons, looking like they were sleeping. There was a tube connected to their backs, and everyone could see drops of liquid slowly entering their bodies. What is going on? Guo Ran shivered. It's a reincarnation art most likely. The heaven-devouring fiend king's corpse was left out as bait, but the true goal was to have his subordinates absorb the tree's nutrients to revive. What a frightening race. They can also be classified as an undying race. The corpses outside were just to hide the true secret here, said Mo Nian. It seemed that Yi Ming's true goal was the lifeforms here. If it hadn't been for Long Chen's world extermination flame lotus, this secret would have still been unknown to them. As for the explosions ringing out, they were coming from Long Chen fighting Yi Ming. Yun Tian immediately joined in. Long Chen and Yi Ming exchanged blows and retreated at the same time. Seeing Yun Tian coming over, Yi Ming entered the barrier of the altar once more. Ha ha ha, Long Chen, I told you that you were wasting your energy. Now, do you believe it? This altar is linked to the tree's life, and this tree is the core of this world. Don't underestimate it just because it looks withered. Its core energy is something even 10 experts above Nether Passage wouldn't be able to shake. Yi Ming laughed as if victory was already within his grasp. In truth, even Yi Ming had just become aware of how much life energy still remained within the tree. He really had been afraid that Long Chen's attack would be able to destroy the altar. Long Chen's attack had pushed the altar to its limit. However, just as it was about to crumble, it automatically absorbed the tree's life energy to block it. Yi Ming was delighted. The remnant life energy within the tree made it so that he didn't have to worry about anyone breaking the altar. He had only come out of its protection to test if Long Chen had weakened after unleashing such a big move. However, he found that Long Chen's power hadn't dropped. There was no way to take advantage of him. That was why he immediately hid within his turtle shell once more upon seeing Yun Tian coming. Now it's troublesome. There's no way to calculate how many lifeforms are hidden beneath the roots. Those aren't dead spirits. Once they're revived, they'll be true warriors. Big brother Yun Tian, do you have a way to handle them? Asked Long Chen. Yun Tian shook his head. I was supposed to be the prophesied son with the solution to this problem, but now it's you. The only one who can solve this predicament is you. Long Chen now recalled how the Luo spirit race had given him the bone tile. At that moment, his position with Yun Tian had been switched. This battlefield should have been led by Yun Tian, but one miscalculation had caused everything to change. Alright, I only have one more option. Protect me. Long Chen suddenly sat in the air and began to form hand seals. The ball of karmic hell flames within the primal chaos space began to rage. Long Chen's divine ring lit up. The position relating to the divine gate star blazed with light. Suddenly, the flames on the altar that had almost been extinguished began to explode and burn more intensely than ever. Yi Ming was startled. He shouted to Feng Fei, Zhao Rishan, and the pill fairy who were flying back. Quick, kill Long Chen. Chapter 2517 Little Pretty Boy. Long Chen's soul energy began to circulate. Using the karmic hell flames within his primal chaos space as the connection, he formed a spiritual bridge with the karmic flames burning the altar. An image of a dragon appeared on his forehead. That was Huo Linger's dragon form. A ball of flames burned around her. Using the 9-star world extermination flame lotus had sucked away almost all her energy. She was no longer able to show her true form outside. However, she could recuperate within the primal chaos space. Although Huolinger had not absorbed the karmic hell flames, there was now a slight connection between the two. There was also a connection between the karmic hell flames he had released upon the altar and the karmic hell flames in the primal chaos space. By using that connection, he was able to feed his spiritual strength to the karmic flames on the altar. Those flames intensified. Black marks began to appear on the altar as if it was being incinerated. Yi Ming began to panic. If this continued, the altar would be too damaged to ever revive the heaven-devouring fiend king again. Yi Ming's call made Feng Fei, the Pill Fairy, and Zhao Rishan raise their weapons against Long Chen. In his current state, he could not be disturbed by others. He couldn't even afford the distraction. That would cut off his connection to the karmic flames. Then he wouldn't be able to form that connection again because Yi Ming would not give him a second chance. Dragonblood Legion, full defense. Six-fold heavenly resistance formation. Sha Chen took out a formation disc, and light began to shine on top of it. With Long Chen at the center, a light appeared above, below, behind, in front, left, and right of him. Those 6 spots then radiated light, forming a giant sphere protecting Long Chen. It was like a star. The Dragonblood warriors began to split up, entering the giant sphere and standing within certain places in the light, forming a curious protective sphere. I'll keep handling Feng Fei. Mo Nian took a deep breath and went to stop Feng Fei. After fighting her for so long, he was profoundly aware of how powerful she was. Despite using his full power, he was unable to get an advantage over her. Now he understood how powerful the divine family's sovereign sprouts were. Little dwarf, let's continue. Wild stuffed his face with meat and then charged at Zhao Rishan. Yun Tian also attacked. His sword unleashed a wave of sparkling divine light that illuminated the sky. With a single step, he appeared in front of the Pill Fairy. The day-night furnace floated above the Pill Fairy's head. Holding the Brahma divine diagram, she summoned divine light that swept toward Yun Tian like a river of stars. I won't fall for the same move twice. Yun Tian's sword suddenly pierced toward a certain spot in the sky. The Brahma divine diagram shook intensely. The river of stars vanished. This time, the Brahma divine diagram failed to suck Yun Tian into its world. The Pill Fairy was shocked, but just at that moment, Yun Tian's sword was pointed at her head. His sword appeared slow but was actually quick as lightning. Good sword technique. Yu Zifeng couldn't help nodding his head. Of everyone here, only Yu Zifeng was able to see just how profound this sword technique of Yun Tian's was. The Pill Fairy's expression changed. She took 7 steps back, every step just barely avoiding Yun Tian's sword. As the two of them moved, it revealed the foundation of a true expert. On the 8th step, the Pill Fairy finally had a chance to strike back. The day-night furnace smashed down, and sparks flew as it blocked Yun Tian's sword. After finally stabilizing her position, the Pill Fairy realized that the 7 steps she had resulted in her crossing thousands of miles and leaving the battlefield. Yun Tian's attack had clearly contained some kind of spatial law, as expected of a sovereign's son. The Pill Fairy stared coldly at Yun Tian, filled with shock. When Yun Tian had been chasing down Yi Ming, she, Zhao Rishan, and Feng Fei hadn't been using their full power against him. Their goal had really been to benefit from their fight. Yi Ming was the one enduring most of Yun Tian's attacks. They just needed to make sure that he didn't die. It was only when he was in danger that they would interfere. They had exhausted the majority of Yun Tian's energy on the way here. They had thought that he would be out of energy. However, in her battle with him, she had found that the more energy he used up, the longer the rest of his energy seemed to last him. It was absolutely bizarre. Even within the Brahma divine diagram, with absolute advantage, the Pill Fairy hadn't been able to defeat him. Now, without the advantage of the home territory of the Brahma divine diagram, Yun Tian was even more terrifying. You overpraise me. Your double god seals have already formed. To become a god in the future will be effortless for you. If you didn't have mercy, I wouldn't have been able to last. Why don't the two of us come to a pause and just watch? Yun Tian suddenly sheathed his sword and smiled at the Pill Fairy. The Pill Fairy was startled. What do you mean? I'm saying that you don't attack Long Chen, and I won't help Long Chen. The two of us can just watch. How's that? Are you saying that you'll just watch even if Long Chen is going to die? The Pill Fairy narrowed her eyes. Of course, he is the main character of this place. I can only help him. My mission is to help him block one powerful opponent. The ultimate victory or defeat is up to him. So as long as you don't interfere, I won't interfere either, said Yun Tian. I know your power is not limited to just this. Fine, I will trust that a sovereign's son will not be a little person who breaks his word. We can watch together. The pill fairy put away the Daynite furnace and the Brahma divine diagram, as well as her manifestation. Yun Tian cupped his fist slightly. There was a hard-to-describe nobility about his actions that involuntarily inspired reverence. The pill fairy nodded. She no longer put up any guard against him. The sovereigns were supreme existences. As a sovereign's son, Yun Tian definitely wouldn't sneak attack her. Seeing the two of them stop fighting and return to the battlefield together, everyone fighting was shocked. What was going on? Yu Qingshan, have you been seduced by that little pretty boy? What are you doing? Kill him, roared Zhao Rishan. This roar made a layer of frost appear on the pill fairy's face. Shut your dog mouth, or I don't mind changing sides and killing a dislikable dwarf. Zhao Rishan was infuriated but didn't dare to say another word. He really was afraid of the pill fairy switching sides. He was no fool. Seeing that Yun Tian was also not fighting, he could guess what was going on. Ignoring the pill fairy, he smashed the heaven-suppressing dragon coiling rod at Wild and knocked him back. The two of them were originally evenly matched, but due to the world extermination flame lotus exposing and refining the land's immortal metal for him to absorb, he had rapidly recovered the energy he had spent. On the other hand, Wild had eaten some meat just now, but he hadn't managed to fully recover. Wild's power was gradually starting to fall in comparison to Zhao Rishan's. Wild roared furiously and charged back. However, Zhao Rishan still managed to charge over to the Dragonblood Legion's defenses. All of you laughable ants can die. Zhao Rishan forced Wild back once more and smashed his rod at the Dragonblood warriors. You think you can sneer at the Dragonblood Legion? Have a look at our true power. Guo Ran's voice rang out. Suddenly, every Dragonblood warrior's position shifted. Guo Ran appeared in front of Zhao Rishan and slashed his dual sabers at him. Even an ant dares to be arrogant. How laughable. Zhao Rishan sneered, refusing to believe that Guo Ran could receive his attack. Zhao Rishan's rod smashed into Guo Ran's sabers. However, curiously, his full power rapidly dispersed. The spherical formation that the Dragonblood warriors were in sunk, resulting in the majority of his power dissipating. The sphere suddenly swelled back, and an irresistible power sent Zhao Rishan flying. What? Zhao Rishan was shocked. The power that had bounced him back was his own metal energy. In other words, the Dragonblood Legion's formation was capable of absorbing his energy to strike back at him. As Zhao Rishan was blown back, he forgot that Wild was behind him. Wild immediately smacked the back of Zhao Rishan's head with the door bolt. Zhao Rishan's head was completely deformed, and he was sent flying back to the Dragonblood Legion. I don't want his head, I want a leg. The sound of a sword unsheathing rang out, mixed in with Guo Ran's shout. A ray of sword chi shot out of the formation. The sword chi accurately landed on Zhao Rishan's leg. However, his leg was too thick, and the sword chi failed to fully cut off his leg. However, his leg now drooped. Just at that moment, countless willow branches shot out like tentacles, wrapping around that leg and pulling fiercely. The prepared Guo Ran swung his sabers. With an explosive sound, the leg was torn off. From the moment Guo Ran sent him flying back to Wild's door bolt, Yu Zifeng's sword slash, Lu Ruyan's pull, and then Guo Ran's follow-up, only the time for a blink of an eye had passed. Zhao Rishan's mind was still muddled from being struck in the head by Wild. By the time he reacted, one of his legs had left his body. You damn bandits, you won't have good deaths. Zhao Rishan roared furiously. Gnashing his teeth so hard that they creaked, he charged at the Dragonblood Legion once more. Chapter 2518 Secret Transaction. Wow, he's coming again. Get another leg. Guo Ran cried out excitedly. Due to his excitement, he didn't notice that while he had managed to cut off Zhao Rishan's leg, another egg-sized nick had appeared in his saber. The runes of his saber were no longer complete. Due to the damage, another blow like that might cause it to shatter. Zhao Rishan, calm down. Suddenly, a streak of light flew over, blocking Zhao Rishan. It was Feng Fei. While fighting against Mo Nian, Feng Fei still kept an eye on the overall battlefield. Seeing that Zhao Rishan was consumed with rage, she stopped him. In this state, he was at far too great of a disadvantage. She understood Zhao Rishan too well. Someone without a brain would definitely go crazy after losing a leg. Get out of the way. I'll kill them no matter what, roared Zhao Rishan, his expression frighteningly sinister. Divine light flew out of Feng Fei's hand, condensing into chains that bound Zhao Rishan. That's not worth it. Calm down, or I'll use the divine seal to send you out. Zhao Rishan was fuming, but he gradually calmed down. He pointed at Guo Ran and cursed, "You little fucker, just wait, I will definitely tear you to pieces." Yun Tian suddenly curled his lips. A grand sovereign sprout was actually cursing like a vixen on the street. It seemed that Guo Ran really had some skill. Guo Ran was not some saint who would just sit there and allow himself to be cursed without saying anything back. However, a cultured man like him wouldn't bring up Zhao Rishan's seniors or women in his family. Instead, Guo Ran's manifestation appeared. 4 balls of light were present. 3 heads and 1 leg. As expected of Zhao Rishan. This sincerity, this gift-giving, I'm sure you'd feel bad if I didn't accept these gifts. Guo Ran's pleased voice was so infuriating that he could easily anger someone to death. Guo Ran was quite careful, only showing the 3 heads and 1 leg within his manifestation. He didn't dare to take them out directly for fear that Zhao Rishan would have a secret technique to take them back. Clapping sounds rang out as Mo Nian came over. He raised a thumb. Well said, and it wasn't just the words, the way you said them was also perfect. Combined with your expression, it was perfectly done. You're too courteous. Brother, I see that you're also a man of culture and refinement. Your comments are perfectly on point. Guo Ran made a big show of cupping his fists in thanks. Guo Ran's nonsense was just to irritate Zhao Rishan, but it had been praised into a delightful sonnet by Mo Nian. Not better than yours. You are overpraising me. Mo Nian and Guo Ran bounced off each other, infuriating Zhao Rishan even more. PFFT. Zhao Rishan suddenly coughed up golden blood. It could be seen just what kind of peak his anger had reached. What a vulgar and unrefined person. You're actually pissing yourself in front of everyone. Shameful. Mo Nian shook his head. Zhao Rishan was 1 step away from exploding in anger. He was unable to suppress his wrath in front of Mo Nian and Guo Ran's provocations. It felt like if he didn't vent somehow, he would die. What are you doing? Kill Long Chen, shouted Yi Ming from within the barrier, his expression just as twisted as Zhao Rishan's. Black chi was gushing out from behind him as he tried to support the altar against Long Chen's karmic hell flames. However, they were not so easily suppressed. He was attempting to use the corrupt path's disciples' life energy in addition to the great tree's energy to revive the Fiend King as quickly as possible. That process was like filling a pool of water. Only once it was full would the Fiend King revive. But Long Chen's flames were like a hole at the bottom of the pool, causing the water to flow away. The life energy of the altar was constantly being incinerated. As a result, they had reached a stalemate. No matter how Yi Ming tried, he couldn't progress any further. Furthermore, he didn't dare to be careless. If he stopped the life energy pouring inside, Long Chen's karmic hell flames would reach the core of the altar. Once the altar was damaged, everything would be for naught. Yi Ming saw that the Pill Fairy and Yun Tian had made a ceasefire, and he had guessed as to the conditions. However, upon seeing the idiot Zhao Rishan actually quibbling with the Dragonblood warriors, he was infuriated. The important matters are more pressing. We'll attack from both sides to break their formation. Feng Fei sent a message to Zhao Rishan and then attacked Mo Nian. As for Zhao Rishan, he attacked Wild. Wild, send him over. I'm still missing 1 leg and 2 arms for a perfect set. Shouted Guo Ran. Zhao Rishan almost fell from the sky. His fury transformed into limitless power as he repeatedly attacked Wild. Careful, Mo Nian suddenly shouted. It was unknown what ability Feng Fei had just used, but she managed to absorb the power of his arrow and then pounced on the Dragonblood Legion's formation. Just at that moment, Zhao Rishan also knocked Wild aside. The heaven-suppressing dragon coiling staff erupted with divine light. Block. Sha Chen's shout came from the core of the formation. Everyone's manifestations instantly linked together, and the sphere's interior became indistinct. Guo Ran and Ji Yu Yang appeared on the 2 sides of the formation. All the Dragonblood Legion's energy was concentrated on the 2 of them. Zhao Rishan and Feng Fei were both blown back, but all the Dragonblood warriors inside coughed up a mouthful of blood. The formation changed shape slightly but quickly returned to normal. The Dragonblood warriors let out a powerful roar. Even 2 sovereign sprouts were unable to break their formation. This showed just how powerful they were. To unite 10,000 hearts has always just been an exaggerated saying. From ancient times to now, perhaps they are the only ones to achieve it. Yun Tian sighed. A strange light suddenly appeared in his eyes as he smiled. Not even a sovereign could do this. Perhaps. Come, let's just keep injuring each other. I wonder who will last longer. Guo Ran's roar rang out along with a metallic ringing. Despite appearing arrogant and domineering, Guo Ran was actually coughing up blood. Fortunately, no one could see through his armor. Feng Fei and Zhao Rishan were both shocked. Just now, their combined blow had been perfect. Despite unleashing their full power together, the Dragonblood Legion had still blocked them. Their blood was flipping inside of them. Feng Fei's arm was tingling. The Dragonblood Legion's combination technique was truly powerful. No wonder Long Chen dared to focus entirely on Yi Ming. "Don't fight, come inside," shouted Yi Ming. He was starting to feel like he couldn't last any longer. The 500,000 corrupt disciples were all pale. Too much of their life energy had been extracted. If this continued, they would not be able to stop the flames. The altar would be incinerated. Feng Fei and Zhao Rishan immediately entered the formation of the altar. Zhao Rishan cursed, "Yi Ming, what the fuck are you doing? You were bragging all along about how Long Chen and the others would be easily caught together. But what about now? You've even managed to implicate us. If I had known you were so useless, I wouldn't have worked with you." Zhao Rishan was too infuriated, and he cast his anger on Yi Ming carelessly. The humiliation of having 3 heads and 1 leg cut off was directly unleashed on Yi Ming. "You're the one who can't even beat some dumb brat. What does having your limbs cut off have to do with me? If you had simply gotten rid of that brat, everything would have gone according to plan. Everything that has happened is your fault, and you have the face to blame others," raged Yi Ming. The plan had been calculated. Yi Ming would handle Long Chen, the Pill Fairy would stall Yun Tian, and Feng Fei would take charge of Mo Nian. That way, Zhao Rishan could wipe out the Dragonblood Legion. The plan had been for him to slowly kill them and take control of the battlefield, causing Long Chen to be distracted. If the Dragonblood Legion was wiped out in one go, then Long Chen would have nothing tying him to this place, and he might run. As a result, the Dragonblood Legion was the bait to keep Long Chen here and make sure he died. However, their plan was unable to keep up with the changes. Now, this plan seemed laughable. Let alone killing the Dragonblood Legion, Wild alone had managed to stop Zhao Rishan. Furthermore, the Dragonblood Legion had become Long Chen's crucial shield at this moment. Only Zhao Rishan had failed his mission, and now he was blaming Yi Ming. Yi Ming's fury naturally ignited. "Stop fighting." Even Feng Fei couldn't help being angry. "Yi Ming, what are you doing? Didn't you say that everything is within your control? We were just supposed to give you some small help. But now, this was your plan, and while Zhao Rishan did cause some unexpected events, you still have to bear most of the responsibility. We shouldn't be discussing blame right now. We need to decide whether or not there really is a way to kill Yun Tian. If not, we can go our separate ways right now and stop wasting time." Feng Fei's tone was icy. Her only goal was Yun Tian. All of them were after him. The existence of a sovereign son was extremely threatening to them. There's only one way left. Summon your subordinates and have their life energy draw out the energy of this tree. Then we can instantly revive the heaven-devouring Fiend King, said Yi Ming. Fine, I'll trust you one final time. Don't forget your promise, otherwise, said Feng Fei coldly. Don't worry, you'll have your share of the divine tree's spirit source, said Yi Ming. Feng Fei took out a formation disc. The sky lit up as the formation activated, and many figures began to appear on the altar. Chapter 2519 See God's Trident. One disciple after another appeared, all belonging to the divine families. They then stared blankly at their surroundings, not knowing what was going on. The altar was large enough that even as more and more of them arrived, they didn't fill the entire altar. Long Chen, what's going on? At this time, the 8th Heavenly Dragon Legion's warriors also appeared. When they saw Long Chen on the other side and then the corrupt disciples before them, they guessed something. In just a few minutes, an army of almost 3 million disciples of the divine families appeared, and more were arriving by the second. Disciples of the divine families, hear my orders. Send your life energy into the altar, shouted Zhao Rishan. The disciples had yet to understand what was going on, but since Zhao Rishan was a sovereign sprout of the divine families, they had no choice but to listen to his orders. With the addition of almost 3 million disciples, enormous amounts of life energy poured into the altar. As a result, the flames burning on the altar were instantly suppressed and almost extinguished. There's no need to keep focusing on defense. Help Long Chen. Meng Qi immediately placed her hands on Long Chen's back. Her spiritual strength gushed into him. At the same time, her manifestation appeared behind her. Her manifestation was a wonderland filled with immortal mist. Pavilions dotted the land with creeks of running water, and cranes sang their songs in the clouds. Every dragonblood warrior felt like they were unable to distinguish between true and false within this world. Xianxia had also fully awakened her manifestation. With the dragonblood warriors within her manifestation, their spiritual strength was automatically absorbed by her and sent toward Long Chen. Only Guo Ran stepped out, standing guard. His spiritual strength was so weak that his participation wouldn't make a difference. Hence, he stood on guard for a sneak attack. There was one other person who wasn't helping. Wild was currently stuffing his face with a bowl that was constantly being replenished with the bodies of the corpse-devouring armored spiders. He had used up so much energy that he was starving. Long Chen, they have too many people. We can't last much longer, transmitted Xianxia. The addition of the divine families meant that the other side had an ocean's worth of life energy. They almost instantly extinguished the karmic hell flames. Even with Xianxia and the others joining Long Chen, they were barely able to keep some flames burning. Their spiritual strength was being rapidly consumed just for that. No need to worry, I trust that our reinforcements will arrive quickly, said Long Chen. Just at that moment, countless figures began flying over. They were the experts of the Zon beasts. Their backs were covered with people wearing the robes of the Martial Heaven Alliance. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, we've come. The Martial Heaven Alliance's disciples roared. On their way here, they had joined up with the experts of the Zon beasts. Their speed was greater, allowing them to rush over here as quickly as possible. Just as the Dragonblood Legion was facing off with millions of the Divine Family's experts, they charged into Xianxia's manifestation without a second thought. As more and more of them joined, spiritual strength poured into Long Chen. The karmic hell flames began to blossom once more. Fairy Nangong, Fairy Baitang, and the Zither Fairy have come. Guo Ran cried out excitedly. The three fairies came together, followed by the disciples of their own factions. Sorry for being late, apologized Nangong Zayu. The three of them immediately entered Xianxia's manifestation. Nangong Zayu and Baitang Rushuang formed hand seals, unleashing their full spiritual strength for Xianxia. As for the Zither Fairy, her fingers danced across the seven-string sea-suppressing zither. As her divine music resounded through the air, it revealed the invisible spiritual connection between Long Chen and the flames burning on the altar. As her music played, runes began to flow from the outside, strengthening this connection. Long Chen was surprised. The Zither Fairy was truly amazing. With her music, she was able to construct a specialized spiritual channel for him. At least half of the spiritual strength he had been sending over was dispersed in the air, but with her help now, none of his spiritual strength was being wasted. More and more experts come. The people of the ancient races arrived, but they didn't immediately join the Zon beasts. They hesitated. They couldn't tell who to join. The divine families were enemies with Long Chen. If they stood beside the Zon beasts at this time, it would be publicly going against the divine families. This one decision could end them if they made the wrong choice. However, the ancient races had only come with 20,000 people. The Zon beasts and the divine families were ignoring them. After a fierce struggle, a portion of the ancient races flew over to Xianxia's manifestation, choosing to stand beside the Zon beasts. Divine Daughter, what should we do? 300 experts of Pill Valley arrived. Seeing the Pill Fairy standing to the side, they didn't know what to do. The Pill Fairy frowned. If she said that they should go join the divine families, that would be breaking her agreement with Yuntian. They had agreed not to further interfere in this battle. She cursed this person for being foolish. Considering that Long Chen was Pill Valley's mortal enemy, did this person even need to ask? Idiot, get over here. She has decided to limit herself along with Yuntian. She can't give you orders, shouted Zhao Rishan furiously. Those experts looked at the Pill Fairy. Her expression remained as icy as ever. The leader hesitated but then led Pill Valley's disciples into the camp of the divine families. More and more of the divine family's disciples were arriving. The divine families had entered with 5 million disciples, and now over 4 million of them had come. As for those who hadn't come, either they were too far to sense the transportation formation, or they were dead. As for the ancient family alliance's disciples, it was unknown if they even knew that Difeng was dead. They immediately joined the divine family's side. Where is Lingshan? Asked Long Chen suddenly. It's strange, she's not here. We saw her on our way here, said someone curiously. Over 500,000 disciples of the Martial Heaven Alliance had arrived by now, but Yi Lingshan had not appeared. That made people's hearts sink. Such a thing shouldn't happen. However, there was no time to think about it. Long Chen's full focus was on the altar. He could not allow Yi Ming to revive the heaven-devouring Fiend King. If it was revived, then those fellows hanging off the tree roots might wake up immediately. Who knew just how many of them were hidden beneath the ground? Ha ha ha, Long Chen, Long Chen. I've finally found you. Suddenly, ear-piercing laughter rang out from above. The six-horned sea serpent appeared along with an endless army of sea demons. The six-horned sea serpent smiled sinisterly. Long Chen, we didn't have time to decide a winner back then. This time, I'll beat you properly. How shameless. You couldn't decide a winner. If you didn't have a death substitute talisman last time, you would no longer exist in this world, cursed Guo Ran disdainfully. This sea demon's face was truly thick to call his fight with Long Chen a draw. The six-horned sea serpent was infuriated. He extended a hand, and a golden trident appeared. This trident was completely different from his old bone trident. This one was completely golden and covered in different runes. Last time, you used your numbers to your advantage. But now, I'll show you the true power of the sea demon race. Roared the six-horned sea serpent. Don't bother with that for now. Bring your people over here. Shouted Zhao Rishan. Due to Ziyan's addition, Long Chen's spiritual strength had solidified, and the flames were growing more and more intense. Even the divine family's immense life energy was unable to suppress the flames. You guys go over. I'll kill Long Chen. To use the human race's words, I'll pull the carpet from right underneath him. The six-horned sea serpent ordered his subordinates to assist Yi Ming, while he went to attack the Dragonblood Legion. I'll pull your dad's carpet. Cursed Guo Ran, already attacking. Guo Ran's sabers exploded, and the trident slammed into his chest, creating a huge dent in it. Guo Ran was sent flying. Everyone jumped in shock. Guo Ran's combat power was comparatively high. How could he be unable to receive a single blow from his opponent? What they were unaware of was that Guo Ran's sabers had been damaged in combat against Zhao Rishan. The other factor was just how terrifying the golden trident was. Idiot, this golden sea god trident is a priceless treasure of the sea demon race. I didn't possess the power to control it before, but now I can show all you inferior humans just how superior the sea demon race is. The six-horned sea serpent raised his head and laughed. Golden light erupted from his trident as he charged at the Dragonblood Legion. Everyone's expression changed, including the people on the side of the divine families. They cursed him for being brainless and not choosing his words. A giant door bolt slammed toward him, but the six-horned sea serpent merely sneered and swung his trident. Wild was sent flying just like Guo Ran. After fighting for so long and without enough time to recover, he was no longer in his peak condition. Long Chen, come out and fight, shouted the six-horned sea serpent. He was filled with new confidence and wished to wipe away his previous disgrace in front of everyone. Meng Qi and the others' expressions changed. Long Chen could not be allowed to leave at this time. The core fighters also couldn't leave because they needed to send him their spiritual strength. Meng Qi, Chu Yao, and the others had vast spiritual strength, which was essential at this time. Baitang Rushuang, Nangong Zheyu, and the others were also in crucial nodes. If they left, the spiritual strength of the people connecting to them would be severed. Those people would have no choice but to send their spiritual strength directly to Long Chen, which was extremely inefficient. Even with how vast Long Chen's spiritual strength was, he couldn't control the spiritual strength of millions of experts without anyone helping him. As a result, there was no one in a position capable of stopping the six-horned sea serpent. They cursed him for coming at the worst time possible. The pill fairy looked at Yun Tian to see him simply standing there. It seemed he had no intention of interfering. Instead, he was looking in a certain direction. Light suddenly flashed. A bone tile smashed toward the back of the six-horned sea serpent. He swung the golden trident behind him, smashing the bone tile. However, the bone tile did not break, and it sent him staggering forward. "Who's there?" demanded the six-horned sea serpent. A pillar of light descended from the sky, enveloping him. After that, a giant die manifested in midair, trapping him within. "This inferior human is Hu Feng. I'm here to experience the sea god's peerless techniques." The refined, scholarly heir of the gambling heavenly Tao, Hu Feng, appeared in the air. Chapter 2520 Contemptible. A giant die revolved in the air, trapping the six-horned sea serpent within. Divine light descended from the die, creating a strange space around it. The die behind Hu Feng's back had vanished, but it was now replaced by 9 dominoes. They were the gambling heavenly Tao's inherited divine item, the heavenly 9 tiles. Light floated out of the heavenly 9 tiles, constantly transforming into different shapes behind Hu Feng. It was as if they were manifesting the future. Sorry, Brother Long, my heavenly fate die fell into slumber after I repaired it. Without it, I can't run around randomly. However, as soon as it woke up, I rushed over. It's a good thing that I didn't come too late, said Hu Feng. You came at the perfect time. Help me trap him, I'm almost done. Long Chen smiled. Hu Feng really had come at the perfect time. Right now, Long Chen had gathered everyone's spiritual strength. His connection to the karmic hell flames burning on the altar was growing increasingly stronger. In a few more minutes, he would be able to assimilate those flames, forming a complete connection between them and the karmic hell flames still in the primal chaos space. Then he would be able to control them despite not being in the primal chaos space. The 6-horned sea serpent furiously attacked the spatial walls surrounding him. However, the die would constantly change shape. The void would twist and collapse. He was unable to get any leverage to break through. The heavenly fate die was actually just like the Brahma divine diagram and had its own spatial laws. Once trapped, it was very difficult to escape. Bastard, release me, or I'll exterminate your entire sect, roared the 6-horned sea serpent. Being trapped by the little die infuriated him. My entire sect is just me. Go ahead, said Hu Feng indifferently. Every generation of the gambling heavenly Tao only had one person. Bastard, do you think a little die can trap the king of the sea demons? The 6-horned sea serpent suddenly released his trident and formed hand seals. After that, his manifestation appeared behind him, and endless sea water gushed out. The die quickly began to fill up, but it also expanded as it filled. As expected of a king of the sea demon race. At this rate, 1 incense stick's worth of time will be my limit, said Hu Feng. He hadn't expected this 6-horned sea serpent to be able to find the weakness of the heavenly fate die so quickly. The heavenly fate die's space was not limitless. Once it was full, holes would naturally appear, allowing the person trapped inside to escape. The 6-horned sea serpent possessed a natural talent in controlling sea water, while his manifestation was an endless space. It was definitely bigger than the space of Hu Feng's. Heavenly fate die, release me, and I will not pursue your offense, roared the 6-horned sea serpent. An incense stick's worth of time was a short time, but his hatred toward Long Chen meant that he couldn't even wait a few seconds. He wanted to ruin Long Chen's plans at the most crucial time to make Long Chen hate him. That was the only way to satisfy his need for vengeance. Sorry, I owe Long Chen a huge debt. I must stall you. Hu Feng shook his head. He formed hand seals, and the heavenly fate die appeared behind him with the 6-horned sea serpent still trapped inside. He then rushed over. Bastard, stop, where are you taking me? Roared the 6-horned sea serpent. Hu Feng ignored him. He waved to Long Chen and the others before vanishing from sight. Only the 6-horned sea serpent's roar remained in the air for a short time before also fading away. That idiot, Yi Ming snorted disdainfully. That expert of the 6-horned sea serpent was too foolish. Despite having such power, he didn't have the brains to use it properly. If they hadn't been using the sea demon race as their most powerful shield at the rear, he would refuse to work together with such an idiot. Not only was the 6-horned sea serpent stupid, but he was obstinate too. He wasn't cooperating with them, instead focusing on his own plans. If he had just listened to the arrangements from the start, they wouldn't have been forced into such an awkward state at this time. Now, he had been brought away by Hu Feng. Yi Ming, Zhao Rishan, and the others clenched their teeth furiously. Fortunately, the army of the sea demon race had come. Their spiritual strength was trash, but they had plenty of life energy. Their numbers could not be neglected. Just at this moment, the karmic hell flames on the altar began to change. The scattered flames began to gather together. What's going on? Zhao Rishan shouted. That bastard Long Chen, he's able to control the flames from a distance. Yi Ming was shocked. The altar's formation was actually unable to block Long Chen's spiritual strength. That was already shocking enough, but now Long Chen was controlling the flames through the formation. That was completely unnatural. All their expressions quickly changed as those flames gathered. That was because a flame lotus was slowly forming. Impossible. How can he use a magical art through space? Even Feng Fei's expression changed. Just thinking about Long Chen's world extermination flame lotus gave her a chill. If this lotus exploded here, other than a few of them, everyone else would be dead. According to reason, any magical art would need hand seals, requiring a combination of the body, mouth, and will. It also could not be used away from the body. However, despite this principle, the flame lotus had definitely formed, terrifying everyone. Don't be afraid, he definitely won't be able to unleash it with the power of the previous one, shouted Yi Ming. Even so, can your altar block it? Asked Zhao Rishan. Yi Ming was at a loss for words. If the altar was damaged, everything they had done up to now would be useless. After bragging for so long, you're still just shameless trash. You even wasted so much of our manpower and treated us like dancing monkeys. I'll slaughter you, raged Zhao Rishan. Yi Ming was truly disappointing. Even with so many people helping, even with 4 million warriors of the divine families, their failure was imminent. Is there no way to save things? Feng Fei stopped Zhao Rishan, trying to maintain her calm. Casting blame was meaningless at this time, and it was not just Yi Ming's fault. Long Chen and the others had surprised them with their power. These flames are infected with the heaven-devouring Fiend King's karma. Whoever touches them will lose their life for sure. Not even divine items can touch them. Long Chen is only persevering because he realized this. Yi Ming took a deep breath. Long Chen was truly terrifying. Despite this being his plan, it was now Long Chen who was in charge of things. Fuck, I'm going to start killing them. That'll disturb Long Chen, raged Zhao Rishan. Other than the Dragonblood Legion, you can't kill anyone else. Have you forgotten the ancient immortal treaty? Demanded Feng Fei. Zhao Rishan furiously punched the air. Then what, are we supposed to watch as we fail? Yi Ming and Feng Fei were silent. Based on the ancient immortal treaty, there were certain things that they were not allowed to do. They would be unable to dodge the consequences of such a thing. Long Chen, you had best stop, or you'll regret it for a lifetime. Suddenly, a voice rang out from the sky. Everyone looked up to see two figures. Upon seeing them, killing intent exploded out of Long Chen. The Martial Heaven Alliance's disciples roared furiously. Dongfang Yuyang, if you dare to touch a hair on senior apprentice Sister Lingshan, we'll definitely tear you to pieces. The two figures were Dongfang Yuyang and Yi Lingshan. Dongfang Yuyang had his hand around Yi Lingshan's throat. Yi Lingshan was pale and covered in wounds. She was bloody, and her body was shaking as if she was enduring some kind of irresistible pain. It seemed as if she wished to control her body and stop the shaking to keep people from worrying, but she was still twitching involuntarily. The normally mighty Yi Lingshan was now like a sheep for the slaughter with Dongfang Yuyang's hand on her throat. The Righteous Path's experts' eyes turned scarlet. At some point, experts from neutral factions had gathered around the battlefield. Even they were infuriated. Dongfang Yuyang, are you even a person? How can you call yourself a generation's heavenly genius when you use a weak woman to blackmail others? Even the neutral experts were cursing Dongfang Yuyang. A weak woman, haha, the future leader of the Martial Heaven Alliance counts as a weak woman. I defeated her, so she's my captive now. How I deal with her is up to me. Furthermore, I'm not some brainless fighter. Do you think I'd be a fool and not use the cards that I've captured? Dongfang Yuyang sneered at them and then turned to Long Chen. Don't you think you should stop now? Or are you going to force me to kill her so you can take the infamy of being a useless fellow who just watches as others die? Dongfang Yuyang, you're absolutely contemptible. A voice suddenly rang out from the midst of the neutral experts. This person drew quite a few gazes. This was the heavenly genius of one of the four everlasting families, the Examen family's Examen Tianshang. He had once been enemies with Long Chen, but later, for unknown reasons, he had chosen to retreat to the neutral faction. I'm contemptible. Who do you think you are? You're trash who can't even pick a side. What qualifications do you have to even speak to me? Dongfang Yuyang sneered at Examen Tianshang before ignoring him. He turned back to Long Chen. I'm ordering you to stop. Did you hear me? Dongfang Yuyang, are you in such a rush to die? Long Chen clenched his fists tightly, his voice coming from the cracks between his teeth. His anger had reached a peak. Dongfang Yuyang suddenly took out a dagger and stabbed it into Yi Lingshan's shoulder. Her body quivered intensely, but she didn't make a sound. Blood flowed out of her mouth. Dongfang Yuyang, you little fucker. The Dragonblood warriors immediately took out their weapons. Killing intent filled the air. Chapter 2521 The Fiend King's Revival. The Dragonblood Legion's fury soared. Dongfang Yuyang's despicable shamelessness drove them crazy. A generation's heavenly genius had actually sunk to this level. As long as Long Chen gave the order, the Dragonblood warriors would immediately charge over and fight Dongfang Yuyong to the death. You ants are not qualified to wave your claws at me. Or do you want to try it? Dongfang Yuyong raised Yi Lingshan in front of him, using her as a shield. Blood dripped off of Yi Lingshan. She clenched her teeth, refusing to make a sound. It was unknown just how much pain Yi Lingshan was currently enduring. Dongfang Yuyong was intentionally tormenting her to provoke everyone. Despite her covering up that pain, the more she acted like that, the more infuriated people were. So, Long Chen, are you going to stop or not? Do you really need me to do some more? Do you want me to tear off her clothes and let every man here enjoy the beauty of the future leader of the Martial Heaven Alliance? If that's what you want, I'll do it. Dongfang Yuyong ignored everyone's furious gazes, smiling sinisterly at Long Chen. Tear off her clothes for us to enjoy. This woman, Zhao Rishan laughed, as if humiliating Yi Lingshan could make him feel better and win him back some face. Shut up, Feng Fei immediately shouted, cutting him off. Dongfang Yuyong's actions even made her feel disgraceful. However, she was currently on the same side as Dongfang Yuyong. Although she detested his actions, she could only silently accept them. On the other hand, Zhao Rishan was actually loudly encouraging him. Once they left the Starfield Divine World, it would give a terrible name to the divine families. Someone else was already taking on the burden of the villain, but he just had to open his mouth and share some of that burden. Feng Fei had an urge to slap him. Big brother Long Chen, what should I do? Dong Mingyu's voice rang out in Long Chen's ear. Dong Mingyu was hidden in the air. No one could see her. She was like a ghost guarding Long Chen. Dongfang Yuyong had truly infuriated her. She wanted to kill him, but she had no guarantee of being able to assassinate him in one blow. She also had no idea what Dongfang Yuyong had done to Yi Lingshan. Perhaps he would kill Yi Lingshan as soon as Dong Mingyu appeared. That was why Dong Mingyu had yet to strike. Mo Nian's veins were throbbing, and the heaven-seizing sun-hunting bow was quivering. He wished to charge over. He regretted not killing him back then. Release her, said Long Chen finally. Both friend and foe jumped in fright upon hearing his voice. That voice was hoarse and terrifyingly cold. It was as if he was a completely different person. It was like the voice of a devil from hell. Meng Qi and the others turned to stare at Long Chen. They were shocked to find that at some point, his eyes had turned black. Pull back your spiritual strength and I'll release her. I, Dongfang Yuyong, always keep my word, said Dongfang Yuyong with a pleased smile. Everyone's gazes concentrated on Long Chen, awaiting his decision. Long Chen, you can't. Yi Lingshan suddenly shouted upon seeing Long Chen slowly release his hand seal. Dongfang Yuyong immediately snorted, causing Yi Lingshan to cough up a mouthful of blood and no longer be able to make a noise. She stared at Long Chen with disappointment. In her eyes, this decision of Long Chen's was the height of foolishness. She would rather die and use her death to give the Martial Heaven Alliance's disciples a fanatical drive to get stronger to wipe away this humiliation. She could see that Long Chen was about to win. He was abandoning all that because of her. She was shocked, infuriated, as well as moved. She hated herself for being useless. How was she supposed to lead the Martial Heaven Alliance in the future when she had fallen into someone else's hands and became a trump card? To be used against Long Chen. She would never be able to live with this humiliation. She was unable to change anything, so she had accepted her death. But Long Chen really had chosen to submit for her. The calm indifference she had kept up vanished, and she was unable to bring it back up. She couldn't hold back her tears. The flame lotus on the altar slowly dissipated. All the flames on it vanished. Without the karmic hell flames burning, the altar rumbled. The heaven-devouring fiend king's corpse began to quiver. Now, can you release her? Said Long Chen coldly. Release her, of course, but not right now. Dongfang Yuyong smiled. He was eating his own words. Dongfang Yuyong, can you have some fucking sense of shame? In front of every single person here, you're breaking your word. Both the Martial Heaven Alliance's experts and the neutral experts began to curse. When did I break my word? I said that I would release her, but I didn't say when or where. Once we leave the Starfield Divine World, I will send the beautiful Yi Lingshan to the Martial Heaven Alliance safe and sound, said Dongfang Yuyong. Clearly, Dongfang Yuyong didn't want to give up this precious trump card so quickly. Long Chen had even given up the victory that was right before his eyes for Yi Lingshan. That meant that Dongfang Yuyong had endless uses for her. Suddenly, a white figure appeared and a sword slashed through the air. Dongfang Yuyong was startled. He was about to pull back when sharp pain came from his arm. His arm was severed without him even being aware of it. The sword hadn't even touched his arm yet. Everyone stared. Yun Tian had used some method to appear in front of Yi Lingshan and strike him. As for his sword, it had broken the limits of spacetime. By the time they saw his sword, it had cut off Dongfang Yuyong's arm. Even though Dongfang Yuyong had been on guard against a sudden attack the entire time, he wasn't able to prevent this. Dongfang Yuyong reached out to grab Yi Lingshan with his other hand, but when the sword shook again, his expression changed. His body became illusory. Dongfang Yuyong's body was cleanly cut in two. However, this body was just an afterimage. He had fled miles away. Yi Lingshan fell from the sky, and Meng Qi caught her. After investigating her body, her fury soared. There was a strange poison within Yi Lingshan's body that was devouring her soul. Give her to me. Lu Ruyan pressed her hand on Yi Lingshan's back. At this moment, Yi Lingshan's face was rapidly turning black. Her life energy was rapidly fading. Die. Dongfang Yuyong sneered from a distance. He formed hand seals, fully activating the poison in Yi Lingshan's body. A towering willow appeared behind Lu Ruyan. She snorted. A bit of witchcraft is all. The willow trembled and black qi flowed out of it, filling the air. It gave off a chilling aura. What powerful poison! Everyone was startled. Dongfang Yuyong's despicableness made their hair stand up in anger. Fortunately, Lu Ruyan was an undying willow. She had drawn out the poison with her own body. Dongfang Yuyong's expression sank, but then he laughed and entered the barrier of the altar, sneering at Long Chen. All your efforts were wasted. Now just wait to be killed. When the heaven-devouring fiend king is revived, you and your Dragonblood Legion will be erased from this world. Yi Lingshan had been saved, but all of Long Chen's previous effort was wasted. Everyone stared at the altar blankly. Yun Tian sheathed his sword, not continuing to attack Dongfang Yuyong. He silently retreated to his original position. Before he could say anything, the Pill Fairy said, "My Pill Valley's disciples joined the fight, while you interfered to save Yi Lingshan. We are even now." The disciples of Pill Valley had asked her what to do. Although she didn't encourage them, when Zhao Rishan summoned them, she didn't stop them either. That could be counted as cheating, so she said that Yun Tian's interference by saving Yi Lingshan could cancel each other out. Furthermore, Yu Qingshan also felt immense disgust for Dongfang Yuyong's actions. She was embarrassed to be on the same side as him. Victory or defeat could be decided with an above-board fight, but Dongfang Yuyong's actions had tainted their side. Now all of them were sharing a part of that infamy. Long Chen, you fool, why did you do this? Are you trying to turn me into the one who gets us all killed? You should never have saved me. Yi Lingshan couldn't stop herself from sobbing. She couldn't face such a life. This was worse than dying. Even as she cried, she couldn't help falling into Long Chen's embrace. She didn't know how she would face the future. How was she supposed to face the people of the Martial Heaven Alliance? She was currently not a powerful woman, but a lost and weak person. Sleep. You're overthinking it. Since I dared to save you, I won't let you die here. Long Chen patted Yi Lingshan's head. She fell unconscious. Long Chen handed her to Meng Qi and then took a deep breath. Evilmoon appeared in his hand. Right now, there was nothing else left to do other than fight. The altar blazed with light, and the heaven-devouring fiend king's quivering body rose slowly. A burst of hair-raising laughter rang out. It was a chilling sound that pierced everyone's eardrums. The Dragonblood warriors tensed up. The heaven-devouring fiend king had been revived. Chapter 2522 Luo Spirit Race Reinforcements. Following the laughter of the heaven-devouring fiend king, his giant body slowly shrank until he was the size of a normal person. However, his aura grew even more terrifying in this state. Although he was just a corpse, he was still shockingly strong. The fiend king stretched his arms, causing a creaking sound to ring out. Black scales could be seen covering his arms, and his fingernails were 3 inches long, as well as black and shiny. There was nothing left on his face save for a layer of dried-up skin attached to his skull. Also, everyone could see 2 dark green flames burning inside his otherwise empty eye sockets. After successfully reviving the Fiend King, Yi Ming formed some hand seals, and a strange mark appeared on his forehead. His body then vanished without a trace. The same mark also appeared within the Fiend King's eyes. His body began to shudder and glow. You dare to enslave this king? You have some guts. The Fiend King roared. I'm the one who bestowed you with life. Without me, you would have never had a chance to revive. Being my puppet is your honor. Yi Ming's voice rang out from within the Fiend King's body. Yi Ming was actually using a divine art to undergo some kind of possession. Bastard, do you know who I am? A little false god who underwent rebirth dares to show such disrespect to this king. The Fiend King suddenly grabbed his head, as if trying to expel Yi Ming. I laid my soul seed while reviving you. Resistance is futile. Yi Ming's voice rang out from within the Fiend King's body once more. After that, the Fiend King's eyes began to shine brighter and brighter. The Fiend King's body shook, and black chi gushed out of him, gradually encroaching on the tree behind him. Ha ha ha, Long Chen, are you preparing to attack me? The Fiend King suddenly stopped trembling and laughed. Long Chen, who had been accumulating energy beneath his feet, paused. He noticed that the Fiend King's voice had changed. It was now a combination of Yi Ming and the Fiend King's voices. The possession was completed so quickly that Long Chen didn't have a chance to interrupt it. I already said that everything was within my control. Although there were some unexpected mishaps, I'm still the winner. Await your deaths in despair. Yi Ming's voice rang out once more. He had fully merged with the heaven-devouring Fiend King's corpse. Black chi continued to pour out of his back, spreading further and further. The four large figures at the bottom of the altar began to shake as well. Yi Ming is drawing out the final bit of energy from the giant tree to nourish this corpse. Who would have thought that this practically dead tree would still possess such terrifying life energy? If it's all absorbed, this corpse's power will probably reach at least half of its peak. At that time, even an expert above Nether Passage might not be able to fight it evenly. What a scheme, sighed Evilmoon. Being in possession of dark energy as well, Evilmoon was able to sense Yi Ming's actions easier and understand. Yi Ming's ambitions were truly large. Just at this moment, when the black chi began to envelop the tree, lines appeared throughout the tree, forming a barrier that blocked the black chi. What, does it still have its own consciousness? Yi Ming was startled. Just as the final life energy of this tree was about to be taken, it ended up stimulating its self-protective will. Attack. Taking advantage of this awkward moment, Long Chen suddenly attacked. Through Evilmoon, Long Chen learned that Yi Ming was not in as good of a state as he wanted everyone to believe. At this time, he could not leave the altar, nor could he move this new body. If he did, it would sever his connection to the altar, preventing him from absorbing more of the tree's energy. In other words, the Fiend King's corpse would only ever have its current level of power and would no longer grow. With the tree protecting itself, Yi Ming would need to wait until that protective energy faded before he could continue absorbing anything. Hence, now was their last and best chance to interrupt Yi Ming. If they could do that, things would be salvageable. But if he was allowed to absorb the final life energy of the tree, they would be doomed. You're naive. Yi Ming sneered at Long Chen. You're the naive one. You keep playing this game of bravado and bluffing. Long Chen slashed Evilmoon. Suddenly, a large fist appeared out of the air, defending Yi Ming. What? Long Chen felt a powerful force send him flying. His wrist broke, and Evilmoon flew out of his hold. He coughed up a mouthful of blood. Long Chen, Chu Yao cried out. Lu Ruyan sent out her branches to catch Long Chen, but he blasted through them. Thankfully, the branches cancelled out some of his momentum, allowing Chu Yao to catch him. She was shocked to find that all his bones had been broken in that one exchange. You overestimate your ability. The current you is nothing more than an ant in my eyes, sneered Yi Ming. At this moment, everyone realized that the four figures at the bottom of the altar had stood up. They were armored black giants. One of them pulled back his fist. He was the one who had attacked Long Chen just now. The four divine generals have revived. Everyone was shaken. Those four figures were like iron towers, giving off immense pressure. The four divine generals gave off icy killing intent. They were like giants from hell. It was unknown how many lifeforms they had killed to have their killing intent become almost solid. Even someone as powerful as Long Chen was unable to block a casual blow from them. Now that they were released from the altar, who could stop them? Just at this moment, figures began to break out of the cocoons on the giant tree's roots. These were newborn members of the heaven-devouring Black Armor Corps. They were covered in scales and had bone blades in their hands. When they opened their eyes, they were clearly lost. And yet, when they saw the humans in the surroundings, a beast-like bloodthirstiness appeared in their eyes. Kill them, ordered Yi Ming. These newborn warriors charged at the Dragonblood Legion. The earth exploded as more and more warriors were born. Their numbers easily surpassed the millions, and more were continuing to come out. The Dragonblood warriors' hearts turned cold when they saw this endless army. Even if the Black Armor Corps just stood there and let themselves be killed, the Dragonblood warriors wouldn't be able to kill them all. Every one of them had a powerful aura that was stronger than a fourth-step Netherpassage disciple. As for their numbers, they were enough to bring forth despair. Even all the martial heaven continents experts added together were just a drop in the ocean in comparison. Brothers, this is going to be a tough battle. But our Dragonblood Legion has never been afraid of challenges. Brothers, fight! Long Chen took the lead, charging back into their midst. Evilmoon unleashed a wave of divine light to pull open the prologue of this battle. Long Chen's attack passed through the Black Armor Corps, blasting them apart. However, they were endless. More and more of them poured out to make up for the ones Long Chen killed. Meng Qi then formed hand seals, summoning giant figures. They were giant beast corpses. Every single one of them was as big as a mountain and emitting terrifying auras. Over 30 beasts roared at the same time, their voices shaking all the experts. Skeletons of beasts above Netherpassage. A startled cry rang out from someone who recognized them. Those beasts immediately charged forward, unleashing attacks that tore through the Black Armor Corps. They were like an iron wall protecting the Dragonblood Legion. Meng Qi had summoned all her nether beasts at the same time, and their power stunned Zhao Rishan and the others. They thanked their luck that Meng Qi hadn't summoned them before. These nether beasts were Meng Qi's strongest trump card. However, she had no choice but to use them now. They showed off their terrifying killing power, managing to block the impact of the first wave. Only a portion of the Black Armor Corps had managed to pass through. The Dragonblood warriors were able to easily kill the remnants that passed through them. This gave a boost to the Righteous Path's experts. It seemed that they were still capable of fighting. All of a sudden, a bone blade passed through the air, slaying one of the nether beasts. One of the divine generals had appeared. Even these terrifying nether beasts were unable to stop him. Another divine general appeared as well. The two of them instantly created an opening within the defensive line. The two divine generals charged toward the Dragonblood Legion. Everyone's hearts clenched. Suddenly, the void shuddered and a giant tree appeared, flying toward them. At the same time, countless arrows rained down on the Black Armor Corps. Its life spirit god and the Luo spirit race's warriors. Long Chen was jubilant to see the Luo spirit race had come to assist him at this time. Chapter 2523 Fighting desperately to survive. Arrows rained down upon the Black Armor Corps, and miserable cries rang out. The bodies of the Black Armor Corps emitted white smoke and began to corrode upon being struck by those arrows. In the end, they transformed into liquid. Long Chen, we've come to help. Within the army came a golden scale blue-eye eagle. Qi Li stood on its head with a bow in hand. Behind Qi Li stood Lu Wei, who was repeatedly shooting arrows, which pierced through multiple bodies with every shot. His killing power was many times greater than before. Explosive sounds rang out as the elders of the Luo spirit race blocked the two divine generals. As more and more of them joined in, it became a battle of the Luo spirit race against the heaven-devouring Black Armor Corps. The martial heaven continent's experts were stunned, not understanding what was going on. Did they come to help Long Chen? Are these lifeforms on the same side as Long Chen? If Long Chen had such terrifying lifeforms on his side, why didn't he summon them earlier and end the battle before this? Countless questions appeared within the heads of the experts watching. Zhao Rishan, Feng Fei, and the others were all shocked. They hadn't expected things to progress to this point. They knew of the Luo spirit race, but they hadn't known that they had such numbers and were so powerful. Qi Li, what's going on? Asked Long Chen. Long Chen, you're the prophesied son that we were waiting for. You're the only hope for us to take back our mother tree and wipe away our disgrace. Cried out Qi Li excitedly. The prophesied son, the mother tree. This giant tree is, Long Chen stared blankly. This tree is our mother tree, the mother of the life spirit god and the ancestral god of the Luo spirit race. In the battle of the star-field divine world back then, countless races were destroyed. It was world-destroying, and our Luo spirit race did not escape unscathed. At that time, we were almost wiped out. In order to protect us, the mother tree gave birth to the life spirit god's seed. We had no choice but to leave with a portion of our people, enduring this humiliation and going into hiding. Once the battle was over and the star-field divine world was fractured, we returned to find the mother tree bound, becoming a tool for nourishing these evil fiends. Qi Li and Lo Wei's eyes reddened. They viewed the mother tree like a real mother. Hence, the Fiend King's actions were the greatest insult to the Luo spirit race. Their hatred for the Black Armor Corps could not be described with words. That was why they were charging forward without any fear. They didn't care whether or not they would be able to survive. Qi Li continued, the mother tree gave us one final order, to leave and not seek vengeance. She told us to patiently reproduce and wait for the day that the prophesied sun would come and led us to take our vengeance. This was the prophecy of the mother tree, so every generation has been eagerly awaiting the prophesied sun. Over 100,000 years ago, there was a white-robed expert who gave the current great prophet a crystal bone as well as a dried-up branch of the mother tree. He said that when an expert from the martial heaven continent came, we should give that crystal bone to him, for he was our prophesied son. The great prophet has already explained this secret to us, which was when we learned that Big Brother Long Chen was the one who could lead us to reclaim our mother tree. Qi Li was so emotional that she began to cry. It was as if she could already see victory before her. The grievance of countless years was finally exposed. The Luo spirit race's experts charged forward recklessly. Their only goal was to kill as many enemies as possible. You want to compete in numbers with me? What a foolish and ignorant race. I'll show you despair. Yi Ming sneered and suddenly made a strange hand seal. The ground rumbled and collapsed, revealing giant roots covered in cocoons. Those cocoons were constantly being broken, unleashing powerful warriors. Even with the earth gone, the giant tree didn't collapse. It floated there silently. As more and more roots were exposed, more warriors of the Black Armor Corps were unleashed. The mother tree was gigantic. It seemed as if the roots beneath the ground were just as large as the tree. It was unknown just how many enemies were hiding beneath it. At first, the addition of the Luo spirit race allowed Long Chen and the others to suppress the Black Armor Corps, but following Yi Ming's actions, in just a few minutes, the Black Armor Corps began to overwhelm them. The Luo spirit race was slowly becoming completely outnumbered. Even the life spirit god was surrounded. The experts watching had a bad feeling. In order to avoid being drawn into this terrifying battle, they chose to flee further. From that distance, they could only see one giant tree and one smaller tree completely surrounded by a sea of black. Even the martial heaven continent's experts were no longer visible. Casualties began to appear within the Luo spirit race. Although their arrows were able to easily pierce the armor of the Black Armor Corps, they were completely outnumbered. They were at an immense disadvantage at such close range. Reclaim the mother tree. Kill. One of the experts was cut in two, but even with his death imminent, he let out a final roar. In his final moments, he stared at the mother tree with a gentle light in his eyes. His head was destroyed by one of the warriors of the Black Armor Corps who laughed and continued killing. The difference between the two sides is too great. It would be better to retreat before the encirclement is complete, said Mo Nian as he unleashed his arrows. The power disparity was so great that once they were completely encircled, the experts of the Martial Heaven Alliance and the Zon Beasts would probably be wiped out to the last man. Within the endless sea of the Black Armor Corps, there was nothing that they could do. Their spiritual yuan would eventually be exhausted, and then they would definitely die. Their only choice was to make one final attempt at breaking through. No, this is the final battle of our Luo spirit race. The prophesied sun will definitely lead us to victory, shouted Lo Wei. Look carefully. Your elders are already exhausted handling the four divine generals. You say that Long Chen is your prophesied son, but Long Chen doesn't have a way to turn the tables. Staying is just suicide, raged Mo Nian. Mo Nian also saw that the life spirit god was incapable of attacking. Its leaves were shining, most likely supporting the arrows and bows of the Luo spirit race. Otherwise, there was no way that their arrows could pierce the Black Armor Corps' armor so easily. Despite that, it was useless. There were too many enemies. They were outnumbered 1,000 to 1. Qi Li shook her head, firmly saying, exactly. We will not retreat. Our prophesied sun has appeared, so we definitely can win. If we lose, then we will all die fighting in front of the mother tree. We will not live with this disgrace any longer. After saying that, Qi Li and Lo Wei flew off, charging into the middle of the battlefield. Long Chen, why aren't you saying anything? Demanded Mo Nian. Long Chen had his eyes closed. Long Chen slowly opened his eyes. He looked at the life god tree as well as the prophet. He nodded his head to them. He announced, the Luo spirit race's prophet has informed me that Yi Ming is trying to control the will of the heaven-devouring Fiend King's corpse. Its will is connected to the souls of the Black Armor Corps. To put it frankly, the Black Armor Core is the Fiend King's puppet. Yi Ming is trying to draw out the Mother Tree's life energy to power up the Fiend King, but the Mother Tree is protecting itself. Hence, Yi Ming will need some time to break that defense. All we need to do is stop Yi Ming from controlling the Fiend King, and this Black Armor Core will instantly die. Brothers, I'm going to make my move. Help me out. We'll end things in one blow. The Luo spirit race has saved us this time, and we have too. Repay the favor. Leave the Fiend King to me. Long Chen summoned his divine ring and battle armor, and 5 stars shone in his eyes. His powerful will sword, filled with killing intent that locked onto the distant Fiend King. Mo Nian unleashed a giant arrow that pierced through the Black Armor Core, creating a path. Long Chen charged through the path, followed by Meng Qi, Chu Yao, Tang Wan and the others. The Dragonblood Legion and the Martial Heaven Continent's experts had formed a sharp spear charging through the battlefield. Chapter 2524 Pressing Forward. The entire battlefield followed Long Chen's actions. Nangong Zheyu, Baitang Rushuang, Ziyan, and the others shot after him. At the same time, the disciples of the elusive music Immortal Palace unleashed waves of divine music and gentle light that enveloped their allies, making them feel like their senses had suddenly sharpened. It was as if they had an extra pair of eyes giving them a bird's-eye view. They could even feel the slightest vibrations in the air and every bit of chi flowing around them. Even in this battle involving millions of experts, they could sense everything clearly. Every expert would be affected by such a large-scale battle. Their perception and reaction speed would weaken, the degree of which depended on their spiritual strength. People with stronger spiritual strength had far sharper senses toward their surroundings, and as a result, it was much more difficult to launch a sneak attack against them. They would automatically sense someone within the range of their divine sense. Only an assassin on the level of Dong Mingyu would be able to trick the senses of such sharp people. By the time she struck, it would be too late to stop her. In battle, a person's senses could stretch 1,000 miles easily. But only a small core region could be sensed clearly. The further away, the more indistinct their senses would be. In a chaotic battle like this, those senses were suppressed even further. With the endless heaven-devouring Black Armor Core around them, there was no way for most experts to properly sense things. By the time the Black Armor Core entered their attack range, they would have no time to react. However, the zither music instantly cleared up the chaos. In fact, they felt as if their senses were sharper than on a perfectly calm day. When a bone blade stabbed toward their back, they perfectly grasped its angle, power, and the identity of the attacker. It was like a blind person was suddenly able to see the world. They all felt as if they had become the masters of their own fate. It was difficult to explain with words. The elusive music Immortal Palace's divine arts were now displayed in the largest scale battle, shocking Long Chen and the others. It stimulated their desire to fight. With such sharp senses, they were able to easily dodge and counter the attacks of the Black Armor Core as they passed through them. Wind-splitting arrow. After Mo Nian's first arrow, a second arrow came from Baitang Rushuang. The two of them kept the path open through the Black Armor Core, preventing them from sealing the way. Originally, Chu Yao, Meng Qi, and the others were going to assist with this task to save Mo Nian and Baitang Rushuang's energy, but Baitang Rushuang stopped them. We're not skilled at close range and group battles. Our power is best used at this time. You save your energy for the more intense battle coming up, said Baitang Rushuang. Baitang Rushuang was well aware that the Dragonblood Legion excelled in a close-range chaotic battle. Hence, she and Mo Nian focused their full efforts on opening a path for them. The rest would be up to Long Chen and the others. Suddenly, explosions began to ring out from behind, startling Long Chen. He looked back. Following his movements, the entire Luo spirit race had also decided to charge through the channel. They were like a giant dragon charging through the Black Armor Core. The millions and millions of Luo spirit race experts charged with their life spirit god. They were undergoing a full-force onslaught, becoming his strongest shield at the rear. Long Chen's heart pounded. Did they really believe that he was the prophesied son? That was supposed to be Yun Tian. He looked toward Yun Tian and saw that he and Yu Qingshan had vanished from sight. There were some sparks of fire as well as sword chi in the distance. It seemed that the two of them had resumed their battle. However, they were too far, and the Black Armor Core blocked Long Chen's vision. The Dragonblood Legion, the Martial Heaven Alliance, the Zan Beasts, the Baitang family, the Nangong family, and the elusive music Immortal Palace's disciples were all charging with him. The Luo spirit race had even entrusted their future to him, so he could not retreat at this time. If he failed, he wouldn't have the face to keep living. Long Chen clenched his teeth, and his gaze landed on the heaven-devouring Fiend King. A sharp light appeared in his eyes. It seemed that he would really be risking his life this time. Long Chen, you're so stupid. You've only caused everyone on your side to die. People of the Martial Heaven Alliance, hear me. My only targets are Long Chen and the Dragonblood Legion. As long as you leave right now, I, Yi Ming, swear not to touch you, shouted Yi Ming. However, not one disciple of the Martial Heaven Alliance hesitated or even twitched at all. Their gazes were firm. It was unknown how many people from the Martial Heaven Alliance had originally felt that Long Chen would have a bad end sooner or later. They hadn't had a high opinion of him. However, despite trial after trial, he had yet to fall. He had created countless miracles on his journey, trampling over one powerful opponent after another. Back in the day, Long Chen had even announced that he was leaving the Martial Heaven Alliance in order to relieve it of the pressure of facing the entire world. He had cast all that danger onto himself and still survived that tribulation. However, whenever the Martial Heaven Alliance was in danger, Long Chen would stand up for it. This had affected this entire generation of young heavenly geniuses. Their blood was all fiery. Now, the Martial Heaven Alliance's fate was tightly bound to them and also Long Chen. Helping Long Chen was helping themselves. Even if they were facing the divine families and the endless black armor corps, their determination was not rattled. Yi Ming's poison was useless. Mo Nian and Baidang Rushuang continued to unleash powerful arrows that pierced through the black armor corps. In just a few short breaths, they had shot hundreds of arrows. As they were flying, a splash of blood appeared on Baidang Rushuang's white robes. Rushuang. Only now did Nangong Zheyu notice that Baidang Rushuang's right hand was bleeding heavily. Her fingers had been badly damaged by the bowstring. Shooting such powerful arrows at this speed was clearly pushing herself too much. At the same time, everyone noticed that Mo Nian was the same. His right hand had turned red from blood. It's fine. Conserve your energy. We'll open the path. Baidang Rushuang clenched her teeth. With every arrow, blood splashed. Her face and hair were also stained by her blood. Despite that, she continued unleashing arrows with her full power. Yi Ming had taken note of what was going on with them, so he commanded the Black Armor Corps to gather and block them. The four divine generals in particular were incredibly powerful. Even if they were just revived corpses, they were still not something Nether Passage experts could handle. Furthermore, as corpses, they had no sense of pain. They were like puppets. They had been shot with hundreds of arrows by the elders of the Luo spirit race, but their combat power had not dropped. They were even more difficult to deal with than the living Black Armor Corps. The Luo spirit race's arrows were blessed by the life spirit god, giving them immense penetrative power. They were even sharper than divine items. If the four divine generals were alive, they wouldn't be able to ignore the arrows so easily. Fortunately, the four divine generals were still tied down by the elders. They were unable to block Long Chen and the others. Thanks to Mo Nian and Baidang Rushuang, Long Chen and the others quickly reached the altar. Long Chen, it's up to you now, called Mo Nian. Don't worry, if I can't eliminate this Fiend King, I'll kill myself as an apology. Long Chen took a deep breath and suddenly took out the demon moon furnace. Flames burst out of it, igniting the world. I'll show you the purest karmic hell flames from purgatory. Chapter 2525 Hating My Weak Self. The primal chaos space inside of Long Chen shuddered, and the majority of the karmic hell flames hanging in it were sucked away into the outside world. Using the world extermination flame lotus had exhausted Huo Linger's core energy. As Long Chen no longer had the power to unleash it at full power again, he could only draw out the karmic hell flames. The karmic hell flames immediately unleashed an intense blaze that rushed toward Yi Ming. Any members of the Black Armor Corps that were touched by them were incinerated. The karmic hell flames were powerful, but Long Chen had to conserve a small portion of them for Huo Linger. Once she could devour them, she would be able to manifest herself as karmic hell flames. As for the karmic hell flames that he took out into the world, they were constantly exhausted and would sooner or later extinguish. You still want to use this move? Naive. Yi Ming sneered. He ordered the Black Armor Corps to charge straight at Long Chen. Their bodies suddenly began to swell. Explosions echoed as thousands of them began to detonate, blocking Long Chen. This time, the void was sent into wild chaos that forced Long Chen back. I have countless warriors at my disposal, and they can use their lives to show their value. This tree's defensive will is on the verge of vanishing completely. Then I can absorb all of its energy and have the Fiend King recover to 50% of its peak power. At that time, even if experts above Nether Passage come, I can still wipe them out with a wave of my hand. You fools really did get dragged down by Long Chen. I'll give you one last chance. Other than Long Chen and the Dragonblood Legion, as long as you retreat, I will give you a path to live, announced Yi Ming. Shut up, you despicable demon, do you think the righteous path would believe your lies? You're the naive one, you're just going to wipe us out as soon as we separate, aren't you? Your word is worthless, cursed one of the righteous disciples. Explosions continued to echo as the Black Armor Corps warriors detonated in front of Long Chen. He was unable to get past them. Yi Ming was truly vicious. Tens of thousands of warriors were detonating with every blink of an eye to block Long Chen. Big brother Long Chen, prepare yourself. The Life Spirit God will open a path for you, shouted Lo Wei from the rear. All of a sudden, the sky darkened and cloud-like leaves flew out, creating a channel. Everything within that channel was peaceful. The detonations were unable to shake it. Idiots, I won't let you pass. Zhao Rishan suddenly appeared in front of Long Chen, smashing the heaven-suppressing dragon. Coiling staff at him, you irritating dwarf, come and fight me. Wild charged over with the door bolt. In terms of power, other than Long Chen, only Wild could face Zhao Rishan directly. Scram you dumb oaf. Zhao Rishan snorted and ignored Wild, continuing to attack Long Chen. Long Chen, don't waste your time on him. Leave him to us, transmitted Chu Yao. Her senses were telling her that the mother tree's will was growing weaker and weaker. It was like a dam was about to burst. All that life energy was going to burst forth. Chu Yao, Lu Ruyan, Tang Wan and the others attacked Zhao Rishan. Wooden stakes, willow branches, and wind blades coiled around him. Zhao Rishan roared furiously. Seeing that Zhao Rishan had been blocked, Feng Fei appeared, pointing her sword at Long Chen. Leave her to me. Suddenly, two voices rang out at the same time. One came from Ziyan, while the other came from Dong Mingyu. The seven-string sea-suppressing zither suddenly quivered, and its previously gentle zither music became filled with a murderous aura. Ziyan's manifestation appeared behind her. The sound of the tide resounded throughout heaven and earth. There was an endless sea within her manifestation. A mortal mist spiraled out of the sea, while an ancient zither floated in the sky. The ancient zither blocked out the sun. There was a figure beside the zither, her long fingers dancing over the zither strings. With every note, the world rumbled. This zither, could it be? Feng Fei's expression instantly changed upon seeing the ancient zither. Invisible blades suddenly appeared in the air, falling upon Feng Fei. The blades pierced through the void as zither music played. Their tempo was identical. Feng Fei repeatedly slashed her sword, blasting apart the blades. The sound of the blades exploding merged with the music, making it even stronger. The murderous aura also grew. Bells began to appear in the air, smashing toward Feng Fei. The air suddenly transformed into a sea of musical instruments. There were bells, flutes, sound bowls, and countless others. The zither was like the king of these instruments, pressing them onward. As the tempo increased, the attacks got more concentrated, and the power grew along with it. The sky trembled. It was as if the music had become the Tao, as well as the heavens. Everyone was stunned, not having expected the zither fairy to possess such power. She was actually able to use her music to trap Feng Fei. Before this, the Dragonblood Legion had been worrying about how to stop Feng Fei with Mo Nian exhausted. But Ziyan had truly given them a nice surprise. Feng Fei's manifestation rumbled behind her, and a phoenix cry rang out. Her sword unleashed waves of divine light that blasted apart the images of the musical instruments. However, every time one of them was broken, her head would shake. They were not real, but they contained their own curious laws. When they exploded, strange sound waves would spread. A note would appear within the zither music whenever she broke one. Gradually, she found that her own actions were sinking into the tempo of the music. She couldn't stop herself from fighting according to Ziyan's rhythm. Feng Fei was stunned. If Ziyan could control the tempo, then she would fall under her control. God extermination / Feng Fei's sword suddenly exploded with light, and her sword chi enveloped the heavens. As a result, a giant explosion drowned out the music, blasting apart all the instruments. Feng Fei finally had a chance to escape Ziyan's control. She then shot after Ziyan to kill her once and for all. However, just as she moved, her expression completely changed. As the void trembled, she shook and suddenly retreated. Her sword raised toward her own throat. Sparks flew as the sword just barely managed to stop a dagger that was about to reach her throat. The dagger then vanished and kept appearing around Feng Fei's body repeatedly. Feng Fei's sword danced. In the blink of an eye, the dagger had clashed with her sword dozens of times. She could only sense the dagger but not the wielder. It curiously flashed around her, as if it was an emissary sent from hell to take her life. Finally, in the final clash, she vaguely saw a small figure holding the dagger, but that figure then faded along with the dagger. Dong Mingyu had tried to assassinate Feng Fei, but Feng Fei was too powerful. She managed to block Dong Mingyu's assassination attempt. When she vanished, Feng Fei was pale. Just now, any mistake could have gotten her killed. Every single attack had been a killing blow. Just at this moment, she felt something hot on her neck. She heard startled cries from the distant disciples of the divine families. Senior Feng Fei has been injured. They all saw a thin cut on Feng Fei's neck, and blood slowly dripped out. Just at this moment, thin lines appeared in the void, slashing toward Feng Fei like sharp blades. Through Dong Mingyu's attacks, the advantageous position that Feng Fei had made for herself vanished. She fell into dangerous straits once more. The lines were like zither strings slicing through heaven and earth. When Feng Fei slashed them, zither music exploded in the air. This zither music was actually backed by Feng Fei's own power. With Feng Fei held back by Ziyan, along with a terrifying assassin like Dong Mingyu lurking, there was no way that she could stop Long Chen. Long Chen made a rush for Yi Ming. As for Ji Yuyong, Yu Zifeng, Nangong Zheyu, and the others, they went off to assist the elders of the Luo spirit race against the 4 divine generals. The others clashed against the Black Armor Corps in a desperate battle. Long Chen, taste my trident. The void suddenly trembled, and 2 figures came rushing over. At the front was the 6-horned sea serpent, while Hufeng was chasing him. It seemed that the 6-horned sea serpent had immediately rushed back after escaping his bindings. The sea god trident raged with the sound of a giant tsunami. Long Chen was startled. The 6-horned sea serpent seemed to have awakened some kind of power since their last battle. This trident's power was truly terrifying. Even blocking with his full power, Long Chen ended up coughing up blood. Just as Long Chen was knocked back, a spear silently appeared behind Long Chen, piercing through his chest. Long Chen, in the end, you still died to my hands. Dongfang Yuyong smiled contemptuously, having appeared behind Long Chen. In that instant, it felt like time had frozen. Long Chen had been heavily injured by 2 powerful experts, and that spear was piercing his body. His life was in Dongfang Yuyong's hands. Big brother Long Chen, Qi Li and Lo Wei were nearby. Qi Li immediately sent her mount flying over. Don't, shouted Long Chen. However, his shout was too late. Qi Li's arrow was caught by Dongfang Yuyong, and with a flick of his wrist, he sent it piercing through Qi Li's body, also piercing the golden scale blue-eye eagle. Big brother Long Chen, the prophesied son, you will definitely lead us to reclaim the mother tree, definitely. Even as Qi Li's body fell from the sky, her eyes were filled with an intense thirst as she looked at Long Chen. Long Chen's heart pounded. Darkness manifested from the depths of his eyes, and his aura turned icy and eerie. I hate my weak self. Looking at the spear piercing out of his chest, Long Chen slowly grabbed the tip. The spear exploded. Chapter 2526 Final Trump Card. A divine spear exploded right inside of Long Chen's body, leaving behind a bloody hole in his chest. Meanwhile, Dongfang Yuyong was blown back by the impact, barely stabilizing himself far in the distance. He then stared at Long Chen in shock. He didn't want to kill Long Chen instantly because he wished to savor Long Chen's expression of despair before death, the crazed gazes of the Dragonblood Legion, as well as the sight of Meng Qi and the others' hearts breaking. He hated Long Chen as well as envied him. After all his effort, he had finally had Long Chen's life in his hands. With just a thought, he could have blasted Long Chen apart with his spear. However, it didn't work. The instant Long Chen grabbed his spear, Dongfang Yuyong unleashed the explosive power contained within it. That should have blown Long Chen up without a trace. It contained not just his power but also Long Chen's. Yet, the power of the spear was suppressed by some domineering energy, which then contained the explosion within a limited area. The hand that had grabbed the spear was now a mass of flesh and blood. Long Chen still held the tip of the spear with it. Long Chen then clenched his gory hand, and the strongest, toughest part of the spear slowly transformed into golden powder that blew away with the wind. Long Chen's aura grew icier and icier. That was a terrifying iciness that enveloped everyone's hearts, including those allied with him. What happened to him? Tang Wan'er stared in shock. Long Chen's aura was completely foreign. It was filled with darkness and killing intent as if he was another person. Meng Qi and the others were all stunned. They had never seen Long Chen like this, and it gave them chills. Suddenly, a powerful roar shook everyone's ears. It was like thunder exploding in their ear canals. All other sounds were drowned out by it. All of a sudden, a black dragon appeared behind Long Chen, and a terrifying aura soared out of it. Most shocking of all, this giant dragon actually had two heads, and both had roared at the same time. In that instant, the stars were shaken and the nine heavens quaked. A sinister aura suppressed everything else. People stared in shock at that black two-headed dragon, unaware that this giant dragon was a manifestation of Evilmoon's soul. Long Chen, wake up! The black dragon roared with both its heads once more. Following Evilmoon's roar, a glimmer of light appeared within Long Chen's black eyes. That light gradually grew until Long Chen's icy aura vanished and he returned to his normal appearance. The black dragon also vanished as if nothing had happened. Long Chen stared blankly at the hole in his chest. Long Chen, hurry up and heal your injuries. I'll use my life essence to help you destroy that altar, transmitted Evilmoon. Long Chen had reached his limit, so Evilmoon couldn't hold back any longer. If you use your life energy, you'll never be able to recreate your physical body and reach your old peak. Thank you, but I still have my own trump card left. I won't let you make such a sacrifice. Long Chen shook his head. He then began to stuff his mouth with giant pills, causing the sixth star within his divine ring to slowly light up. Ha ha ha, the mighty Long Chen has actually reached the point of needing to drug himself up. Long Chen, you've really fallen. Zhao Rishan laughed disdainfully. This kind of move was nothing more than a display of powerlessness, as it meant that all trump cards had been exposed. It was a self-destructive method of relying on medicinal power to ignite your potential. The sixth star in Long Chen's divine ring flickered, growing brighter and brighter. Long Chen's own aura also grew, as if some terrifying monster was on the verge of awakening. Long Chen, stop, you don't have anyone to guide you in the 9-star hegemon body art. Your cultivation path has very likely deviated from the correct path. That 9-star heir from the heaven-shrouding mirror had only reached the 5-star battle armor, but he was many times stronger than you. With your current physical body, even if you've received the nourishment of the dragon blood, you definitely cannot summon the 6-star battle armor. You have to reach the realm above Nether Passage first before trying, or your body won't be able to endure it. Roared Evilmoon. Long Chen didn't listen and continued stuffing giant pills into his mouth. These were the gains made by the moon and star refining furnace all this time. In order to allow itself to recover quickly, it was constantly refining pills. Hence, the Nethergate pills had piled into mountains, and Long Chen had already reached his limit of consuming them. Long Chen had also noticed that his cultivation path might have deviated from the correct 9-star hegemon body art. It was because that 9-star heir he had encountered was many times stronger than him. His domineering aura was something his current physical body wasn't necessarily able to endure. Long Chen had been planning on only attempting to reach the level of the 6-star battle armor after advancing beyond Nether Passage. But now he had no other choice. Either he sacrificed Evilmoon's future, or he risked everything on a gamble to see if he could endure the impact of the 6-star battle armor. Since his path had deviated, then the 6-star battle armor shouldn't be as powerful as it would be if cultivated correctly, so the strain from using it shouldn't be as great. He felt like he did have a chance. As the medicinal pills entered his mouth, he activated the Swallow the Heavens, Devour the Earth divine ability. Because of this, endless energy raged throughout Long Chen's body, pouring toward the Nethergate star. With every flicker of the 6th star in his divine ring, Long Chen's aura fiercely climbed. The Nethergate star above his dantian was slowly growing. It emitted energy that was echoed by the Feng Fu, Alioth, Life Star, Enlightenment Palace, and Divine Gate stars. His 108,000 astral spaces also shivered, as all the energy was creating a shocking current throughout his body. The sound of the tide caused heaven and earth to rumble. Quick, kill Long Chen. Yi Ming's expression changed as he suddenly sensed a strong feeling of unease. It might even be fear. Protect the boss. Guo Ran immediately shouted. The Dragonblood Legion quickly formed up around Long Chen, with Meng Qi, Chu Yao, Tang Wan Yu Zifeng, Ji Yuyong, and the others standing guard on the outside. The Martial Heaven Alliance and the Zon Beasts experts also stood around Long Chen, ready to attack or defend. Haha, now it's our turn to be the main force. You can all die, you ants. Zhao Rishan laughed and swung the heaven-suppressing dragon coiling staff at them. In one blow, hundreds of the Righteous Path's disciples were killed. Zhao Rishan, you little fucker, if you have the guts, come at me. Raged Guo ran. Zhao Rishan was incredibly sinister, ignoring the Dragonblood Legion's formation and attacking the weaker disciples. He was a sovereign sprout, so those ordinary disciples of the Martial Heaven Alliance could not possibly match him. With every blow, he slaughtered a mass of them. Because of him, a rain of blood fell. The Dragonblood warriors' eyes reddened. Those fallen disciples had fought alongside the Dragonblood Legion. They were their comrades in arms. Seeing them killed, the Dragonblood warriors were enraged, but they couldn't leave their formation. Zhao Rishan seemed to be doing it on purpose, lingering over the outer edge and slaughtering the weaker disciples. There wasn't a single person capable of matching him there. Hu Feng was also infuriated. The heavenly fate die behind him spun, and with the heavenly 9 tiles in hand, he shot after Zhao Rishan. Ha ha ha, you think you can catch me? Keep dreaming. Zhao Rishan sneered and avoided Hu Feng, not even letting him get close. Zhao Rishan didn't want to get trapped in the die, so he flew around the outer edge, occasionally striking with the heaven-suppressing dragon coiling rod. Zhao Rishan, are you even fucking human? Since ancient times, battles have always been fought with dignity, soldiers against soldiers, generals against generals. What kind of bastard are you to kill the weak? Hu Feng roared furiously. He had always been a refined man, but now he broke into curses. Zhao Rishan was absolutely despicable. As a sovereign sprout of the divine families, he was actually attacking ordinary disciples. They're doing it on purpose. They want us to break our formation and leave our boss defenseless. Ji Yuyong furiously clenched his teeth. At this moment, the Corrupt Path's disciples and the heaven-devouring Black Armor Corps also attacked. Disciples of the divine families, hear my orders. Kill Long Chen, shouted Zhao Rishan. The divine family's disciples immediately charged out, fighting alongside the corrupt disciples against the Martial Heaven Alliance. However, there was one conspicuous group amongst the divine families that didn't move. You dare to disobey orders? Zhao Rishan glared at them. This group was the 8th Heavenly Dragon Legion. From the beginning, they had only stood there, not making any move. Before this, they were mixed into the crowd and hadn't been conspicuous, but now that everyone else shot off, their silence was apparent. Shen Chengfeng shook his head. Long Chen is our brother who fought alongside us before. To betray the divine families is disloyal, and to betray a brother is injustice. Since we cannot accommodate both, we will not help either side. Once we return to the divine families, we will accept any punishment, even if it means being expelled from the divine families. Shen Chengfeng looked at Long Chen with a complicated expression. After considering everything, he had chosen to take this path. Bastard, you dare to disobey orders. When we get back, I'll make sure you're all executed. Roared Zhao Rishan. Whatever punishment we receive, we'll listen. Even if it's execution, said Shen Chengfeng indifferently. Even if it's execution. The 8th Legion's warriors echoed his words, their voices firm. Their determination was unshakable. Bastards, just wait. Zhao Rishan raged, but now wasn't the time to deal with Shen Chengfeng. Zhao Rishan then cast his rage on the Martial Heaven Alliance's disciples. The 4 divine generals are coming. Stop them, shouted someone from the Martial Heaven Alliance. The 4 divine generals were breaking away from their blockade. Chapter 2527 6-star battle armor. Under Yi Ming's orders, the entire Black Armor Corps was charging toward Long Chen. The divine generals had also managed to throw off the blockade of the elders of the Luo spirit race. Zhao Rishan, Dongfang Yuyong, and the 6-horned sea serpent were now slaughtering the Righteous Path's disciples. If the 4 divine generals arrived, things would be even more troublesome. Long Chen, you coward. You're just going to hide in your turtle shell as all these innocent people die because of you. Provoked Dongfang Yuyong as he attacked. Despite the slaughter, the Martial Heaven Alliance's disciples did not retreat. They didn't even try to get closer to Long Chen. They used their own lives to win him some time. All disciples of the Luo spirit race, protect the prophesied son. Protect our benefactor. The voice of the Luo spirit race's prophet resounded throughout the battlefield. The Luo spirit race's disciples charged at Zhao Rishan and the others. They then self-detonated, using the powerful explosive energy to force their enemies back. Using their lives and numbers, they reduced the casualties of the martial heaven alliance. Meanwhile, the sixth star within Long Chen's divine ring was still flickering. His aura was growing stronger and stronger, like a volcano about to erupt. Long Chen had entered a critical state. Hence, Yi Ming was panicking, as he had also entered a crucial juncture and couldn't be disturbed. He directly gave the order for the 4 divine generals to do anything they could to interrupt Long Chen. One of them had even sacrificed an arm to escape the elders of the Luo spirit race. Their arrival instantly added immense pressure to the Dragonblood Legion. Their defensive formation was torn open. The worst thing was that this opening was taken advantage of by Zhao Rishan, the 6-horned sea serpent, and Dongfang Yuyang. Cloud transformed into a giant cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow and blocked the 6-horned sea serpent. Her wings then slashed down, unleashing a wave of golden light. Scram! The 6-horned sea serpent swung his sea god trident. As a result, a wave appeared in the sky and sent Cloud tumbling back. A mass of rainbow feathers fell. I have the power of the sea god supporting me. Who can block me? The 6-horned sea serpent roared. Wild charged at Zhao Rishan once more, but he was forced back miserably. His face was pale, and he could no longer maintain his giant form. Even the golden spots on his skin had dimmed. Wild furiously ate a few more mouthfuls of food and attacked again, but he was still sent flying. He was almost exhausted. The rate at which he ate could not keep up with the energy he was burning. In his hungry state, his combat power plummeted. Lu Ruyan and Chu Yao summoned endless wooden staves and willow branches to block Zhao Rishan, but they were unable to stop him. A ray of sword chi slashed toward Dongfang Yuyang. Looking at the attack coming, Dongfang Yuyang snorted and his body became illusory. Yu Zifeng's sword passed right through him. This was the same move that Difeng had learned previously. Now, it had been mastered by Dongfang Yuyang. After that, Dongfang Yuyang's manifestation appeared behind him, and 3 emperors unleashed their divine pressure upon the world. Peng Emperor cloud-splitting clash. Dongfang Yuyang slashed his sword along with a giant wing, which was like a sharp saber. It felt as if people's souls were being sliced apart before it even reached them. Block it, shouted Ji Yuyang. He, Yu Zifeng, Li Qi, Song Mingyuan, Tang Wan Yi Ziqiu, and the others all attacked to block it. The giant wing exploded after being struck by all their attacks. However, Ji Yuyang and the others hacked up blood. Dongfang Yuyang's attack was too powerful. Although it was the divine art of the Peng Emperor, it was supported by the power of the other 2 emperors. Hence, the power of this attack was even capable of threatening experts above Nether Passage. They were all shocked by how powerful Dongfang Yuyang was. His power had far surpassed their expectations. He had truly hidden himself deeply. As Ji Yuyang and the others were knocked back, Tang Wan was particularly pale, looking like she was about to faint. A sinister smile suddenly appeared on Dongfang Yuyang's face. He then pounced toward her, reaching for her throat. Wan Meng Qi and the others cried out. Dongfang Yuyang was truly sinister. If Tang Wan fell into his hands, he would definitely use her to blackmail Long Chen again. But even as they rushed toward her, they knew that they wouldn't get there as quickly as Dongfang Yuyang. Just as Dongfang Yuyang was about to reach Tang Wan his vision changed. He saw a pair of icy eyes. Dongfang Yuyang was badly shocked. Long Chen had clearly been in the distance, so how had he come over here? Long Chen grabbed Dongfang Yuyang's extended hand, and Dongfang Yuyang instantly felt a sharp pain as if his wrist was going to be broken. Dongfang Yuyang quickly sent his other hand snaking toward Long Chen's eyes. A normal person would retreat to avoid having their eyes plucked out. At this distance, both of them were too close for Long Chen to try to kick him. Retreating was his only option. However, Long Chen didn't bat an eye. His other hand was shockingly accurate as it grabbed the attacking hand just before Dongfang Yuyang reached his eyes. Just at this moment, the 6th star in Long Chen's divine ring began to flicker far more intensely. His aura also grew unstable. He's going to explode. Dongfang Yuyang grew afraid. He suddenly noticed that Long Chen's veins were throbbing. Faint cracks covered his skin, and blood slowly oozed out. Dongfang Yuyang struggled, sending a knee into Long Chen's abdomen, but Long Chen didn't even react. Endless energy was raging throughout his body as the Nethergate star had finally finished the 9-star transformations. The Feng Fu, Alioth, Life Fate, Enlightenment Palace, Divine Gate, and Nethergate stars had all formed a channel. The instant that channel appeared, Long Chen's meridians felt like they were being stabbed. His physical body began to swell as they could not contain this power. Right now, Long Chen was just one step from summoning the 6-star battle armor. However, once he didn't know if he could survive the impact. Long Chen, you're going to die, howled Evilmoon. Long Chen's current state could barely handle the 9-star transformations. If he tried to bring out the 6-star battle armor, he might die instantly. Evilmoon had tried to study the 9-star hegemon body art, but it was far too domineering. The requirements were too high. It wasn't something a human could cultivate, and not even the dragon race's bodies could endure it. Perhaps only the true dragon race might have someone capable of cultivating it. When Long Chen had reached the 3rd-star transformation, he had been forced to slow down because his body had shown signs of collapsing. However, after undergoing the transformation of the Dragon King's essence blood, he was able to break his limits and was forced to take this risk. Seeing the Luo spirit race's warriors voluntarily detonating themselves to buy him time, Long Chen clenched his teeth. If I die, I die. My life was saved by the Luo spirit race. I'll just have to pay them back with my life if I have no other choice. 6-star battle armor. Long Chen let out a roar that was like a devil god's roar. It shook the 9 heavens. Following it, the world turned dark, and a ferocious power unfurled around Long Chen. The 6th star in Long Chen's divine ring blazed with light and connected with the other 5 stars, creating a 6-point star diagram. The instant the 6-point star diagram appeared, the entire star field divine world shuddered. The land split apart and the stars in the sky shook. Even the laws of the world crumbled. As a result, it was possible to see countless vertical lines trembling in the void. Even the heavenly fate lines of the world have been exposed. This is truly a power that can overturn a world. Yes, he is definitely the prophesied son. The prophet of the Luo spirit race stared at those lines in shock. The battle paused and everyone started in horror. It felt as if the world was about to collapse. Gravity no longer existed. Countless boulders began to float into the sky like stars. When they looked at Long Chen, they felt as if he had opened the gate to a different world. Berserk energy was rushing through him and into this world. Long Chen still had hold of Dongfang Yuyong's wrists. Dongfang Yuyong screamed. The chi waves were like wind blades cutting through his body. He crazily fought to escape, but he was unable to. His body was quickly turned into a lacerated mess of flesh and blood. Suddenly, blood splashed as Dongfang Yuyong's arms left his shoulders. He flew back. Everyone was startled by this. Just what method had Long Chen used to make Dongfang Yuyong unable to escape? Even then, why hadn't he just cut his wrists off to flee? Why cut his arms off from the shoulders? Dongfang Yuyong immediately tried to heal with heavenly Dao energy. However, he then let out a startled cry. What? Dongfang Yuyong realized that he was unable to heal his arms with heavenly Dao energy. The world suddenly returned to calm. The boulders hanging in the sky fell to the ground once more. Everyone looked at Long Chen. Chapter 2528 One roar shatters the heavens. The originally faint blue color within Long Chen's divine ring was now deep blue like the sea. It was evenly matched with the red, orange, yellow, green, and azure colors. All 6 colors lit up the heavens. The 6-colored divine ring slowly began to spin, with 3 colors going clockwise and 3 colors going counterclockwise. Their light illuminated the cosmos, becoming one with all laws and Taos. The red, yellow, and azure colors were going counterclockwise, while the orange, green, and blue were going clockwise. This opposite spin created an unprecedented divine ring. The 6 stars within the divine ring were embedded into the inner ring. The Feng Fu star unleashed divine light that illuminated the Alioth star. The Alioth star's light illuminated the Life Fate star. Then it was the Enlightenment Palace star, the Divine Gate star, and the Nethergate star. Finally, the Nethergate star's light shone onto the Feng Fu star. The 6 stars in his divine ring were the same size and emitted identical fluctuations. They formed a strange loop that reflected upon the divine ring. Long Chen stood illuminated in the center of this divine ring and 6-point star. However, within that divine light, he didn't appear well. His body was covered in blood, which slowly dripped down his fingertips. Upon striking the ground, white mist spurted out of the ground. The stones of the ground melted upon contact with Long Chen's blood as if it was hotter than lava. Meng Qi, Chu Yao, and the others were filled with heartache looking at Long Chen. He was covered in wounds, and his physical body had clearly reached its limit. Although he had managed to succeed in summoning the 6-star battle armor, the burden was too great. "You're crazy," Evilmoon sighed. It had felt that Long Chen's body would explode, but his physical body was a bit stronger than expected. However, rather than his body, Evilmoon felt that Long Chen's will was the most terrifying aspect that enabled this miracle to happen. Upon reaching the limit of his physical body, Long Chen had used his will to force the 9-star hegemon body art to adapt to his body. Rather than his body having to meet the requirements of the 9-star hegemon body art, he was the one forcing the 9-star hegemon body art to accept his body. This was something that Evilmoon hadn't thought of. Although it was a success, the current Long Chen was definitely on the verge of collapse. "Ha ha ha, that appearance of yours is quite shocking. But it's useless. Your physical body cannot handle that power. As long as you use the slightest force, even without any of us doing anything, you'll explode." How truly laughable. I thought that you had some terrifying trump card, but you are just making us laugh ourselves to death. Ha ha ha. Yi Ming laughed. Long Chen's body suddenly vanished, and Yi Ming's laughter disappeared just as quickly. With a roar, he raised the heaven-devouring Fiend King's arms to parry a bloody fist. The altar beneath Yi Ming's feet instantly exploded, and even the tree roots connected to it crumbled. The altar that they had been desperately trying to destroy the entire time was shattered in one blow. At the same time, scales exploded off of the Fiend King's arms, and he smashed into the tree trunk. After that, Yi Ming coughed up a mouthful of dark green blood, which suddenly flowed into the tree. It was the life essence of the mother tree. Now it was being absorbed back into it. Everyone was shocked by Long Chen's power as they were all profoundly aware of how terrifying the altar was. With its barrier up, no one had been able to charge through it. There had been no way to damage it. Otherwise, Long Chen wouldn't have been forced to use the karmic hell flames and gather the power of millions of people to attempt to burn it, only to fail. But now, one punch had shattered it. Ha ha ha, good, I underestimated you. Yi Ming wiped off the blood from his mouth. However, you're too late. Even though you cut me off, I've gathered enough energy to allow this corpse to recover 1/10 of its power from when it was alive. 1/10 of the Fiend King's power is enough to challenge experts above Nether Passage. As for you, it seems that your arm won't be able to endure more than a few more strikes. Yi Ming's last sentence drew everyone's attention to the arm that Long Chen had used to attack. They found that his arm was badly mangled, and even his bones were revealed. Long Chen's current power was absolutely terrifying, but his physical body didn't match it. At this rate, it would only take a few more exchanges before his body collapsed. Long Chen, you've lost. Even if I just stand here and let you hit me, how long can you last? 3 hits, 5 hits, 10 hits, but what about afterward? At most, you can give me some unremarkable injuries, but you will die. Your brothers will all die here. As for your beauties, hee, well, they'll probably face a fate worse than death, laughed Yi Ming. Long Chen slowly walked toward Yi Ming, his footsteps echoing. I, Long Chen, rose from the eastern wastelands. The path I walked was covered in corpses. I don't know how many demons and monsters have slain, or how many so-called geniuses who thought too much of themselves. But I've never been able to figure out one question. Why is it that despite the world being so big, you all have to target me? I've always wanted to live a simple peaceful life where I am free to exist, but you all have to set yourselves against me. I don't want to kill you, but you send yourselves to me, forcing me to kill you. Now I no longer feel like I am myself. I don't want to be tyrannical and bloodthirsty. I don't want to become a fearsome person, but you keep forcing me. Since you all like courting death so much, fine. You're the ones who forced me, so don't blame me for killing you all. Killing intent and violence exploded out of Long Chen along with his final words. This aggressiveness made even people on his side feel afraid. When they came to their senses, Long Chen was already charging toward Yi Ming with his fist smashing forward. Kill us all, haha, what a joke. Just you huh. Yi Ming's words were cut off when he noticed that Long Chen's arm had fully recovered. In just a split second, Long Chen's fist landed on Yi Ming's chest, resulting in the scales covering the Fiend King's chest exploding and the chest caving in. This violent burst of power caused a huge ball of light to appear in the void, a sign that the laws of the earth were shattered. The Fiend King's body shot back like a cannonball, tearing through the void. Not good. The Divine Family's experts were horrified to realize that the Fiend King's corpse was flying toward them. Regretfully, they were too slow. The Fiend King's body was causing the void around it to collapse, resulting in a mass of the Divine Families, Corrupt Path, Ancient Family Alliance, and Pill Valley's disciples dying. The power of the 6-star battle armor was truly immense. It was so great that it even broke the laws of the Star-Field Divine World. The Fiend King's body had killed over 100,000 disciples. The other disciples turned green with fright and fled for their lives. This battlefield was no longer theirs. Long Chen didn't chase after Yi Ming. Instead, he arrived among the Sea Demon race. These brainless fools had been the main force of the last attack. They weren't like the other groups that had been launching sneak attacks. Hence, it was unknown just how many disciples of the Martial Heaven Alliance and the Luo Spirit race they had killed. Run! The Sea Demon race's experts instantly fled when he arrived in their midst. All of you can die. Long Chen let out a heaven-shaking roar, and the divine ring behind him suddenly became still. The 6 stars trembled, and a formless wave of light exploded. The Sea Demons had just started running when their bodies suddenly stiffened. Their heads then exploded. In an instant, a giant sphere of death spread around Long Chen. Almost 1,000,000 corpses fell to the ground, horrifying everyone. What kind of technique is that? Even Guo Ran and the others were horrified. They had never seen such a terrifying attack. He used his spiritual strength to unleash his domineering will and directly crush their souls. Long Chen's spiritual strength has always been powerful, but now it seems to have merged with his will. Other than peak experts, probably not many people can survive it. The Sea Demons in particular don't have powerful spiritual strength, explained Meng Qi. Although that was the theory, to see it in action was truly terrifying. The Sea Demon race had come into the Star-Field Divine World with 1,500,000 experts. After several encounters with Long Chen and some losses in other areas, they were down to less than 1,000,000. Hence, this one roar from Long Chen almost wiped them out. The only one remaining from the Sea Demon race was the 6-horned sea serpent. The 6-horned sea serpent only recovered from the sight of this reality after a long moment of shock. With a mournful roar, he charged over with the sea god trident. His manifestation then exploded, transforming into golden flames that enveloped him. The 6-horned sea serpent had gone crazy. He was the future king of the Sea Demon race, and the experts he had brought along with him were the elites of the Sea Demon race. They were the cornerstones of his dream of marching onto the Martial Heaven continent and claiming it for the Sea Demon race. Now, everything was gone. In his crazed state, he even sacrificed his manifestation to multiply his power. He wanted to kill Long Chen, nothing else mattered. Long Chen took a deep breath. 10 heavenly Qilin demon trees within his primal chaos space instantly withered. The cracks that had appeared on his body and arm instantly recovered. Die. Long Chen directly punched the Sea God Trident. Chapter 2529 Play stupid games, win stupid prizes. Long Chen's fist violently smashed into the Sea God Trident, shattering this inherited divine item of the Sea Demon race into tiny golden fragments. Long Chen's fist then continued onward to strike the 6-horned sea serpent's head, and it exploded along with his body. Everyone was stunned and appalled. What kind of power was this? With his bare hands, Long Chen had shattered a divine item and killed the king of the 6-horned sea serpent race even when the latter had destroyed his own manifestation for unprecedented power. This power, it comes from, Evilmoon was also startled. Long Chen shouldn't be this powerful barehanded. Not good. Just at this moment, Long Chen was already charging over to Dongfang Yuyong. Due to the backlash of the last attack, half his body was nothing more than bones. However, it seemed that he didn't feel any pain. The rage and killing intent inside of him didn't diminish at all after killing the 6-horned sea serpent. It only grew. It was like killing him had unlocked the most primitive desire to kill within Long Chen. The darkness within his eyes slowly began to resurface. Just as Long Chen was about to strike Dongfang Yuyong with his fist, Evilmoon forced itself to appear in Long Chen's hand. Long Chen conveniently swung it at Dongfang Yuyong. The instant that Long Chen's attention had turned to him, Dongfang Yuyong felt like he had been locked onto by a primordial beast. The surrounding space pressed down on him from all directions. However, the thing that terrified him the most was that his 2 arms had yet to regrow. His heavenly Tao energy was unable to help them recover. In that instant, It was as if the only things left in this world were him and Long Chen. No one else could help him. A pair of wings appeared on Dongfang Yuyong's back. Those were Kunpeng wings that then folded in front of him. Next, a pair of stone arms grew out of his shoulders. They quickly formed hand seals, and a giant stone shield rose out of the ground, one after another for a total of 18. At the same time, Dongfang Yuyong's body began to dissipate. In one go, Dongfang Yuyong had used the power of the Peng Emperor, the Stone Emperor, and the Blood Emperor. Long Chen's saber slashed down. The two heaven-shrouding wings were the first to explode. Then the 18 stone shields shattered like walls of flour. When the final shield exploded, the black saber image landed on the illusory Dongfang Yuyong. As a result, Dongfang Yuyong let out a shriek as he was cut in two. Even then, Dongfang Yuyong didn't die. Blood mist tried to connect his two halves as he fled. Long Chen swung Evilmoon vertically, unleashing a black crescent moon at Dongfang Yuyong. No, Dongfang Yuyong let out a mournful and unwilling cry. The black crescent moon caught up to Dongfang Yuyong and blasted him to pieces. Even his Yuan spirit was turned to dust. The manifestation of the three emperors slowly dissipated, merging back into the void. Get down! Yu Zifeng suddenly shouted. Everyone was horrified to find that Long Chen's attack hadn't faded after killing Dongfang Yuyong, and it was now rushing toward them. The Dragonblood warriors hastily ducked. The chilling saber chi flew past their heads. The sharp winds cut their cheeks. As for the Martial Heaven Alliance's disciples, countless bloody wounds appeared on their bodies, shocking them. That saber wind had clearly passed hundreds of meters above them, but it still possessed such terrifying power. It struck, all of them would have been turned to dust. Countless giant branches were blown apart as the attack struck the crown of the life spirit god. Almost half of it was lost, stunning everyone. Just what level of power is this? Even the prophet of the Luo spirit race turned pale. That attack had just happened to go right past him. Long Chen, you have to control yourself, roared Evilmoon. Long Chen was being far too wasteful like this. It was unknown if he was startled out of his state by Evilmoon's roar or if he was stunned by his own power, but the darkness within Long Chen's eyes faded once more. The main thing is that I can't control this power, PFFT. Long Chen coughed up a mouthful of blood. Countless wounds appeared all over his body. Long Chen was badly startled and extracted the energy of the heavenly Qilin demon trees again to recover. Without them, he would be in no state to keep fighting. The 9-star hegemon body art is so strange. When the black chi fades, Long Chen's body can't hold on. Evilmoon was shocked inside. Long Chen then turned his attention to Yi Ming. With a deep breath, Long Chen stepped toward him, raising Evilmoon with a beast-like roar. Yi Ming was the main culprit. Just now, Long Chen hadn't known what was going on with himself. His head was muddled, and even his memories of killing the 6-horned sea serpent and Dongfang Yuyong were vague. He assumed that this was the result of the 6-star battle armor, which caused him to be unwell. He was unaware that another kind of power was encroaching upon him. Long Chen, I admit that you're very powerful, but you should have reached your limit. We can settle things now. Yi Ming didn't feel much fear even in front of the unprecedentedly powerful Long Chen. Even if I have reached my limit, I have more than enough to kill you, roared Long Chen, slashing Evilmoon down. Long Chen felt like there was a volcano within his body. Currently, that volcano had yet to erupt, and he was currently poking holes in it. Despite just being small holes, the power that gushed out threatened to explode his body. His body could not endure the impact of this power. Every attack brought with it a backlash and immense pain. Even the heavenly Qilin demon trees were unable to fully keep up. Despite appearing fully recovered on the surface, many internal wounds were starting to accumulate in his body. Those internal wounds weakened him and reduced the power that he could unleash. The slightest misjudgment of how much power he could draw out could mean death for him. The 6-star battle armor's power was too terrifying. Compared to it, Long Chen was minuscule. Trying to control its power was like dancing on the tip of a blade. Yi Ming unleashed a punch to receive Long Chen's slash. As a result, a powerful explosion caused countless fragments of spacetime to fly through the air. The heaven-devouring Fiend King's arm exploded, while Long Chen was also blown back, hacking up blood. This Fiend King was a terrifying existence that had fought against the Dragon King to the death. However, even though its physical body had reached that level, it could not endure Long Chen's power. Long Chen attacked once more, striking with even greater power. The other arm of the Fiend King also exploded. Long Chen raised Evilmoon again, but now all the heavenly Qilin demon trees had withered. All their life energy had been used up. You're the one who's going to die. As long as I block this one attack, you won't have another chance. Ha ha ha, Long Chen, you really are foolish. I can easily see through your intentions. Heaven devouring blood gathering, unending life. Yi Ming laughed, and the black armor core in the surroundings instantly withered and fell to the ground, turning to mush. No one had expected Yi Ming to have such a trick. He was absorbing the black armor corp's life energy for himself. In an instant, the endless black armor core vanished. Yi Ming's arms grew back, and a beast-like pattern appeared on them. Qilin Heavenly Arm. Yi Ming suddenly stamped down on the ground and unleashed a powerful punch. A blinding light erupted in the sky. It was like a star had exploded. This explosion was the strongest one since the battle had started, causing the entire world to shudder. Long Chen shot back like a shooting star, creating a giant ditch in the ground. In that instant, Long Chen's aura vanished. When the light faded, it revealed the Fiend King. Still standing in the sky. One of its new arms was blown away. Even after absorbing the black armor corp's life energy, Yi Ming had been forced to sacrifice an arm. Ha ha ha, to think that you'd also end up like this one day. Even though you're dead, I won't let you off. The direction Long Chen was shot toward just so happened to be in front of Zhao Rishan. He laughed and charged over in search of Long Chen's corpse. Suddenly, an icy black weapon stabbed through his chest. Long Chen appeared out of the hole, holding Evilmoon. You perfectly embody the expression play stupid games, win stupid prizes, said Long Chen, looking at Zhao Rishan's terrified expression. When the Luo spirit race saw that 2 emerald leaves had appeared on Long Chen's back, they suddenly cheered and knelt on the ground, tears overflowing from their eyes. Mother Tree. Chapter 2530 Guo ran happily obtains a cornucopia. 2 emerald leaves appeared on Long Chen's back. They were glistening with dew and filled with thrumming life energy. They were like wings, and when they spread, lines of vitality automatically fell from them. In their presence, the wrecked land began to give birth to countless shoots, and even barren rocks instantly sprouted greenery. What dense life energy! Both Chu Yao and Lu Ruyan cried out at the same time. Even as wood element cultivators, they had never witnessed such life energy. The soft shoots that were breaking out of the ground were not seeds that had been germinated but shattered fragments of seeds, things that could be considered nothing more than the dust of heaven and earth. But they had been activated by those green leaves. Lifeless dust had actually awakened into a wave of greenery. One seed after another was stabbing roots into hard soil. Everyone stared in shock at Long Chen. Most of them were unaware of just how dire his state had been at the very end. He was not actually capable of using the full power of the 6-star battle armor and was only able to utilize a tiny fraction of its power. However, just now, Yi Ming's power had tried to charge into the 6 stars, provoking them. As a result, world-destroying power had erupted out of them. If that power had been allowed to erupt, Long Chen's body would have been blasted to bits. The explosion might have even destroyed the entire star field divine world. Just as he was about to explode, a drop of life energy fell from one of the tree's roots and onto Long Chen. Long Chen's body, which had been on the verge of collapse, instantly recovered. The power of the 6 stars in a berserk state also calmed down gradually. The emerald leaves on his back were filled with endless life energy. Long Chen could feel it healing all his internal wounds and filling him with energy. As for Zhao Rishan, he had charged over just at that time. He wanted Long Chen's corpse. As for whether it was due to his anger or if he was just acting, no one knew. Everyone wanted Long Chen's secrets. Just what was he relying on to go from an ordinary fellow to his current level? Whether it was greed or rage, that had resulted in Zhao Rishan throwing himself onto a path of death. Before he could find Long Chen's corpse, Long Chen found him. He had thought that even if Long Chen wasn't dead, he would be on his last breath. In his carelessness, Long Chen stabbed him through the heart. The leaves on Long Chen's back pulsed with a gentle light that filled this bloodthirsty and violent world, dyeing it a peaceful color. The Luo spirit race's experts all knelt and wept upon seeing that pair of leaves. Even the prophet was no exception. They were far too familiar with that aura. It was the most primal summons from the depths of their souls. The mother tree had her own spirit, and she had used her energy to help Long Chen. They were finally about to reclaim their home. Zhao Rishan twisted on Evilmoon, trying to escape. However, sharp cracking sounds rang out instead. He was unable to escape. If it was before, Zhao Rishan could easily have caused his body to split apart. After all, he had an undying body. As long as his energy didn't run out, he would never die. However, Long Chen had activated the 6-star battle armor. With the increase in his power, Evilmoon's power also soared. Hence, it was like there were hooks throughout Zhao Rishan's entire body, and he was unable to escape. Zhao Rishan panicked. Last time, he had also fallen into Long Chen's hands, but he had always thought that it was because he had been too careless. As long as he was careful, Long Chen wouldn't have another chance to catch him. However, now he had fallen into Long Chen's hands once more. Thinking of how Long Chen had just killed the 6-horned sea serpent and Dongfang Yuyong with 3 emperor manifestations, he felt fear. "Feng Fei, save me!" shouted Zhao Rishan. He knew begging or threatening Long Chen was useless. Feng Fei's expression was complicated. She finally sighed. "Long Chen, release Zhao Rishan. You've won this time." Long Chen raised his head and laughed disdainfully. "How laughable. Do you think that this is a game? Long Chen, I know you're very angry. But I hope you won't get lost in that anger. If you kill Zhao Rishan, the Zhao family of the divine families will hunt you down with their full power. The martial heaven continent is only so big. Where will you run to? Are you going to implicate all the people beside you and get them killed as well?" implored Feng Fei. Evilmoon suddenly shook and a scream rang out. Ah! Zhao Rishan suddenly became covered by black light from Evilmoon. His body shrank. Evilmoon was actually compressing him, giving him endless pain. This was a pain he had never experienced before. It was like someone was skinning him. "If you want to kill me, then come. I no longer care. I've had enough of you arrogant idiots. Starting today, I will not take a single step back for anyone. If you have the guts, come at me. But if you can't kill me, get ready to be killed by me," said Long Chen darkly. Long Chen hadn't wanted to offend the divine families. They were so powerful that he could only look up to them. To be enemies with them was the peak of foolishness. However, the divine family's people had gone too far. Long Chen's restraint had only brought him humiliation and a mass of killers. Long Chen was filled with fury, which stemmed from his own weakness. He needed time to grow, but his enemies weren't giving him any time. The more he tried to be accommodating, the more some people liked to press him for more. Restraint only made others think that you were afraid of them. Since you were afraid, it would be easy to bully you. Long Chen had had enough. Today, he would become mortal enemies with the divine families. Weren't the divine families very amazing? Didn't they think everyone had to listen to them? Today, he would show them that he wasn't afraid of the divine families. "Ah, Long Chen, please, release me. I'm going to die," wailed Zhao Rishan. Black chi continued to surge out of Evilmoon, and black spots began to appear over Zhao Rishan's body. Those black spots gradually turned to bone, and large chunks of them began to fall out of Zhao Rishan. With every piece that fell out of him, Zhao Rishan screamed in pain. "Long Chen, do you really not care about the consequences?" shouted Feng Fei. "Consequences? Did you think about the consequences when you targeted me? When you killed the disciples of the Martial Heaven Alliance, did you ever think about the consequences? Since you didn't, why should I? I want to kill Zhao Rishan. Even if a sovereign came, they wouldn't be able to stop me," sneered Long Chen. Evilmoon's black chi continued to grow denser. Zhao Rishan's screams were chilling. Feng Fei turned ashen. She didn't have the slightest way to force Long Chen to stop. She knew that once Long Chen killed Zhao Rishan, the martial heaven continent would be thrown into chaos. Zhao Rishan's screams finally began to fade as he shrank down into a 1-foot ball. Even with him on the verge of death, Feng Fei didn't know what to do to stop it. "Boss, about that, I know you're very angry, but," at this moment, Guo Ran suddenly stepped forward, looking at Long Chen hesitatingly. "If you have a fart to say it," barked Long Chen. This made Guo Ran relax. Before this, Long Chen's aura had truly grown foreign to him, making him not dare to speak. But now he knew that this was the boss he was familiar with. "Well, I want to ask you not to kill him for now," said Guo Ran with a fawning smile. This request startled everyone. Guo Ran was pleading for leniency for Zhao Rishan. "You want him?" Long Chen was startled but then thought of something. "Yes, you also know that the Dragonblood Legion is a big business that requires plenty of resources. Good steel should be used on the edge of the blade." Boss, I'm sure you understand," said Guo Ran. Long Chen instantly realized what he wanted. "Can you handle him?" "Boss, don't worry, from the moment I saw him, I already started discussing a method with Sha Chen. Take a look. Guo Ran took out his forging table. This forging table from an ancient tomb had always been with Guo Ran and had countless uses. At this moment, a furnace on the forging table opened up. Looking at it, Long Chen hesitated but then tossed the shrunken Zhao Rishan inside. The forging table shrank down into Guo Ran's hand. He immediately began to laugh. We're rich, we're rich. They were truly rich now. There were countless precious ore deposits in the wild world that the original devil race had found. However, they had never managed to fully excavate it. As long as they tossed Zhao Rishan inside, they could force him to gather those precious metals and become an endless cornucopia of precious metals. They now had a limitless stock of immortal and divine metal. It was only due to this point that Long Chen had suppressed his desire to kill Zhao Rishan. He trusted Guo Ran and Sha Chen. They could definitely make sure Zhao Rishan had a life worse than death. Killing him was letting him off too easily. Seeing that Long Chen didn't kill Zhao Rishan, Feng Fei relaxed. As long as Zhao Rishan wasn't dead, there was still a chance for things to take a turn for the better. Just at that moment, Long Chen suddenly vanished. At the same time, startled cries rang out. Where's Yi Ming? Chapter 2531 Yi Ming's self-detonation. People suddenly noticed that at some point, Yi Ming had vanished. Even the corrupt path's disciples were curiously gone. A black saber sliced through the void, revealing countless figures who had been hidden inside. Amongst the blood, people saw one figure in particular. Yi Ming. People were shocked to find that Yi Ming had actually brought the corrupt path's disciples away, hiding them within the void without anyone noticing. Long Chen sneered as he slashed his saber at Yi Ming. You want to leave? Are you dreaming? Yi Ming's other arm exploded. At the same time, a wild chi wave exploded. No, the corrupt disciples instantly despaired. In front of that wild chi wave, those disciples appeared incredibly weak and were instantly devoured. Just like the sea demon race, the corrupt path's disciples were wiped out. Long Chen, I'll go all out against you. Yi Ming roared. Scales lit up all over his body, and his aura began to climb rapidly. Long Chen was startled. This was clearly the sign of self-detonation. But this was too fast. He hadn't forced him to this extent yet. It was like a star had exploded. There was no time to get out of the way, and surging chi waves crashed over Long Chen. Not good. Long Chen suddenly realized that what Yi Ming had detonated was not his own body but the corpse of the heaven-devouring Fiend King. His true body definitely had a way to escape. Long Chen was sent flying. Fortunately, the green leaves behind him folded around him, protecting him as he smashed a giant hole into the ground. Meng Qi, Guo Ran, and the others immediately flew over. But they were comforted to see that Long Chen was wrapped by the green leaves. The leaves crumbled, revealing Long Chen. He was safe. However, the power of the detonation of the heaven-devouring Fiend King's corpse had truly been shocking. The Dragonblood Legion and the Martial Heaven Alliance's disciples cheered upon seeing Long Chen safe and sound. That bastard Yi Ming, he actually wanted to drag the boss down with him. He should be thrown into a furnace that could burn his soul for eternity, said Guo Ran hatefully. Yi Ming's schemes came one after another. If Long Chen wasn't strong enough, they all would have been killed. There might still be a chance to do that in the future, said Long Chen. Boss, you mean he's still alive? Asked Guo Ran. Someone as crafty as him wouldn't die like this. Seeing that there was no hope, he didn't even bother trying. He gave up on bringing the heaven-devouring Fiend King's corpse with him, sighed Long Chen. As expected of an existence that could become a god. Ignoring his actual combat power, his scheming ability was something that few people could match. Boss, the others are retreating. Should we chase them? Ji Yuyong suddenly noticed that the Divine Families, the Ancient Family Alliance, and Pill Valley's disciples were fleeing. Let them go, said Long Chen after a moment's hesitation. Boss, now is the best time to kill them. Once we return to the Martial Heaven continent, said Ji Yuyong. He meant that they should kill the Pill Fairy, Feng Fei, and the others now. He had the support of the Mother Tree right now, as well as the assistance of the Luo spirit race. Killing them all was not out of the realm of possibility. In that scenario, the entire Martial Heaven continent's junior generation would only be them. The others would be dead and unable to say anything. Let them go, said Long Chen. Killing them all to silence them was impossible. Ignoring whether or not some people could escape, there was no way Long Chen could do that to the 8th Heavenly Dragon Legion. Since Long Chen refused to give the order, everyone only stood there, allowing Feng Fei and the Pill Fairy to bring their people away. As for the Luo spirit race's warriors, they were ignoring everything else. They were still too excited by the return to the Mother Tree. This giant battlefield was in ruins. Countless corpses littered the ground, and blood stained the ground red. However, a wave of green grass spread, absorbing the corpses and blood to give birth to new life. In the distance, the Pill Fairy looked back at Long Chen before she vanished. Pill Valley had taken heavy losses as half their elites had died. As for the divine families, their losses were no better. 1 million of their disciples had their lives buried here, and Zhao Rishan had fallen into Long Chen's hands. As a result, Feng Fei's expression was extremely ugly. She didn't know how she was supposed to explain things when she got back. Most importantly, they had made a fatal mistake this time. It was something even she couldn't bear the responsibility for, so her emotions were extremely complicated. When she looked at the distant Long Chen, she felt a touch of fear. This man that she hadn't even placed in her eyes at first now possessed the power to terrify the entire world. She had truly made a grave misjudgment. Feng Fei brought the divine family's disciples away. Millions of disciples had fought on this battlefield. Those that could leave were now leaving, and those that couldn't would forever rest here. Perhaps they would still live in the dreams of their families. But when the news spread, it was unknown how many people would be unable to accept this cruel reality. The Dragonblood Legion and the Martial Heaven Alliance had won. But this victory was marred by heavy losses. Their joy at victory was quickly replaced by anger and hatred, as well as endless pain. The Martial Heaven Alliance and the Zon Beasts had lost over 300,000 of their disciples. Those brothers and sisters would never be returning, so some people couldn't help but sob. The current Martial Heaven Alliance was like a solid brick. Every one of the disciples felt a close tie to each other. Now that so many of them had died, they were forever parted by the veil between life and death. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, why did you let them go? Why not kill them as vengeance for our brothers and sisters? Suddenly, a person cried out, her voice hoarse with pain. Qing Chu, senior apprentice brother Long Chen definitely has his reasons. Someone pulled her back, trying to comfort her. Suddenly, the leaves on Long Chen's back vanished and blood spurted out of Long Chen's body. Countless wounds split open. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen. Everyone cried out in shock. Long Chen waved his hand. It's not that I didn't want to, but that I couldn't or I would have been exposed. If Yi Ming was hiding and hadn't left yet, he would return and fight us. Then we would be the ones to suffer. Long Chen's body had long since reached the point of breaking down. The Mother Tree's energy had been supporting him, but without it, he instantly lost his ability to fight. Sorry, senior apprentice brother Long, I was wrong. The disciple that had cried out immediately felt lost. Just at that moment, more cracks spread all over Long Chen's body. Chu Yao and Lu Ruyan immediately sent their life energy pouring into Long Chen's body. However, they were shocked to find that their life energy was nothing more than a cup of water on a burning cart. Long Chen's body was fracturing too fast for them to stop. Chu Yao began to panic. Just at that moment, a branch reached out and touched Long Chen's back. Vast life energy poured into his body, stopping the cracking. Although it wasn't a complete recovery, at least he was no longer gushing blood. A bit of luster returned to his eyes. Many thanks. Long Chen nodded toward the prophet who was walking over. The prophet suddenly knelt down, his left hand holding his right shoulder in an extremely ancient and solemn etiquette. Respected prophesied son, you are the god of the Luo spirit race. Please accept our worship. Just like that, all the Luo spirit race's warriors, male and female, knelt on the ground toward him. Senior, I cannot accept. You're cutting my lifespan like this. I still want to live a few more years. Long Chen tried to stop the prophet, reaching out to pull him up, but the prophet's figure retreated a few steps without changing posture. The prophet repeated the ancient rite 9 times before standing. He was about to speak when rumbling rang out. The prophet's expression changed. Everyone looked up to see that the withered Mother Tree was beginning to fracture. Mother Tree, the prophet stared at the Mother Tree, forlorn. The Mother Tree gave her final life energy to me, sighed Long Chen. The Mother Tree is the root of our souls. Is she going to fade away like this? The prophet was filled with pain. His previous joy vanished. They had just reclaimed their home, but now it was about to collapse. No, I might have a way, said Long Chen. The prophet immediately perked back up. Long Chen slowly stood and walked over. He then returned the final bit of energy the mother tree was feeding him. Although his body almost shattered, this allowed the mother tree to keep the slightest seed of vitality. As long as this seed was activated, the mother tree could be revived. Long Chen then walked up to the mother tree and slowly formed seals in front of the giant hole in front of him. The space behind Long Chen split open, and a torrent of yellow soil poured into the hole. Chapter 2532 Mother God. As soil poured into the giant hole and covered the giant tree's roots, a strange phenomenon occurred. The giant tree ceased fracturing, and its wounds slowly healed. The primal chaos bead has never disappointed me. Seeing that the soil of the primal chaos space was effective on the mother tree, Long Chen relaxed. The primal chaos bead was truly miraculous. The Luo spirit race's warriors unleashed a heaven-shaking roar upon seeing the mother tree suddenly start recovering. More tears flowed out. Big brother Long Chen, you're amazing. Suddenly, a person ran over excitedly. When Long Chen saw her, he jumped. Qi Li, didn't you? Long Chen had clearly seen her die. But now she had reappeared. The life spirit god saved me. Hee, I've now been bestowed the position of divine envoy. You are our god, so I am your humble servant. Exclaimed Qi Li. There's me too. Lo Wei ran over, just as excitedly. This foolish fellow was smiling brightly. Lo Wei had also gone crazy when he had seen Qi Li die. He had charged over, resulting in him almost being torn apart by the black armor core. It was the life god tree who had stretched out a root and pulled her back from the death god's hands. She woke just in time to see Lo Wei going crazy for her. Although he had many faults, he was willing to sacrifice his life for her. Those flaws were covered up by that moment. Qi Li held Lo Wei's hand. She respectfully said, in the future, the two of us will be Big Brother Long Chen's servants. We will carry out your divine edicts. My divine edicts. Long Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He was no god. Without the mother tree, he would have been the one to die here. What world would have such a weak god as him? Li Qi didn't want to disturb Long Chen, so she pulled Lo Wei over to Meng Qi and the others to introduce themselves. Now her status was different. As the divine envoy, she had to form a good relationship between the Luo spirit race and Long Chen's side. Qi Li quickly started chatting away with Meng Qi and the others, but when Lo Wei arrived in front of Ji Yuyong and the others, he didn't know what to say. Wild in particular was a nerve-wracking sight. He was constantly popping meat into his mouth like a ferocious beast. It felt like a touch from him could accidentally crush Lo Wei. Lo Wei's mouth moved repeatedly. Other than putting on a smile that looked as ugly as crying, he couldn't say a word. Ji Yuyong laughed and clapped his shoulder. Someone who fights alongside us in battle is a brother. If you don't know what to say, then don't say anything. Once we get closer, we can drink together. Suddenly, Wild collapsed, causing everyone to jump. Meng Qi immediately ran over and examined him. He's fine. He used up too much energy, so he has entered a self-preserving state. After sleeping a while, he'll be able to keep eating. Wild had used up an enormous amount of energy during this time, as he had been fighting Zhao Rishan all on his own. Considering that the latter was a sovereign sprout, Wild's power was truly astounding. After that, several Dragonblood warriors carried Wild away to a comfortable place for him to sleep. He would probably be asleep for a few days. They were used to it. Meanwhile, Long Chen was still busy pouring the primal chaos space's soil into the giant hole. The withered tree was finally showing a bit of vitality. Suddenly, a mental transmission entered Long Chen's mind. Long Chen was far too familiar with its aura, as he had been blessed by its power. It was the mother tree. You can stop. 9-star heir, my life seed has germinated, so my life is no longer in danger. The voice rang out in his mind once more, filled with gratitude as well as respect. Don't worry, I have plenty of soil. If it can help you, I don't mind, said Long Chen. As long as he circulated his spiritual yuan, he could replenish more of the primal chaos space's soil. Furthermore, considering its size, filling even a 10,000-mile hole was no problem. Other than that, he also felt that considering the mother tree's ancient existence, perhaps it knew many things. He would like to create a good relationship with it. Suddenly, a root broke out of the soil and coiled around Long Chen's feet. Dense life energy poured into Long Chen's body. Before this, the mother tree's power had been limited, and it had only been able to suppress Long Chen's injuries. However, now its life energy began to truly heal them. Its energy was many times greater than the life spirit god. I wonder if the mother tree's branch can be transplanted into the primal chaos space. If I could grow such a giant tree, I'd also have an undying body. Long Chen couldn't help being moved. Although Long Chen hadn't expressed it, he was quite envious of Zhao Rishan's undying body. Even Lu Ruyan's undying body was something he wished he had. If he could raise a powerful companion like the mother tree, other than someone blasting him apart in one blow, he would also have an undying body. The primal chaos space's soil hasn't dropped at all. Long Chen suddenly realized that the soil level inside the primal chaos space was not falling. He had expected it to fall at least a few feet to fill this hole. When he looked more closely, he found that even as he took out the soil, more appeared automatically. When did it gain this ability? Is it related to the 6-star battle armor? Long Chen was startled to notice this change. The primal chaos space hadn't grown, but its aura seemed to be a bit different than before. However, he was unable to say what part was different. He continued bringing out more soil. Countless roots absorbed its energy, and the mother tree's branches suddenly began to glow, releasing an emerald light. It no longer had its sickly appearance. Tender buds slowly appeared on top of its withered branches, and the Luo spirit race's warriors began to chant something. It seemed to be some ceremonial rite. Light fell from the mother tree, bathing the Luo spirit race's disciples. Their expressions were of fierce piety. Even the Martial Heaven Alliance and the Zon Beast's disciples were bathed in this light. They felt like they were immersed in warm sunlight. Their bodies relaxed, and their pores automatically opened, absorbing the surrounding life chi. The pain, sorrow, anger, and other emotions of battle faded. It felt as if they had returned to the embrace of their mothers. It was warm and comfortable. As for Long Chen, he could clearly feel his injuries healing. His body that had been on the verge of collapse was returning from the brink. Those injuries were no ordinary wounds. They weren't just wounds of the body but could be considered Dao wounds. The activation of the 6-star battle armor had caused a serious backlash. The 6-star battle armor had the power to suppress all other Daos, but just because those Daos were suppressed didn't mean that they wouldn't bite back. This kind of situation hadn't occurred with the 5-star battle armor. Long Chen guessed that it was because the 6-star battle armor that he had summoned was not the complete version, resulting in this kind of Dao wound. Perhaps when he could fully control the 6-star battle armor, this kind of backlash would no longer occur. His forceful activation of the 6-star battle armor still had him feeling fear. The power of the 6-star battle armor was truly terrifying. It was not something he could control. It was like a giant reservoir, and he had only opened a small hole. He was barely able to control that small hole. If that hole had grown any larger, the entire dam might collapse, and this entire world might be destroyed. Long Chen could clearly sense that condensing the 6th star was not as simple as he had thought. Although it seemed that he had condensed the 6 stars, it also felt like they had already existed long before that. They had inestimable power. Long Chen had never been able to figure out their power. He understood far too little about the 9-star hegemon body art. But this time he had learned just how terrifying it was. As chaotic thoughts whirled around in his head, Long Chen suddenly realized that the hole had long since been filled up. The mother tree was filled with vitality, and countless green leaves bloomed in the sky. Stars twinkled amongst the leaves. Long Chen finally stopped adding in more soil. Seeing this giant tree filled with vitality, a roar came from deep within him. I also need to get such a tree. Suddenly, a figure appeared before him. The Luo spirit race's disciples exclaimed, "Mother God." Chapter 2533. A warrior can be killed, but not humiliated. The Mother God was a slender young woman in a leaf green dress. How beautiful! Tang Wan and the others stared in amazement. This woman gave off a feeling that they had never seen before. It was a gentleness that could infect a person's soul. Her beauty contained a warmth others did not possess, and her light green eyes contained a certain look, as if she had seen worlds be born, grow, age, and die. A green ripple appeared on the earth with every step she took. It was as if she was a primordial elf born at the same time as the first tree. Her beauty was not just in her appearance but also the warmth of her soul. Anyone looking at her would feel an involuntary closeness to her. They would even feel willing to entrust their lives to her. The Luo spirit race's experts knelt on the ground, piously calling her name. This woman was the Luo spirit race's mother god. Respected 9-star heir, thank you for your favor. Ling Shi will represent the Luo spirit race in revering you as a god for as long as our race exists. We will listen to your guidance. The women bowed to Long Chen. Senior. Long Chen didn't know how to respond. This person was the god of the Luo spirit race, and she was acting so deferentially to him that he felt unnatural. Please, call me Ling Shi, said the woman. Cough, all right, then, Ling Shi, I should be the one thanking you. When I was in trouble, the Luo spirit race saved me. Without the Luo spirit race, I might already be dead. The favor of a drop of water in need must be repaid with a gushing spring, let alone the favor of saving my life. Furthermore, we were already mortal enemies with Yi Ming and the divine families before this. You have no need to thank us. We must thank you instead for saving us, said Long Chen. The reason Long Chen had ended up chasing them to the mother tree was because Yi Ming had set up his trap. This way, they didn't do this to save the mother tree, and they didn't risk their lives for the Luo spirit race. They had to stop Yi Ming from recovering the heaven-devouring Fiend King's full power. He had only done all this to protect himself. Even without seeing Qi Li be killed, he would have taken the risk of activating the 6-star battle armor. Fighting for his life had now been taken as a huge favor by the Luo spirit race. Despite how thick Long Chen's skin was, he couldn't accept it. 9-star heir, you, Ling Shi smiled. You can call me Long Chen instead. To tell the truth, I'm not a good person, so you don't need to be so respectful to me. I'll feel guilty otherwise, said Long Chen. Meng Qi and the others exchanged a smile. Long Chen truly had never gotten accustomed to talking so solemnly. He would rather laugh and joke around. The disciples of the Martial Heaven Alliance had seen countless so-called geniuses but had not encountered someone like Long Chen. He was dauntless in the face of powerful enemies. That kind of fearless courage was extremely admirable. But normally he didn't put on airs, nor did he act icily arrogant like others. Even facing those weaker than him, he didn't go out of his way to express his superiority. In their eyes, this was a true expert worthy of following. Rather than someone who had to trample over other people's dignity to show how different they were, this kind conduct was what made them feel heartfelt respect. His pride did not need others to back it up. All right, Senior Long Chen. Actually, I'm not older than you, so you can just call me Long Chen. Ha ha ha. Everyone laughed, while Meng Qi and the others shook their heads. Long Chen really made people speechless. But he was correct, he truly couldn't compare to the mother tree who had lived for countless years. This laughter lightened the sorrow they were feeling inside. Ling Shi stared blankly, seemingly not understanding why people were laughing. She awkwardly said, "Perhaps I am not able to communicate properly with you, so I will have Qi Li take my place. I will return to the mother tree. It will take some time to fully activate the life god source, so I won't accompany you any longer." Ling Shi bowed to Long Chen once more before fading. Long Chen stared awkwardly. Is she angry? Hee. No, the mother god doesn't like talking to others. She normally only communicates using mental messages. But that would be rude to someone like you, so she came out herself. To tell the truth, it is said that she has never revealed her true form before. We've all benefited from you. Qi Li laughed. You have to call him Senior Long Chen, or it would be rude to the god, reminded Lewei. HMPH, I don't need your reminder, said Qi Li stubbornly. Long Chen hastily said, you can just call me Big Brother Long Chen. That makes us seem closer, and we don't need to feel so guarded when talking. Do you see, you don't even know how to analyze the god's thoughts. How can you be the god's emissary? Snorted Qi Li at Lewei. He just needs to analyze your thoughts and that will be enough, said Long Chen with a smile. Turning to everyone, he said, let's all rest here. Everyone's exhausted from the battle. This battle had truly been tense. They had been on the edge of death the entire time, and the appearance of the endless black armor core had truly brought them immense pressure. With the order to rest, many people directly fell asleep on the ground. Theoretically, cultivators didn't need to sleep, but due to the sudden relaxation of their tense nerves, the best thing for their recovery was to return to the most primitive state of sleeping. The battle report quickly came in. Over 300,000 of their disciples had died. As for the Dragonblood Legion, they had also suffered 17 casualties. There was no way around it. In such a terrifying battle, they could not maintain 0 losses. The Dragonblood warriors were silent when they heard that. 17 losses. That was not a number. That represented 17 life and death brothers that were gone forever. Boss, it's my fault. My directions. Sha Chen shook his head. Long Chen waved his hand. Don't say anything foolish like blaming yourselves. We entrust our lives to each other. There were no mistakes in our battle. We are the strongest legion, and there is no need to doubt our power. It is simply that we had far too many enemies this time. Without you, the Dragonblood Legion would have taken far more losses. I'm sure those fallen brothers don't blame you. But they'll be disappointed if you feel guilty over it. Sha Chen nodded and clenched his fists. He didn't say anything else. They had been surrounded from the start and pincered over and over again. There had even been a shameless opponent like Zhao Rishan launching sneak attacks and breaking into their formation. Although that couldn't be blamed on Sha Chen, he still felt like he hadn't done enough. He would further study and improve his formations in the future. It's also our equipment that can't keep up with us any longer. If it weren't for Zhao Rishan, they wouldn't have died, said Guo Ran hatefully. As he said this, he smashed a hammer on his forging table, causing everyone to jump. A scream came from the forging table. Countless fragments of golden immortal metal flew out. Everyone stared. That was Zhao Rishan's voice. He was trapped in the forging table, but his scream was quite healthy. Before this, he had been on his last breaths. Guo Ran repeatedly smashed his hammer, causing more and more fragments of immortal metal to fly out. They quickly piled up. Hee, this dogshit Zhao Rishan, I put the immortal metals and ores that I gathered into the forging table on purpose. As expected, he secretly absorbed them to recover. Now I'm making him spit out what he ate. This is saving me quite a bit of time purifying and refining the ores. Here, brothers, if you want to vent, you can try it too. Take the hammer and smash out the immortal metal. It's like extracting juice, but it also brings him a lot of pain. It's very satisfying. Anyone want to try it? Guo Ran put his hammer down. It had to be noted that Guo Ran had previously said that a forging master would not allow others to touch their forging table or hammer. But this time, Guo Ran was breaking that rule for everyone. It's that great. Long Chen stepped forward, but he was too late. Someone else had taken the hammer. Dogshit Zhao Rishan, so such a day has come for you. Zhao Rishan's screams rang out as people repeatedly hammered him. Worried about the disturbance, Sha Chen set up a barrier to prevent the noise from spreading. Zhao Rishan's screams were like music in their ears. Long Chen, you bastard, a warrior can be killed but not humiliated. Ah, if you have the guts, then just kill me. Zhao Rishan's voice rang out, filled with hatred. The response was another strike of the hammer. Chapter 2534 Resolving Hatred. With every strike of the hammer, metallic fragments flew out. Those fragments varied from about the size of a thumb to a single grain of cereal. Is this really fun? How do you play? Mo Nian took up the hammer and struck a few times. Zhao Rishan screamed with every strike, delighting Mo Nian. He started to smash more and more. Stop, stop, stop. Suddenly, Guo Ran cried out. Mo Nian had struck too much. Fewer and fewer fragments were flying out, and the final two strikes didn't even produce a sound from Zhao Rishan. You can't keep hitting, or he'll die. Then my precious cornucopia will be gone. Guo Ran hastily put away the forging table. Sensing Zhao Rishan's weak aura, he relaxed. It's a good thing this fellow's quite tough. He won't die so easily. Nice job, Guo Ran. This forging table of yours actually has such a use. Mo Nian looked at the forging table curiously. Even Long Chen was quite surprised by this. Guo Ran explained, this forging table actually has many runes that I haven't managed to figure out. Sha Chen has helped me out quite a bit. Recently, I found a space within it for breaking down immortal metal. Most likely, it's for the shattered remnants of divine items. But the runes are incomprehensible to me, so it's not too useful. Currently, it can only break down already smelted divine items, and not break them down directly. It's a laborious task to smelt down weapons, so I haven't really used this space much. But as soon as I saw Zhao Rishan, I thought of throwing him inside, using him as a chicken to lay eggs. And the result, ha ha ha, Guo Ran laughed, very pleased with himself. This grand aspiration of his had been achieved. But if he doesn't have any more ores to absorb, won't the eggs stop coming? Asked Ji Yu Yang. Guo Ran had exposed his plan to Zhao Rishan. If Zhao Rishan refused to absorb more immortal metal, wouldn't it be useless? Sha Chen shook his head. With Zhao Rishan trapped inside, it's not up to him. I managed to learn some more about the runes in that decomposition space. Some of them are gathering runes that I've seen before. My best hypothesis is that the forging table itself might be able to gather, refine, and smelt items all on its own. But the runes are too ancient for us to know how to activate them. Moreover, there are some parts of the forging table that seem incomplete. When Zhao Rishan tried to sneakily absorb the metals, I noticed that he could be controlled within the forging table. Let me show you something. Guo Ran, take out the immortal metal ores. Guo Ran summoned piles of ores. They were the most primitive ores that had yet to be refined in any way. Sha Chen patted the forging table a few times. He then took out 2 palm-sized formation discs and placed them on top of the forging table. After that, one particular part of the forging table lit up, its runes activating. Following that, the ores began to glow, and the light from the ores poured into the forging table. They were entering an iron bucket within the forging table. In the end, those ores turned dim and shattered, falling apart like mud. In just a few breaths, those piles of ore were completely absorbed and turned into trash. How strange. If Zhao Rishan has absorbed the ores, why hasn't his aura changed? Said Ji Yu Yang. Guo Ran smashed his hammer on the forging table, and Zhao Rishan's scream immediately rang out. Everyone laughed. You wretches, you won't have good deaths. Just wait, the Zhao family will not let you off. You'll definitely. Zhao Rishan cursed furiously. The sounds of his curses made everyone smile brighter. They all felt admiration for Guo Ran. Every existence had its counter, and Zhao Rishan was perfectly countered by Guo Ran's forging table. Boss, you can busy yourself. I have some work of my own to do. I'm going to turn all the ores I have into real metal. Then I'll go out looking for metal for Zhao Rishan. My goal isn't big, I just want to extract all the Starfield Divine World's immortal metal to create the best equipment for the Dragonblood warriors. That's the only way to make it up to our fallen brothers, said Guo Ran. That's a good idea, I'm at ease with your display. But don't just play around yourself. There are quite a few people who hate him outside. Let them vent and hear his screams as well, said Long Chen. You little fuckers. Zhao Rishan heard it all and cursed. He, a sovereign sprout of the divine families, was being treated as a tool for gathering metal and venting anger. He practically died from rage. Zhao Rishan was once more answered by a flurry of hammer blows. Fragments of metal flew through the air. Guo Ran and Sha Chen went to find a quiet place to purify their ores. With Zhao Rishan, those ores were quickly purified, and to an extremely high degree at that. However, many people followed them, saying that they wanted to help, when in reality they wanted to get a few smacks in as well. Hearing Zhao Rishan's screams, even Lu Zongying ran over. Mo Nian was going to follow Lu Zongying when Long Chen grabbed him. Can you grow up a bit? You're going to fight with them over this chance. Don't I have nothing better to do? You already stole the spotlight and are now the god of the Luo spirit race. I didn't get anything. Mo Nian shrugged with a strange flavor. That nonsense isn't important. How were the losses of your Mo Gate? Asked Long Chen. We're all archers, and we had your people's protection. Some of us were injured, but there were no casualties, said Mo Nian. Mo Gate's disciples specialized in long-range attacks, so the Dragonblood Legion and the Martial Heaven Alliance's disciples had taken care to look after them, keeping them at the center so they could unleash their attacks to help areas that needed it the most. Brother Long. Just at this moment, Hu Feng walked over, apologetically saying, I'm truly ashamed. My luck was terrible this time. The Heavenly Fate Die actually summoned a low-grade beast. I wasn't able to help at all. What's a low-grade beast? Asked Long Chen and Mo Nian. Ah, it's not worth explaining. I wasn't able to help this time, but I won't let that happen next time. Brother Long, I'm going to leave now. I'm going to see if I can test my luck elsewhere. When we return to the Martial Heaven continent, I will definitely stand by your side, said Hu Feng. He turned and left. He just has to act so mysteriously, snorted Mo Nian. Where's Yun Tian? Asked Long Chen suddenly, curious. He didn't even say goodbye. He's another fellow who likes acting mysterious, muttered Mo Nian. The sovereigns are unsolved mysteries. As a sovereign's son, he definitely knows something. I've always felt that the Martial Heaven continent is hiding many secrets, but no one dares to reveal them, said Long Chen heavily. Ever since stepping into the cultivation world, the feeling that the Martial Heaven continent was filled with many secrets grew. He had encountered people like the Wine God Palace's High Priest, the Wyan sect's Ma Ruyun, the Divine Ice Palace's Taoist Heavenly Feather. They all gave him an extremely mysterious feeling. He was closest with the High Priest, but the High Priest did not reveal what he knew about many things. In the Netherworld, Ming Kangyu had said that the martial heaven continent was the core of a star field. After a terrifying battle, it had fractured, leaving only the core. It could be said that the martial heaven continent was just a broken piece of a whole. However, the martial heaven continent had gone through many battles throughout its history. Why were there no solid records of this past? Had those records been lost in the flow of time, or had someone intentionally destroyed that history? Why was it that the people who knew of it refused to say anything? What was taboo? The 5 sovereigns were mysterious existences. People only knew their names, but concrete things about them and their accomplishments could not be verified. As his cultivation base increased, Long Chen came into contact with more and more things. The waters of the martial heaven continent were extremely deep. It was precisely due to this that Long Chen had started to grow cautious. But this cautiousness made others think that he was a coward, resulting in some trying to take advantage of him. Long Chen was filled with fury inside. He hadn't wanted to stand out. He just wanted to secretly develop his and the Dragonblood Legion's power, preserving his own trump cards for any future crisis. However, there was always a group of people who refused to let him do as he pleased. They forced him to the brink until he had no choice but to strike back. In this kind of situation, Long Chen's full power had been exposed to everyone, while he knew nothing about other people's hidden power. That was the most dangerous state to be in. His trump cards were exposed, and others could easily counter them. This feeling was not a good one, but idiots like Zhao Rishan just had to provoke him. If Long Chen took one step back, they advanced 2 steps on him. The rage had only accumulated this entire time. What Long Chen needed was time, but his enemies wouldn't give him that time. So what he needed was to find some way to quickly increase his power. After chatting a bit with Mo Nian, the shameless Mo Nian said that he wanted to go see his wife. But Long Chen knew that this was an excuse to go see Guo Ran torment Zhao Rishan. Mo Nian currently possessed the power of the nether god Hong Yaoyong's mortal husk, but he didn't truly inherit Hong Yaoyong's power. Instead, he was using Hong Yaoyong's divine energy to nourish his own energy. His core energy was currently in a transformative state, and what he was using to fight was just Hong Yaoyong's power. Long Chen wanted to ask him what kind of situation he was in and how long it would take him to awaken his power, but that fellow refused to talk about it. Mo Nian had just left when Meng Qi, Chu Yao, Tang Wan Yi Ziqiu, Dong Mingyu, Ziyan, and the others walked over. Chapter 2535. Also a sovereign sprout. Long Chen, are you feeling better? Asked Meng Qi concernedly. I'm essentially better. There are still some hidden wounds throughout my body that even Ling Shi wasn't able to deal with, so I'll probably need to rely on myself to heal those, said Long Chen. Ling Shi had helped Long Chen heal the majority of his wounds. But a portion simply would not recover. According to Ling Shi, those wounds were not wounds within the realm of the heavenly Taos. They were wounds from another set of laws that did not belong to heaven and earth. She could not do anything for those. Long Chen could only guess that those wounds were from the 6-star battle armor. He hadn't met the requirements to activate the 6-star battle armor but had forcefully done so anyway. This was the backlash. However, as a 9-star heir, this kind of wound shouldn't be permanent. It should slowly go away over time. Zither Fairy, many thanks for your help this time. Long Chen cupped his fists toward Ziyan. She had truly saved them. If it weren't for her and Dong Mingyu blocking Feng Fei, it was unknown if they could have even won. Even if they did, they definitely would have taken heavier losses. Ziyan smiled. Her smile was like a pear blossom blooming, gentle and dignified. I was only standing on the side of righteousness. The elusive music immortal palace is a protector of the martial heaven continent. We don't just protect the safety of all life on the continent, we also protect proper convictions. Fortunately, we managed to walk along the same path. I remember back when I was hunted down all over by you, sighed Long Chen. Back then, Ziyan had firmly concluded that he was her devil star and was fated to become a homicidal devil. She had spent all day trying to convert him. At that time, their relationship had been extremely icy, and they had fought multiple times. At some point, Ziyan seemed to suddenly change, and even the attitude of the elusive music immortal palace had changed. Although Long Chen had yet to run into the higher-ups of the elusive music immortal palace, from Ziyan's display, it seemed that they didn't have any hostility toward him. Do you even know how to converse? Why bring up something so ancient that has nothing to do with anything anymore? Tang Wan glared at Long Chen. Ziyan was currently getting along quite happily with Meng Qi and the others. Tang Wan'er had even started to view her as being on the same side. Long Chen awkwardly laughed. He then suddenly noticed that Nangong Zheyu and Baitang Rushuang were gone. Before he could ask, Meng Qi said, "The two of them already left. They entrusted you to look after their disciples for now. They can cultivate here while the two of them go in search of their own opportunities." There was still quite some time until they could return to the martial heaven continent. Nangong Zheyu and Baitang Rushuang wanted to see if they could test their luck. With the two of them together, their safety was without question. As for their disciples, they didn't want them to continue taking the risk, so they stayed here. After such a terrifying battle, cultivators gained a much deeper comprehension into life and death. They could immerse themselves in those gains in preparation for breaking through to the realm above Nether Passage. "Big brother Long Chen, I'm going to bring these big sisters to the top of the mother tree to look at our home. Do you want to come?" asked Qi Li. Qi Li was in charge of receiving guests. She had been preparing to bring Meng Qi and the others to the top of the mother tree, and it just so happened that Long Chen was by himself at that moment, so he came along. They all walked over to the main trunk of the mother tree. The Luo spirit race's warriors were gone from the ground, but looking up, they could be seen bustling all over the mother tree. Air streams were rising out of the ground. Without them needing to do anything, they rose through the air. The closer they got to the mother tree, the more boundless they felt its life energy to be. Long Chen knew that all he had done was help the mother tree's injuries. It seemed that the mother tree was absorbing the entire star field divine world's energy for itself. As they rose through the air, they quickly reached the mother tree's branches. From here, they could see far into the distance. They could gaze toward the majority of the star field divine world. "You can see so far from here," Tang Wan'er exclaimed in delight. They saw various islands and terrifying walls of fractured space. The further they looked, the greater their sense of awe. This place is connected to the Mother God's spiritual senses, so as long as it is within the range of the Mother God's spiritual strength, you can see it. It is said that when the mother tree was in its peak state, the Mother God's spiritual strength could envelop the entire star field divine world, explained Qi Li. "Qi Li, why do you sometimes say the mother tree and sometimes the Mother God? Are there two names?" asked Long Chen. At first, he thought it was just a slip of the tongue. The mother tree is the mother tree, the Mother God is the Mother God. They are two entities with one body. The mother tree is life, the Mother God is the soul. The mother tree has its own will, while the Mother God is a consciousness that developed from the mother tree's soul, said Qi Li. Or you can say that I was born from the combined faith energy of the Luo spirit race. I am the faith of the Luo spirit race, as well as the one they go to for help. Ling Shi suddenly appeared beside everyone. "Mother God," exclaimed Qi Li excitedly. Ling Shi gently rubbed Qi Li's head. The mother tree was born at the same time as the Luo spirit race. Whether the mother tree came first or the Luo spirit race came first, not even the mother tree knows. But the mother tree and the Luo spirit race were not the original inhabitants of this place. As for where we came from, the karma is too heavy to explain to you. We would not wish for the heavenly Taos to lock onto it and unleash heavenly punishment. Can I ask if knowing things that you shouldn't know results in the heavenly Taos locking onto you?" asked Tang Wan'er. The existence known as karma had always been a muddled existence to her. That depends on what you know. If it is something within the realm of the heavenly Taos, it will not threaten the heavenly Taos. To use the laws of your martial heaven continent to explain it, it could be considered a nation with its own perfect laws. As long as you act within those laws, you can do anything you want. However, if what you are doing exceeds the scope of those laws, you will be punished. I am not within the same scope as you, so I will not be affected by karma by explaining things to you. But when you return to the martial heaven continent, the karma will fall on you. It might harm you at that time, said Ling Shi. The executor and the judge are both the heavenly Taos. Then who controls the heavenly Taos? Asked Tang Wan'er like a curious child who wanted to get the root. Ling Shi simply smiled and didn't speak. Long Chen was the one who said, "What's important isn't who controls it. The important thing is that the heavenly Taos are bigger than us for now. If we want to win, we have to act according to their rules. Unless we can one day overthrow the heavenly Taos, we have to make sure to stay within their laws." Ling Shi, am I right? Ling Shi shook her head. My apologies, but I cannot answer you. That would be the same thing as telling you the truth and would still invoke karma. Alright, so it seemed that this kind of wordplay also wouldn't work. Long Chen sighed inside. He had thought that going around the topic could get him an answer, but it seemed Ling Shi was quite sensitive to karma. However, based on her words, it seemed that every world's heavenly Taos were different, just like every nation in the secular world. Within one nation, one action might be against the laws, but it might be fine in another nation. There were different sets of heavenly Taos. Didn't that mean that certain cultivation techniques could be limited by different heavenly Taos? For example, the 9-star hegemon body art, condensing the 6th star forcibly had resulted in a major backlash, but if he had condensed it in the martial heaven continent, would the laws have been different, resulting in no backlash? Senior, cough, Ling Shi, have you met other 9-star heirs? Asked Long Chen. I have. Ling Shi nodded. Can you show me images of them, or maybe scenes of them fighting so I can study? Long Chen started to grow excited. Sorry, but the 9-star heirs are not within the scope of the heavenly Taos. I cannot display them or their cultivation technique. I have seen them, but as time passes, my memories of them fade away. All I can remember is that I have met them. Not only them, you are the same. As time passes, my memory will gradually fade until I cannot even remember a name. I will only know that you existed, said Ling Shi. What? Then what about my wives? If we separate for a year or two, will they not remember me? Asked Long Chen, appalled. Meng Qi and the others also jumped. They had never thought of such a thing. Ling Shi smiled. That will not happen. You come from the same world, so you won't be limited like that. Even people from other worlds will not forget you so quickly. However, if you die, not even your name will be remembered by others. People will remember your divine ring and your identity as a 9-star heir, but that is all. As for why that is, in truth, neither I nor the mother tree knows. Meng Qi and the others looked at Long Chen in shock. Just what kind of existence was a 9-star heir that it only allowed others to remember his status, but nothing about his history? They suddenly thought of the sovereigns. Weren't the sovereigns the same? People only remembered their names and that they had saved the continent. But as for what they had actually done, nothing was remembered. Long Chen, are you also a sovereign sprout? Meng Qi and the others came to a shocking conclusion. Chapter 2536 The Peak of the Mother Tree. A sovereign sprout, me. Long Chen laughed. I'll never be able to have the same charisma as the sovereigns, nor will I obtain the entire continent's approval. The past sovereigns were respected by all beings on the continent, and they transcended the barriers between races to unite the entire continent's lifeforms against their enemies. As for me, I have enemies everywhere. I slaughtered all the disciples of the corrupt path and the sea demon race. Can I hope for them to call me sovereign? This battle had truly been intense. The Martial Heaven Alliance had lost 300,000 disciples. On the other hand, even excluding the heaven-devouring Black Armor Corps, the other side had lost almost 3 million disciples. The corrupt path and the sea demon race's disciples had essentially been wiped out. If any of them survived, they must be isolated within secluded places of the star-field divine world. Those little fish that hadn't joined in on this battle were very few in number. It doesn't make sense. The sovereigns were able to win over everyone, not just because of their amazing power but also their actions and integrity. I haven't seen other sovereigns, but Sovereign Mo Li truly gave off a feeling of being unrivaled, and it had nothing to do with his cultivation base. It was purely his charisma. Yun Tian possesses almost the exact same kind of nobility in every one of his movements. So why is it that Yi Ming, Feng Fei, Zhao Rishan, and the others wanted to kill him? He's a sovereign's descendant. Even if they don't want to submit to him, they shouldn't be enemies, right? Said Tang Wan frowning. The others were also unclear on this. The sovereigns had saved the Martial Heaven continent repeatedly. Why was it that rather than respecting the sovereigns, they would want to kill one of their descendants? Was it really just due to the competition of the martial path? Was it all just for the shot to become a sovereign? Long Chen shook his head. There are definitely some people who know the answer, but they refuse to say anything. Since that's the case, I can't be bothered. We should just focus on ourselves. As for Yun Tian, he will definitely be standing on our side. Sovereign Yun Shang's descendant can be trusted. Before we leave this place, we should work hard on cultivating so that we can reach the peak as fast as possible in preparation for the realm above Nether Passage. We're still too weak. Within the same generation, there aren't many that can fight us. But whether it is the corrupt path, Pill Valley, or the divine families, they all have a terrifying foundation. They definitely have more than a few experts above Nether Passage. Against experts like that, we don't have the slightest chance of winning. Long Chen had killed the king of the sea demon race in Dongfang Yuyong, and they had captured Zhao Rishan. Perhaps the divine families were still unaware of Zhao Rishan's fate, but the six-horned sea serpent race in the Dongfang family were definitely aware of the deaths of their peak heavenly geniuses. Once Long Chen and the others left the star-field divine world, they would definitely be facing another fierce battle. In this world, the weak were prey to the strong. As reason could not be counted on, it didn't matter who was right. The only thing that mattered was whose fist was bigger. Heavens, we've entered the empty void up here. The stars are so pretty, Tang Wan suddenly exclaimed. At some point, they had reached the top of the tree's crown. Here, they could see countless stars. It was as if the stars were right beside them, close enough to touch. Ling Shi, what is that river? Long Chen pointed to a black river. This river seemed to sever the entire star-field divine world. From the top of the mother tree's crown, they could sense just how vast and frightening it was. It was a river of darkness that caused even the surroundings to darken. It was as if the river was sucking in all light. Just looking at it made them feel like their souls were going to be sucked in. That black river was drawn over here by the invading experts during the battle from back then. It was called the River of Darkness by us. Due to its invasion, we were only able to restore the star-field divine world to its current state, and it can no longer reach its peak. This river contained dark energy that destroyed the source of the star-field divine world. The unending dark energy it releases is what supports those dark lifeforms, sighed Ling Shi. Dark energy. Long Chen and the others were startled. They instantly thought of Yi Ming. Would Yi Ming draw out that black river's energy to fight them? As if seeing through his thoughts, Ling Shi said, "You don't need to worry." At first, there were people controlling the river. Later on, they all died, so the river was abandoned and created its own laws. It has become the river path for the ghost ships as they pass through the past and future. Its dark energy has manifested another kind of law, and others are no longer able to absorb its energy. The human enemy of yours who possesses dark energy is unable to control it. His dark energy has not reached the highest level of purity to even attempt doing so. Hearing that, Long Chen felt better. Yi Ming was a scheming fellow, so they had to be careful of him. Evilmoon, can you absorb the river's energy? Asked Long Chen. No, that black river's energy has mutated and is bound by a different set of laws. I can't use it. There's no need to take the risk. My current power is more than enough for you to use. You're the one who is too weak right now. Yunshang's seal means I can only release my full power through you. If you weren't so weak, do you think I'd be bullied to this state? Evilmoon sighed, like a tiger that had been bullied by a dog. Fine, I'm sorry for your loss. Long Chen also sighed, somewhat apologetically. The dragon race was the proudest of all races. To follow a master like him, Evilmoon truly had suffered. The feeling of having power but not being able to release it was aggravating. Evilmoon was limited by him, its master. Long Chen suddenly clapped his forehead. What a fool, why didn't I ask Sovereign Yunshang to undo your seal? You're not a fool, you're stupid. The Yunshang that sealed me was at his peak. The one you encountered was nothing more than his past self. He could not undo this seal, snorted Evilmoon. Well, we should have still tried it. What if it worked? What if my ass? I already asked him, and he told me this, said Evilmoon irritably. Just as Long Chen and Evilmoon were talking, Ling Shi brought everyone to the peak of the mother tree. Here, they were surrounded by stars. It was as if they were within a world of fantasy. The light of the stars illuminated Meng Qi and the others. Tang Wan'er looked around at the starry sky in wonder. You're all even more beautiful, said Long Chen. You know how to talk. Tang Wan'er laughed, blushing slightly. This is the edge of this world and the limit of the mother tree, said Ling Shi. Haven't we already reached outside the world? It entirely feels like we can fly to the closest star from here, said Tang Wan'er. That is nothing more than a misperception. Those stars are such a great distance away that it cannot be expressed with words. The stars you see might not even be in the same spacetime as us. They might be millions of years away from us or might not even exist any longer. Every star is its own world, just like the star-field divine world with its own laws. We can see them, but we are separated by spacetime. If you want to go over, you will have to find the spatial node between the two worlds to create a passageway. Just like with the Martial Heaven continent, as long as two worlds are close enough, with their world barriers touching, it is possible to pass through a spatial node. It is different from minor worlds. Major worlds all have tough barriers to break through. To destroy two major worlds is comparatively easier than connecting two major worlds. Usually, only gods are capable of doing such a thing. It seems we've gotten off topic. I brought you here because this is a good place for comprehending the laws. The edge of the star-field divine world has the laws of two worlds clashing. Hence, heavenly Tao energy is rather plentiful here. You will be able to experience the most primordial world energy, so it doesn't matter what kind of energy you cultivate, you will be able to gain deep insights here. Chu Yao, you can give a display, said Ling Shi. Chu Yao was suddenly propped up by a branch that extended into space, and she turned a bit pale from how high up she was. Wood element experts were naturally a bit afraid of being thrown high into the air since their power stemmed from the earth. Suddenly, countless wooden stakes stretched out of Chu Yao's back. They were of various colors and had different runes on them. They were like thousands of hands stretching out into the void. Chu Yao suddenly grew delighted. The wood energy contained within the barrier of the world has millions of varieties. Therefore, you can choose the energy most suited to you to comprehend and absorb. Your wood energy also contains metal energy, so you can also absorb metal energy at the same time. The proportion will be up to you. Wood is easy to slash, flexible, but lacks sharpness. Metal is easy to shatter, lacks flexibility, but has plenty of sharpness. You can make up for the disadvantages of one with the advantages of the other. We are only at the edge right now, so if you want stronger power, you can reach out into the depths. There's no way to fly, but you also don't need to worry about falling because the mother tree will keep watch over you, said Ling Shi. Hearing this, everyone was delighted. Lu Ruyan then went over to Chu Yao's side, stretching out black wooden stakes that looked like vipers, emitting a shocking black qi. The qi of underworld corpses, you come from the corpse devil demon forest, Ling Shi stared in shock at Lu Ruyan. Chapter 2537 Cultivation Land. The corpse devil demon forest. What's that? Asked Lu Ruyan. She had never heard this name before. You don't know where you come from? Asked Ling Shi curiously. Lu Ruyan shook her head. I was just a seed back then. By the time I started to have memories, I had been tossed into the spirit world. I grew up there, so I don't know anything else. Lu Ruyan's gaze grew icy. This had always been a sore point for her. She had been abandoned in a foreign world, so she had no emotions for it. In her life, the only one she viewed as family was Chu Yao. She rarely spoke and was rather secluded. Did you grow up in an old battlefield with the bones of countless lifeforms buried in the ground? Asked Ling Shi. Lu Ruyan started and then nodded. The spirit world had its ancient battlefield with countless corpses just as Ling Shi said. Then you are a lifeform from the corpse devil demon forest. You need to absorb the qi of corpses to grow up faster. Have you been stuck at a bottleneck recently? You've been unable to undergo your next metamorphosis, correct? Asked Ling Shi. Yes. Could it be? Lu Ruyan thought of something. Long Chen, this person is very dangerous. If she cultivates here, she will absorb the qi of corpse devils that has accumulated for countless years. She will then undergo a transformation and become impossible to control. Ling Shi sent a message to Long Chen. Her tone was rather grave. Long Chen was also startled. It seemed that Lu Ruyan's origins were very terrifying. Even Ling Shi was warning him. There is no need to control her. I trust her, responded Long Chen. Ling Shi seemed to want to say more, but she decided to swallow those words. Senior Ling Shi, can you tell me where the corpse devil demon forest is? If there's a chance, I'd like to go take a look, said Lu Ruyan. Chu Yao held Lu Ruyan's hand and nodded. She could sense her emotions. Lu Ruyan never spoke to others, but she had opened her heart to Chu Yao, so no secrets could be kept from her. Before encountering Chu Yao, Lu Ruyan had been filled with hatred for the world. She didn't know who her parents were or why they would cast her aside. In her memories, she vaguely knew that she had a father and mother. It seemed that when she was weak, they had bullied her. Upon growing stronger, she wanted revenge. In the spirit world, she had always been alone, and she didn't even know how long that period had been. Later, she had been imprisoned by Long Chen, and Long Chen had given her to Chu Yao. It was Chu Yao who had changed her because she could sense the goodness in Chu Yao's soul. From that moment, she had decided to follow Chu Yao for a lifetime. It could be said that only Chu Yao knew Lu Ruyan's secrets, and she had kept those secrets from everyone else, including Long Chen. Lu Ruyan was afraid of being alone, but she was also stubborn and proud. She never allowed herself to show it. Perhaps it was due to this that she rarely interacted with others. Chu Yao knew that Lu Ruyan had a desire to find her parents. But as for whether it was longing for family or for vengeance, Chu Yao didn't know. Lu Ruyan instantly grew excited upon learning that she came from the corpse devil demon forest. Long Chen held her hand to help her stay calm. The corpse devil demon forest is not in any one world. They go wherever they want to in order to cultivate. They break the walls between worlds and go wherever they please. They are vicious existences that are bloodthirsty and violent. They are the essence of corpses, devils, and demons. To tell the truth, as a fellow wood element lifeform, I don't like them. In my principles, they misinterpret the true essence of life, so I don't like them. I'm sorry, I don't say this to anger you. I just feel like you want to know my true thoughts, said Ling Shi apologetically. For someone as polite as Ling Shi to say that she didn't like them, perhaps that could be understood as being enemies. That was also why Ling Shi would send Long Chen a message as a warning. Many thanks, senior. Lu Ruyan then bowed deeply toward Ling Shi. Ling Zai's distaste for the corpse devil demon forest didn't affect her, as she had no sense of belonging toward them anyway. She just wanted to know where she came from. After that, Chu Yao and Lu Ruyan continued stretching into the void. The closer they got to the wall of the world, the stronger the energies of the heavenly Taos grew. Finally, the wooden stakes around Chu Yao wrapped into a cocoon around her. It seemed to be absorbing some kind of energy. Lu Ruyan also wrapped herself into a cocoon, but hers was black. The runes on top of it were like vicious centipedes, and the aura it exuded was hair-raising. This is, Meng Qi and the others were startled to see this. Lu Ruyan's aura instantly became far more sinister than before. The star-field divine world is filled with death qi from that battle, and this death qi does not dissipate due to the existence of the river of darkness. She can absorb that qi to strengthen herself rapidly, explained Ling Shi. Ling Shi, don't worry. No one is completely good or completely bad. Even the most wicked person has a good side. As long as their good side is turned toward us, they are friends. In any case, I myself am not some good person. If someone treats me badly, I treat them the same way. Right or wrong can only take a step back when it comes to keeping our lives. I want to keep living. Long Chen shrugged nonchalantly. Ling Shi nodded. I trust the vision of the 9-star heir. Perhaps only a 9-star heir can suppress such evil. Just then, the cocoon around Lu Ruyan grew bigger, stretching out even further. 8 legs grew from it, piercing into the void like a giant spider. The void rumbled and black qi swirled over, even affecting the mother tree's leaves. Black spots appeared on them, and they began to wither and fall. Long Chen's jaw dropped. Ling Shi said, she has absorbed enough core energy for her breakthrough and was only lacking this qi. Now, she has a chance to undergo her transformation and soar instantly. After this transformation, she will start awakening the inheritance of the undying willow. At that time, at the very least, she will not be weaker than anyone in the battle just now. Not weaker than anyone in the battle. In other words, she would be just as strong as Long Chen. That's a good thing. The stronger she gets, the happier we'll be. Hee, cooling off under the protection of a giant tree is a good thing. It seems like I'll have to be nicer to Lu Ruyan in the future, said Long Chen with a mischievous laugh. Ruyan hates you. You'd best be careful not to get put in your place, snickered Tang Wan. They all knew that Lu Ruyan still disliked Long Chen for being able to suppress her back then. She even liked interjecting a few words that could cause him some trouble. In that aspect, she was a petty person. After laughing, Tang Wan also started cultivating. To avoid affecting Lu Ruyan, she went to a rather distant place. Wind blades whirled around her as she began to interact with the barrier of the world. As Ling Shi said, this wall contained all kinds of energy, so Tang Wan quickly found the wind element laws that she needed. She began to comprehend, corroborate, and absorb them. Tang Wan manifestation appeared behind her. She was rather smart, as she could use her manifestation to quickly sense the wind laws. Yi Ziqiu also went over. As soon as she went up, ice covered her entire body, and even the void around her was frozen. It became impossible to see anything but ice around her. Yi Ziqiu's ice energy was truly frightening. Even the mother tree had to distance itself from her, making Ling Shi stare in shock. As Meng Qi went up, Her spiritual strength's ripples spread, covering the top of the crown in a dream-like color. Everything became indistinguishable between reality and illusion. The spiritual strength here, Xianxia originally hadn't had much hope since she was a soul cultivator. But she found her manifestation activated on its own to envelop the entire tree crown. I wouldn't have believed it if I didn't see it myself. She has formed a resonance with the star field divine world soul. You really are blessed. To be able to form a resonance with the world soul, your future accomplishments are limitless, said Xianxia. She was extremely shocked at just how terrifying every single person here was. Mingyu, you should, Where did she go? Long Chen suddenly realized that Dong Mingyu, who had just been beside him the last time he had checked, was gone. She was the first to merge into the world's barrier. Even before I gave the introduction, she had started. Now, I don't even know where she went. Her aura concealing techniques are truly marvelous, said Xianxia. Dong Mingyu had been the first to sense how special this place was. Perhaps being an assassin made her extremely sensitive to her surroundings. Xianxia, can everyone else also come up here? Asked Long Chen excitedly. Such a good place had to be shared. Of course, it's no problem. Haha, that fellow Zifeng's sword Dao is definitely going to progress. The first one that Long Chen thought of was Yu Zifeng with his limitless potential. For him, coming up here is meaningless, said Xianxia. Chapter 2538 A Feast. The sword Dao is not encompassed within the heavenly Daos. Or rather, the sword Dao exists outside the heavenly Daos. It can be said to be above the heavenly Daos. Hence, even if he came, he wouldn't be able to benefit from the laws here, explained Xianxia. Can you explain that a bit clearer? Probed Long Chen. He felt like he had heard others say that the sword Dao was above the heavenly Daos, but he didn't know what exactly that meant. I'm not very clear on it either. All I know is that the sword Dao is not within the heavenly Daos. I have some vague inherited memories that seem to say that the reason is related to the sword god. But I don't remember anything about the sword Dao. It seems that it's taboo, said Xianxia hesitatingly. It seems she couldn't be sure and didn't dare to randomly say something for fear of misguiding Long Chen. Then can I cultivate here? Asked Long Chen. Xianxia smiled slightly. She just looked at Long Chen and didn't reply. Being looked at like that, Long Chen was embarrassed. As expected of the mother god of the Luo spirit race. Even though she wasn't used to communicating with humans, it didn't mean she was so easy to fool. She wouldn't reveal anything about the 9-star hegemon body art. Long Chen awkwardly laughed. I feel like I should be able to cultivate here. Yes, definitely. Xianxia smiled. I also feel like you can. Alright, it seemed that they had come to a tacit understanding. Long Chen gave up tricking any information out of Xianxia. After all, she was an existence that had lived for countless years, and his little ploys couldn't beat her. In the distance, the sound of a zither began to ring out. The white-robed Ziyan was sitting in the sky, and the 7-string sea-suppressing zither was quivering in front of her, spreading ripples to their surroundings. Ziyan's zither music was the music of the heavens, and she could use it to assimilate with the heavenly Daos. As she played, the world was immersed in her music. Long Chen sighed in amazement. Ziyan was truly like a fairy from the heavens. Her music was sacred and transcendent, and just listening to it could cleanse the soul. That beautiful feeling could not be expressed with words. Long Chen took a deep breath and drew himself from the music. If everyone else was cultivating, he couldn't laze about. Long Chen walked out to the very edge of space, which was the wall of the world. At first, the resistance wasn't too bad, but the closer he got, the greater the pressure. Rumbling rang out in his ears as he advanced. It was as if he was in a tsunami. Flames and lightning burst out. Without Long Chen summoning them, a lightning dragon and a flame dragon flew out. At the same time, the void shuddered. Flame runes and lightning runes gathered around them. Those runes varied in color and shape. Every one of them represented a kind of law. Big brother Long Chen, this place can let me recover my energy much faster. Huo Linger transmitted a message to Long Chen excitedly. Having used the 9-star world extermination flame lotus, she had used up all her energy. Hence, she was happy to be in a place full of flame energy that could help replenish her energy stores. Lei Long was the same. Thunder boomed and the thunder force here seemed to be willingly absorbed. Huo Linger, bring in the moon and star refining furnace with you as you recover. You can help me refine some more pills, said Long Chen. He then sent the moon and star refining furnace flying over to the flame dragon. Without Huo Linger, the moon and star refining furnace couldn't refine pills effectively on its own. It would just be a waste of time if it tried to refine pills with its core flame. Now, Long Chen was preparing to attack the next realm. He had managed to activate the 6-star battle armor. However, in order to fully control its power, he would need to attain a higher realm. Bring me in too. The demon moon furnace flew out as well. All this time, Huo Linger had been refining nethergate pills with the moon and star refining furnace, which made the demon moon furnace go crazy. Now that Long Chen wanted pills to advance realms, it could also refine them. The flame and lightning dragons coiled in the air, and their light grew brighter and brighter. Both of them absorbed all the various kinds of flame and lightning energy present. These energies came from the star field divine world. However, after observing for a while, Long Chen couldn't help frowning. Ling Shi, why is the thunder force here so much weaker than on the martial heaven continent? The martial heaven continent is the core of the star field. As for the star field divine world, it is nothing more than a corner of the star field that is no longer complete. The law representing the heavenly Tao's heavenly punishment has dispersed here. Hence, the remaining lightning energy can only strengthen your lightning dragon, but it will not allow it to break through its current bottleneck, explained Ling Shi. Long Chen nodded. Long Chen had heard that the martial heaven continent was the core of a star field before. Ming Kangyu had mentioned it, along with saying that the martial heaven continent had a giant secret. Long Chen felt like he could comprehend Ling Zai's explanation, yet wasn't sure that he fully understood it. However, he didn't bother asking more questions, as he didn't want it to become awkward if Ling Shi refused to answer again. Long Chen then looked at the lightning dragon and the flame dragon. It seems that there's nothing here for me. Long Chen's gaze suddenly brightened. Ling Shi, can you give me a tree branch? Of course, even if you want the toughest wood heart, it would be fine to give you a bit, said Ling Shi. No, just a branch is enough, said Long Chen, realizing that Ling Shi had misunderstood and thought that he wanted a weapon. Ling Shi stared at him questioningly. After that, she pulled at her hair, plucking out a single strand and placing it in Long Chen's hand. It then transformed into a 3-foot branch the thickness of a thumb. The wooden stick was dark green and heavier than an ordinary divine weapon. It pulsed with life energy. Long Chen thanked her and carefully planted it inside the primal chaos space. However, its life energy rapidly faded and it withered, transforming into a pile of dust that dispersed into the soil. Long Chen stared blankly. Just what had happened? He didn't bury it in the black soil, so how could it wither so quickly? What is it? Asked Ling Shi. Long Chen explained that he had a mysterious soil space that could grow all kinds of precious medicines but not this branch. Ling Shi said, every part of the mother tree is blessed by the Luo spirit race, and the mother tree is so powerful due to the Luo spirit race's faith energy. Hence, that branch was only useful within the realm of the star field divine world where the mother tree's energy can reach. Without faith energy sustaining it, its divine essence will quickly fade. The mother tree and I are manifestations of the Luo spirit race's faith. Without the Luo spirit race, we would not exist. Without us, the Luo spirit race would not exist. We are codependent existences. Hearing this, Long Chen sighed. His dreams of obtaining a forest of mother trees were destroyed. It seemed that he could only raise his demon trees. Alright, I give up. Are there any places in this world with particular evil creatures? I need a large number of corpses. It's very important. The heavenly Qilin demon trees had withered, and Long Chen wanted to revive them as soon as possible. Without them, he wouldn't even have the power to use the 6-star battle armor. Without an unending stream of life energy, he couldn't fight with it. There are plenty. The poison dragon abyss, heavenly scorpion canyon, the edge of the river of darkness, or even a channel to another world, there are plenty of terrible beasts there. They are all enemies of the Luo spirit race, and we used to fight with them when the star field divine world was still complete. During that age, if it wasn't for the king of the spirit dragon race helping us, we probably wouldn't have been able to hold out. If you want corpses, I can gather my people for battle, said Ling Shi. Long Chen shook his head. The Luo spirit race has just endured a major battle. They should rest. Whether it is the Luo spirit race or my people, they all need some time to recuperate. Then what? The mother tree and I can only support the Luo spirit race in battle. We cannot fight ourselves, said Ling Shi. Sometimes problems don't always have to be solved entirely by martial power. There are some tricks that can save a huge amount of manpower. Ah, speaking of which, can your gaze help me find Yi Ming? I want to return his favor. I can't do it right now. The mother tree's current power is only enough to see the outline of the various lands. I cannot lock onto specific people yet, said Ling Shi. Oh, then forget about it. That lucky bastard, I have no time to handle him. Can you give me a detailed explanation about the 3 areas you mentioned, including the weaknesses, strengths, and habits of the lifeforms inhabiting those places? I'll come up with a battle plan, said Long Chen, a bit regretful. Having been led by the nose by Yi Ming for so long, he felt bad not paying him back. However, there was no way around it. Yi Ming was now all on his own. In a place as large as the star-field divine world, it was like searching for a needle in an ocean. After receiving a detailed explanation of the 3 areas, Long Chen descended down the mother tree. He then ordered the disciples of the Martial Heaven Alliance, the Zon Beasts, and the Dragonblood Legion to gather. With Ling Zai's help, their injuries had healed and they were invigorated. Long Chen then sent them up the mother tree to cultivate. He only kept behind Guo Ran, Yu Zifeng, and Wild. Let's go. I'll bring you to a feast. Long Chen's group of 4 quietly left the mother tree. Chapter 2539 Battle Plan. Big Brother Long, shish. Wild had just opened his mouth when Long Chen gestured to be quiet. At this time, Long Chen, Yu Zifeng, Guo Ran, and Wild were hiding behind a mountain, looking at a valley filled with ferocious beasts. These beasts included dragons, phoenixes, tigers, wolves, and more. Every one of them gave off a sense of immense pressure. Wild involuntarily swallowed one mouthful of saliva after another while he stared at them. After waking up, Wild was stuck in a weakened state, which was the only way for him to endure the pain of hunger. But that weakness was uncomfortable. Right now, he needed powerful meat, and those beasts were perfect for that. Hence, he began to drool. Moreover, Long Chen had brought them to take a look at the poison dragon abyss in the heavenly scorpion canyon. But they had left just after arriving. Now that they were here, Wild's stomach was rumbling like thunder. He almost couldn't hold back. Wild didn't know how to speak spiritually, and with his loud voice, even whispering was like shouting. Wild, endure it, we'll get you some food soon, comforted Long Chen. He then turned to Guo Ran. How is it? Can you handle it? I can, but I'm worried about drawing over something we can't deal with. Boss, I'm sure you can handle a single 13th rank beast, but if there are 2 or 3, we won't be able to endure. Wild is currently too weak to fight, said Guo Ran. Long Chen had brought them to scout the area before coming up with a battle plan. He had decided against the poison dragon abyss and the heavenly scorpion canyon because they were too spacious, and the terrain was not favorable to them. If they were surrounded by 13th rank beasts, they wouldn't be able to run. No need to worry. Ling Shi told me that these beasts came from a different world. The laws of this place are foreign to them, and they haven't fully adapted yet. Even after so many years, they remain in this valley with a spatial channel at the back that feeds them energy. Do you see that faint blue barrier? Once they leave that region, they will be suppressed by the laws of this world. Even if multiple 13th rank beasts come, we'll still be able to easily run. All I want to know is if you have some way to kill them in batches. I want a large number of corpses, the more the better. I'm in a rush too, so killing them one by one is too slow, do you understand? Since the mother tree had recovered some of its power, Long Chen's group had been given a leaf that allowed them to move anywhere within the range of the mother tree's territory. They hadn't wasted any time traveling, so Long Chen hadn't had the time to explain everything. Then it's no problem, I still have quite a few bombs. With the exploding bombs providing support. Fool, I brought you to the poison dragon abyss and the heavenly scorpion canyon to think of possibilities. For example, using the poison dragon's poison against these beasts to kill them all. Ling Shi told me that the beasts have been accumulating here for tens of thousands of years, so they might outnumber the black armor core buried beneath the mother tree back then. Even if they didn't resist and stuck out their necks for us to sever, how long would it take? Long Chen shook his head. Oh, I've been working on new armor and weapons, so I wasn't thinking properly. Cough, well, the beasts here seem to be mostly furred beasts, so they shouldn't be particularly powerful when it comes to defense. As long as we get enough poison, my bombs can spread the poison and give them fatal wounds. With Zhao Rishan, I can gather the fragments of the bombs back. The main thing is that the poison dragons and poison scorpions aren't so easy to handle, said Guo Ran. The poison dragons were definitely frightening. If someone was stabbed by them, that could be fatal. They could also spit out toxic gas. Although their physical bodies weren't powerful, their toxicity was something they had to be cautious of. As for the scorpions in the Heavenly Scorpion Canyon, their defensive power was extremely high. Armored beasts were always a headache as their bodies were difficult to pierce through. They had almost no weaknesses, so killing them could only be done with brute power. Okay, since you don't have a better method, we'll go with my plan. We'll give up on the Heavenly Scorpion Canyon. There aren't that many of them, and they lack flesh. I'll take charge of the Poison Dragon Abyss. Although they also lack the meat we want, we can get poison from them. The three of you can start launching some probing blows here to test their bottom line and get some food for Wild. For goodness sake, every time he opens his mouth, the smell of the corpse devouring armored spiders bursts out. Despite his appetite, I'm sure he'll get tired of eating the same thing over and over eventually. You launch some probing blows here. Once I bring the first batch of dragon corpses back, you can launch the real attack, said Long Chen. Wild immediately grew excited. Long Chen truly understood him. Although he wasn't picky, he had truly gotten tired of eating the corpse-devouring armored spiders. Boss, I should go with you. There are countless poison dragons in the Poison Dragon Abyss. It's too dangerous, said Yu Zifeng. If there were poison dragons that had reached the 13th rank there, then it could easily be fatal. If both of them went together, they could look out for each other. No need, I have Evilmoon, so those poison dragons can't touch me. Let's split up. After that, Long Chen activated the leaf. A leaf-shaped rune appeared on his chest, and he vanished. Let's start. Guo Ran didn't hesitate. He summoned his battle armor and charged toward the valley. As soon as he appeared, the beasts inside the valley roared and attacked him. Damn, there's this many. When he entered the valley, Guo Ran was shocked to find that there was a special spatial law inside the barrier. These beasts were actually many times larger than they had appeared on the outside. Only once he was inside the valley did he see a giant channel in the distance. The channel was pitch black, but when Guo Ran entered the valley, he saw countless lanterns light up inside of it. In truth, those weren't lanterns but eyes, and they looked like stars in the cosmos. Guo Ran felt a chill, and he almost ran away. Yu Zifeng was already attacking. An eagle was cut down as it flew toward them, its head leaving its body. Wild grabbed it before it even landed on the ground, sucking it into his bowl and devouring it. I'm finally getting some good meat. Wild sighed in gratitude. He had almost forgotten the taste of proper meat. The corpse-devouring armored spiders had cast quite a shadow on him. The first ones to arrive were the flying beasts. They let out heaven-shaking roars as they attacked the three of them. Yu Zifeng's sword danced in the air as he cut through them like tofu. His sword chi was even capable of cutting Zhao Rishan's immortal metal body, so flesh and blood was easily sliced. Seeing that Yu Zifeng was so powerful, Guo Ran relaxed slightly. His own weapons, dual sabers, had been destroyed by Zhao Rishan, so he was using 2 backup sabers for now. Even peak 12th rank beasts were nothing before Yu Zifeng's sword chi. Every slash of his sword killed a mass of them. This was the terrifying power of a sword cultivator. Their sword chi was a special kind of energy, and its sharpness was not limited by laws. That was why they were said to be number 1 in terms of offense. A cultivator's magical arts or battle skills could not manage to concentrate all their power onto the thin edge of a blade like sword chi could. While the larger hammer was definitely stronger, when it came to the ability to kill in one blow, a small knife surpassed it. Yu Zifeng cut down countless beasts with his sword chi, which contained the will of the sword Dao. Those struck had their souls extinguished. Yu Zifeng was the main force, while Guo Ran provided support. Although Yu Zifeng's killing power was terrifying, his defensive power was particularly lacking. He killed those beasts easily, but if they got close to him, they had the potential to kill him in one blow. Suddenly, a roar rang out that made those beasts suddenly retreat. The void exploded, revealing a giant claw that smashed toward them. A 13th rank beast, exclaimed Guo Ran. He slashed with both his sabers. Guo Ran's backup sabers shattered, and he was smashed into the ground. Just at that moment, the owner of the claw, a wild lion, appeared in front of Yu Zifeng. This lion's fur was the color of blood, and it had 2 heads. Even its eyes were scarlet. Guo Ran had managed to draw over and block its attack, while Yu Zifeng's sword fell once more. Blood splashed. What? Yu Zifeng was shocked to find that he could only cut open its skull with his attack. He wasn't able to go any deeper. The 2-headed tiger then roared in pain, and a powerful soundwave resounded through the sky. It pounced on Yu Zifeng. Yu Zifeng was about to dodge when a furious roar rang out. All of a sudden, a giant door bolt smashed into the lion's head. The door bolt landed on the already injured head, causing it to explode. When one head was destroyed, its body began to spasm. Wild attacked with the door bolt again, striking the other head. That head caved in, and then Yu Zifeng followed up with an attack, cutting it in two. The three of them managed to kill a 13th rank beast by working together. Wild excitedly ran over and started eating the lion. Every bite filled him with energy. Wild, eat later, run now. Guo Ran crawled out. His armor was covered in cracks. When he saw the spatial channel in the distance, his soul almost fled from his body. Thank you for listening and supporting the Cultivation audiobook channel. If you'd like to support us, 1 cup of coffee can make a big difference. Please check the PayPal link in the YouTube description.